My name is Xiaoyang. This is my narrative, an ending. Perhaps it is also a new beginning. Xiaoyang, I am expecting a child. I was taken aback for a moment, then stared wide-eyed and said, "Why are you calling me out when it was the person who made you pregnant? In this past year, I have shared intimacy solely with you, my only man. Who am I if not yours? I declare that throughout this past year, you have been the sole woman I have cherished. Do you believe me? Do you consider yourself a man? Xiaoyang, do you consider yourself a man? Everyone is out to enjoy themselves. Do not blame me for such matters when they arise. You expect me to take responsibility, thus bring forth something tangible. Do not engage in baseless claims with me. Who on earth would willingly find themselves in the perplexing position of an unexpected parent?" Leia remained silent for a moment before addressing me, saying, "The child has already been terminated. What evidence could possibly remain? I am somewhat infuriated. Do you perceive me as a fool? You have taken away my child." Then I raised my hand, feeling utterly speechless. "And once more you claim that the child is mine, Xiaoyang's. Are you feigning innocence? Or am I truly naive? Liu Yao, we are all adults now. Shall we engage in more dignified pursuits?" Liu Yao bit her lip tightly while gazing at me, yet I perceived her as a skilled actress. I met her at a bar, and then we indulged in a fleeting night of passion. A woman who frequently frequents bars claims to have been intimate with only one man in a year. If I were to believe her, I would be a fool. I no longer wish to entangle myself with her. I retrieved my wallet and handed her all the 100 yuan notes within. "Is it not merely the pursuit of wealth that drives you? Here, take it. Do not trouble me again in the future." Leia offered no words and ceased her entanglement with me. She nodded slightly and turned, holding her umbrella as she made her way into the hospital, as if there were lingering debts yet to be settled. Observing her solitary silhouette in the rain, an indescribable emotion welled up within me. Though I harbor doubts that the child she carries is mine, I find myself increasingly vexed by her presence. Yet, it seems that her current days are far from easy otherwise. She would not be so preoccupied with me. After a moment of silence, I finally called out to her, "Wait a moment." Leia turned to gaze at me. I extracted a bank card from my wallet and handed it to her. "This card allows for a modest overdraft. You have just undergone surgery. Treat yourself to something nourishing to aid in your recovery." However, Liao did not respond. "No need. Seeing your willingness to take responsibility is precisely my objective. I sought you out because I wish to avoid being ensnared in confusion and subsequently finding myself with child." In the bar, I sipped my drink in solitude, awaiting my only confidant and colleague, Fang Yuan, in this city. From the very first day this bar opened its doors, I have witnessed an abundance of lonely women and desolate men, all consuming an array of diverse spirits, or in silence, or with eyes brimming with a fervent search for something known as a blissful oblivion. In truth, when we cast aside the corporeal form of the day and allow our souls to become ensnared in this vibrant realm of lights and revelry, we have already succumbed to a state of intoxicating reverie. I have forgotten from which night it began, when I came to regard this place as my sanctuary and source of existence. I am captivated by the women here, swaying their hips with grace. I delight in the shimmering lights that dance around us, and I revel in the myriad hues of the beverages served. I am fond of the fragrance mingled with the scent of tobacco. I cherish the intoxicating hedonism of this place. And within this state of euphoric abandon, I etch the disheveled past into a tombstone. Light a cigarette, peel the film from the cigarette box before my eyes. Gaze at the flickering lights. My body sways gently in unison. In the light refracted by the film, I seem to glimpse a kind of languid decadence, which captivates my senses. Fang Yuan removed the fill from my hands. My world has suddenly become clear once more. "What brings you to seek me out in such haste?" Fang Yuan set down his briefcase, drawing a cigarette from my pack and igniting it for himself. "I find myself in a predicament. I have been wrongfully accused and deceived. Once again, someone has caused a young lady's belly to swell." Fang Yuan remarked, unperturbed. "I have truly been bewitched this time. Who transformed you this time? Why do you ask so many trivial questions? Every time I lend you thousands upon thousands, you should at least allow me to know who has been frivolously spending my money." Liu Yao, with a smoldering fury, lit a cigarette and spoke. "The flat model. Is it not she? Your circle is exceedingly chaotic. She claims to have been pursued by a man of mine within a year. Do you believe that, Fang Yuan?" If this were to happen to you, would you believe it? In a fit of indignation, I struck the table. Such a thing could never happen to me. Besides, she wouldn't go so far as to swindle you out of a few thousand yuan, would she? Last month, all the promotional posters for our department store were taken by her, and her remuneration alone exceeded 10,000. I interrupted Fang Yuan with a dismissive scoff, suggesting that one ought to consider her usual spending habits. Can a sum of over 10,000 yuan sustain her for an entire month? At this moment, having encountered an issue while engaging with others, I find myself lacking the means to address the aftermath. Once again, thoughts of me arise. I truly feel despicable. It was a mistake to have kindly introduced her to our company in the first place. She earned a substantial profit without any loss. Now, she has turned against me. Is there no sense of integrity left in this industry? Fang Yuan, however, paid no heed to my fury, and in a hushed tone, inquired, "Have you taken the necessary measures?" I reflected for quite some time, yet all I can recall is that I was drinking to the point of near oblivion. It's truly elusive to me. After a prolonged pause, I concluded that I certainly cannot claim to have been deceived. Fang Yuan cast a doubtful glance in my direction, and after a long pause, he sighed and spoke to me. "Zhaoyang, we have been friends for nearly a decade. At times, I truly wish to offer you some advice. I am aware that the breakup with Jianwei has profoundly affected you. However, it has been 2 years since then, and there is truly no need for you to demean yourself in such a manner. Youth waits for no one. Could you not find a steady girlfriend and settle down?" When the name Jianwei was mentioned once more, I instinctively paused before responding, "Do not trouble my mind, my friend is doing quite well." Fang Yuan enlightened me for half a day, while I impatiently endured the conversation for just as long. In the end, he uttered a dismissive remark, akin to saying that a muddy wall cannot be propped up, and departed with a wave of discontent. Yet, he overlooked the matter of the money I had lent him. Having frequented bars for 2 years, I often bring along some friends to indulge in the pleasures of the establishment. I have developed a certain familiarity with the bar owner. On this occasion, the expenses incurred during our drinking session have been temporarily recorded on credit. Stepping out of the bar, I stroll under an umbrella along the rain-soaked streets. I profoundly experience the essence of living authentically. I have toiled in this city for 2 years, yet what I have reaped is an endless void of emptiness and solitude. In order to liberate myself from this venomous emptiness and solitude, I am compelled to don a mask that conceals my shame in order to survive. With this mask, I can live contentedly in the indulgent current of life. Yet no matter how I struggle on the brink of anguish, she shall never return. After wandering several stops in a state of poignant melancholy, I finally return to the neighborhood where I reside. This is an antiquated residential community devoid of any property management. According to the elderly women residing within the neighborhood, this complex was constructed in the early 1990s. Under the relentless erosion of time, each building within the community appears so desolate, yet they stand closely together, fearing the solitude that might envelop them. It seems as though each building has been bestowed with life, evoking within me the notion that during the stillness of the night, they too engage in whispered conversations, alleviating decades of solitude. With a cigarette clutched between my lips, I retrieved the keys from my pocket and strode towards the building I call home. This building is the sole structure within the community adorned with climbing ivy. Each summer, the southern-facing wall becomes a vibrant tapestry of green. If these buildings were to possess a distinction of gender, then undoubtedly, this edifice would embody a woman of indifference, who often evokes a sense of sorrow in those who behold her. To my astonishment, a dilapidated building is graced by the presence of a crimson Audi 07 parked beneath it. In my recollection, having resided here for 2 years, it seems that no vehicle exceeding the value of 500,000 has ever graced this community. Without further contemplation, I whistled softly, making my way down the corridor towards my abode. Upon reaching the top floor, I was taken aback to discover that the door to the room was ajar. I distinctly recall locking the door securely when I left. Instinctively, I feared that a thief had entered my home. After calming myself, I remembered that I had not paid my rent to landlord Lee for 2 months. It was likely that Lee had come to remind me of the overdue payment. Pushing open the door, the landlord, old Lee, sat on the sofa alongside an unfamiliar woman. On the coffee table lay a set of keys for an Audi Q7, undoubtedly belonging to the mysterious young lady seated beside him. As a question flickers in my mind, I ponder the extraordinary abilities of old Lee, this cunning rogue of the streets. She unexpectedly appeared in this humble abode, accompanied by a maiden as noble and untouchable as a white lily. This leaves me utterly perplexed. I scrutinize the woman once more. She sits with poise, her softly curled, long hair cascading over her shoulders, her complexion fair, her figure slender, and the upward curve of her lips exudes a confident sharpness. In conclusion, she is an unequivocal beauty. Upon seeing her for the first time, it seemed to me that there was nothing in this world that could not be forgiven. Oldie beckoned to me. Zhaoyang, come over, I have something to discuss with you. Regarding the matter of rent, I inquired with a feigned smile, shall I settle it all at once when I receive my salary next month? After all, I have delayed payment to Old Lee for quite some time. It pertains to the matter of the house. This particular property has already been acquired by the young lady. You have sold this house. Which fool is willing to purchase this dilapidated property that cannot withstand even a slight tremor? I exclaimed at the woman, as we faced the looming crisis of homelessness. In that moment, I could hardly concern myself with her elegance and beauty. My anger took precedence. Old Lee awkwardly gazed at the woman with a furrowed brow. After a long pause, he spoke to me. You should move out tonight. I want to ask you for the rent from the past few months. Why do you seem to live more like a subordinate as you grow older? If you must sell the house, at least give me a heads up in advance. On such a rainy day, where am I to seek a new residence? Why not find a hotel to stay for a while? Old Lee remarked, utterly indifferent to my feelings. You have lost even the ownership of your property. Do not speak to me. I retorted sharply to Old Lee. I addressed the unfamiliar woman once more, stating, the house now belongs to you. Shall we continue our rental agreement? The woman shook her head. I purchased it for my own residence, with no intentions of renting it out. I was instantly thrown into a state of unease. My dear, are you all right? You arrive in a luxury car worth millions, yet choose to reside in this dilapidated dwelling. Surely, you must be intent on making things difficult for me. The woman paid no heed to my fury and, with a tranquil tone, stated, you have 1 hour to vacate. She did not finish her sentence. I interrupted, saying, I will not move. Have you ever seen someone being asked to leave without any prior notice, just abruptly told to vacate? Having spoken, he immediately seated himself beside the woman on the sofa. Instinctively, she shifted away to the other side. I light a cigarette, casting my gaze over this antiquated dwelling, as a profound sense of despondency wells up within me. 2 years ago, I arrived in Suzhou and have resided here ever since. Within these walls, I have endured one of the most challenging periods of my life. I have confided in the sitting clock in the living room, and have spent countless nights pouring out my heart to the old floor lamp in the bedroom. Every object here seems to be an intimate friend with whom I have shared both joys and hardships. Departing from this place signifies the loss of the very essence of my existence. The smoke wafting from my lips prompted the woman to rise in annoyance from the sofa and make her way towards the door. I increasingly feel that I am rather unfortunate. It seems as though all the misfortunes have conspired to converge upon me today, bringing forth an array of discomfort. Moments later, Old Lee addressed us, who were locked in a stalemate, saying, I have some matters to attend to at home. You two may take your time discussing the house. Having spoken without awaiting a response, it felt akin to discarding a scalding hot potato. With a swift motion akin to gliding on roller skates, I grasped my bag and made my way towards the door. Only the woman and I remain in the room, as the fierce wind outside joins forces with the cold rain to unleash its fury once more. Such inclement weather further dissuades me from venturing outside. I have resolved to remain seated and engage in a prolonged conversation with this woman, for all I possess is time. I strike up a dialogue with her, inquiring, may I ask for your esteemed name, my lady? Her response to me was devoid of laughter or words. Is it significant? Indeed, it is of utmost significance. I must ascertain which deity has cast me adrift, leaving me homeless on this frigid, rain-soaked night. She paid no heed to the sarcasm in my words, responding coldly, you now have but 40 minutes remaining. If you do not leave within that time, I shall notify the authorities. Just as I was about to make a call, the phone rang. I furrowed my brow at the woman, then retrieved my phone from my pocket to glance at the number. It was Liao who called, yet again a woman who exasperates me. I impatiently answered the call. What is it now? Did I not already provide you with the money? Lu Yao paused in silence before speaking. Xiaoyang, tomorrow marks the weekend. Would you be able to accompany me to the hospital for a follow-up examination? Is the child you carry within you truly mine? Can you not accompany me, my friend? Do you presume that I am utterly idle? I spoke in a rapid-fire manner, attempting to dissuade her from this unrealistic notion with an overwhelming force of rhetoric. In this city, you are the sole companion I cherish. Lu Yao, you have made an error. We are friends in the realm of P, not in the realm of Xiang. We are friends in the realm of P, not in the realm of Qi. Liao ignored me and softly said, I am truly frightened being all alone. If you do not come, I shall just wither away. I will no longer pursue the reassessment. I patiently remarked, did you not go alone today? Tomorrow, you shall navigate it with greater ease, I presume. It is precisely because I ventured alone yesterday that I truly grasped the extent of its terror. Lu Yao's relentless persistence is driving me a bit mad, prompting me to instinctively utter a curse. Had I known earlier, I should have brought the child into this world and raised him to maturity, only to reveal to him that his father is nothing but a beast. The phone emitted a series of beeps signifying the call had ended. I lit a cigarette, striking my forehead with a vigorous slap. It has been 2 years, and I have never encountered a friend with such troublesome complexities as Li Yao. Despite her fervent declarations, I too can assert with utmost conviction that the child is not mine. She remarked that in this city, I am her only confidant, which further deepened my belief that she is truly mine. Just last week, I spotted her on Weibo sharing a photograph of herself reveling with a group of friends at a bar. Scoundrel! I lifted my gaze. It was then that I realized the woman had been regarding me with an expression of profound disdain. In the room, it was just her and me. Undoubtedly, it was she who was hurling insults at me. You listened to my phone call. I inquired without any emotion. And in my heart, I bore no ill will towards her for calling me scum, for I could not even discern whether I truly was scum myself. You now have 30 minutes remaining. The woman's tone has grown even colder than before. It is indeed a troublesome, cold, and rainy night. After giving all my cash to Liao today, I find myself utterly penniless. Where can I possibly relocate? The vast expanse of the world offers no refuge for me. Xiaoyang. After a moment of silence, I turned to the woman and said, My dear, look at the tempest outside. The wind and rain are relentless. It is quite late now, and it seems I shall not be able to move tonight. The woman glanced out of the window and finally left some space to inquire, When shall we move? Before 1 p.m. tomorrow, I gently remarked, as I had a request to make of her shortly. She nodded. Please go ahead. Remember to move your belongings on time tomorrow. I sat motionless. After a while, I leaned slightly towards her. Feigning a bit of coyness, I said, Miss, could you lend me some money? It appeared somewhat reclusive, yet resolutely stated, I am under no obligation to lend you money. If you choose not to lend, then do not expect me to leave tonight. I am devoid of any funds and certainly cannot resort to the pedestrian bridge. As I spoke, I leaned back onto the sofa and said to her, You mustn't entertain the thought of calling the police. This matter was originally an unprincipled act committed by you and Laoli. You ought to have informed me in advance, allowing me a chance to prepare. She gazed at me with a look akin to that of a plagued deity, further validating her desperate desire to rid herself of my persistent presence. Yet, unexpectedly, she uttered to me, I have no cash. I gazed at her with wide eyes, an utterance devoid of cash, exuding sophistication and elegance. The affluent of today seldom find themselves filling their wallets with currency, with expenditures reaching several tens of thousands. The meager amount of cash that can fit within a wallet clearly fails to suffice. My dear, this is fate indeed. I too have little inclination to stuff my wallet with cash. I shamelessly confessed a truth. Rarely have I ever kept cash within my wallet. She chose to disregard my words. I continued, How about this? You lend me your card, and I shall charge 1,000. I will return it to you tomorrow when I move. Alternatively, there's an ATM just 200 meters downstairs. If you're uneasy, you may accompany me. She withdrew a bank card from her wallet, interrupting me. The password consists of 6 zeros. Complete all your necessary tasks before 1 p.m. tomorrow. I accepted the bank card she handed to me and replied, No problem. In truth, I was not surprised that she entrusted the card to me. Old Lee was well aware of my phone number, workplace, and network of connections. Perhaps there wasn't much balance on that card anyway. She sat quietly on the sofa. I observed her once more. To be honest, in my more than 20 years of life, I have never encountered a woman as beautiful as she. There's an aura about her that seems to possess a quality not found in any other woman. Regrettably, it seems that we do not share a profound connection. As I was departing, I playfully yet earnestly inquired, "My dear, would you consider the prospect of cohabitation with me? I possess culinary skills and am also adept at massage. After a long and tiring day at work, upon your return home, I shall provide you with a complete suite of services, ensuring your utmost comfort and relaxation." She finally succumbed to her fury, hurling a cushion with pinpoint precision directly at me. Chapter 3. I love only you yet. One must learn to respect reality, mustn't one? When Lowley sold this house, my departure became inevitable. I found an ATM nearby, and as per our agreement, I withdrew 1,000 yuan from my card. While doing so, I checked the user information and discovered that the strikingly beautiful woman was named Mi Kai. I found great charm in her name. Mi symbolizes sustenance, while Kai embodies vibrancy. A life enriched with both sustenance and vibrancy is undoubtedly a happy one. Alas, I possess neither, and my existence now is reduced to hunger and monochrome, rendering Mi Kai's presence a bitter irony, a mockery of my desolation and despair. At the corner of a long street stood a modest inn where I took refuge. After enduring a night of relentless winds and rain, I finally succumbed to slumber in the early morning, only to awaken as noon approached. Upon glancing at my phone, I noticed a flurry of missed calls from Lu Yao. Her persistence was remarkable. Upon realizing I had not answered, she sent a text that read, "Had I known, I would have given birth to the child within me, using this so-called child to punish you for a lifetime." I found it somewhat humorous. She was unafraid of becoming a single mother, yet I was to fear the title of an unworthy father? Clearly, her complaints weighed not upon my conscience. After a hasty wash, I hurried to the hospital. Perhaps it was a flicker of kindness that propelled me, or perhaps it was a sense of sympathy among acquaintances. Truth be told, I could not articulate it. Often, one does not fully comprehend oneself. Upon arriving at the maternal and child hospital, I spotted Li Yao waiting under an umbrella at the entrance. She spotted me immediately, her expression of insecurity easing slightly as she approached. I was filled with frustration, yet the memory of her lying on the operating table, confronting the cold steel of the scalpel, quelled my anger. With a grave expression, Li Yao linked her arm with mine and glanced at her abdomen, embodying a sentiment of deep affection for me, while I appeared indifferent to her plight. I broke free, finally exasperated. "For heaven's sake, tell me, who is the father of the child in your womb? You, Zhao Yang. Do you believe I want to strangle you?" Éclairent Li Yao. "Beast, go ahead. Strangle me. Had you done so yesterday, it would have made headlines. 2 lives lost, and the entire nation would know what a monster you are." Li Yao squinted at me, yet her body pressed closer. "Enough already. We were together 2 months ago. How long have you been pregnant? Show me the evidence." Ignoring my accusation, Lu Yao's voice softened, laden with sorrow, as she clung to my arm. "Zhao Yang, had we let this child live, allowing him to call you father, how blissful that would be." I suppressed my fury and pushed her aside. "Stop this nonsense. Go get your checkup, and once you step out of this hospital, consider me dead. Never bother me again." With her head bowed, Lu Yao eventually replied, "Let us not speak of life or death. I won't disturb you any longer." After her examination, Lu Yao lay in the ward receiving and for drip, while I sat beside her like a family member, yet remained silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The doctor pulled me outside the ward, stating, "Young man, your girlfriend is quite frail and exhibits mild anemia. Post-miscarriage care must not be taken lightly, otherwise she may suffer lasting effects as she ages. I will prescribe some restorative medication and supplements for you to collect from the pharmacy on the 2nd floor." Nodding in agreement, I thought yesterday's withdrawal of 1,000 yuan from Mi Kai's card would suffice for the medications. With the doctor's prescription in hand, I ascended to the 2nd floor, where the staff took a full 5 minutes to prepare a bulging bag of medications and supplements, then tossed out the total, 3,016 yuan. "We be paying by card or cash?" I was taken aback and exclaimed, "What on earth are these elixirs worth over 3,000? Do you think I have money to waste?" The staff, unfazed, pointed at a man who had just purchased 8,000 yuan worth of health products and remarked, "See that? If you can't afford it, don't let your girlfriend get pregnant." I cursed under my breath at the man's retreating figure, recalling Lu Yao's frail and helpless appearance after the procedure. Resisting my anger, I pulled out Mikai's card and said, "Can you offer a discount? Or at least waive the 16 yuan. The staff snatched the card from my hand and shot me a disdainful look. How novel. Have you ever seen a hospital that offers discounts? With the burden of medication in tow, my heart ached. Being a friend with benefits was proving to be an expensive affair. I supported the weakened Lu Yao as we exited the hospital, the rain continuing its relentless descent, the air heavy with the weight of the downpour, creating a stifling atmosphere. After walking in silence for a moment, Lu Yao unexpectedly asked, "Zhao Yang, next month a film crew has invited me to Hongdian for a shoot. Should I go?" I sought to soften my inquiry, not wishing to provoke her emotions. Yet I held no interest in her filming endeavors. Having already done a makeup test, the director and producer are quite pleased, believing I'm suitable for the role. "Well, you models are always eager to break into the entertainment industry. Seize the opportunity if you can." I handed her the bag of post-operative supplements prescribed by the doctor, instructing her to adhere to the regimen. However, Lu Yao did not accept the bag, but instead gazed at me for a long moment, softly declaring, "My modeling is merely a transitional phase. I graduated from the Shanghai Theater Academy's acting department. Goodness, no wonder you were so convincing. I failed to recognize you as a talented graduate," I remarked, half in jest and half in admiration. Ignoring my exclamation, Lu Yao gazed at me, asking, "Zhao Yang, do you think I'm beautiful? Would I have slept with you if you weren't?" I retorted, acknowledging her beauty. She was indeed a captivating woman, down to earth yet striking, with bright eyes and full lips, tinged with a hint of allure. Lu Yao nodded. "Zhao Yang, forget about Jianwei. Once I become a star, I will love only you." With that, she took the bag from my hands and departed like the wind. I stood there, momentarily dazed, a chill breeze sweeping past. Suddenly, I recalled my appointment with Mikai to help her move. It was already 1:30. I quickly hailed a taxi to my previous residence, pondering the 3,016 yuan I had just charged to Mikai's card for medications and supplements when I had promised her I would only charge 1,000. Now, I owed her 4,016 yuan. How on earth was I to repay such a sum? The memory of Mikai's serious yet breathtakingly lovely face left me in disarray. Chapter 4. A misfortunate weekend by the time I returned to my residence. It was nearly 2 a.m. After settling the fare, I ambled towards my building, feeling no particular urgency. After all, it was the weekend, and a slight delay was inconsequential. However, I was acutely aware of the debt of 4,016 yuan that weighed heavily on my mind. At this moment, not even selling myself would yield such an amount. Upon arriving at the entrance of my building, I was taken aback and then infuriated to discover that my belongings had been unceremoniously moved into the corridor. Some of the items, unable to fit within the confines of the hallway, had been soaked by the rain, including a pair of black leather shoes that Jianwei had gifted me long ago. I discarded my umbrella and rummaged through my pockets for the keys, racing up the stairs in a fit of rage. With a forceful twist, the key unlocked the door, and I kicked it open, standing in the living room. Seething as I shouted, "You wretched woman, come out!" After 3 futile calls met with silence, I stormed into her room, only to find it devoid of any presence. The room was impeccably tidy, a stark contrast to my belongings left out in the rain, igniting my fury further. In a fit of rage, I hurled her blankets to the floor, and, in my frenzy, I overturned the mattress, scattering pillows and blankets across the room. After my hysterical outburst, I stood in Mikai's room, lighting a cigarette to quell my anger. Unbeknownst to me, Mikai had appeared at the doorway, clutching a mop and a plastic bag filled with various household items, presumably from a recent trip to the supermarket. She glared at me, and in a moment of impulse, I seized her shirt and pulled her into the room with such force that she dropped the bag and mop, sending its contents sprawling across the once pristine floor. I dragged her to the window, forcing her to witness my belongings drenched in the rain, and shouted, "What is wrong with you? Why did you leave my things in the rain?" Mikai wriggled free from my grasp and retorted coldly, "You were absent, so I had someone help me move your things. What is wrong with that? Just because you were delayed doesn't mean you can disregard our agreement. You are utterly unreasonable." My anger grew, and I raised my hand as if to strike her. I expected her to flinch or close her eyes instinctively. Yet she maintained her icy gaze, not even blinking. I lowered my hand and narrowed my eyes, saying, "You will return my belongings to their original place, and I will pretend this incident never happened." "I refuse," Mikai replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet her resolve unwavering. I nodded. "So you choose not to comply?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I tossed the blankets and comforters out of the window in a surge of vengeful satisfaction. In the wind and rain, the discarded items appeared to float helplessly, reminiscent of deep, raw wounds exposed to the world. I felt a pang of regret, realizing that my impulsive actions were directed at this obstinate woman, perhaps ignited by the sight of the black shoes abandoned in the rain. My heart twisted as I recalled the remnants of my love with Jian Wei, now extinguished. Eventually, the blankets and comforters landed on the ground below, and I sheepishly turned to me, "Kai, now we are even." Tears streamed down her fair cheeks as she bit her lip, gazing at me. Looking around at the disheveled room, a wave of guilt washed over me, yet I continued to glare at her. "I know you disdain me, and yes, I am poor and unsuccessful, but that does not give you the right to disrespect me or my belongings. You are a woman, and today I will show you a modicum of gentlemanly conduct. I may have thrown your belongings, but next time, I might just toss you out too." With that, I pulled out the bank card she had given me the previous day and placed it on the table. "There is 4,016 yuan in this card. Currently, I cannot repay you, but I will find a way to settle my debt." Tears welled in Mikai's eyes. "You are a scoundrel. Everyone like you is a promise-breaking scoundrel." I looked at her in surprise, my emotions tangled, before finally saying, "I must leave now, but I assure you that I will repay you, albeit a bit late." This does not equate to breaking my promise. Mikai remained silent, her gaze still filled with resentment. I exited, uncertain if she continued to cry, but I knew that being left in the chaos I had created would be unbearable for her. As she had so aptly pointed out earlier, I was indeed a wastrel and a beast, incapable of controlling my emotions and heedlessly reckless. I hailed a taxi to move my belongings to a nearby pavilion that could shield me from the rain. At that moment, I was at a loss for where to go. The remaining money on me was insufficient for renting a place, and staying in a hotel was not a viable long-term solution. The only person I would consider borrowing money from, Fong Yuan, was currently upset with me due to my refusal to heed his advice and had temporarily severed communication. Indeed, over the years, I had only ever borrowed money from Fong Yuan, treating him as a confidant, never hesitating to reveal my struggles and failures before him. Unlike others, I felt as though I had been forsaken by the world. Lighting a cigarette, I sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, staring blankly at the passing vehicles. My life should not have come to this, yet for the past 2 years, I had lived in isolation akin to the silent, forlorn buildings scattered throughout the city. All of this stemmed from that woman. I knew I would never again have the chance to hold her hand, yet I stubbornly remained ensnared by her tenderness. The wind chilled me, prompting me to dig out a scarf from my bag and wrap it around my neck, finally blocking some of the relentless cold that seeped into my chest. For the next hour, I sat in the pavilion, lost in thought and smoking, until dusk fell, and I felt a genuine longing for salvation. Suddenly, my phone rang, startling me. I wiped my face and retrieved the device from my pocket. The call was from my father. He was a man of rigid principles. Having worked in a small state-owned enterprise's procurement department for 15 years without ever advancing beyond the deputy section chief title. Remarkably, despite the department's opportunities for graft, he had never accepted a bribe, earning him the respect of his colleagues who referred to him as Ban Ku. I had humorously begun calling him Ban Dad when I was 17, though he mistakenly believed I was simply addressing him as Dad. When I answered, I heard his emotionless voice, "Zhao Yang, I'll be arriving in Suzhou shortly. I have an exhibition to attend tomorrow morning, so I'll be staying at your place tonight." A wave of dread washed over me. This weekend had truly taken a turn for the worse. I could not let my father discover my financial predicament or the fact that I was homeless. Though he was rigid, he was not without his temper. My mind raced as I replied, "Dad, could you please find a hotel near the bus station? I'm dining with colleagues tonight, and it may take some time. You can have your meal. Didn't you leave the keys under the door frame? I can get in. Recently, there have been a lot of thieves. I didn't leave them out," he insisted stubbornly. "Then I'll wait for you. Don't stay out too late." Dear sir, considering you have spent an extensive duration traveling, you must be utterly exhausted. It will be prudent for you to find a nearby hotel for the night. You have come all this way and are reluctant even to take a taxi. Now, during the peak hours of the evening commute, the bus will be quite crowded, and you will find it uncomfortable. Despite my numerous attempts to dissuade you, you remain unperturbed, ultimately stating, "Your mother has knitted a sweater for you, and I shall deliver it." As I listened to the sound of the call disconnecting, I was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, I swiftly shouldered my duffel bag and dragged my suitcase toward the roadside, scanning for a taxi. This evening, I must return to that apartment, which now belongs to Mikai. Regardless of her willingness, I have no choice but to stay there. If Sir were to discover my current predicament, he would surely be quite displeased. Chapter 5. Just a moment amidst the gusty winds and rain. I hailed a taxi back to the dilapidated apartment complex where I had resided for 2 years. Upon alighting, I instinctively glanced around to see if Mikai's Audi Q7 was parked below. Fortunately, the car was absent, and even more fortuitously, I had not yet returned the house key to Mikai. Optimistically, I mused that since my father was merely staying for one night, if she did not return this evening, everything would be resolved without incident. I hurriedly dashed back to the apartment, swiftly returning my luggage to its rightful place and making the bed. With that, I sheltered myself under an umbrella, awaiting my father's arrival at the bus stop. After approximately 15 minutes, a bus, having departed from the long-distance bus station, slowly approached. I craned my neck and indeed spotted my father disembarking, briefcase in hand. I waved and called out, "Dad, over here." Surprised, he approached and inquired, "Didn't you go out for dinner with your colleagues?" "Dinner was trivial. Your arrival is paramount." I discerned the difference in significance, I replied, taking the briefcase from him. My father fell silent as we walked toward the complex. I complained, "Dad, since this is a business trip, can't you just take a taxi next time? It's not like they want to reimburse you. Business funds are still money. Every bit counts," he replied with a serious tone. "Our government has trillions in foreign reserves stored in the United States. They aren't lacking the fare for a taxi." He chose not to engage further, evidently unwilling to debate values. He had always been this way, steadfast in his beliefs without the desire to elucidate, as if he existed in his own independent universe for the past 15 years as an associate director. Once inside, my father retrieved a stainless steel lunchbox from a bag apart from the briefcase and said, "This is the wild crucian carp I caught last week. Your mother cooked it for you. Just heat it up when you wish to eat, or you can eat it cold." "Let us have it for dinner," I suggested. My father, puzzled, asked, "Haven't you eaten out with your colleagues?" "Well, since you're here, I returned only halfway through," I replied hastily, then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, did you bring the glutinous rice wine my mother brewed?" He nodded and produced a bottle originally containing orange juice, now filled with the beloved rice wine. We poured ourselves a cup of the rice wine and savored the cooked crucian carp and peanuts while waiting for the rice porridge simmering in the rice cooker, engaging in casual conversation. I found myself somewhat distracted, anxious that Mikai might return unexpectedly. It wouldn't matter if I startled her, but if my father discovered the truth, I might as well be doomed. Just as I finished a cup of rice wine, footsteps echoed outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. Panic surged within me as I glanced at my father and then at the door, which swung open to reveal Mikai. The sight left her momentarily stunned, while my father seemed unfazed, treating her merely as a co-tenant, or perhaps as a girlfriend. Before she could speak, I quickly grasped her arm and inquired with feigned concern, "Have you been drinking? Let me help you inside. No need to thank me. We're all living together. It's my duty." Though my words were courteous, I discreetly covered Mikai's mouth from my father's view and swiftly guided her into her room. "Let go of me, you scoundrel," Mikai protested, struggling to speak clearly. "Keep quiet," I whispered urgently. She fumbled for her phone in her pocket, clearly intent on calling the police to deal with me. My actions were indeed tantamount to trespassing. I snatched the phone from her and pinned her down on the bed, straddling her to prevent further resistance, regardless of how brazenly inappropriate my position was. Don't shout, or my father will hear you, and I'm finished. I hissed. Mikai ignored me, her expression one of pure terror, instinctively clutching my hair with a vice-like grip. The pain was excruciating, and I gritted my teeth in silence, thinking, be gentle. You're about to pull my hair out. Scoundrel, Mikai mumbled, her voice muffled. I'm indeed a scoundrel, I retorted, but not in my father's eyes. He has high blood pressure. If he learns that I'm broke and have nowhere to stay, it will surely distress him. Please, just endure this for one night. He is here on a business trip, and will leave in the morning. I promise I won't bother you again. Finally, Mikai ceased her struggles, releasing my hair. Yet her gaze remained filled with hatred and disgust. I cautiously lifted my hand from her mouth, and this time, she remained silent. With a sigh of relief, I suddenly realized that I was still atop Mikai. Just as I was about to rise with an apology, she twisted her body and forcefully pushed me away, sending me crashing to the floor. Xiaoyang, what are you doing in there? My father called from the living room. Wincing in pain, I replied. I bumped into the cabinet. My father did not pursue the matter further, while Mikai regarded me with a triumphant expression, a mix of humor and anger. I warn you not to speak out of turn. My father truly has high blood pressure and can't handle stress. You stay in your room and don't come out. Mikai neither acknowledged nor denied my command. I gestured pleadingly, and though she remained silent, I took it as acquiescence and cast one last hopeful glance before stepping out of her room. In the living room, my father had already served 3 bowls of rice porridge from the kitchen, saying, Xiaoyang, take a bowl of porridge to that young lady. If she has been drinking, she must eat something to stave off hunger. Let her rest, I interjected. Before I finished my sentence, Mikai emerged from her room, handbag in hand. Given my previous misdeeds, it would be no surprise if she sought vengeance by exposing me before my father. Just as my nerves began to wane, my usually taciturn father addressed Mikai, who hadn't yet exited, saying, Young lady, I prepared a bowl of porridge for you. Drink it while it's hot. I desperately wished for Mikai to leave quickly, signaling to her. Yet to my astonishment, she looked at me and nodded toward my father, saying, Thank you, uncle. The two individuals who had just moments ago been at odds now found themselves inexplicably seated together, sharing rice porridge at the same table. I remained silent, akin to a guilty suspect, acutely aware of the need to prevent Mikai from uttering anything untoward. I stole furtive glances at her, uncertain of her intentions, but she appeared disinterested in revealing my secrets, sipping the porridge slowly. My father, typically quiet and focused during meals, finished his bowl first, rising to grab his briefcase. Since you have company, I'll find a hotel, he stated. I glanced at Mikai and urged my father, Dad, don't leave. Just sleep here with me. I've been snoring loudly lately, and you need your rest for work tomorrow. My father shook his head and retrieved a sweater from his bag, handing it to me. Your mother knitted this for you. I examined it curiously, asking, why too? For when you eventually find a girlfriend. It's thick and warm. I felt a sense of resignation, aware that my father and mother were subtly urging me to find a partner. I glanced at Mikai, who was still sipping her rice porridge, and teasingly remarked, it's getting cold. I should get you a sweater soon. Mikai shot me a glare, but ultimately refrained from reacting in front of my father. I felt a sense of secret satisfaction within me. As I prepared to leave, my father pulled out 3,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to me, saying, Here, take this. I chuckled nonchalantly. Why are you giving me money? I'm not lacking funds. He pressed the money into my hand, stating, You are my child, and I am well aware of your character. I have reminded you countless times to manage your finances wisely. Make sure to pay the utility bills. He glanced at the overdue notice that had fallen to the floor a few days ago. Suddenly, I felt a pang of sadness. I truly was not the son my parents could be at ease with. I returned the money to my father, saying, I really don't need it. My mother's health isn't good. Keep it for her to buy some health supplements. I'll receive my salary next week. My father said nothing more, placing the money on the table. He looked at Mikai once more before walking out alone. I followed him downstairs, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, That girl just now was quite lovely. I grasped his arm and pointed towards the parked Q7, saying, Father, please put away your fantasies. She is not my type. That car belongs to her. My father's gaze followed mine to the red Q7, his expression filled with confusion. I imagined he, too, was taken aback by why me Kai drove such an extravagant vehicle while residing in such a dilapidated place. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent as usual, resigned to my poor circumstances. Whether we cared to admit it or not, we were undeniably living in an era where love seemed to require financial validation. Thus, I urged him to quell his fantasies, as I was even less inclined to indulge in such dreams myself. As the night drew to a close, my father left me with a final admonition to work diligently before departing into the rain with his umbrella. Watching his aging figure retreat into the downpour, I discerned his hopes in those parting words. He wished for me to work hard, to marry a good woman, and to eventually grant him a grandchild. Yet, dear father, I am ensnared in my own helplessness and struggle, burdened by the weight of reality, and those many good things awaiting fruition must, for now, be set aside. Is that acceptable? Chapter 6. They're getting married. Upon returning to our residence, I noticed that me Kai's bowl of porridge was nearly finished, while my own, still steaming, remained untouched. I retrieved 2 salted duck eggs from the bag left by my father and handed one to me Kai, suggesting she try it. This was the first time since our acquaintance that me Kai spoke to me in a normal tone. I smiled and encouraged her to have another bowl, reassuring her that plain rice porridge wouldn't cause weight gain. Me Kai, however, dismissed my suggestion and stated, "Your father has left. You may move out now." Gazing out at the tumultuous weather, I proposed, "Let us not move today. I would like to stay for one more night, if that's all right." "No," she replied firmly. In a fit of frustration, I slammed my chopsticks on the table and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Don't you understand that a soft mouth is often the one that feeds? If you spit out the porridge you just consumed, I will move immediately." Mikai stared at me with wide eyes, rendered speechless by my sudden change in demeanor. Softening my tone, I continued, "Sister, I've been running around all day. I am utterly exhausted. Please, grant me this one favor." "Scoundrel, who are you calling sister?" She retorted, "Mississippi. Is that acceptable?" I quickly replied, fervently promising, "I swear I will move out tomorrow after work." After a pause, Mikai finally relented, saying, "Remember your own words." "Of course, I will move out tomorrow," I assured her. Mikai shot me a discontented glance as she walked towards the rice cooker to serve herself another small bowl of porridge. "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat anymore?" I inquired. She glared at me and replied, "Well, since I've already softened up, what is one more bowl?" I sighed, alas. Humans are so easily led astray. Though I jested, I peeled a salted duck egg and handed it to me, Kai, who accepted it without hesitation. And thus we continued our peculiar meal in silence. After dinner, I returned the 3,000 yuan my father had left to me, Kai, stating, "Here is 3,000 for now. I'll repay the rest next week when I receive my salary. Will you have enough left to rent a place?" She questioned. "Let us pay it back together in the future. It's for your consideration. I'm not intentionally avoiding repaying you," I replied, stuffing the money into my wallet. "Just move out quickly. Everything else is inconsequential," Mikai said, taking another sip of porridge, seeming to enjoy it. Indeed, my father's porridge-making skills were extraordinary, transforming the simplest rice porridge into a taste of home. "I'm not a plague. You need tea to stay me so," I lamented. "Given your character, how could I possibly like you?" She countered. I chuckled and refrained from further comment. Perhaps I truly lacked virtue, or perhaps she misunderstood me, but it mattered little. I had no need to clarify or explain, for after work tomorrow, we would draw a clear line between us. I finished my bowl of porridge and turned my gaze to Mikai, who wore a white long-sleeved chiffon shirt and black and white checkered pencil pants, her softly curled hair enhancing her elegance, yet making her appear delicate. I took out the knitted sweater my father had left and jokingly held it up before her, sighing, "It's getting chilly. Don't you think this sweater would suit you perfectly?" Mikai frowned. "What? Do you want me to wear your short sleeves?" "Really? It would look lovely on you. If you allow me to continue renting this room, I wouldn't mind gifting it to you." My father said this sweater was hand-knitted by my mother. "It's thick, warm, and perfect for winter. I have no need for it," she replied with a smile as I handed her the sweater. "I was just joking. Even if you choose not to rent, I'll give it to you. I have no plans for a girlfriend at the moment. and it would be a waste to keep such a fine sweater to myself, especially as an apology for my unreasonable behavior yesterday. I spoke with utmost sincerity, and after a moment of hesitation, Mikai truly accepted the sweater, saying, "All right, I accept your apology, and treat your father better. Don't deceive him further or cause him worry." Is there a logical connection between accepting an apology and treating my father better? I asked, perplexed. In response to my inquiry, Mikai angrily retorted, "You are truly despicable." After which, she stuffed the sweater into her handbag and left. Alone in the room, I pondered Mikai's sudden anger. After some time, I realized that her acceptance of my apology and her rare allowance for me to stay another night stemmed from sympathy for my father. To her, I was merely a scoundrel who had taken advantage of a woman, deceived my own father, and treated her with cruelty while failing to keep my promises. That night, Mikai did not stay in a room. I mused that she must have other accommodations in this city. But why she insisted on residing here remained a mystery to me. I racked my brain, but could not decipher it. Ultimately, I decided not to dwell on it. There are always peculiar individuals and strange occurrences in this world, and in the grand scheme of things, this was hardly extraordinary, so there was no need to probe deeper, merely a form of artistic expression by the affluent. In truth, I often find solace in living in such a muddled manner, for the truth may lead to suffering, and to gain may also mean to lose. Thus, ignorance of the truth spares one from pain, and what cannot be attained cannot be lost. The next day at the office, after concluding the weekly meeting of the planning department, I walked side by side with Fong Yuan out of the conference room, followed by our colleague Zhao Li. I lit a cigarette and gestured for him to come over. "What is up?" Zhao Li asked warily. "I heard you enjoy outdoor activities." "Yes, I do," he replied enthusiastically. I smiled and said, "I have a complete set of professional outdoor gear that I bought but have hardly used. I'll sell it to you at a bargain." "Why would you buy outdoor gear if you don't like outdoor activities?" Zhao Li asked, puzzled. "Precisely because I don't like them. It's as good as new. A real steal. Arc'teryx, I'll let you have it for 2,000. I hooked my arm around Zhao Li's shoulder. "Really?" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Of course it's real. Hurry and pay me. I'll have Fong Yuan bring it to you tomorrow." "It's been sitting at his place," I urged. Zhao Li counted out 2,000 yuan from his wallet, reminding me, "Make sure to bring it tomorrow. I'm going rock climbing next weekend." I pocketed the money and said, "You just tell Fong Yuan." Zhao Li then turned to Fong Yuan, who had been distracted, and said, "Fong Yuan, remember to bring the outdoor gear that Zhaoyang left at your place tomorrow." Fong Yuan, snapping back to reality, asked in confusion, "What outdoor gear?" "The Arc'teryx set that Zhaoyang sold to me," Zhao Li patiently clarified. I took a deep drag from my cigarette and headed toward the restroom, while behind me, Fong Yuan erupted in frustration. "Damn it, what are you selling?" "That's mine." He then resignedly told Zhao Li, "All right, don't feel wronged. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." After finishing my smoke in the restroom, I returned to the office to find a cup of coffee on Fong Yuan's desk. He wore anti-radiation glasses and was rapidly typing on the keyboard. I powered on my computer and, while waiting for it to boot up, casually played with my lighter, striking up a conversation with Fong Yuan, still busy with the planning proposal for Gucci's concession in our mall. Fong Yuan, not holding a grudge about earlier, sighed, "Yes. I've been at it for almost a week. The business development department has been waiting for our proposal to negotiate with Gucci's representatives." I responded with a soft acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. Fong Yuan and I were two extremes. He was a relentless worker while I merely drifted through life. The stark contrast in our attitudes yielded disparate outcomes. After 2 years of employment, Fong Yuan had ascended to the position of team leader in the planning department, whereas I remained languishing at the bottom. Suddenly, Fong Yuan ceased his rhythmic typing, his gaze fixed on me with a weighty contemplation. "What is the matter?" I inquired, puzzled by his unusual demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Fong Yuan finally spoke. "I noticed you seemed downcast a couple of days ago, and there is something I Haven T shared with you. Yin Yin and I are getting married next week. At last, you're tying the knot." I instinctively sighed, a wave of heartache coursing through me. Fong Yuan's acquaintance with Yin Yin was entirely due to my relationship with Jian Wei. Yin Yin was Jian Wei's close friend. After I began dating Jian Wei, I facilitated their introduction, leading Fong Yuan and Yin Yin to fall in love. throughout our university years. The four of us often spent time together, deepening our camaraderie, and we jokingly spoke of marrying together after graduation. Fan Yuan and Yin Yan's impending marriage was a momentous occasion, yet it starkly unveiled my own pain and solitude. I ultimately failed to sustain my romance with Jian Wei. At times, human suffering arises from comparison. Yet at this moment, amidst my anguish and loneliness, what could I do but envy and wish the best for Fan Yuan and Yin Yan? The past would inevitably turn to dust, but the winds could not disperse it. It settled heavily upon my heart, shrouding my world in a pallid gray. I smiled at Fan Yuan, saying, "Where's the wedding invitation, my friend? Bring it forth with haste." Fan Yuan nodded and retrieved the invitation from his drawer, handing it to me. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a photograph of Fan Yuan and Yin Yin, their faces aglow with joy. After a long silence, I posed a question to Fan Yuan. Will Jian Wei return for the wedding? Ever since she moved from Los Angeles to New York, I've lost contact with her. However, a few days ago, Yin Yin sent her an email, but there has been no response. Whether she will come back is uncertain. Oh, is that so? I replied with a nonchalant tone, choosing not to engage further with Fan Yuan. My fingers danced across the keyboard, yet my thoughts drifted away, staring blankly at the screen. Chapter 7. The child is yours. My entire day drifted by in a haze, only to realize it was time to leave work as the languorous sunlight of dusk bathed the transparent glass. The commotion at the adjacent desk continued, while I found myself with a moment of respite, retreating to the restroom for a cigarette as I awaited the end of the day. Upon my return, I discovered Yin seated in my office chair, presumably waiting for Fan Yuan to finish his work. I teased her, Yin, your curves have become even more pronounced. I fear my chair may not accommodate you. Stop it, you rogue. Yin shot me a glare in response. I raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. Indeed, she was a striking beauty, exuding a sultry allure. Her round, pert backside complemented her long legs and tall stature, creating an exquisite silhouette. Were she to walk down the street, her figure would undoubtedly capture the admiration of all who beheld it. I approached Fan Yuan, patting him on the shoulder, and inquired, "Have you completed the framework for that proposal?" "The overall concept and structure are in place. Only a few textual explanations remain," Fan Yuan replied. "Let me handle the rest. You should leave now and not keep Yin waiting," I suggested. Yin, with both hands on my face, exclaimed joyfully, "Zhao Yang, you're such a charmer. You have no idea how much we have to juggle later. With a wedding, there will surely be no shortage of tasks," I remarked, gently removing her hands from my face. Fan Yuan finally stretched his body, rising to address me. "All right then, I need to accompany Yin to the wedding planning company and also make a stop at the bridal shop. If you have any questions, feel free to call." "Rest assured, go ahead with your plans," I replied, settling into Fan Yuan's office chair. Fan Yuan quickly gathered his belongings, and as Yin linked her arm through his, she turned back to me, seemingly recalling something. "Zhao Yang, our company's building is about to launch. If you're interested, I can secure an internal price for you, saving you 500 yuan per square meter. As the sales supervisor at a local real estate company, Yin could indeed offer enticing internal rates, potentially saving over 100,000 yuan on a home. Yet, even with such an opportunity, I found myself lacking the means to purchase. "Let us discuss it later," I replied. Fan Yuan inquired, "Which development is launching?" "The second phase of Zhongyuan Eco City," Yin answered. Fan Yuan placed his briefcase down, his expression serious as he said, "Zhao Yang, you should consider it. This development is truly remarkable. Who knows how long it will be before another opportunity arises, especially with property prices sure to soar." "Why buy? You know my financial situation," I retorted. "You and Yin have some savings. Why not lend me a few tens of thousands for a down payment?" "Surely that wouldn't be an issue," he suggested. "You both have a mortgage and car loan to manage, and with a wedding on the horizon, expenses will only escalate." "There is no need for you to worry about my finances," I insisted. Yin interjected, "We can handle our loans easily, Zhao Yang. Just buy the house. It will make things simpler for you when looking for a girlfriend. We can't bear to see you living like this. It's quite alarming. Your loans may be manageable for two, but have you considered how I would repay a mortgage? I can barely support myself, let alone service a loan." I exclaimed, "Enough of this. It's getting dark. You both should head out, I urged Fang Yuan and Yin Yan. They exchanged glances, sighed softly, and then departed. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, I watched as Yin Yan entwined her arm with Fang Yuan's, heading towards their newly acquired white Mazda 6. A peculiar sensation washed over me. All three of us graduated from Suzhou University, yet they had established their own home and vehicle in this city, soon to embark on the journey of marriage. I pondered how such a vast chasm had developed between us. Was it a cruel jest of fate, or had I merely squandered my own potential? In the quietude of my reverie, I couldn't help but wonder if I hadn't parted ways with Jian Wei. Might we be planning a wedding by now? At 9 p.m., I finally completed the proposal that Fang Yuan had left for me. Stretching my body, I carried my cup towards the staff lounge, intending to indulge in one last cup of coffee before the day concluded. Lost in thought, as I listened to the gentle sound of coffee cascading from the machine into my cup, it felt like a tender beckoning, leaving no place for my desires to hide. After gulping down a mouthful of coffee and gazing out at the dense night and flickering neon lights, I yearned to cast off this weary shell. Suddenly, the phone rang. Checking my pocket, I saw it was Li Yao again. "Xiaoyang, where are you?" she asked weakly upon answering. "Working late," I replied, my tone ambiguous. "Could you help me with my laundry? I can't get my hands wet." "Don't you have a washing machine?" I replied, irritation creeping into my voice. Liu Yao's tired voice responded, "Just come over." I found myself speechless, finally muttering, "My priority is the washing machine. Some clothes can't be machine washed. Then take them to the dry cleaners." I retorted, my patience wearing thin. "Do you really expect me to take my lingerie to the dry cleaner? Are you out of your mind?" "Xiaoyang, I just had surgery. I can't touch water. Can't you show me some compassion?" Liu Yao choked back tears. "I know you graduated from the drama school. Please don't put on an act with me." I replied. Liu Yao broke down in tears. "I'm carrying your child, and this is how you treat me? Have you considered my feelings? Do you even realize how heartbroken I am? You're acting like we're in a soap opera with your dramatic questions." I snapped back. "Lei Yao so bet Zhao Yang. You beast. Do you believe I want to harm myself?" Exasperated, I conceded, all right. I'll come over." Her tone instantly shifted to calmness. "Hurry up. I'm waiting for you." As I heard the call end, I suddenly thought, if Li Yao doesn't become a top actress, it would be a travesty. Her acting skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Those trained in the performing arts can indeed be terrifying, especially the women. After leaving the office and standing by the roadside waiting for a taxi, I suddenly recalled my promise to meet Kai about helping her move after work. It was nearly 9:30 p.m. "I hope she has moved my things out already," I muttered to myself. A taxi pulled up beside me, and after contemplating, I decided, since I'd already missed my appointment, I would wash Liu Yao's clothes first and deal with the moving later. About 15 minutes later, I arrived at Liu Yao's single apartment. Standing at the door, I rang the bell repeatedly to vent my frustration at being forced into this situation. Clad in pajamas and clutching a stuffed toy, Liu Yao opened the door, her pallid complexion revealing her exhaustion. Her pitiful appearance made me swallow my prepared harsh words, and I merely grumbled, "You're such a handful. If you weren't sleeping with me, none of this would be happening." Liu Yao stepped aside, inviting me. I had no desire to engage in a verbal sparring match with her, so I asked, "Where are the clothes?" "In the laundry basket in the bathroom," she replied. I entered the bathroom and was taken aback to find 2 oversized laundry baskets overflowing with clothes. "Have you been hoarding a year's worth of laundry just to torture me?" I exclaimed in disbelief. Liu Yao ignored my outburst, her attention fixed on the television, which was blaring even louder. I was fuming, yet I gritted my teeth and began sorting through the baskets, separating what could be machine wash from the delicate items needing hand washing, including her lingerie. The subsequent hour was spent in tandem with the washing machine, diligently working until I finally completed the daunting task. Carrying the freshly laundered clothes to the balcony, I meticulously hung each piece up. Once I had completed the task, I stood on the balcony and lit a cigarette to alleviate my fatigue. Liu Yao approached me with a platter of fruit and softly inquired, "Would you like some?" "I have no appetite," I replied, taking a deep drag from my cigarette. Liu Yao gently extracted the cigarette from between my fingers and, retrieving a tissue from her pocket, dabbed the sweat from my forehead, speaking in a soft tone, Zhao Yang. A magazine says that a man who is willing to wash a woman's underwear is surely a gentle and reliable man. Please, spare me. Do you think I enjoy doing that? I retorted. Despite my harsh words, Lu Yao entwined her arm with mine, leaning against me and asking, "Have you ever washed for any other woman besides me?" "Never," I answered impatiently. "Not even for Jingwei?" She pressed on. "Are you annoying?" "What a ridiculous question," I exclaimed, pushing her away. Lu Yao, accustomed to my demeanor, remained unfazed, simply watching me in silence. I slipped on my coat and said to her, "I'm leaving." "Don't call me again." Lu Yao grasped my arm, insisting I won't let you go. "Let go," I said, raising my arm to shake off her grip. She then stood in front of the door, stating, "Wait, I have something for you." She pulled out a seemingly pre-prepared bank card from the pocket of her nightgown and handed it to me, saying, "This is for you. There's 10,000 yuan on it." "I know you spent a lot this time." I was taken aback and asked, "Where did you get this money?" "I received an advance from the production team." "Is this a sudden attack of conscience?" Lu Yao gazed at me with a sorrowful expression for quite a while. "The child is yours. I've said before, I just want to see you take responsibility. Of course, I will repay you the money you've spent." The more serious her expression became, the more I felt she was merely playing a role. To me, she was simply a woman lost in the extravagance of life, and her notion of responsibility was utterly unreliable. I understood her all too well. Her insistence that the child was mine might merely be a desperate hope. Perhaps even she herself did not know whose child it truly was. Such strange yearnings are difficult to articulate. Yet those of us who dwell in this decadent circle comprehend it all too well. We appear carefree, yet our hearts are empty. Ultimately, I declined Lu Yao's card, despite my dire financial needs. As for why I refused it, I couldn't quite articulate it. Perhaps deep down, I felt a sense of sympathy for her. While I might berate her verbally, I would still lend her a helping hand when she needed it. No matter how glamorous she appeared, I understood the emptiness that lay behind it, for we belonged to the same ilk. The only difference being, one day she might truly achieve fame in the entertainment industry, while I was destined to live a life of ordinariness and solitude. Upon leaving Lu Yao's residence, I immediately hailed a cab to my former dwelling, hoping that Mi Kai would not move my belongings out due to my failure to uphold our agreement. I had no desire to work overtime or be pestered by Lu Yao to do her laundry. Yet, life is fraught with unexpected twists that leave me powerless. Chapter 8. The punishment you deserve as the car entered the dilapidated neighborhood. I rolled down the window to check if my luggage had been retrieved by Mi Kai. To my satisfaction, I found it was still there, indicating that my previous warning had been effective. I ascended the stairs lightheartedly, but upon opening the door, I was greeted by an enveloping darkness. A glance towards Mi Kai's room revealed no light seeping through the cracks. She had not returned tonight. No wonder her car was absent downstairs. No wonder my luggage remained untouched. It was perhaps for the best, as I could enjoy another night of uninvited occupancy. Perhaps this was the only consolation bestowed upon me as the day drew to a close. After a brief wash-up, I lay on the bed. The moment I extinguished the light and closed my eyes, the world around me fell into an unexpected silence. I thought I would soon drift into slumber. Yet fragmented memories intruded upon my mind. These memories were entirely rooted in the past, evoking the present's emptiness and desolation. I could not fathom why Fang Yuan and Yin Yin were able to persevere after graduation, ultimately marrying, while my relationship with Jian Wei ended so bleakly. What had I done wrong? I earnestly wished for Jian Wei to articulate her feelings to me, yet such a simple desire had transformed into an unattainable luxury. Thus, I languished in confusion and despair for 2 years, wallowing in my own misery. I slapped my face heavily, sitting up in bed, and, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, I retrieved the long-neglected guitar from the cabinet. I yearned to sing a song, one for myself and one for Jian Wei. After tuning the instrument, I began to strum the strings, humming the melody of the song lost by Ying Hao. This bustling world, who can truly see? Once more my eyes grow dim. This clamor, who could evade? Again, it invades. This past, who dares to mention? Once more, it fades away. This next life, who will meet again? Once more, can love blossom anew? I have lost my way, unable to find a map. This path of emotion is so arduous. I have lost my way, unable to find an escape. Why has the world grown so numb? I have lost my way, unable to retrace my steps. Those beside me feel like strangers. I have lost my way, treading in place while your heart has soared far away. As I reached the final line, warmth trickled from the corners of my eyes. I had truly lost my way. I had believed that over the past 2 years, I had traveled far, but in reality, I was merely treading water on a map labeled love, while her heart had already flown to distant horizons. Lighting a cigarette, I had barely taken a puff when a sudden knock on the door startled me, nearly causing me to snap a guitar string. Wasn't the house empty? Outside, Mikai's voice called, "If you're so keen on singing, please find a place without people. This is a residential area." I slipped on my slippers and opened the door. Mikai stood before me in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, her curvaceous figure rivaling Yin Yan's. Her delicate face radiated tranquility under the dim light, rendering her presence incomparable. "Did you not hear me sing? I have lost my way. How could I find a deserted place if I am already lost?" I replied with a half-smile. Such a weak argument. Ignoring Mikai's irritation, I inquired, "What are you doing at home? I have been here all along, but I didn't see your car downstairs. It's parked in the empty lot across the street." "No wonder," I sighed, immediately wishing to close the door, fearing Mikai would bring up the topic of moving. It was nearly 1 in the morning. Where could I possibly relocate? Mikai pushed against the door, preventing my escape. I glared at her and asked, "You're not seriously suggesting I move out at this hour, are you?" "Of course not." After a pause, Mikai added, "Didn't you say you wanted to sing and had lost your way? I can take you to a place where you can sing freely." "Really? You would do that for me?" I asked suspiciously. "Since you've already disturbed my sleep, if you still have the desire, I can be your audience." "Your voice is quite good." I sensed that Mikai was attempting to mend our relationship, or perhaps she was merely impressed by my singing. Or maybe she pitied this disheartened man. Regardless of her motives, I felt inclined to accept her offer, as I too was sleepless. Perhaps we would both find solace in our madness. A moment later, Mikai changed her attire, while I donned my pajamas and slippers. Cradling my guitar as we descended the stairs, one after the other, Mikai drove her own car, and, as I settled into the passenger seat, I couldn't help but admire the luxurious Q7. It was my first experience in such a vehicle. Before I could fasten my seatbelt, Mikai abruptly pressed the accelerator, nearly slamming me against the glass. "Are you trying to have a corpse sitting next to you at this hour?" I exclaimed, rubbing my throbbing head. "Who told you not to buckle up? Those who disregard the rules deserve to be jolted," Mikai replied indifferently. I pointed at her, feeling both anger and helplessness. "You must be seeking revenge." Mikai paid no heed to my outburst, maintaining her stoic demeanor as she drove. Approximately 20 minutes later, Mikai brought me to a desolate area far removed from civilization. She parked the car, engaged the handbrake, and turned to me, saying, "There's no one here. Sing to your heart's content. The space inside the car is too cramped. I can't express myself fully. Then step outside and sing." "Do you think I'm foolish? If you drive away, how will I voice my grievances?" I retorted, having grown suspicious of her intentions since she had deliberately started the car while I was unbuckled. "You really talk too much," Mikai said, releasing her seatbelt and stepping out of the car, embodying a demeanor of confidence while I remained apprehensive. I exited the vehicle and stood beside me, Kai, gazing at the sky, and realized that the night was indeed pleasant. The moon shone brightly, stars twinkled sparsely, and the air was refreshing. I felt a sense of relief from the cacophony of life. My heart gradually calmed, and I genuinely appreciated Kai's initiative to bring me to this tranquil place. I needed to release my pent-up frustrations and discontent with reality. I strummed my guitar and began to sing Metamorphosis by Jean Wallin. Upon finishing the song, Mikai unexpectedly applauded and asked, "Do you also enjoy serious music?" "Yes, if there were more instruments, it would feel even more profound," I replied, somewhat astonished that Mikai knew this piece, given that serious music is not widely appreciated and requires a certain level of aesthetic sensibility from both performers and listeners. Mikai nodded, saying, "You don't seem as foolish as you look. Judging a book by its cover is a narrow-minded approach," I countered. Mikai, unfazed by our banter, encouraged, "Please continue." I set my guitar down and addressed Mikai. "You must know quite a bit about music. Can you play the guitar? How about you give it a try? I promise to be your audience, You carry on. In that dim night, within the vast wilderness, having a remarkably beautiful woman willing to listen to me was a gift from the heavens. As I pondered this, guilt washed over me for my earlier brusque treatment of Mikai. She had been quite kind to me, lending me money and offering me shelter for a night. Now she was accompanying me to release my pent-up emotions. Perhaps it was time to reevaluate my abrasive disposition. A cold breeze swept by, prompting Mikai to instinctively adjust her thin clothing. "Why don't you get back in the car? I can vent on my own," I suggested, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. "Are you sure?" I nodded. Mikai opened the car door and sat inside, but she remained engaged, rolling down the window and resting her chin on her hand, eagerly anticipating my next song. As I strummed the guitar strings and sang another tune, lost in the moment, the car behind me suddenly roared to life. Startled, I turned around to find Mikai already buckled in. With a half smile, she remarked, "Your voice is truly delightful. But I must take my leave. This is a consequence for your failure to uphold promises and your rudeness." With that, the car shot off like an arrow, piercing through the night's darkness. "Damn it," I exclaimed, hurling my slipper at her vehicle, though it landed with little effect. "You scoundrel, I know you have ill intentions." Exploiting my compassion, "May you be struck by lightning," I shouted, my words tumbling out in a flurry of frustration toward the vanishing figure of Mikai. I have always been one to easily connect with others, trusting and disinclined to guard my heart. And now I find myself facing this predicament, a fate I truly deserve. Chapter 9. Repaying grievances with virtue. Kai drove at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for 20 minutes, which meant I was now at least 30 kilometers away from home. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Why had I been entangled in such absurd circumstances lately? Picking up my flip-flops from the ground, I adjusted my clothes and looked up to see the North Star still twinkling in the sky. Finding the brightest star, I oriented myself towards the distant, hazy lights, embarking on what felt like a solitary escape. After a good half hour, I finally spotted a road bustling with vehicles. Upon closer inspection, I felt an overwhelming urge to strangle that venomous woman. I had arrived at the section of the Huning Expressway that bordered Suzhou and Wuxi. As dawn approached, a kind passerby finally offered me a ride into the city. I took a taxi to my residence, but in a twist of fate, I realized I had forgotten my wallet and couldn't even pay the fare. I tossed the driver the half-empty pack of cigarettes I had and hurried away. Entering the community, my anger ignited anew. I wanted to confront Mikai, not to discuss life or ideals, but simply to demand why she had treated me so poorly. Once inside my apartment, I placed my guitar on the living room table and approached Mikai's door. Raising my hand, I banged on it vigorously. "Is it amusing to toy with me? Do you have any idea I have to work tomorrow?" I glanced out the window at the sky, which was beginning to brighten, and corrected myself. "No, it's today. After you've caused me this turmoil all night, what kind of state am I supposed to be in for work? If my boss gets upset and fires me, are you going to support me?" I continued my tirade, but the room remained utterly silent. "If you want me to curse you even more harshly, just keep pretending you can't hear me." I pounded on the door once more. Yet, there was still no response. Had she not returned? In my confusion, I twisted the doorknob only to find it locked from the inside. In Mikai's eyes, I was already a scoundrel. Breaking into her room would hardly add to my sins. I rummaged through a set of keys until I found the one for her room and opened the door. Regardless of whether she was awake or not, I had to talk to her. I flicked on the light and beheld Kai lying on her side in bed, covered with a blanket, still silent. "You sleep so soundly. Have you ever considered the torment I've endured?" I sneezed, wiping my nose. "Achoo, I've endured the wind, and you're oblivious to my suffering. I've lived for over 20 years and have never encountered someone who operates as you do. So shameless and so lacking in integrity." My complaints flowed endlessly while she remained unmoved, like a mountain. Just as I was about to pull her from the bed to confront her face to face, she suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Based on common sense, if my earlier sneeze indicated a cold, then her cough surely suggested she had caught a fever from the chill of the previous night. I paused, then scolded, "Is the heavens finally opening your eyes? You're getting your just desserts." Mikai coughed again, yet remained silent, whether out of indifference to me or due to the exhaustion and pain of her fever. "Get out." After a moment, She coldly instructed. You don't need to remind me. I prefer to ignore the suffering of others. It would serve you right to cough yourself to death. I retorted, striding out of her room. I planned to take a hot shower and then catch a quick nap. But intermittently, I could still hear her coughing from her room. I halted my steps toward the bathroom, suddenly engulfed in an internal struggle. I was the only man in this apartment, and her coughs sounded so helpless. Could I really just stand by and do nothing? Enough. After being such a scoundrel for so long, I might as well do one good deed, consider it a way to accumulate virtue, I told myself. I placed the towel on the sofa, walked to the kitchen, found a piece of ginger and a bag of brown sugar, and began to brew ginger tea on the stove. I was so tired that I could barely keep my eyes open, so I lit a cigarette to revive myself, numbly watching the pot of tea simmer. The dawn sun peeked over the horizon, the gentle breeze rustling the hanging plants on the balcony, and the new day radiated an energy and freshness that had persisted for millennia. I found myself entranced. This moment felt enchanting, as if the world belonged solely to me. Perhaps, in light of this rare morning, I was not so fond of the night's revelry after all. Mikai's cough jolted me from my reverie, and I realized the ginger tea had been boiling for quite some time. I turned off the stove, poured a bowl, and made my way to her room. I've made you ginger tea. Drink it, I said, standing by her bedside. There's no need for your kindness, she replied curtly. Who said it was kindness? I'm worried your incessant coughing will keep me awake. I retorted, my frustration evident. Then just move out, and you want tea, hear it, Mikai shot back. I'll move out, and you can cough yourself to death without anyone knowing. I snapped. Enough chatter. Drink the ginger tea, I said, setting the bowl down and propping her pillow up, then roughly helping her sit up. I touched her forehead and confirmed she was indeed running a fever. I handed her the bowl of tea. Drink this first. Mikai ceased her resistance against her own body, accepting the ginger tea from my hands. Though she remained silent, her expression was no longer as frigid as before. After you finish, curl up under the blankets and rest. Leave the bowl. I'll collect it later. You have a slight fever, so take some antipyretics and sweat it out, I advised, fearing Mikai's cold would worsen. I threw on a thick coat before heading out. I rarely fell ill and had little medication at home, so I needed to buy her some antipyretics and cough medicine. It was still too early for the pharmacy to be open, so I wandered several blocks until I found a clinic that was operating. After purchasing the medicine, I caught a taxi back, but the time spent had already pushed it to 7:30 a.m. Once more, I returned to the apartment and found Mikai asleep, her breathing steady and her expression calm. I decided not to wake her. Instead, I rummaged through her bag for her phone, dialed my number, and left a note on her bedside table. When you wake up, remember to take the antipyretics and cough medicine. If you need anything, call me. My number is saved in your phone. The scoundrel in your eyes is an angel in my own, Zhao Yang. Gently tucking her blanket, I exited her room. After a hot shower and skipping breakfast, I boarded the bus to work, struggling to maintain my focus throughout the day. My exhaustion was overwhelming, and I found myself yawning repeatedly, eventually resting my chin on my hand in a position that required considerable skill to appear as if I wasn't asleep. Fang Yuan, busy preparing for his upcoming wedding, arrived at the office just before 10 and promptly roused me. Did you go clubbing again last night? The memory of last night's events reignited my anger, but there was no need to take it out on Fang Yuan. I yawned and replied, I didn't sleep well. I was kept awake all night. Fang Yuan misinterpreted my words, saying, you should pay attention to your health. Although you're still young, you can't afford to be so reckless with women. We're educated individuals. Can we speak more subtly? Fang Yuan chuckled in exasperation before asking, did you finish the project proposal for the Gucci design counter? I've completed it. It's saved in the D drive, I replied. Fang Yuan nodded and handed me a note. Zhao Yang, I'll help you request a leave of absence from the manager. You'll accompany Yin Yin to the mall to buy everything on this list. Are you getting married, or am I? I jestingly inquired as you asked me to accompany Yin Yin on a shopping trip. Fang Yuan sighed, what choice do I have? There's so much to purchase, and Yin Yin cannot carry it all alone. Shortly, I must meet with the marketing department to discuss the proposal for establishing a Gucci counter in our mall. I cannot allow my personal matters to jeopardize the months of preparation our company has invested in this project. Very well, I replied, but stifled a yawn. After wandering for most of the night and having not slept, how could I not feel weary? Feng Yuan patted my shoulder and said, "Endure a little longer. I will treat you to dinner when we return." I waved him off. "You go about your business. I shall take this opportunity to catch a brief nap. Don't doze off just yet. Yin Yin is waiting for you downstairs." Feng Yuan paused, then suddenly lowered his voice to whisper in my ear. "By the way," Jing Wei replied to the email, "there's an 80% chance she will return from America on the day of our wedding." I stared at Feng Yuan in disbelief, my fatigue vanishing in an instant. It felt as though I were traversing realms of ice and fire after 3 long years. Was she finally coming back? Chapter 10. There are bad people among the crowd. Moments later, I descended the stairs with Feng Yuan. He boarded the company's business vehicle, while I took my place in Yin Yin's car. A peculiar tightening gripped my nerves, and I found myself silently resenting Feng Yuan for abruptly disclosing that Jian Wei would be returning. After 3 long years, I was at a loss as to how to confront her. Countless days and nights had been consumed by a frantic desire to see her. Yet an overwhelming fear of the silence and awkwardness that would ensue held me captive. As Yin Yin started the engine and switched lanes while glancing in the rearview mirror, she turned to me and asked, "Zhao Yang, why you look so troubled?" After a brief pause, she added, "It's a bit unlike you." I offered a faint smile and replied, "Must one be heartless to resemble me?" "It was Feng Yuan who informed you of Jian Wei's return, wasn't it?" "Yes," I acknowledged, rolling down the window to light a cigarette. "Ah, that explains it. In this world, aside from Jian Wei, no one else can truly stir your melancholic nerves." Yin Yin remarked with a hint of empathy. "You think too much. She isn't invincible, and I am not so easily broken." I responded with a smile that I hoped would dispel her concerns. Yin Yin shrugged and said, "Zhao Yang, you know your own heart better than anyone. The brighter your smile, the deeper your pain, I suppose." As if she knew me intimately, I finally retracted the smile that she considered a facade, seeking to demonstrate that my suffering was not as profound as she believed. "After all these years of friendship, who better to understand you than me? Zhao Yang, let me be honest. While we all feel regret for you and Jian Wei, I must tell you this. When a woman's heart changes, the man she once loved becomes akin to a discarded cigarette, devoid of pleasure and merely a source of irritation. At that point, the only thing she can do is abandon that cigarette. Do you understand my meaning? Why speak such things to me?" I inhaled deeply from the cigarette, inquiring, "I hope you could be more carefree." After a prolonged silence, I reluctantly asked, "What do you believe love is?" It's simply a promise followed by a lifetime of devotion. Why is it that after making such a promise, one lacks the courage to remain steadfast? Cao Yang, love is not as simple as you perceive. You should understand why Feng Yuan and I could endure, while you and Jian Wei could not. I fell silent again, fully aware of the truth. Both Feng Yuan and Yin Yin, though not from affluent families, came from respectable backgrounds, a fitting match, whereas Jian Wei and I vividly recalled that before she left for her studies abroad, her father gifted her a Cadillac CTS as a graduation present. But must love truly be measured in material terms? I struggled to comprehend. Yin Yin continued, "Jian Wei genuinely loved you. You know, she went to the United States to escape her parents' pressure for marriage, hoping that after 3 years, they would accept her relationship with you. But why, after arriving in America, did she choose to break up with you? I find that puzzling. Perhaps it truly is because I did not wish to revisit the emotions of our initial separation," and interrupted Yin Yin. "Stop. As you said, when she changed her heart, I became merely a cigarette that no longer offered pleasure. My reference to her change of heart was merely a metaphor." Yin Yin consoled. "There are indeed individuals in this world who possess a unique talent for comforting someone on the brink of despair to the point of genuine demise, without a doubt. Yin Yin was one such person." Throughout the day, I accompanied Yin Yin as she purchased items from the list Feng Yuan had provided for their wedding. It was not until evening that we shared a simple meal before parting ways. Despite having endured a sleepless night and laboring throughout the day, as night descended, I found myself devoid of any desire for slumber. Walking the streets, every glimpse of couples nestled under the neon lights stirred within me an endless sense of solitude and emptiness. Instinctively, I sought to numb myself, as if my nights were destined for nightclubs. I told myself that perhaps a drink would grant me a more peaceful sleep tonight. Amid the pulsating music of the bar, the flickering lights, and the throngs of people moving rhythmically, I soon consumed several bottles of beer and began to feel a pleasant dizziness. I relished this sensation, free from worries, love, and resentment, enveloped in a haze of both reality and illusion. In this bar, two resident bands alternated performances each night. Tonight, it happened to be the band Torn Nerves, led by Robin, with whom I shared a good rapport, occasionally indulging in music together. Robin plucked at the guitar strings, producing a teasing sound that drew a smile from me. Zhao Yang, care to join us on stage? Setting down my beer, I leaped onto the platform, seized the guitar from Robin, and called out to the other band members, "Let us perform Resurrection." They nodded in agreement, and as the instruments began to resonate, heavy metal music surged forth. In a drunken frenzy, I balanced on a prop shaped like an ammunition box, fervently strumming the electric guitar and belting out lyrics. The hands of fantasy clutched the banner, my bones hidden beneath my coat, desperately recalling the path I took, only to crash against the wall. Oh God, I can't return. Mother, do bear some strain. Oh Mother, please bring me back to life. Just as I reached the midpoint of the song, a long-haired youth clad in a black jacket and adorned with a gold chain glared at me and shouted, "What nonsense are you singing, you peasant? Change the song." I halted, squinting at him. "You dare repeat that?" The long-haired youth kicked over the nearby drum set and yelled, "You idiot! I told you to change the song. How dare you?" I stood on high and kicked him squarely in the face, reveling in the release of pent-up frustration. I then leapt off the stage, brandishing the guitar to smash it, reducing it to splinters. The long-haired youth crumpled to the ground, clutching his head, howling in agony. His companions rushed at me with beer bottles, but were intercepted by Robin and the band members. Amidst the chaos, I noticed someone calling the police and, without hesitation, discarded the remnants of the guitar before fleeing the bar. In the interrogation room of the police station, the harsh light bore down on me as I faced an older, seemingly amiable officer. Name, gender, age, and occupation. Officer, that kid truly deserved a beating. He kicked her drum set first. You must understand, to us musicians, our instruments are like our siblings. He harmed my sibling. How could I let that slide? Officer, it wasn't my intention to fight. There are indeed bad people among the crowd. I lamented, my expression one of despair. Enough with your excuses. Regardless of your reasons, fighting is wrong. The law does not grant you that right, understand? Officer, I acknowledge my mistake. I have deeply reflected and realized I should not disregard the law as authority. I promise to elevate my awareness and become a law-abiding citizen, committed to not hindering a harmonious society. Enough with the nonsense. Go pay the fine. Will I not be detained? I asked cautiously. The young man you assaulted suffered only minor injuries, and he has agreed to settle privately. You owe him for his medical expenses and lost wages, along with the fine, totaling 6,000 yuan. 6,000. Officer, I don't have that much on me. Call your family or friends. Upon hearing those two words, family and friends, I suddenly felt lost. At that moment, I truly realized how profoundly lonely I was in this city where I had lived for 2 years. I certainly cannot approach Feng Yuan or Yin Yan. Firstly, they are on the verge of marriage, and I do not wish to burden them with my troubles. Secondly, they have expressed countless times their desire for me to lead a stable life. It is better that they remain unaware of such matters, for I fear it might lead to their disappointment. After much contemplation, the visage of one who harbors intense animosity towards me, yet possesses an extraordinary beauty, emerged in my mind. Yes, I shall seek out Mikai. After all, in her eyes, I am nothing but a scoundrel, devoid of any semblance of dignity. I can ask her to assist me in paying the fine, and when I receive my salary next week, I will repay her along with the previous debts. At this moment, I am truly grateful that I noted her phone number earlier that morning. I retrieved my phone from my pocket, located Mikai's number, and promptly dialed it. Chapter 11. Silence between men and tears of women. The phone rang a few times before being answered. I feigned concern before Mikai and asked, "Have you taken the fever-reducing and cough medicines I bought for you?" "I have," Mikai replied flatly, her indifference seeming to lack the previous disdain. Are you feeling any better? A bit better, she said, followed by another bout of coughing. Make sure to wear more clothes. If you keep warm, you'll recover swiftly. I continued to express my concern. Why should I bundle up just to sit at home? Seeing that I had successfully drawn her into conversation, I proceeded. I actually need your help. I'm at the police station. I've gotten into a fight and don't have enough money to pay the fine. Can you come help me out? Mikai paused, taken aback. You got into a fight? Indeed, that fellow is asking for it. I hit him to teach him not to live so recklessly. I see you live rather freely yourself. Mikai shot back, offering neither agreement nor refusal. Anxiously, I pressed. Will you come or not? Can you give me a definitive answer? Mikai remained silent, her silence seemingly deliberate. I continued to plead. Can you come? They're about to take matters into their own hands here. As soon as I finished, the police officer, now irate, shouted, We are law enforcement, not a gang. What do you mean by taking matters into your own hands? I quickly covered the phone and whispered, Calm down, calm down. I was merely using exaggerated language to prompt her to come help me pay the fine. That way, I'll be free and you'll have less to deal with. Right, officer? The officer gestured for me to sort out quickly and said nothing more. Meanwhile, I anxiously awaited Mikai's response. If she refused to come, I would have no choice but to trouble Feng Yuan and his wife. After what felt like an eternity, Mikai finally asked, Which police station? Relieved, I answered, Guanxian Police Station. She acknowledged with a sound and then hung up. Her vague attitude sent me into a spiral of anxiety, especially considering her earlier act of abandoning me in a desolate area 30 kilometers from the city. It was entirely possible she could deceive me once more. The officer had left, and I remained in the interrogation room. The cold walls and the stern words confess and be lenient, resist and face strict punishment weighed heavily upon me. I longed to escape this place, but as time passed, I began to doubt whether I had been deceived yet again. Half an hour later, the door, which had remained shut, finally opened. A female officer entered and said, Zhaoyang, right? Someone has paid your fine. Please bring your ID for registration. Her words released the tension in my body, and as I stood up, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. Yet my heart was unburdened. She had indeed come to rescue me from this predicament. As Mikai and I exited the police station side by side, I experienced an otherworldly sensation. Even the air outside, thick with exhaust fumes, seemed invigorating. Mikai tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, covering her mouth with her hand as she coughed again. She had come to help me despite being unwell. Feeling guilty, I said to Mikai, I'm sorry for the trouble today, about the fine and the money I owe you. I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think my salary next week won't even cover it. Mikai appeared unconcerned about repayment. She stopped and said, You realize you've caused me trouble, so please refrain from getting into such messes in the future. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. You call me scum before. ISNT, getting into fights and playing with women to the mark of a true scoundrel? Mikai glanced at me without speaking, her previous disdain for me reigniting in her eyes. Perhaps she thought I was simply being obstinate, failing to recognize my underlying self-mockery. Mikai continued walking, and I fell in step beside her, lowering my tone to negotiate. Actually, once I get my salary next week, I could repay you the money my father left me. But it wouldn't leave me with enough to rent a place. How about I pay you back first, and you let me stay for another month? Once I'm financially stable, I'll move out. Mikai regarded me with an unreadable expression. In the silence between us, a taxi, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, pulled up nearby. The door swung open, and out rushed Li Yao, clutching a handbag. Li Yao stood before me, facing Mikai. Their heights were similar, though their styles differed, yet both exuded a unique elegance, true beauties in every sense. Even the two passing male officers couldn't help but glance back. What brings you here? I asked in confusion. Li Yao, her tone laced with concern, replied, Robin called me, saying you got into a fight at a bar and were taken to the police station. I'm fine now, I responded lightly. Li Yao didn't reply to me, but turned to Mikai. Say, miss, could you please step aside? I need to speak with Zhaoyang privately. Mikai, already disinterested in remaining, nodded and walked to her car, subsequently driving away. This night seemed to grow more troublesome, and I felt a surge of irritation. Habitually lighting a cigarette, Li Yao glanced towards where Mikai had disappeared and asked, Was it her who paid your fine? Let us not state the obvious, shall we? I replied, somewhat impatiently. What is your relationship with her? Whatever you think our relationship is, it is, I responded dismissively. My nonchalance and impatience cast a shadow over Lu Yao's expression, leading her into silence. After smoking half of the cigarette, I finally said to Lu Yao, you should head back. It's windy, and you just had surgery. Your body can't handle it. Lu Yao shook her head, indicating she wouldn't leave, then asked, why did you get into a fight? Is there something bothering you? I paused, taken aback by her question. It made me reflect on why I had fought. After 2 years of bar hopping, encountering all sorts of drunk and unruly people, I had always chosen to ignore them. Why had I refused to endure it today? Though I was reluctant to admit it, the news of Jianwei's return had certainly triggered my outburst. When she was far away, the pain lay dormant. But her impending return had stirred those wounds, straining my already fragile nerves. Looking at Lu Yao, I rubbed my face vigorously and said, I beg you, please don't ask anymore. Xiaoyang, am I truly that bothersome to you? Lu Yao asked, tears brimming in her eyes. I remained silent, smoking, as we stood in the cold wind, embodying a classic scene of unspoken emotions between a man and a woman. After a long pause, Lu Yao finally said, I'll be heading to Hengdian next week. The crew is starting early. Is that so? Best wishes for your success. Lu Yao looked at me with a complex expression and softly said, I'm not telling you this to seek your blessing, but rather that during my absence, you can live well and at least find some joy. I continued to remain silent, my heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of their origins. Lu Yao reached into her handbag and took out a pen, saying, give me your hand. Though I was unsure of her intentions, I mechanically extended my hand toward her. Lu Yao inscribed a sequence of digits upon my palm and spoke softly. This time, I shall remain in Hengdian for an extended duration. Should you find yourself burdened by melancholy or troubled thoughts, do not hesitate to dial this number. At the very least, we may converse as friends. Pausing momentarily, she added, this line remains active round the clock. I found myself at a loss for words, merely gazing at her in silence. Lu Yao tucked the pen into her bag, offered me a gentle smile, and said, when we meet next, we shall say long time no see. Farewell, Xiaoyang. Watching her retreating figure, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over me. Perhaps even casual companions develop faint affections over time, despite the frequent vexations she has brought upon me. The night deepened, and it was time to return, yet to where? Though I still reside in that aged yet comforting abode, it is only by sheer audacity that I remain. Should Mitsai insist upon my departure, where then shall I consign these lingering pangs of melancholy, disappointment, and solitude? Must they truly be surrendered to the boundless, endless night? No, I refuse to leave. I must have a sincere conversation with Mitsai, even if it means imploring her to shelter me, merely to find a proper resting place for these burdensome emotions. Chapter 12. The request for roommate as the night deepened and the effects of alcohol began to fade. I zipped up my jacket, lit a cigarette, and wandered aimlessly through the streets, illuminated by the glow of neon lights. My mind was consumed by an incessant stream of trivial thoughts, and a sense of discontent with my current life washed over me. I yearned to take action, to make something of my existence, yet I found myself at a loss as to where to begin, plunging me further into confusion. Passing by a hotel, I observed the scattered lights from dozens of windows, as if I were peering into the intimate moments of couples entwined in bed, causing the entire building to sway with their passion. On this night, while some reveled in the warmth of their rooms, others, like myself, trudged through the streets, enduring the solitude that the night imposed. It is this stark contrast that renders the world so multifaceted and authentic. I ought to recognize that this world is, by nature, a tapestry of complex contradictions, where loneliness and despair must be borne by someone. Thus, I need not feel aggrieved or complain. Yet, the moonlight tonight was exceptionally beautiful, casting a spotlight on those lost in their solitude, rendering them vulnerable. I implore the celestial beings above to extinguish the moon's luminescence. I am willing to bear my isolation, but I do not wish for it to be laid bare in this unforgiving world. Upon returning to my residence, I instinctively glanced downstairs, but did not see Mikai's car. I then circled to the opposite side of the building and spotted it parked there. Mikai seemed to have grown accustomed to leaving her vehicle in this spot. I squatted beside her car, smoked another cigarette, and eventually made my way upstairs. I lingered at her door for a moment before knocking. "Mikai, are you asleep?" I inquired softly. "Is there something you need?" She responded, "I want to speak with you." "There's nothing for us to discuss," Mikai replied, as I had anticipated. "At the very least, let me express my gratitude for tonight. I truly appreciate your help." "No need." Mikai firmly rejected my overture with 3 words. "I insist. I will feel uneasy if I do not thank you," I declared, and without waiting for her consent, I opened her door under the guise of gratitude. The lights in her room were still on, and Mikai sat at her desk, engrossed in a book or some documents. She seemed unfazed by my impudence, offering no reaction to my uninvited entrance. I approached her, glancing over her shoulder. "What are you reading?" Mikai ignored me, her focus unwavering on her papers. I stood there awkwardly, contemplating how to broach the subject of my desire to continue residing here. "Do you think it is appropriate to stand in a woman's room at such a late hour?" Mikai asked coldly. "I merely wish to say thank you." "I meant no offense," I hurriedly replied. "Then go ahead, but make it quick and leave afterward." "Oh," I responded, then asked, "By the way, did you take your medicine tonight? I heard you coughing earlier." Mikai closed her documents and frowned at me. "If you have something to say, please do so quickly. I am preparing to rest." "You asked me to speak," I retorted, "but don't turn against me after I do." "Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking," she shot back. "That is not an option. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. You invited me to express myself, and I shall do so." After gathering my thoughts, I finally said, "To be honest, I do not wish to move out." Upon uttering those words, I instinctively straightened up, attempting to project an air of authority to persuade Mikai to acquiesce to my request to stay. Mikai regarded me calmly and stated, "I have already told you that the money you owe can be deferred, so you have no justification for not moving out." I reiterated that I have no desire to leave. "Do you not comprehend my meaning?" I raised my voice. "But you have promised me on multiple occasions that you would find a new place to live. Do you consider your promises so easily discarded?" Mikai's tone was icy, her eyes flashing with indignation. "What is wrong with me staying here? In case of plumbing issues or a broken light, I can handle it. When it rains and you're not home, I can help gather your laundry. For instance, today, when you fell ill, I could not stand by idly. I would have bought medicine for you and prepared some ginger soup. Why must you insist on complicating things for both of us?" "I am not the one complicating matters," Mikai replied succinctly, leaving me momentarily speechless. After a lengthy silence, I finally said, "Regardless, I refuse to move out. I owe you a significant amount of money, and I believe repaying you is more important than relocating." Mikai unexpectedly asked, "Why do you think repaying me is more crucial than moving out?" Without much contemplation, I responded, "Paying you back would bring me peace of mind, while moving out leaves me feeling adrift and empty. If you were in my shoes, would you prioritize repaying the debt or relocating? Moving out would allow you to find another place to live. Where does this emptiness stem from?" Mikai pressed further. I surveyed the room, overwhelmed by a surge of unexpressed emotions. Mikai could not fathom my attachment to this space, nor the sentiments it evoked within me. Thus, each time she urged me to leave, she failed to consider my feelings. However, it must be acknowledged that she was under no obligation to do so. My attachment was ultimately my own burden to bear. I lit a cigarette to alleviate the sense of loss and helplessness that plagued me. "Could you refrain from smoking in my room?" Mikai's voice was tinged with disdain, yet I could not fault her. It was my own rudeness that had led me to overlook the fact that I was still in her space. "My apologies. I will smoke on the balcony," I replied quietly. After finishing my cigarette on the balcony, I returned to the living room, only to be surprised to find Mikai seated on the sofa rather than in her bedroom. For the first time, she initiated a conversation, saying, "You have yet to answer my earlier question. You asked why moving out would leave me feeling empty and isolated, correct?" I confirmed, to which she nodded. I settled onto the sofa opposite her, closed my eyes, and allowed the countless days and nights I had spent in this place to replay like vivid fragments in my mind. After an interminable silence, I finally spoke. "I moved in 2 years ago. The initial days of my residence here marked the darkest period of my life. I suffered from insomnia nearly every night. The reason for my sleeplessness lay in the multitude of thoughts that I could not share with anyone. Burdened by these unspoken sentiments, I found solace in the inanimate objects surrounding me. My floor lamp, the cabinet, the wall clock, even a mop became my confidants. Though they never uttered a word in response, they remained patient listeners, unperturbed by the length of my monologues. Consequently, after unburdening my heart, I felt a sense of relief. I am profoundly grateful to them and to this space, as they have been my refuge and companions. Thus, I have no desire to leave. I cherish this humble abode, for it is the safest and warmest corner of my world. Upon concluding my thoughts, I noticed Mikai regarding me with a gaze imbued with complexity, yet I remained oblivious to its significance, anxiously awaiting her decision on whether I could continue residing here. Chapter 13. No More Nightclub Visits. The moonlight outside was remarkably bright, streaming through the window and casting a soft glow in the living room, dimming the artificial lights. Yet, it was Mikai's exquisite and ethereal visage that seemed to outshine the moon. I found myself gazing at her, her serene expression eliciting a sense of apprehension within me. Perhaps my fondness for this abode could not sway her cold demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Mikai finally spoke. "Do you love this house?" I nodded earnestly. "I love it dearly. No one in this world could possibly love this unremarkable dwelling more than I do." Mikai smiled lightly. "That may not necessarily be true." I looked at her, astonished. "Are you perhaps the one who loves it more than I do?" In truth, I had always been curious why Mikai and Oldley had purchased this house together. While I could imagine it as a form of artistic expression for the wealthy, the real reason was likely far more complex than my assumptions. Mikai did not respond to my inquiry, but instead asked, "How long do you plan to stay?" "Does that mean you've agreed?" I asked, a hint of excitement in my voice. "Zhaoyang, can you please address the issue directly?" Mikai's tone revealed some dissatisfaction. I chuckled softly. "So you do know my name?" Mikai frowned again. I offered an awkward smile, fearful she might rescind her offer, and quickly added, "Let me answer your question first. I intend to stay. For another month, is that acceptable?" After a moment of contemplation, Mikai finally replied, "That's fine. But you must agree to 2 conditions first." "Sure, as long as you don't throw me out. I'm willing to comply," I assured her, patting my chest. "Don't be so quick to make promises. Let's see if you can follow through," Mikai retorted. I laughed awkwardly, acknowledging my lack of credibility in her eyes, and proposed, "Let us put it this way. I will do my utmost to meet your requests. How about that?" "All right," Mikai said, pausing before continuing. "First condition, you're not allowed to visit nightclubs anymore. Can you manage that?" I gasped instinctively, taken aback by her unexpected demand. Mikai gazed at me, awaiting my response. Although I was puzzled by her reasoning, I chose not to delve into her thoughts, realizing that understanding a woman's intentions can often be elusive. The priority was to settle in, so I nodded affirmatively. "I can do that." "What is the second condition?" "During your stay, I found myself unable to take action, merely managing a wry smile in resignation. The indifference I had harbored over the years, along with my various transgressions, now appeared as a poignant sorrow imparted by her. I had been ensnared in this sorrow, immersing myself in an inescapable past, inflicting self-harm. As the scent of smoke gradually dissipated in the expansive office, I remained solitary. The warm afternoon breeze, infused with an inexplicable melancholy, wafted through the open window, mirroring my own sentiments. After sitting in silence for a while, hunger finally struck me. I stuffed the remnants of my cigarette into my pocket and resolved to seek sustenance. Upon exiting the elevator, my phone rang, revealing it was Robin calling. With a hint of apology in his tone, he said, "Zhaoyang, I sincerely regret what happened yesterday. I couldn't support you." I chuckled nonchalantly. "As brothers, there is no need for apologies. You guys in the band shouldn't be burdened with bar fights. Who would dare to host you for a performance again? Besides, it's my duty as a fine young man to teach those oblivious fools a lesson. So don't worry about it." Robin chuckled in return. "Fair enough, brother. By the way, there's a fashion show at Soho Bar tonight, filled with beautiful girls. I know a few quite well. I'll introduce you to any that catch your eye." "All right." I answered instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. Then it's on me tonight. Let us indulge ourselves. As I walked away from the office building, sunlight suddenly enveloped me, and my thoughts seemed to expand in tandem. I abruptly remembered my promise to Kai, vowing not to frequent nightclubs again. Pausing in my tracks, I reflected on my recent unreliable behaviors towards her and resolved to uphold my word this time. After a brief silence, I told Robin, who was still awaiting my response. My memory fails me. I have some personal matters this evening, so I truly cannot make it. What could be more important than our gathering for food and fun? Robin inquired jokingly, albeit with a hint of surprise, for in his eyes, Xiaoyang, had always treated revelry as a paramount aspect of life. There are priorities. Let us reschedule for another day. I genuinely cannot tonight. Robin responded with slight disappointment, but ultimately did not press me further, allowing me to embrace the tranquil evening ahead, defined by my commitment to keeping my promise. After ending the call, I strolled along the road, greeted by the warm breeze, somewhat astonished by my transformation. Even if I had agreed to Robin, it would not have been an issue with my integrity. I could confidently tell Kai that I merely attended a company gathering and had a few drinks. She might govern the heavens and the earth, but she could not dictate the legitimacy of my gatherings with colleagues. But why did I choose not to deceive her? I found myself perplexed. After a long pause, I could not discern the rationale, so I settled on the notion that she was simply too beautiful, and men instinctively tend to yield to beauty. Yet this unfounded logic seemed increasingly untenable. So what was the underlying reason? After much contemplation, I still found myself bewildered. Chapter 14. You are my new tenant. One evening after work, Fong Yuan and I found a Chinese restaurant near the company and ordered a simple meal, sitting across from each other. Moments later, the dishes arrived, and Fong Yuan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Noticing my lack of movement, he remarked, "Why aren't you eating? Are we not waiting for Yin Yin?" I questioned. "She went to Shanghai to meet Jianwei. This meal is just for us two." Fong Yuan replied calmly. "She is going to meet Jianwei? You're getting married in just a few days. Can she really leave?" I asked, somewhat perplexed. Fong Yuan shrugged off my concern, saying, "She just left after work and will be back by tomorrow morning. It won't to interfere with anything." I nodded and began to eat as well. Fong Yuan then set down his chopsticks, gazing at me before asking, "Xiaoyang, how about we have some drinks?" "I'm not drinking today." After a pause, he continued, "You seem a bit down. I think Yin Yin hasn't gone far. Should I call her to come back and pick you up? You could take this rare opportunity to see Jianwei." I sighed and muttered, Yin really is marrying a dog just to follow a dog." "What do you mean?" Fong Yuan shifted in his seat, not minding my indirect insult. "You both lack empathy. Please, don't comfort someone who wants to die into actually going through with it, okay? Did I comfort you?" Fong Yuan retorted innocently. I felt a surge of anger. "Can you even eat this meal? If not, just leave." My frustration caused Fong Yuan to sigh, shaking his head. "You're still the same. Every time Jianwei is mentioned, you change your demeanor faster than flipping a book. Are you really unable to get past her?" It dawned on me that Fong Yuan's earlier remarks had merely been a test, leaving me at a loss for words and sinking back into silence. Fong Yuan then called the waiter for 2 cans of Qing beer, tearing one open and handing it to me while taking a sip from his own. He deliberately shifted the subject, inquiring, "How is it going with that model?" "Let us not go there. She is just a distraction for both of us during our lonely times." "A distraction?" "Interpret it however you wish," I replied nonchalantly, taking a hearty gulp of beer. Fong Yuan followed suit and probed further. "Be honest with me. Since Jianwei left, has there been no girl who has made your heart flutter?" "No," I answered without a second thought. Fong Yuan shook his head. "You don't strike me as the kind of person who is incapable of being infatuated. Perhaps over these years, it's your own heart that has been restless. If you truly settled down and thought about it, there might be a girl who has captured your heart all along, and you just didn't notice." "My heart is restless?" I questioned, bewildered. Fong Yuan nodded seriously, gesturing for me to drink and think. "Just take a moment to reflect with this drink. I guarantee you'll gain some insight." Skeptical, I followed his advice and took a sip, allowing my mind to wander through the memories of the girls I had encountered over the years. After a while, I realized I hadn't truly felt anything for any of them. I preferred to freeze those memories in the fleeting moments of passion. I vividly recalled the mornings after those nights, as the sunlight streamed onto the blankets lifted by our bodies, yet I never felt a sense of security. I often longed to slip on my pants and escape, as the dawn's light merely illuminated my material poverty, overshadowing the thrill and ecstasy of the night. If a woman were to sit beside me in bed one morning discussing marriage, I would surely fall apart, and under such collapse, I would forget what it felt like to be enamored. Is there truly no one? Feng Yuan raised his beer to clink with mine, his concern evident in his voice. I merely shook my head, taking another sip of beer, too weary to utter another word, unwilling to think of any woman. Yet thoughts can be strange. When I least wanted to ponder, my landlord's unreal beauty flashed through my mind. I stared blankly at the potted plant behind Feng Yuan, my thoughts swirling like a tempest. Could Mi Kai be the woman Feng Yuan spoke of who ignited my heart? I quickly dismissed the notion. It was utterly absurd. I had only known Mi Kai for a few days. Even if she were as stunning as a celestial being, I had no reason to feel anything for her, as my fantasies and impulses regarding women had long been extinguished by the harshness of time. Feng Yuan awaited my response, but I preferred not to engage in a discussion regarding feelings that held no significance for me, opting instead to remain silent. After finishing a can of beer, we resumed our meal, oblivious to the darkening sky outside. The streetlights on either side cast a similar glow, illuminating the city beneath the night's veil. Feng Yuan and I each lit a cigarette, idling away the time after our meal. As we chatted, Feng Yuan glanced out at the night and jokingly asked Zhao Yang, "Something seems off today. It's pitch black outside, yet you're still here. Aren't you supposed to be out seeking enjoyment?" "I'm not going anywhere. I'll just head home to sleep." Feng Yuan seemed taken aback, exclaiming, "Who has murdered your night?" I was momentarily stumped by his question, as my once carefree evenings had indeed been interrupted by the sudden appearance of a woman in my life. I was too eager to answer Feng Yuan's inquiry, but was desperate for him to help me analyze a perplexing question that had troubled me for days. Why did Mi Kai, who drove an expensive car, choose to live in that dilapidated house? I refused to believe it was fate playing tricks on us, as the notion of destiny felt forced, especially after I had thrown away her blanket, leading her to abandon me in the wilderness. This world didn't seem to offer such torturous cycles of fate. After a pause, I told Feng Yuan, "Let me share something rather intriguing. Does this intriguing matter have a direct connection to your decision not to go out?" I nodded and selectively recounted the events that had transpired between Mi Kai and me over the past few days due to that house. Feng Yuan listened, skepticism etched on his face. After a brief silence, he asked, "Are you sure she drives a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands and lives in your rundown place?" "Absolutely. Help me analyze this. What could her motive possibly be?" I earnestly inquired. "Well, it's certainly isn't for financial gain." Feng Yuan scoffed, casting me a doubtful glance. I knew I had no wealth, just a worthless life, yet I was genuinely serious about this matter. "Can you take this seriously for once?" "Zhao Yang, we live in a very pragmatic world. Don't expect her to be someone who owes you from a past life, coming back to repay you in this one." I stroked my chin, feigning seriousness as I replied, "Don't dismiss the possibility outright. Perhaps my life has been filled with misdeeds, leading to my current state. And maybe my landlord is here in this life to repay a kindness from a past one." "Repay you? Didn't you say she tricked you into freezing on the highway between Suzhou and Wuxi? Is that how she is repaying you?" I pointed at Feng Yuan, at a loss for words, eventually saying, "You're just a bad friend." Feng Yuan chuckled softly, rising to pat my shoulder as he said, "Zhao Yang, the emergence of a woman to divert your attention from Jianwei may not be such a bad thing after all." Before I could respond, he continued, "It's nearly 7:30. I have a meeting with the wedding planner at 8. Let us call it a night." Watching Feng Yuan's retreating silhouette, I lit a cigarette in my bewilderment, feeling perplexed by his words. Why would the appearance of Mi Kai shift my focus away from Jianwei? After leaving the restaurant, I purchased a can of beer and, as I sipped it while navigating through the throngs of people, I listened to their laughter and chatter, pondering my own troubles as I made my way home. Upon entering my dark abode, I switched on the living room light and surveyed my surroundings. The emptiness was palpable, and my landlady, Mi Kai, seemed yet to return. Bored to tears, I sank onto the sofa and switched on the television. Without the intoxication of nightlife, the night stretched on interminably. I could hardly remember the last time I found myself, as I did now, seeking solace in front of the television like a homebody. And the boredom was palpable. It was only 8:30, yet I was tormented by ennui. After smoking a cigarette and daydreaming for a while, I realized only 10 minutes had passed. I felt as though I might perish from the solitude. How excruciatingly long a solitary night could be. I rummaged through my room for my guitar, found a sheet of music, and began to practice. If there was one pastime I cherished besides the indulgence of nightlife, it would be strumming my guitar to stave off boredom. As I finished a song and prepared to play another, I finally heard a noise from outside. The door opened, and there stood Mikai, clutching a handbag, her beauty breathtaking. Despite our past grievances, I could not deny her allure. She appeared to be a masterpiece crafted by divine whim. Setting down my guitar, I greeted her with a smile. "You're back?" Mikai replied softly as she headed toward her room. "Stop right there," I called out, my tone serious, yet I was driven by boredom and unwilling to endure solitude. Mikai turned to meet my gaze. "Is there something you need?" I scrutinized her, increasingly puzzled by the source of her striking beauty. I blurted out, "How on earth are you so beautiful? You're not some kind of monster transformed, are you?" "Furing herbro, mi jai retortet coldi." Please don't make me feel like I'm inviting a wolf into my home. I stood up, feigning indignation. "Miss, you must be mistaken. I was here first." "Isn't you're inviting a wolf in assertion a bit misplaced?" Mikai dismissed my argument about who arrived first, her tone still frosty. "If you believe I'm a monster, feel free to move out anytime." I won't object. "Why should I leave? This is my home. You're merely a new tenant, and besides, you agreed to stay here. I've kept my end of the bargain, staying in like a Buddha after work. So please, don't ever mention moving out again." I stood to emphasize my agitation. "I'm your new tenant?" Mikai's tone was clearly displeased. I remained unfazed by her irritation, insisting, "Yes, from this moment on, you shall be my female tenant. In this abode, the one with the longer tenure is the landlord. Don't you find this rather dull? And let me remind you, you have no right to impose the title of female tenant upon me, as I only agreed to stay for a month. Soon, you will be left here with a tenant's identity forever." She shot back with an air of confidence. "And what of a month? Even if I'm just a landlord for that brief time, it's still delightful." I replied defiantly, though her words about leaving forever cast a shadow over my spirits. Mikai, unwilling to engage further, merely muttered, "Who cares about you?" and turned away toward her room. In the solitude of my living room, I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, finding humor in the absurdity of my self-proclaimed landlord status. The smoke spiraled toward the window, illuminated by the light, captivating my attention. A sudden breeze wafted in, snapping me back to reality. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of Jianwei's hazy outline, and it struck me. In 3 days, we would meet at Feng Yuan and Yin Yin's wedding. I had a premonition that these next 3 days might be even more torturous than 3 years apart. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why our 4-year love, cultivated during the most splendid years of our lives, could not reach a fulfilling conclusion. Even in parting, a reason would have sufficed. Yet, I closed my eyes, the smoke curling from my fingertips evoking tears. Chapter 15. Teasing me, Kai returning to the sofa. I finished the cigarette in my hand, extinguishing it in the ashtray. I glanced at the guitar beside me, but I lacked the spirit to sing even a single song. Reclining on the sofa, I succumbed once more to the torment of boredom. Casting my gaze towards Mikai's room, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Were it not for her imposition, I would have been enjoying a beer with Robin and the others, reveling in a parade of stunning women. Thus, the monotony I now faced was largely a burden she had bestowed upon me. Had she not abruptly purchased this apartment, I would not have to compromise my lifestyle to continue residing here, nor would I be languishing in such a tedious night. I believe she bore a responsibility to alleviate this relentless boredom. Regardless of how predatory this logic might seem to others, it felt entirely justified to me. For in my understanding, boredom was a formidable foe, stemming entirely from loneliness. Who among us does not fear solitude? I approached Mikai's door. resolved to shatter the confines of loneliness on this still early night. I knocked, calling out to Mikai, who was presumably engaged in some activity within. Are you free? Let's chat for a bit. We have no common language, came her voice from inside. Everyone speaks Chinese, so how can we lack a common language? I retorted. Besides, I am a landlord, and you are the tenant. Sharing the same roof necessitates communication for a harmonious coexistence. Mikai ignored my words, leaving only an awkward echo in the room. I promptly shifted my strategy, adopting a more conciliatory approach. I knocked again, saying, "Have you had dinner? How about I whip up a late-night snack?" Unmoved, Mikai interrupted me, exasperated. "Please do something meaningful." "What?" "I offered to make you a late-night snack. And you mock my existence, right? Very well. I shall refrain from disturbing you." I sulked back to the sofa, unwilling to accept her dismissive attitude. Just because I am poor and lack ambition does not mean I am willing to be belittled to elevate her stature. I still cared for my dignity. I found a spoon in the kitchen, placed it on the coffee table, and began to twirl it with my fingers, making it spin like a top. Half an hour later, Mikai's door opened. She emerged, now dressed in a white coral fleece pajamas set, heading towards the bathroom, seemingly ready to wash up and retire for the night. I watched her intently. She, however, averted her gaze, only glancing at the still spinning spoon as she approached the coffee table. She halted, looking at me, while I, maintaining an impassive expression, continued to flick the spoon, making it whirl even faster. My idle antics finally elicited a faint smile from Mikai, though I could not discern if it was genuine amusement or derision. "What are you laughing at? Did I not just inform you that I was playing with the spoon?" I remarked, increasing the speed of the spinning utensil. Mikai nodded, responding, "You are indeed a man of your word," showing improvement. With that, she fell silent and proceeded to the bathroom. I cast a sideways glance at her retreating figure and abruptly halted the spoon's rotation with a slap. Moments later, Mikai emerged from the bathroom, her hair cascading down, tips slightly damp. Despite having removed her makeup, her skin remained fair and flawless, accentuating her natural beauty. Among all the women I had known, none had retained such allure without their makeup. She continued to disregard my presence, walking toward her room. Emboldened, I called out once more, "Hold on." "What now?" Mikai replied, her tone frosty, her expression even colder. Feeling a bit sheepish, I mustered the courage to say, "I'm quite bored. Would you keep me company for a while?" "Go find someone as bored as you," she replied. "I intend to rest." Feeling as if I had received a reprieve, my voice rose slightly. "You said it yourself. I shall go find entertainment now. You may leave, but take your belongings with you. There is no need for you to return. I knew you would exploit my vulnerabilities for your amusement. Honestly, after over 3 years of renting, I have encountered all sorts of people, yet I've never met a tenant as haughty as you. Can't you show a little courtesy to your landlord?" I forced the title of tenant upon me, Kai, once again, filled with dissatisfaction. Mikai shot back. "I've never met someone so shameless. If I weren't shameless, I would have been homeless long ago. This predicament is your doing." I glared at Mikai. Recalling the events of the past few days, my frustration reignited. "Aren't you the landlord? Who dares to pressure you?" Mikai's gaze lingered on me, a smirk playing on her lips, her words dripping with sarcasm. I pointed at her, my anger bubbling. "You wicked woman. I claim to be the landlord merely to shield my own dignity. Could you leave me some semblance of respect?" With a long sigh, I lamented, "The life of the impoverished is arduous. There is no sense of happiness. People like you are akin to ruffians in ancient times, and in modernity, mere rogues." Mikai shot me a glare, unwilling to engage further, and turned to retreat into her room. Watching her slam the door shut, I spat in frustration. Oh, how grand the bourgeoisie is. After toying around in the living room for a while, I returned to my own room, closed the door, and lay on my bed. Habitually, I lit a cigarette, my mind still replaying the verbal sparring with Mikai. Although I gained nothing, the image of her taut face, calling me a rogue and scoundrel, brought a hidden satisfaction. My mood seemed to lighten, and before long, I drifted off to sleep, finally escaping the torment of boredom. Perhaps due to sleeping early the previous night, I awoke at 6 in the morning, and despite my efforts, I could not return to slumber. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my thoughts wandering to the upcoming wedding of Feng Yuan and Yin Yin. which stirred a sense of anxiety within me. I recognized that this anxiety was not unfounded. It was intricately linked to my imminent meeting with Jian Wei. Quite a predicament. No matter how I tried to reassure myself, I found it impossible to remain calm. Moreover, I was curious. Like Jian Wei, I had devoted years of youth to her. As I grew anxious about our meeting, I wondered if she felt the same way. I had no answers. I could not measure Jian Wei against myself, for women sometimes differ from men. Perhaps, when we met again after 3 years, she would regard me as nothing more than an acquaintance, or even a stranger. As dawn broke, my persistent anxiety led me to abandon the idea of further sleep. After a brief wash, I resolved to prepare myself a breakfast. Opening the refrigerator, I discovered a few salted eggs left for the previous days, and decided to cook a pot of porridge, pairing it with some oil sticks, a rather pleasant breakfast combination. I ventured downstairs to a breakfast shop for the oil sticks, then to a convenience store for some pickled vegetables. Upon my return, the pot on the stove was already boiling, and I added the rice, then grabbed a mop to clean the apartment. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the window, reminding me that both Mikai and I had forgotten to close it last night. No wonder this morning felt chillier than usual. Autumn was already halfway through, and the morning temperature was low. I wrapped myself in my clothing and approached the balcony to close the window, just as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the glass, lazily illuminating the colorful foliage below, as if to whisper, "This is a splendid morning." To immerse myself in this delightful morning, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, gradually calming my restless heart. As I opened my eyes, I beheld Mikai emerging from her room, still clad in her pajamas, her demeanor reflecting the lingering haze of sleep. Leaning against the mop, I greeted her with a playful smile. "Good morning, my esteemed tenant." Mikai seemed disinclined to dwell on the tenant identity I had imposed upon her. She tucked her tousled hair behind her ear and inquired, "Do you always rise this early?" "Not at all. Today, I intentionally awoke early to prepare breakfast for you." I nonchalantly fabricated a little lie. "Is that so? But I was planning to sleep a bit longer." "Then why are you up now?" I queried, feigning ignorance, fully aware that her current need was to visit the restroom. Yet, my curiosity piqued at the thought of such an unrefined term escaping the lips of such a beautiful woman. Perhaps she felt too shy to utter it. Regardless of her embarrassment, I was determined to extract some amusement from the start of the day. Mikai frowned at me in silence, and it was evident that such a poised beauty found it difficult to articulate the word urinate. My heart swelled with delight, and I shamelessly stepped in front of the restroom door. After a moment, Mikai said, "Move aside." "I want tea." I retorted, "Do you understand manners? You haven't answered my question, and you're already making me quite irritable this early." My voice rose slightly. Mikai stood her ground, her face flushed. Perhaps she was vexed by me, or perhaps by the pressing need that had accumulated overnight. How could she not feel the urgency? A sense of triumph blossomed within me, as if I had avenged the grievance of Mikai's unwarranted claim over this abode. I pressed on. "Go on. If you intend to sleep, why are you up now?" "I am up because I need to use the restroom." "Please step aside," Mikai replied, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Fearing that my jest had gone too far and that she might demand I leave, I quickly shifted aside, allowing her passage. It dawned on me that one need not explicitly state urinate. Saying one needed to use the restroom sufficed, illustrating the distinction between a coarse man and a refined woman. Once Mikai emerged from the restroom, I sincerely invited her to join me for breakfast. However, she appeared quite put off by my earlier teasing, ignoring my invitation and retreating to her room to resume her slumber. Consequently, I found myself consuming a solitary, tedious breakfast on what seemed a promising morning, before mechanically embarking upon my already predetermined day. Wait, I must amend my previous assertion. I did not resemble a machine, for lately, I have been plagued by human emotions, constantly anxious at the thought of the approaching wedding of Feng Yuan and Yin Yin, and the unavoidable encounter with Jian Wei after 3 long years. At that moment, I would have preferred to be an emotionless machine, for another day had passed, and I remained uncertain of how to confront Jian Wei upon our reunion. Just then, the morning sun shifted angles, casting light into the room, illuminating the black coat in the wardrobe while extinguishing my mood. And yet Jianwei's visage grew ever clearer in my mind. Chapter 16. Two shameless thieves upon arriving at the office. I habitually open my computer to peruse social news for a while, then scrolled through my friends' Weibo feeds, seeking amusing anecdotes to lift my spirits. By chance, I stumbled upon a post from Yan dated 2 days prior, featuring her wedding photos with Fang Yuan. In her post, she had tagged numerous people, yet conspicuously omitted me. I was well aware of her intentions. She feared that her union with Fang Yuan might evoke memories of my own somber conclusion with Jianwei. In truth, she need not fret. I could extend my painful blessings without reservation. The wedding photos encompassed several themes, one of which was aptly titled Silent Joy. In this particular series, Fang Yuan and Yin held hands, their faces devoid of expression, exuding a palpable silence. The backdrop, however, was a smiling sunflower, which poignantly underscored the theme of silent joy. It was a splendid concept, yet one that did not rightfully belong to them. It was a notion I had proposed over 3 years ago when Jianwei, with remarkable foresight, inquired how we should photograph our own wedding. I believed that joy found in silence could withstand the test of time and the ravages of the years, remaining eternally intact. I sighed softly, my heart aching from the relentless passage of time. After a prolonged silence, I mustered a smile and commented beneath Yan's Weibo post, "Two shameless thieves. May you find everlasting happiness." Lighting a cigarette, I inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, only to see the swirling smoke dissipated by a sudden gust of wind. In that moment, I envisioned a fractured image. Jianwei, still in love with me as she had been 3 years ago, lay in my embrace, praising the theme of silent joy. We had joyfully resolved that when the time came for our own wedding, we would indeed use that theme for our photographs. Yet ultimately, that theme would remain unutilized, appropriated by the uninspired duo of Fang Yuan and Yin. I chuckled softly. I felt no sorrow over this, truly none at all, but it did evoke memories of that twilight when we were filled with dreams of marriage. At noon, Fang Yuan and I shared a meal at the company cafeteria. Starting that afternoon, he would embark on a 2-week marriage leave, necessitating the temporary delegation of certain tasks to me. After 10 minutes of discussing work matters, our conversation shifted to his impending wedding with Yin. I inquired, "Has Yin found a bridesmaid?" Fang Yuan nodded and replied, initially, she intended to choose a female colleague from her company, but now that Jianwei is back, she will undoubtedly select her. I was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, I asked Fang Yuan, "I suppose I am to be your best man, correct? What, do you intend to back out?" Fang Yuan's expression darkened. "Were you too scheming? Have you and Yin considered how awkward it would be for Jianwei and me?" After a moment of realization, Fang Yuan acknowledged, indeed, Yin and I hadn't contemplated that arrangement. It would be quite uncomfortable, just as well. Moreover, Jianwei and I have parted ways. Having us as your best man and bridesmaid is considered inauspicious. I added, "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit apprehensive." He paused before asking, "So who will step back, you or Jianwei? You've taken your marriage leave, leaving me to shoulder your work responsibilities. I lack the time to serve as your best man. Perhaps I should withdraw," I proposed after some contemplation. "Very well. There truly seems to be no perfect solution to this dilemma," Fang Yuan remarked, tinged with regret. I shared his sentiment, recognizing that, according to wedding customs, having an estranged couple serve as best man and bridesmaid is indeed considered inauspicious. After a brief silence, I queried Fang Yuan, "Have you thought of any alternative candidates for the best man?" Fang Yuan, with a reassuring demeanor, replied, "No need to ponder. We can simply ask Xiang Chun." Indeed, Xiang Chun would be an ideal choice as Fang Yuan's best man. During our university days, the three of us shared an exceptionally close bond. Although Xiang Chun returned to Nanjing post-graduation and did not remain in Suzhou with us, our camaraderie endured. I nodded and asked Fang Yuan, "I haven't been in touch with him for a while. What has he been up to lately?" Fang Yuan sighed. "His family's tobacco shop has been thriving these past 2 years. I've heard they've opened several branches in Nanjing and are now preparing to corporate the business, having established an 800 square meter flagship store. The design fees for that flagship store alone exceeded 300,000 yuan, and it appears quite upscale. I lamented. His father is truly impressive. Even in his old age, he has managed to turn Xiang Chun into a wealthy heir. Fang Yuan shrugged. This success isn't solely due to his father. You know, his uncle works in the business bureau and wields significant influence. It was only a matter of time before their tobacco shop flourished. I concurred with Fang Yuan's perspective. In this society, the disparity between those with connections and those without is stark, as exemplified by the contrast between Xiang Chun and myself. That afternoon, Fang Yuan departed the office, and my workload intensified, culminating in an exhausting day that extended until 8 in the evening. The following day, despite it being a Saturday, I found myself toiling once more, primarily to oversee the project of establishing a Gucci counter in our mall, coordinating with the inspection team from Gucci and revising the project proposal according to their requirements. Within just 2 days, I felt overwhelmed and increasingly frustrated, realizing that my capabilities paled in comparison to Fang Yuan's. He navigated such matters with remarkable ease. At 9 o'clock on Saturday evening, I boarded the last train home, my weary body dragging along. My mood remained unlightened by the promise of a day off tomorrow. My mind was consumed by thoughts of the impending wedding of Fang Yuan and Yin Yan. While I rejoiced in their union, I was loath to encounter Jian Wei in such a festively adorned setting. This reluctance grew more potent with the passage of time. In my view, Fang Yuan and Yin Yan's wedding served as a cruel reminder and interrogation for Jian Wei and me. Perhaps Jian Wei would remain indifferent to this interrogation, but I certainly did not. Upon returning home at 9:30, I did not immediately wash up or rest. Instead, I sank onto the living room sofa and habitually lit a cigarette, becoming ensnared in a web of anxiety, even forgetting to play a song on my guitar to ease my mind. I drank a glass of cold water and lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Moments later, I heard the sound of the door opening. I knew it was me, Kai, returning home. She had been coming home later than I had, perhaps indulging in her own nightlife, but that was of little concern to me. The scent of smoke in the room made me, Kai, wrinkle her nose. She approached me and said, "Could you refrain from smoking in the living room?" I dismissed her inquiry with indifference, replying, "What's wrong with smoking in the living room? I'm not smoking in your room. The living room is off limits too. I don't want to come home every day to a cloud of smoke." Mikai retorted sharply. "Fine, I'll just open a window next time I smoke, and the wind will disperse it soon enough," I replied patiently in my anxious state. "That is still not acceptable. From now on, you must go outside to smoke. Smoking is prohibited in this apartment." I sat up from the sofa, frowning as I said, "Is there anything you'll allow? Do you think I'm your subordinate? I've lived in this apartment for over 2 years, and I've smoked in every corner, including your current room and even on the toilet." After my anger erupted, Mikai calmly addressed me, saying, "If you're so dissatisfied, then go find a place to live. No one will bother you even if you choose to smoke on the roof." I fell silent, yet I was irked by the sensation of someone grasping my soft spot. Unable to resist, I wished fervently to become wealthy enough to purchase this very house, and then nonchalantly climb onto the rooftop to indulge in a cigarette. After a moment, I crumpled the cigarette pack into a ball and threw it vehemently into the trash, glaring at Mikai as I declared, "I won't smoke anymore. Are you satisfied?" Mikai looked at me serenely and inquired, "Little master, didn't you just refer to yourself as a grandson?" I retorted angrily, "Nonsense. It is you who treats me like a grandson. When did I ever claim to be one?" Mikai chuckled softly, shrugged, and turned to walk toward her room. It took me a while to realize she had ensnared me into unwittingly acknowledging my status as her grandson. An impulse surged within me to unleash a torrent of frustration directed at her room. It was utterly intolerable to be bullied as a decent person. After freshening up, I returned to my room, shutting the door tightly. I found another pack of cigarettes, opened it, lit one, and then opened the window, reclining on my bed as I smoked. The phone, which had been silent for an eternity, suddenly rang without warning. I was startled, and only as the ringing began to fade did I manage to grasp the phone from the bedside table and answer it. The familiar voice of Yin resonated through. "Xiaoyang, are you asleep?" "I've lain down, but I'm not asleep yet." Yin sighed, still lost in thought. "Single men are truly pitiable. Call me back later. I need to go to the bathroom and cry for a bit." I replied with irritation, Thinking Yin Yin was as unhelpful as Fang Yuan, always leaving one feeling worse off. Yin Yin chuckled softly and said, "All right, let us get to the important matter." "Speak then," I said, taking another drag from the cigarette. "I'm currently with Jian Wei. She is staying over at my house tonight," Yin Yin whispered to me. I restrained my racing heart and pretended to be calm, asking, "Aren't you with Fang Yuan? Are you foolish?" "Of course, I'm at my own home," she responded sweetly, adding, "waiting for my husband to come and marry me tomorrow." "Oh," I hesitated. "Do you want to say a few words to Jian Wei?" She asked, chatting with my parents in the living room. Yin Yan's voice grew even quieter. I was left speechless. Suddenly, another voice interrupted from the other end. "Yin Yin, what are you doing?" Then came the abrupt sound of the call, disconnecting. I lingered on the line, knowing that was Jian Wei's voice. Finally, the call ended automatically, and shortly thereafter, Yin Yin texted me. "You heard Jian Wei's voice just now, right?" I was so scared. "I called you without her knowing. This matter requires consent from both parties for me to facilitate communication. Otherwise, it would seem rather inappropriate." I did not reply to the message. Instead, I extinguished the cigarette in silence, her voice still echoing in my ears, reminding me of our joyous moments on that rain-soaked dusk. In truth, whether we communicated tonight held little practical significance for us, as we would soon meet face to face in our true forms. Besides, 3 years had passed. Did it truly matter if we endured another anxious night? Chapter 17. A reunion after 3 years. On this night, I found little solace in sleep. As I introspected, I yearned to return to the past, to those days when she still loved me, when we would hold hands and revel in the silence together. Yet, I remained tethered to reality, haunted by the silhouette of her departing figure, consumed by thoughts of her and mocking her callousness. The night gradually morphed into dawn, and sunlight, unbeknownst to me, filtered through the curtain's crevice into my room, finally resting upon a glass vase filled with flowers, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, as if heralding another splendid morning. Indeed, even without the sun's affirmation, this was a magnificent morning, for a couple was to be wed today. I resolved not to taint this morning and their nuptials with my anxious feelings. I reminded myself to don a sunny disposition. I retrieved my finest suit from the wardrobe, shaved my stubble, and styled my hair with a blow-dryer, flashing a smile in the mirror to ensure I appeared radiant before I departed this room to convey my blessings to Fang Yuan and Yin Yin. As midday approached, I found myself alongside a throng of guests outside the hotel, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the wedding procession, as well as the bridesmaid, Jian Wei, who would accompany Yin Yin. The procession was delayed, reportedly caught in traffic, which felt like an agonizing torment to me. At that moment, I longed to see Jian Wei sooner. The anticipation before our meeting was unbearable. Yet, I knew we would inevitably meet, and perhaps it would be best if we regarded each other as strangers, thus alleviating any discomfort. I squeezed through the crowd and settled onto a stone bench opposite the hotel, my anxiety intensifying. This unease was indescribable. It felt as though the wedding of Yin Yin and Fang Yuan, symbolizing fulfillment, was a harsh interrogation for me. This interrogation was not merely emotional, but also material. Why was it that Fang Yuan and I, both graduates of the same institution, starting from the same point, had diverged so drastically? He had achieved success in his career and found love, while I languished in despair, living a transient life burdened by debt. In the midst of my self-interrogation, I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of solitude and loss. At that moment, I truly wished for a woman by my side to mask this loneliness and despair, allowing me to present a facade of happiness as I congratulated Fang Yuan and Yin Yin. I took a drag from a cigarette and finally retrieved my phone from my pocket, dialing my female tenant, Mitsai. After a brief wait, she answered. "Are you awake?" I inquired hastily. "What do you want?" Mitsai's tone was guarded. I chuckled softly, attempting to ease her apprehension. "I was hoping to invite you to dinner." "There's no need for that. We aren't that familiar," she retorted without a second thought. "There's indeed a need. You've lent me money and offered me shelter. It's a debt of gratitude I cannot ignore. If I don't treat you to a meal, I would truly be a scoundrel in your eyes." After a moment of silence, I pressed on, "Come on, I've already chosen the place. I sincerely hope you'll grant me the opportunity to shed this ignoble label." After another pause, she asked, "Where's the dinner?" "Yaming Hotel." "Yaming Hotel? Did I hear you correctly?" Mitsai's voice was laced with incredulity. "Absolutely correct. Only a five-star hotel can convey my sincerity in inviting you. Therefore, you must come. This meal is worth a week's wages for me." I emphasized earnestly, feigning a pang of financial distress. "Fine, I'll be there in 20 minutes." She replied after a moment, adding, "But don't make a habit of such extravagance. A sincere invitation can be made anywhere." I hadn't anticipated Mitsai's concern for my financial situation, leaving me momentarily speechless. "Understood. I'll wait for you outside the hotel," I finally replied. And we ended the call, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. I thought, if I could coax Mitsai into accompanying me, perhaps I wouldn't feel so isolated and melancholic later on. 15 minutes elapsed, yet the wedding procession had still not arrived, suggesting they were enduring an unprecedented traffic jam. By now, my anxiety had subsided significantly, affirming that bringing Mitsai along was a wise decision. 5 minutes later, I spotted a red Audi Q7. Mitsai had indeed honored our arrangement. She parked in the open lot, and I rushed over to her. Standing beside the hotel fountain, I spoke first. "I was genuinely worried you might not come. You were right on time, precisely 20 minutes. Unlike some people, I don't take breaking promises lightly," she retorted, taking a jab at me. Unfazed, I chuckled. "You're referring to me, aren't you? Feel free to be blunt. I won't take offense." "You aren't offended because you have thick skin," Mitsai shot back. I smiled again, but chose to remain silent. Casting a glance at the hotel, she asked, "Shall we go eat?" "Of course, but we must wait a little longer for a few others." "Others?" Just as her question lingered, the crowd erupted into excitement, and 8 cars adorned with wedding symbols and ribbons entered the hotel courtyard. They had finally arrived. I momentarily disregarded Mitsai, my gaze fixated on the bride's car. I knew Jianwei was inside, and my breath quickened. Fan Yuan, clad in his groom's attire, emerged from the vehicle and opened the door for Yin Yin, lifting her out in a princess embrace, which elicited applause and cheers from the onlookers, a wave of happiness that momentarily engulfed me. As the crowd surged, I finally caught sight of Jianwei stepping out, holding a bouquet of flowers and wearing a sapphire blue gown. The midday sun illuminated her arms, making them glisten, and her face remained stunning. Beneath her slender brows, her eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, seemed to ripple with life. Among all the women I knew, hers were the most exquisite. Jianwei handed the flowers to Yin Yin, cradled in Fan Yuan's arms, and joined in the applause and cheers, never once glancing in my direction, perhaps entirely oblivious to my presence at the scene. I remained silent for a long while, taking a deep breath before turning to Mitsai, who appeared bewildered. "My friends have arrived. Let us go inside for dinner." Mitsai's expression turned frosty. "You came to your friend's wedding, not genuinely to invite me for dinner, did you?" "I was sincere. It's just that more people showed up I'd offended." "Scoundrel," she chastised, retrieving her car keys from her handbag and turning away toward her parked car. I could not let Mitsai leave. Yes, I had deceived her, but such deception bore no harm. At least she would enjoy a banquet. Since she was already here, it made no sense for her to leave. I grasped her arm, my tone growing more intense. "Why are you so adamant about being right? What is wrong with inviting you to a friend's wedding? Just enjoy the feast. It won't cost you anything." Mitsai struck me with her bag as she continued walking. "Let me reiterate, I dislike being deceived. From now on, I want no association with you, the liar and scoundrel. Please vacate my home as soon as you return." Though I hadn't anticipated Mitsai's vehement reaction, I tightened my grip on her arm, unwilling to let her go. In the midst of our struggle, a figure appeared before us. My hand still tightly grasped Kai's arm, while I lifted my head to gaze at the newcomer before me, my heart trembling violently. Standing opposite Kai was none other than Jianwei. At this moment, 3 years later, we finally stood face to face. Chapter 18. A heartfelt confession. The water in the fountain cascaded down the grand sculpture, creating a soothing symphony of sound. In this curious trio of Kai, Jianwei, and myself, we exchanged glances, each hesitant to disrupt the silence that enveloped us. Finally, Jianwei broke the stillness with a smile, addressing me. "It has been a long time, Zhao Yang." I replied with a single syllable, fearful that a more elaborate response would betray the quiver in my voice. Apprehensive that she might sense my trepidation, Jianwei simply smiled at my reply and turned to me Kai, inquiring, "Is she your girlfriend?" It dawned on me that I was still gripping me, Kai's hand tightly, and I couldn't bring myself to release it. I thought to myself, if Mikai were indeed my girlfriend, it would serve as a testament that my years apart from Jianwei had been tolerable. At the very least, I had not succumbed to the solitude of despair, driven by an instinctual desire to shield Jianwei from the reality of my misfortunes. I nodded at her and said, "Yes, she's my girlfriend." After saying this, I anxiously glanced at Mikai, dreading that she might expose the FAAD, reducing me to a mere subject of ridicule. Mikai furrowed her brow in silence, seemingly torn between sparing me and seizing the perfect opportunity for revenge. I hurriedly suggested to her, "Aren't you busy with urgent matters at work? You should go. I'll explain things to my friends. They will understand." With a forceful shake, Mikai freed herself from my grasp, seemingly eager to escape the situation, and without uttering a word, she turned and walked toward her car. The red Q7 sped by, creating a gust of air that enveloped me, the atmosphere tinged with Mikai's ire, confirming that I had indeed angered her. The fountain continued to flow, leaving only Jianwei and me in its wake. I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, and feigned nonchalance as I lamented, "Alas, she's just so busy, always preoccupied." "Is she?" Jianwei replied, "But your girlfriend seems quite delightful." "Delightful? Of course she is." I corrected Jianwei's remark, standing tall. Jianwei scrutinized me for a moment before finally saying, "Zhao Yang, you remain unchanged." "What do you mean?" I queried. But before she could respond, the best man, Xiang Chun, waved to her from a distance, indicating that the MC was looking for her assistance with a wedding segment. Jianwei acknowledged Xiang Chun, then turned to me, asking, "The luncheon is about to begin. Aren't you going in?" I finished my cigarette, watching her retreating figure, my heart heavy with melancholy. I longed to tell her. She was right. I had not changed. I still cherished the days we spent together. I remembered vividly the day I had to hide in the shadows, unable to meet her family, bidding her farewell. I recalled her tears as she inscribed the word "wait" on the fogged-up car window with her lipstick, and I had stood at a distance, watching until those two words blurred from my sight, tears streaming down my face, tears she would never witness. Lost in the reverie of those memories, I felt an overwhelming urge to rush to her and confess my enduring love. Yet our recent exchange felt so hollow and insipid, as though we were mere acquaintances. I understood that the joy of our silent affection had drifted further away from us. If my heart were a city at this moment, the entire city would be weeping. As the banquet commenced, guests took their seats in succession. My colleagues and I settled into a slightly distant table while Jianwei, Xiang Chun, and the bride and groom occupied the prominent front table. I fought against the impulse to glance at Jianwei, yet my resolve crumbled. It was absurd to think that after 3 years apart, a woman who haunted my thoughts every night could be so close, and I could suppress the urge to think of her. My colleagues engaged me in conversation, but my mind wandered, seeking any excuse to glance toward Jianwei. Throughout the evening, she offered me no acknowledgement, engrossed instead in light-hearted exchanges with Xiang Chun, sharing laughter and seemingly relishing in the moment. The MC on stage encouraged the couple to engage in intimate interactions, prompting cheers from the audience. I remained silent, drowning my thoughts in drink after drink. In a haze, Xiang Chun approached me with a raised glass. I downed my drink, and by the time he reached me, I had already poured myself another full glass. "Xiang Chun, my friend, come here and let us have a toast," I called out. Xiang Chun chuckled. "Who has to say who LL be the one on the floor? How many do you plan to drink tonight?" The tradition of falling down was a remnant of our university days, where youthful bravado dictated that we would drink until one of us succumbed to the ground. The last one standing would mockingly refer to the fallen as grandson. Over 4 years, we had alternated roles in this playful rivalry, but we had never admitted to each other that the others were grandfathers. Since entering the workforce, I had abandoned such foolish drinking habits, yet tonight, I was willing to indulge with Xiang Chun or anyone else, raising my glass to toast. for I was genuinely happy for Feng Yuan and Yin Yin, but felt a twinge of sorrow for myself. In this whirlwind of emotions, perhaps alcohol was my only remedy. Switching to a larger wine glass, I filled it nearly to the brim with liquor and addressed Xiang Chun. As before, 1 cup each. If you can't handle it, just drop to the ground and play dead. No begging, no explanations. Laughter erupted from those around us, dismissing my words as mere jest, yet I remained resolute, downing a full glass of liquor without flinching, indicating I had finished. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as all eyes shifted from Feng Yuan and Yin Yin to Xiang Chun and me, including Jian Wei, who turned her gaze toward us. Zhao Yang, even after all these years since graduation, you're still so fierce. But I'll drink this because today I'm particularly joyful. He finished his drink in one go and glanced momentarily toward Jian Wei. I noticed this detail, and a string in my heart was suddenly tugged. I understood the source of Xiang Chun's joy. In university, he and I had both pursued Jian Wei, but she had chosen me. He had since referred to her as a sister, offering her unwavering support. While this had been a source of relief back then, now, with Jian Wei back in the country and single, it was evident he could rightfully pursue her again. I remained silent while Xiang Chun filled another glass for me, saying, Zhao Yang, my young friend, do me a favor. Let us have another toast. I nodded and poured another glass, preparing to down it. But Xiang Chun placed his hand on my glass, saying this time, I'll drink first. With that, he tilted his head back and finished his entire glass of liquor, placing it on the table before heading toward Jian Wei. Do take care, drink less, you're not worried about your health? Jian Wei scolded him gently. Concern etched in her voice. I just wanted to share my heartfelt thoughts with you, Xiang Chun declared, then tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath before accepting the microphone from the MC, transforming into a figure of heartfelt sentiment before Jian Wei. At that moment, I sensed a foreboding. What was to unfold next would undoubtedly tear me apart. The atmosphere was profoundly silent, and in this moment, Xiang Chun's expression was filled with sincerity, a gentle yet poignant tenderness. He grasped Jian Wei's hand firmly, gazing at her for an extended period before speaking. Today is a day brimming with joy, a day I have long awaited. Jian Wei, I have loved you for 5 years, and my feelings have never wavered. Even when you were with Zhao Yang, I never relinquished my love for you. Once, I believed Zhao Yang could bring you happiness, and I chose to silently bless your union. However, reality has proven that your romance was a failure. I shall refrain from judging your love, for love is inherently free, and clinging to the past serves no purpose. Now that you're single, I hope you will consider being my girlfriend. I am truly willing to give you everything, even if you plan to return to America. I would follow you anywhere, to the ends of the earth, just as I accompanied you to America 2 years ago, to bring you joy and happiness. My heart felt as if it were shattering, for Xiang Chun's words reminded me of an incident. It was a month after Jian Wei and I parted ways, and indeed, Xiang Chun had traveled abroad for a time, though he did not disclose the country he had visited. It is now evident that he had gone to America to be with Jian Wei in her post-breakup sorrow. It turns out he had maintained contact with her all these years. Everyone awaited Jian Wei's response to Xiang Chun, yet at that moment, I comprehended fully that during our university days, Jian Wei cherished a feeling, but post-graduation, her affections gravitated towards social standing. In every conceivable way, Xiang Chun and Jian Wei were the most compatible pair. I mused. Perhaps I already knew the answer Jian Wei was about to give to Xiang Chun. Amidst the agonizing pain, I seemed to see once more that day when I bid her farewell, as she tearfully inscribed the word waiting in heavy strokes on the car window with her lipstick. Chapter 19. The city in the sky. Jian Wei exchanged a glance with Xiang Chun, her expression inscrutable. Xiang Chun retrieved a meticulously prepared gift box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a necklace adorned with crystals and diamonds. The lighting technician dimmed the lights in the hall, casting a spotlight that illuminated the figures of Xiang Chun and Jian Wei, creating a dazzling scene, while I felt my presence dissolve into the shadows. This exquisite crystal and diamond necklace was designed by the finest jeweler in the country, a singular piece in the world, which I named Beloved, symbolizing my most sincere and pure love for you. Just like the diamonds and crystals, Grant me the opportunity to place it around your neck, will you? I longed to tell Xiang-chun that he was mistaken. Anyone with wealth could bestow a crystal diamond necklace upon a woman, yet the authenticity and purity that arise from love are born from the heart, independent of material possessions. However, how many women would believe such a simple truth? The brilliance of diamonds had long since blinded their eyes. Ultimately, I refrained from contradicting Xiang-chun, retreating further into the fortress of my heart, shrinking within its confines. The audience, moved by Xiang-chun, erupted in applause, urging Jian-wei to accept his declaration of love. Jian-wei glanced toward the dim corner, and after a moment of silence, she nodded. The applause and cheers intensified, and Xiang-chun, filled with excitement, adorned Jian-wei with a necklace. In that moment, a couple solidified their bond amidst the wedding of Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, a joyful celebration upon joy. At this moment, apart from me, no one remembered the promise we made in the rain at dusk to capture a series of wedding photos themed silent joy. As the wedding banquet drew to a close amidst the fervor of the crowd, guests exchanged farewells, and I staggered alone toward the hotel exit. The sunlight outside was brilliant, blinding me as I leaned against a nearby pillar, squinting at the blue sky and white clouds. In the dizzying haze of intoxication, it seemed as if the fortress of my heart lifted into the air, merging with the azure sky, becoming increasingly translucent, devoid of loneliness and pain. Dressed in wedding attire, Yin Yin and Fang Yuan supported me on either side. Yin Yin, with an apologetic tone, said to me, "Zhao Yang, I'm sorry. We truly had no idea Xiang-chun would confess to Jianwei at our wedding. You must be feeling terrible, and I apologize." I'm not sad. How could I be sad? By the way, did you see the fortress of my heart soaring into the sky, hidden within the radiant sunlight? I mumbled, pulling the transparent film from a cigarette box over my eyes. Searching for that city in the sky. Yin Yin and Fang Yuan exchanged glances, and Fang Yuan removed the fill from my hands, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll have the driver take you home. No need to trouble yourselves. I can get back myself. I'll take a taxi." I insisted, freeing myself from their grasp and heading toward the street. As I staggered, I noticed Jian Wei supporting the inebriated Xiang-chun approaching from the other side. She retrieved the car keys from his pocket and opened the door of a black Land Rover, where Fang Yuan and Yin hurriedly assisted her in helping Xiang-chun into the vehicle. Observing this scene, I felt no sorrow. At least I was still standing, albeit with difficulty, while Xiang-chun was utterly incapacitated. This time, it was he who had succumbed. He was the grandson, and I the elder, a solitary elder in anguish. I remained rooted, watching as Jianwei started the car and drove Xiang-chun toward the city's splendor. That afternoon, I sat along the verdant banks of the moat, smoking one cigarette after another until there were none left. Closing my eyes, I lay back, feeling the autumn breeze caress me. Despite having consumed an excess of alcohol, the intense pain in my heart prevented me from slipping into unconsciousness, amplifying my suffering in this alternative state of clarity. The image of her writing waiting heavily on the car window in the past contrasted sharply with her silent acceptance of Xiang-chun's confession today. The two scenes flashing rapidly in my mind, threatening to tear me apart. In my agony, I clutched my head tightly, curling into myself, weeping. The pain within me grew increasingly unbearable. I genuinely wished to end my life, to pursue that city which had detached from my heart and transformed into a city in the sky. With the last remnants of my strength, I fished my phone from my pocket, dialing the most recent call on my records. After a lengthy pause, the call connected, and Mikai's resolute voice came through. "This time, no matter what excuse you use, I will not indulge you again. You must move out today. I do not want a liar residing in my home." I chuckled softly, responding to Mikai with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. "If you have time now, hurry to the moat." My seemingly nonsensical request only fueled Mikai's anger, and she retorted sharply, "Why should I go? Come stop me. I truly intend to jump into the river," I exclaimed, not waiting for her response before tossing my phone into the moat. I was not deceiving Mikai. Under the influence of alcohol and pain, I had grown numb, genuinely yearning to pursue that crystalline city in the sky. A warm, pleasant breeze swept by, and before I could take a step, the accumulated effects of the alcohol surged within me. I gazed up at the dazzling blue sky, and suddenly my body weakened, collapsing onto the ground in a state of unconsciousness. When I awoke, darkness enveloped the sky, and the streetlights along the banks of the moat had illuminated, their reflections shimmering upon the water's surface. The sounds of honking cars echoed from the nearby road, and the dual stimuli of sight and sound abruptly rendered my blurred world into stark reality. My head throbbed painfully. I gazed vacantly at the twinkling stars. A comforting scent of a woman wafted into my nostrils on the autumn night breeze, and I turned to see Mikai sitting beside me, draped in her coat. I sat up, and only then did Mikai realize I had awakened. "You're awake. Why are you here?" We both asked in unison. A gust of night wind blew, and the now yellowing maple leaves fell, drifting into the nearby river, carried along by the gentle waves beneath the starlight. We both stared at the water's surface until Mikai finally answered my question. "I came to see if you were dead." "What do you mean dead?" I asked, bewildered, having completely forgotten about the phone call I made before my stupor. "So you have been deceiving me again, Haven T.U.? I have no idea what you're talking about," I exclaimed in disbelief. "Mi Joey, maintaining had patience," responded. "You called me at noon saying you wanted to jump into the river. If you have any doubts, check your call history." "Let me see," I said, feeling in my pocket. "Hey, where's my phone?" I looked back at the water, recalling that I had impulsively thrown my phone into the moat, and my memory resurfaced, reminding me that I had indeed called Mikai at noon in a fit of madness, declaring my intention to leap into the river. I felt a pang of guilt and said to Mikai, "I'm sorry. I drank too much at noon and spoke foolishly. I truly did not mean to deceive you." "Scoundrel, an unprincipled liar," Mikai scolded without mercy. "Could you please refrain from insulting me?" After a pause, I added, "It's not too late. I'll jump into the river now to make up for it." "Go ahead and jump," Mikai said, gazing at the water. "Jump I shall," I declared, stepping toward the edge of the river and leaping onto the railing. Chapter 20. The City in the Sky 2. I stood against the railing, facing the wind, my eyes wide open in search of the reflection of that city in the sky upon the rippling surface of the river. Yet, all I could see was the dazzling facade of the city illuminated by neon lights. Upon regaining my senses, I became acutely aware of my profound fear of death, terrified of being engulfed in the abyss of the moat. Turning back to me, Kai, I noticed her expression was one of utter indifference. "Are you really not going to persuade me?" I furrowed my brow and inquired. "Why should I?" She replied nonchalantly. "But if I jump, I will surely die. You're the one who would perish, not me," Mikai retorted, maintaining her calm demeanor. Furious, I leapt down from the railing and exclaimed, "I see now that you are nothing but a venomous woman, willing to let others perish to fulfill your own desires." "I have no agenda. You are the one who declared your intention to jump," Mikai replied, still unfazed. My anger intensified as I pointed at her, saying, "Could you refrain from being so composed while you push me toward my demise? I called you to dissuade me from jumping, yet you are not playing your part according to my script. When I arrived, you were lying there like a corpse, clearly not intending to jump. So why did you bother to call me, just to toy with me?" Finally, a flicker of anger surfaced in Mikai's words. I felt a sense of suffocation. In a moment of impulse, I truly considered jumping. Who could have predicted that fate would intervene, rendering me unconscious from the effects of alcohol? Unsure of how to articulate my feelings to Mikai, I blurted out I genuinely wanted to leap into the moat. Just before I was about to do it, I remembered that I still owe you over 10,000 yuan. My death is inconsequential, but who would repay you that money? Thus, I steeled my resolve and refrained from jumping, for I am a person with a conscience and moral principles, and I would never commit the disgraceful act of abandoning my debts. "How tragically heroic," Mikai remarked, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "It truly is," I insisted. "You have no idea of the struggle I faced, torn between the relief that death would bring and the guilt of leaving my debts unpaid. It was a difficult choice," I dramatically declared. Mikai seemed disinterested in my ramblings, rising from the ground to leave. "Wait," I called out, halting her. "What now?" Mikai's voice dripped with impatience as she donned the coat she had draped over me moments earlier. "Have you been sitting here watching over me since this afternoon? I came to retrieve your body, not to counsel you. That's why I arrived in the evening. Mikai responded with her characteristic calmness. Who are you trying to fool? You come to collect my body, yet cover me with a coat? I countered with a knowing smile, exposing her pretense. Mikai turned to me, her gaze icy. Even a corpse is covered with something to shield its features. Did you not know that? Her words left me speechless, momentarily stunned, my focus shifting from our verbal sparring. The alcohol, still swirling in my system, began to wreak havoc once more, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, accompanied by a powerful urge to vomit. Leaning over the railing, I emptied my stomach into the moat, having indulged far too much at lunch. Once finished, I collapsed against the railing, closing my eyes, my mind gradually clearing. The images from the wedding of Feng Yuan and Yin replayed in my mind, accompanied by a searing pain coursing through my body. In that moment, I longed to tell Jian Wei, who helped Jean Wei don a symbolic diamond crystal necklace, that I wished to return to the past, to that silent yet joyful time filled with love. Yet, the past is forever lost to me. I have lost Jean Wei and can only watch her find happiness in another's world. Amidst the stabbing pain, I felt warmth in the corner of my eye, as if I were crying. It could not be my tears. It was the city in the sky weeping, dissolving the sorrow within my heart with its tears. You are crying. Wipe your tears, Mikai said as I opened my eyes to find she had not left. She offered me a tissue. I did not accept the tissue, preferring that my tears be dried by the wind, leaving no trace behind. Mikai squatted beside me, her tone softening as she asked, "Did I say something too harsh just now? I shouldn't have mocked you as a corpse." After a long silence, I finally spoke softly. "It's not your fault. Even if I were a corpse, it would only be a moment of pain before death. However, the agony of living is truly heart-wrenching. Do you understand this feeling?" Mikai shook her head. "I do not. All I think about is when you will move out of my house." "Do you find me that bothersome?" I asked with a smile, as my tears seemed to have dried. "Indeed, your actions leave a rather poor impression. You are an unrepentant scoundrel," Mikai stated bluntly. "Is that so? But you see, the scoundrel you perceive once harbored a pristine city within his heart. I do not quite grasp what you are saying. You need not understand. For today, that city has detached itself from my being, transforming into a skyward city I shall never touch." I searched my pockets for a cigarette, but found none to quell my melancholy and mend my shattered soul. Mikai remained silent, sitting beside me, leaning against the railing in the same posture. The surroundings grew increasingly quiet, as if we were isolated from the clamor of the city by the night, and a breeze swept through, extinguishing the earthly flames of existence. I noticed a half-smoked cigarette on the ground, picked it up, blew on it, and relit it. The aroma of tobacco wafted through the air, dispersing in the dim light. Finally, I spoke to Mikai. "I know you wish for me to leave. I will move out tomorrow. Is this truly the case?" "Yes, indeed. I have lost an entire city. Why would I care about a mere room?" Mikai seemed intrigued by my repeated mentions of that city and asked, "What does that city in the sky look like?" I pondered for a moment and replied, "It is a city, crystalline and translucent, yet forever silent. It possesses a certain magic that allows one to forget worries, pain, and superficiality. Once you reside within, nothing else matters, for you become a translucent bird, soaring through the winds of freedom, unbound by any constraints. But ultimately, birds must land. After they descend, will they still remain crystalline and translucent?" Mikai asked, gazing at me. "I do not know, as I have yet to contemplate what I would look like after landing." Perhaps my pitiful state evoked Mikai's sympathy. That night, she did not abandon me by the riverbank. I sat in her car as we drove toward that dazzling yet somewhat illusory city. I had resolved that after this night, I would vacate the old house. My life could hardly deteriorate further. It would be better to grant Michigan Kai her peace. Throughout the journey, we remained silent. I interpreted this silence as Mikai's ongoing dissatisfaction with my numerous deceptions today. While my current state of destitution and misery could not entirely extinguish her lingering anger, the fact that she brought me back from the outskirts displayed her compassion. Upon arriving at our residential complex, Mikai parked the car, and we walked toward the staircase, only to unexpectedly find Band sitting on the steps. Beside him lay an old black briefcase that had seen decades of use. Chapter 21. The significance of a cockroach as Mikai and I approached Bandai. I inquired, Bandai, why didn't you call me? The temperature has dropped significantly tonight. It must be quite cold for you to be sitting here. I did call, but your phone was off, Bandai replied in his usual monotone, devoid of any emotional nuance. At his words, I recall that I had carelessly tossed my phone into the city moat while intoxicated, which stirred an uncomfortable pang in my heart. I had earned little money, yet squandered it frivolously. Mikai greetet bandi vamli, unkle, hello. Hello to you too. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought some vegetables at the supermarket to cook for you, Bandai said, pulling out a plastic bag filled with fish and various vegetables. Uncle, the porridge you made last time was delicious. Your cooking must be wonderful too, Mikai remarked, her smile directed at Bandai in a way I had never seen before, making me acutely aware of my own unlikability. Rather than any perceived haughtiness in Mikai's demeanor, Bandai merely smiled at her compliment and gestured for us to head upstairs. As we ascended, Mikai walked ahead while Bandai and I lagged behind. I curiously asked Bandai, have you been in Suzhou all these days without returning home? I went to Guangzhou for an exhibition and passed through Suzhou on my way back, Bandai answered succinctly. It dawned on me that winter was fast approaching, and as an employee of a state-owned enterprise, Bandai was likely inundated with orders for heaters at this time of year, necessitating his procurement trips for raw materials. Upon entering the house, Bandai immediately headed to the kitchen to begin preparing the meal. Mikai attempted to offer her assistance, but Bandai declined, retreating to his room for reasons unknown. I settled into the living room, lost in thought, a bittersweet sensation washing over me. I knew this feeling would linger until I completely forgot about that day with Jianwei. Moments later, Mikai emerged from her room, dressed in comfortable home attire, which rendered her more approachable, yet her beauty remained unblemished. It seemed that elegance was woven into her very being, making her captivating regardless of her attire. Why are you just sitting there like a statue? Can't you help your dad in the kitchen? Mikai expressed her discontent at seeing Bandai busy while I remained idle. You wouldn't understand. He prefers to cook alone, I explained. Is that so? She retorted. He finds joy in cooking, and anyone who assists him is merely intruding on his pleasure. Oh, then his cooking must be exquisite. You're not even a foodie, so why ask so many questions? Must one be a foodie to be curious? Everyone has the right to ask. Mikai and I exchanged sharp words, her irritation palpable. We'll find out soon enough. This moment won't make a difference, she replied, turning back to her room, clutching a laundry basket as she made her way to the bathroom. I was somewhat taken aback. Even goddesses had to wash their clothes. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, and as the washing machine began to churn, I found myself drifting into a daze, feeling almost as if I were fading away. A scream erupted from the bathroom, Mikai's voice, piercing enough to snap me back to reality. Bandai, quicker than I, dashed toward the bathroom with a ladle in hand, and I followed suit. Despite our dramatic entrance, Mikai was merely facing off against a cockroach perched on the edge of the bathtub, its antennae twitching defiantly. She was visibly terrified, a stark contrast to the absurdity of her predicament as a fully grown woman being intimidated by an insect. Upon seeing me, Mikai instinctively recoiled, hiding behind me as if I were a knight in shining armor, ready to rescue her from the clutches of the villainous cockroach. With determination, I approached the bathtub and seized the cockroach by its antennae, eliciting a flurry of frantic squirming. Mikai shrieked once more, and I couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. While she often left me speechless, a mere cockroach could send her into a panic. I lifted the cockroach and turned to Bandai. Let us add this to the menu. It's been ages since I had meat. Should we stir-fry it or steam it? Mikai grimaced in disgust. Bandai, seemingly protective of Mikai, scolded, stop fooling around, and throw it away. I smirked at Mikai while holding the cockroach, then tossed it out the window, sighing alas. If it doesn't die from a fall, it will merely become a homeless, disabled cockroach. It's better off dead. Mikai understood that I was teasing her about always pushing me away. Yet she remained shaken from the recent incident, her face still pale in silence. An immature, amusing thought crossed my mind. If wealthy individuals like Mikai were this terrified of cockroaches, I could easily amass a fortune by threatening them with a bag of the creatures. Once the commotion subsided, Bandai returned to the kitchen, while Mikai insisted that I stay in the bathroom to help her finish the laundry. Fearing that another cockroach might emerge from the shadows, perhaps even a swarm. Surely, the relatives of the earlier cockroach were lurking nearby. After a short while, we completed the laundry, and Mikai removed the clothes from the washing machine while I sat on the tub, watching her. After a moment of silence, I said, "I'm moving out tomorrow. I know. You must feel quite lonely being by yourself." "Why would I be lonely?" Feigning disappointment, I replied, "Oh, right. How could you possibly be lonely? You have cockroaches A, B, C, and D to keep you company, playing hide-and-seek with you. It's quite lively." Mikai froze, then glared at me with indignation. To which I responded calmly, "Hurry up and hang the clothes. We'll be eating soon." At the dining table, the three of us, Bandai, Mikai, and I, sat on opposite sides. The typically taciturn Bandai surprisingly asked Mikai, "Is the food to your liking, young lady?" Mikai nodded. "Uncle, your cooking is delicious." I knew this was no mere flattery. Bandai's culinary skills were indeed remarkable, especially his sweet and sour fish, a true masterpiece. Michai, discerning in taste, savored the sweet and sour fish with delight. After her praise, Bandai nodded with a smile, then glanced at me as if to convey, "Son, your father can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you." I would have preferred to misinterpret the meaning in Bandai's gaze. For the prospect of a romantic relationship with me, Kai, was utterly implausible. Firstly, she despised me. Secondly, I had yet to recover from the shadows cast by Jianwei and Xiangchun. And thirdly, most importantly, I was unworthy of her. Who had ever seen a beautiful girl driving a luxury car fall for a reckless scoundrel? Our encounter was not a serendipitous arrangement, but rather a cruel lesson from fate, illustrating the vast chasm between people, leaving me to drown in my own shame. What a wicked twist of destiny. Lost in such thoughts, Bandai turned to me again. "Zhaoyang, after dinner, please fix the water pipe. There's a leak at the joint, and if it gets any colder, it might burst." "Understood," I replied. Bandai nodded, then shortly after added, "Next time I come, I'll bring some rice and flour from home. Since you finish work early, you can cook at home. Eating out is wasteful and unsanitary." After a pause, he continued, "You two are living together. You should take good care of the young lady. You can cook as well. So do you share the chores?" According to my agreement with Mikai, I would be moving out the next day, but Bandai was unwittingly binding us together with his fantasies of our future. I felt a sense of helplessness, unable to voice my thoughts. If I were to inform him about moving out, he would likely be disappointed. I nodded once more, glancing at Mikai, whose expression remained unchanged as she focused intently on her meal. At last, Father Ban's attention shifted from me to Mikai, and he inquired, "My dear, has our Zhaoyang caused you any inconvenience while living together?" Fearful that Mikai might unveil my numerous transgressions, I discreetly kicked her under the table, signaling her to refrain from speaking recklessly. To my dismay, she seized the opportunity to stomp heavily on my toes, causing me to nearly drop my chopsticks in pain. "Uncle, he is quite well, though he has a penchant for smoking indoors and refuses to change despite being told." Mikai revealed my faults, first with praise and then with criticism. Father Ban regarded me with a stern expression, and I pretended not to notice, yet his gaze remained sharp and unyielding. While Mikai wore an expression of schadenfreude. "I will change," I conceded reluctantly, feeling that such compromise was utterly futile. Mikai was rather tiresome. I was on the verge of moving out, so why should it matter whether I smoked indoors? After this small interlude, Father Ban's mood appeared to brighten, prompting me to fetch the glutinous rice wine he had brought on his last visit. I poured him a glass and then asked Mikai, "Would you care for a sip?" She extended her empty glass towards me, requesting just a little. I filled her glass with a modest amount and did the same for myself. Thus, the three of us gathered around a modest table, sharing a dinner imbued with a familial warmth on this night, illuminated by countless lights. Do not misconstrue my words. The familial warmth I speak of is merely a distinction from dining out. For Mikai, and we are not of the same household. It is likely that once I move out in this vast city, encountering her again will be a challenge. Chapter 22. Opportunities for promotion after finishing dinner. I accompanied Mikai to see Ban dad off outside the residential complex. The hotel where Ban Dad stayed was just across the street, but he would be leaving tomorrow morning. As he was about to depart, I asked, Ban Dad, when will you next come to Suzhou? Whenever I have time. I will come again. Next time, I will bring you some rice and flour, he replied. When he emphasized you, a wave of helplessness washed over me. By the time he visits again, I would have long left Mikai's residence, lost in some corner of this city. In truth, I did not wish for Ban Dad to come to Suzhou, for my lack of accomplishments and my destitution filled me with a profound sense of guilt when facing him. Ban Dad reminded me, remember to fix the leaky pipe when you get back. I will, I nodded. He patted my shoulder and turned to leave without another word. Watching his retreating figure, I sensed he wished to convey something, yet he held back, not wanting to burden me further. I lit a cigarette, and an overwhelming sense of loss enveloped me. Today, Fang Yuan married Yin Yin, and Jian Wei became Xiang Chen's girlfriend, while it is better left unmentioned. I thought to myself, it is time to pack my belongings. Tomorrow night, I must find a corner in this city where I can settle, albeit temporarily. Mikai had gone upstairs before me. I finished my cigarette before returning. Upon entering the house, I found a toolbox and replaced the leaky pipe as Ban Dad instructed. I inspected other areas to ensure there were no hidden dangers before returning to my room to pack my bags. Mikai unexpectedly appeared at my door and asked, "Did you fix the leaky pipe?" "Yes, I checked other areas too. If any pipes break in the future, or if you need light bulbs changed, just give me a call, and I will come help you," I said while putting my guitar into its case. "Oh, but there are cockroaches in the house. Do you have a way to get rid of them?" I chuckled and teased Mikai. "If you can chase me away, surely you can handle a few small cockroaches." Mikai remained silent, just gazing at me. I was joking. After work tomorrow, I will buy some insecticide to sprinkle in the bathroom. Winter is approaching, and cockroaches generally become inactive, so you needn't worry. "Oh," Mikai replied and returned to her room. I continued packing my belongings. Halfway through, I sat on the bed to rest, glancing around. I took a cigarette from the pack, but ultimately did not light it. I had been a scoundrel for so long. When leaving, I should still strive to be a person of my word, even if it is merely a trivial matter. I tucked the cigarette back into the pack and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, emptying my mind, unwilling to reflect on the events of the afternoon. The next day, I went to work as usual. Today, I had a final meeting with representatives from Gucci before they set up shop in our mall. If all went well, I would finally receive a brief respite. Ever since Fang Yuan entrusted me with Gucci's responsibilities, I had been working excessively hard. I stood in the mall square discussing advertising space with Gucci's representative. The Gucci representative inquired, "You must ensure that the central advertising space at the South Gate is promptly secured for us to support our opening promotions." "Certainly, there is no problem. We have long reserved this advertising space for Gucci. Your presence in our mall will elevate our commercial standing, and we will prioritize our premium resources for you international first-tier brands," I assured her. The Gucci representative nodded and remarked, "We are willing to enter your mall because we see your sincerity in the proposal. Suzhou's upscale malls are not limited to just your ballet department store." "Indeed," I responded, though I was reluctant to indulge in excessive flattery. As we toured the mall, she suddenly halted, fixating on a promotional poster displayed in the aisle. "Miss Zhao, what is it?" I asked, puzzled, as she scrutinized a promotional image that Lu Yao had previously modeled for. "What do you think of this model?" she asked. "She has a strong camera presence and excellent versatility. Her aura and looks lean towards the international style, capable of artistically creating the product's advertising image. By the way, she has a quarter Italian heritage," I replied candidly. "How fortuitous. Gucci is an Italian brand. Are you familiar with her?" she inquired. I hesitated before answering. "We are friends." "I suppose." Miss Zhao nodded, continuing to assess Lu Yao's image on the poster. After a moment, she said, "I believe her image aligns perfectly with our product positioning. Please contact her to have her shoot a set of promotional posters for our opening." I found myself in a dilemma, responding, "That might be difficult. She is currently filming in Hongyan and likely won't have time for the next few months." Miss Zhao frowned, stating, "I do not wish to hear might or similar words. Your response raises doubts about your mall's execution capabilities. We have come this far, and I do not want such trivial matters to jeopardize our cooperative relationship." Her blunt threat left me feeling unsettled. However, considering how this project impacted Fang Yuan's career, I refrained from reacting. Instinctively, I did not want to contact Li Yao. Moreover, organizing a promotional shoot would likely require location scouting, which could not be accomplished in just a day or two. As a newcomer in the film industry, Liu Yao would naturally prioritize her acting role over this, and asking her to return would merely complicate matters for her. Miss Zhao, I will do my best to contact her, but I cannot guarantee she will be available, I replied, but I had no intention of reaching out to Liu Yao. Miss Zhao, impatiently waving her hand, said, "Forget it. I want to put you in a difficult position. I will speak with your manager, Chun." With that, she left me and walked towards the office area. As expected, moments later, I received a call from the manager's office, asking me to come over. I felt a wave of irritation. It was clear they were using the higher-ups to pressure me. For someone in my position, Miss Zhao was disinclined to engage in lengthy discussions. Upon entering the manager's office, Chun Jingming sat in his chair with an air of displeasure. "I have come, Manager Chun. Do you know why I called you?" Chun Jingming asked, his tone cold. "I do not," I replied apathetically. Chun Jingming's fingers drummed on the table, his voice rising. "Zhaoyang, how can you be so oblivious? Gucci is the 8th international first-tier brand to enter our mall. Do you understand what this means for us? It signifies that, according to international rating standards, our mall has officially reached the level of top-tier department store B. It is a milestone." "Manager, I'm aware of this," I retorted. Suppressing his anger, Chun Jingming said, "If something goes wrong at this critical juncture, not only will you be in trouble, but our entire planning department will bear the consequences. Please do not make it difficult for me. If the model schedule cannot be arranged, what can I do? Moreover, both parties have invested significant human resources into this project. Surely, a minor issue like the promotional posters should not jeopardize our long-negotiated cooperation. Until the contract is formally signed, no one should harbor any illusions. Other malls are coveting the Gucci brand, and there is a possibility that Gucci may terminate the collaboration at any moment," Chun Jingming stated, his expression growing increasingly solemn. With a sense of helplessness, I continued, "Even if the company were to terminate my employment, I cannot guarantee the outcome of this matter." Chun Jingming fixed me with a chilling gaze for what felt like an eternity before he remarked, "There is something you are likely unaware of. The board places immense importance on Gucci establishing a counter within our company. If this endeavor is executed successfully, our planning department will undergo significant personnel changes. Fang Yuan, as the direct overseer of the entire project, stands a chance to ascend to the position of deputy manager of the planning department, and you have a considerable opportunity to succeed Fang Yuan as the leader of the copywriting and planning team." Chapter 23. The debt repayment. Before considering the promotion opportunities for Fang Yuan and myself, I engaged in serious contemplation. Personally, I was fine, but Fang Yuan's advancement to deputy manager of the planning department would signify a substantial leap in both status and remuneration, heralding a bright future. "Zhaoyang, if you cannot handle this matter, I will have Fang Yuan return to take care of it. He should forego his wedding leave," Chun Jingming said. His expression won a pressure as he fixed his gaze on me. "Please, manager, if I struggle, he will fare even worse, as he is not well acquainted with that model." Chun Jingming softened his tone slightly, explaining, "We are on the cusp of signing the entrance contract. I suspect Gucci is merely testing our company's commitment through the model incident. Even if that does not occur, they will likely create other unforeseen situations. Whether Gucci establishes a counter in our department store is not only pivotal for the company's interests, but also for our planning department, including your own. Hence, you must devise a way to help the company navigate this final hurdle." After weighing my options internally for some time, I finally nodded and said, "I will do my utmost. Merely trying is insufficient. It must be accomplished. You must assure me of this." Chun Jingming adjusted his glasses, his tone devoid of any room for negotiation. This task, regardless of its outcome, had to be undertaken. I could only hope that Li Yao would be available. After careful consideration, I nodded again, stating, "I will ensure this matter is resolved." Chun Jingming let out a sigh of relief. "That's splendid." I thought to myself, "You may feel relieved, but I shall have to shamelessly plead with a woman I least desire to approach." As I prepared to leave, Chun Jingming called out to me once more, "Zhaoyang, refrain from contacting that model just yet. Isn't she filming in Hengdian? Go directly there tomorrow and discuss the matter with her in person. She will find it difficult to refuse. Manager, your foresight is commendable. I forced a smile, yet he resembled a shameless old fox in my eyes. Did he not consider the discomfort of others who might have conflicting schedules? That evening after work, I sat on the bus home, feeling an undercurrent of agitation. This unease stemmed from my impending meeting with Liao in Hongdian and the necessity to vacate the place I had called home for 2 years. This restlessness morphed into a sense of suffocation, as it seemed I could never dictate my own life. Others' casual words often shattered my love, work, and existence, people like Jianwei, the Gucci representative, and Mi Kai. Upon returning to the dilapidated room, I instinctively glanced towards Mi Kai's door, which remained tightly shut. Perhaps she had not yet returned home. Her return was of no concern to me. I simply needed to uphold my promise and vacate this dwelling for good. I returned to my room and resumed packing my belongings. I had already made considerable progress yesterday. I only needed to pack a few items from the bed. Once everything was in order, I opened my computer to search for readily available housing. I found several suitable options, but all required 6 months' rent up front and a 3-month security deposit. In total, I would need at least 10,000 yuan, which left me in a quandary, as I had only a few thousand remaining. My salary from last month would not arrive until the day after tomorrow, and even then, I could not use it all for rent. I needed to save some for living expenses. Reluctantly, I lowered my standards and began searching for shared accommodations with lower rents. Time slipped by quietly, and I was startled to realize the city had transformed into a sea of lights. I rubbed my face heavily to alleviate the fatigue of staring at the computer screen for too long. I needed to take a break before continuing my search for a place to live. I could not truly end up homeless. I was already in a precarious situation. Gazing vacantly out the window, I felt my soul once again enveloped in solitude amidst the myriad lights. At that moment, I yearned for a home in this city I had inhabited for over 2 years, a place where a woman awaited my return each day, allowing me to bid farewell to the uncertainty of homelessness, the loneliness of nights, and the bitter struggles of existence. A short while later, I heard the sound of a door opening outside. I knew Mi Kai had returned. At this moment, I could face her with a clear conscience, as I had finally adhered to my promise and was about to leave. Mi Kai stood at my door, holding a handbag and wearing freshly changed slippers. She glanced at my packed belongings and inquired, "Have you found a place to stay?" "Rest assured, whether I find one or not, I will be moving out tonight," I replied, subconsciously believing she would appreciate this answer. "Oh," Mi Kai responded, yet she did not depart. After a moment, as if recalling something, she asked, "Did you buy the insecticide for the bathroom?" Buying insecticide seemed trivial compared to moving out and being pressured by my boss to find Liao in Hongdian, so I had genuinely overlooked it. I apologized to Mi Kai, saying, "I'm sorry, I forgot. You can purchase some yourself if you don't want to go out. It's conveniently available online." Mi Kai's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "This was something you promised me. How can you be so irresponsible?" Having endured a frustrating day and still without a place to stay, my mood was understandably low, and my tone grew sharper. "Can responsibility be eaten? Do you have to bring it up incessantly?" Mi Kai, taken aback by my intense reaction, paused and then, with a frown, replied, "Fine, repay the money you owe me, and I have no obligation to you." I fell silent for a moment, once again drowning in the despair of my financial situation. Finally, I spoke in a subdued voice. "You said that as long as I moved out, I could take my time repaying the borrowed money. Who cares? Debts must be repaid," Mi Kai responded coldly. After having shared the same roof for several days, did it really need to come to this? I lowered my head, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Mi Kai, with a dismissive laugh, remarked, "I'm not pushing you to the brink. Haven't you been working for several years? Why do you have no savings? You should realize that the one driving you to the edge is yourself." Her words cruelly exposed the deepest wounds of my soul, and I felt a wave of shame and humiliation wash over me. In my dismay, I noticed the guitar I had placed in the corner. This guitar had been a birthday gift from Jianwei, custom-made at a music shop, crafted from exquisite materials worth far more than 10,000 yuan. Gazing at the guitar, I was once again struck by the sorrow of things lost. I rose and presented the guitar to Mi Kai, saying, "You can take this guitar as repayment. You could sell it to someone knowledgeable for certainly more than 10,000. Without waiting for me, Kai, to respond to my offer, I hoisted my luggage and, unable to bear another glance at the room, walked out with my head bowed. Chapter 24. The price of growth. Having distanced myself from the dilapidated neighborhood, I trudged along the city's streets, dragging my luggage until I finally stumbled upon a stone bench in a square where I could rest. I placed my baggage beside me, lit a cigarette, and sat down, gazing at the twinkling neon lights clinging to the towering buildings. A wave of panic surged within me, leaving me uncertain of my next steps. Eager to escape the city shadows, I lifted my gaze to the sky, searching for the once familiar city in the clouds that had now detached itself from my being. Before I knew it, a group of middle-aged women wielding fans had congregated in the square, their music engulfing me entirely, rendering the vision of that ethereal city obscured. Perhaps it had long hidden behind the moon, or perhaps it had been whisked away by the recent gust of wind. Yet this night, I was determined to find a place to rest within this city. I fished my phone from my pocket and dialed Robin, who resided near the train station. Conveniently, I had plans to take a train to Hungyan the following day, so I decided to spend the night at his place. Amid the cacophony, Robin answered, "Xiaoyang, what is up? Are you still performing at the bar?" "Yes, we're about to go on stage," I replied. "Oh, I was wondering if I could crash at your place for the night." Robin chuckled. "What's the inconvenience? Just come to the bar. We can head back together once I finish." "I'd prefer to go straight to your place and skip the bar," I responded. "Come on, I'll buy you a drink. I still have some vouchers left," he insisted. "I really want to go," I concluded, hanging up and leaving Robin to ponder my refusal. After departing the square, I took a taxi to Robin's residence. Noticing that it was still early, I decided to purchase a train ticket for the next morning from Suzhou to Wu. It was nearly midnight when Robin returned from the bar, finding me asleep in the hallway against my luggage. He woke me with a gentle nudge, feigning annoyance. "You've changed lately. You'd rather sleep in the hallway than go to the bar." I merely smiled in silence. As he opened the door, he inquired, "Have you moved?" "Yes. I haven't found a suitable place yet, and since I have to go to Hungyan for work tomorrow, I thought I'd crash at your place for a night." "Stay as long as you need," he replied, glancing at my luggage. "What happened to that impressive guitar of yours?" A wave of melancholy washed over me. It had been my companion for years. Nonchalantly, I told Robin I had to sell it to pay off a debt. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You sold it? I remember how protective you were of that guitar when I wanted to borrow it. Let us not dwell on that. Help me bring my luggage inside." Robin lived in a cramped attic on the top floor, a narrow room with a sizable balcony. The balcony featured a shared restroom and a clothesline, making the living conditions far from ideal. Upon switching on the light, I noticed a few leather jackets hanging on a rack, a guitar tucked in the corner, several pairs of Doc Martens on a shoe rack, and a few boxes. Clutter was minimal aside from the scattered beer cans strewn across the table. After settling in, Robin rummaged through one of the boxes and produced 2 cups of instant noodles, preparing one for himself and one for me as a late-night snack. Moments latte. The empty noodle cups were flipped upside down in a discarded flower pot on the balcony, while a few cans of beer nestled beside us as we perched on the railing. We popped open a can each, raising them in a toast before downing half. "Xiaoyang, you seem rather down lately. Has something happened? You've even stopped going to the bar?" "I live freely. What could possibly bring me down?" I replied, finishing off my can while staring vacantly into the distance. In the far-off sky, the enormous Maxwell billboard continued to blink its lights in the dead of night. Robin, sensing my distress, followed my gaze into the distance. After a moment, he patted my shoulder empathetically. "We are both struggling souls on the fringes of this city, sharing a pain that doesn't always need to be articulated." A chill wind swept past us, and we remained perched on the railing, sipping another can of beer. In the stillness of the night, thoughts began to swirl. Robin seemed to recall someone, reaching for another can of beer, but I stopped him, cautioning that too much alcohol could lead to trouble. "I nearly jumped into the moat yesterday, due to excessive drinking." "Thinking about women?" I asked with a teasing smile. "Indeed, a drink always makes me nostalgic," Robin replied candidly. I was aware that he once had a deeply cherished girlfriend. I nudged him playfully. "Do you still have her picture? Let me take a look." Robin pulled out his wallet and extracted a photo from the compartment, handing it to me. I examined the woman in the picture, illuminated by the distant light. Her features were striking, an intellectual beauty. Robin seemed lost in thought for a moment before he said, "It's been nearly 3 years since we broke up. She is probably married by now. Why did you part ways?" Robin chuckled sadly. She came from a family of educators. Both her parents were university professors. I, on the other hand, am a musician without a stable income. I didn't want to hold her back. "So, you ran away from Beijing to Suzhou without telling her?" He nodded, taking a long pause before adding, "Eventually, she followed me to Suzhou, and we lived together for another 6 months." "Then why did you break up?" I asked, puzzled. Her parents approached me, saying they had secured a job for her at a university in Beijing, urging me to let her go back. "You foolishly agreed?" Robin nodded. "I told her I had found someone else." "Did she believe you?" Robin laughed. "Of course not." "What then?" "I found an escort and brought her here in front of her," he said, leaving the rest unsaid. He wore a smile, but beneath it, I saw a heart that had long since withered. I sighed heavily. Why did you have to be so drastic? If I hadn't she wouldn't have left. Better a short pain than a long one. Robin tilted his head back, finishing his beer, some of it spilling down his shirt. I fell silent. Though Robin spoke lightly of it, I saw the agonizing love intertwined with helplessness. He would never forget that woman. "Enough about me. Let us see your girlfriend's picture," Robin urged, nudging me. I retrieved Janway's photo from my wallet and handed it to Robin. We both hesitated to forget the past, as it held too much value. The light from the opposite side was fading, and Robin ignited a lighter, utilizing the flickering flame to scrutinize Janway's photograph. "Your girlfriend is stunning, truly exceptional." Hearing the word stunning triggered a vivid recollection of my female tenant's face, but it didn't surprise me. I had never encountered anyone more beautiful than Mikai. In a fleeting moment, I returned to reality, gazing at Janway's familiar yet distant visage, my heart aching. I thought to myself before long, she too would marry Xiang Chun. Robin returned the photograph to me and inquired, "What about you two? Why did you break up?" As I reminisced, I spoke after a long silence. It was a year after she went to America that she called to end our relationship. "Why did she break up with you?" Robin inquired. "I do not know. She did not say," I replied with a smile akin to Robin's. "Did you not ask?" I nodded, acknowledging that I had indeed not inquired of Janway as to the reasons for our separation. I believed that if she wished to share, she would do so without prompting. Perhaps, deep within my subconscious, I did not harbor the conviction that we would last. Inevitably, a day of parting would arrive. In the face of such predictability, what merit lay in seeking closure? "Are you not concerned that misunderstandings might linger between you?" Robin cautioned. I paused momentarily and responded, "What misunderstandings could there be? Love is but a fleeting illusion. Let's not dwell on this. Fetch the guitar. Let us play a song and forget all those trivialities." Robin retrieved the guitar from within the house and, tuning it, asked, "Shall we use your key or mine?" "Whichever you prefer," I replied, as Robin strummed the strings. A melody wafted through the night air, The Cost of Love by Jonathan Lee. Let us go. Let us go. One must learn to grow up. Let us go. Let us go. Life's journey inevitably entails struggles and pain. Let us go. Let us go. Find a home for one's heart. There were times of sorrow and tears, times of heartbreak. This is the cost of love. Perhaps I would occasionally think of her, inevitably harboring a sense of longing. I would consider her an old friend, someone who could still evoke tenderness and concern within me. Yet, the spark in my heart had faded. Let the past be carried away by the winds. As our voices melded with the melody, imbued with a sense of nostalgia, I remained uncertain whether the cost of love was solely measured in sorrow and heartbreak. Yet, I understood that the price of growth was the love that had slipped away with the passage of time. In the depths of this night, which called for enlightenment, I ultimately felt a pang of regret for the love I had lost, as well as for Robin and that unnamed girl from Beijing. The following morning, I boarded a train heading towards Wu, knowing I would need a transfer to reach Indian. I understood that it was time for me to take action. If Liu Yao were to agree to return and help shoot promotional posters for Gucci's grand opening, it would signify my first step towards progress in my career. Being promoted to the head of the planning and copywriting team would elevate my monthly salary to over 10,000. Perhaps life would stabilize thereafter. As I sat on the train heading south, I told myself for the first time, persevere, Zhou. Do not allow anyone to underestimate you ever again. Chapter 25. The night in Dream Valley at midday, the train arrived in Iwu. After a hurried lunch at the station, I took a fast coach to Hongdian. By 3 in the afternoon, I finally reached Hongdian town, where I found a family inn on Wanqing North Street to settle in. It was then that I dialed the number that Liao had left for me. Perhaps she was busy with a performance, as she did not answer my call. I sent her a text message, informing her of my arrival in Hongdian and urging her to meet me promptly. After a considerable wait without a reply, I found myself lacking the motivation to explore, instead lying on the bed of the inn, flipping through a magazine. The window of my room faced west, and soon I caught sight of the sunset bathed in twilight, with the golden rays gently resting upon the comforter beside me, filling the air with a languorous ambience. I yawned and drifted off to sleep. When I awoke, the sky had dimmed, and at last, Liao had responded to my message. She instructed me to find her in the Imperial Garden within the Ming and Qing Palace, where a film crew was shooting. Several prominent stars were also present. She mentioned, saying they would assist me in obtaining autographs. While I wished to go, I found myself low on cash. The expenses for my trip could only be reimbursed upon my return, and spending over 100 yuan merely to meet a few celebrities felt extravagant. Regretfully, I replied that I would wait for her outside the scenic area. As dusk settled, I noticed numerous extras lingering outside the scenic area, their expressions a blend of numbness and yearning. I truly perceived the hardships of life reflected in them. Yet, no one is destined to endure such struggles. Still, many, like myself and these waiting extras, find themselves in a constant state of turmoil. I squatted beside one of the extras, engaging in light conversation to alleviate the monotony as I awaited Liao. The twilight deepened, and I saw several vehicles from the crew exiting the scenic area. Yet Liao was nowhere in sight. A twinge of irritation crossed my mind. Could that troublesome woman be involved in night shoots tonight? Just then, I spotted Liao at the entrance, dressed in a complete Qing dynasty court outfit, seemingly having had no time to change out of her costume. She stood at the ticket service center, scanning the crowd. I rose and made my way towards her, and she finally noticed me, smiling as she rushed over. Liao linked her arm with mine, exclaiming with relief, "I've finally returned to this era." I gently removed her arm from mine and replied, "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with decorum." Liao re-wrapped her arm around me, her tone playful as she inquired, "Xiaoyang, tell me honestly, what brings you all the way to Hongdian to seek me?" "It certainly wasn't to become your prince consort." I pushed Liao aside once more. "Then perhaps I shall escort you to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to become a eunuch," she jested, pinching my waist. Yet her expression remained cheerful, clearly in high spirits. I winced at her pinch and admonished her seriously, "Behave, focus on your acting, and live properly." "What happens if one doesn't live properly?" she teased. My expression darkened as I retorted, "You'll find out." Liao burst into laughter, declaring, "Xiaoyang, I love seeing you so serious while speaking such cheeky words." After accompanying Liao to her hotel to change into a different outfit, we strolled along Wanqing North Street. Although Liao had not yet achieved fame in the entertainment industry, passers-by still cast glances her way. I believed it was only a matter of time before she would be celebrated. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed the charisma of a star, with acting skills that were truly remarkable, skills I had regrettably witnessed firsthand. At that moment, I refrained from disclosing the purpose of my visit to Liao, as I sensed it would be a burdensome and enthusiasm-dampening topic for her. It was better to savor the ease and freedom that the night before us promised. This was my first time in Hongdian, and as I walked through the streets, I couldn't help but admire the surroundings. While Liao seemed more intrigued by the street food, frequently asking what I would like to eat. As we moved towards the end of the street amidst the bustling crowd, Liao suddenly stopped, pointing to a barbecue shop. "Xiaoyang, let us go eat barbecue," she exclaimed. Glancing at the shop, which was teeming with patrons, I replied, "It's too crowded. Let's South find another place. A crowd signifies good food, you know? This barbecue shop is quite famous." When Fan Bingbing was filming in Hongdian, she queued here for over 20 minutes just to try it. Liao insisted, tugging me toward the shop. 20 minutes? Even Fan Bingbing is that foolish. I stood my ground, not unwilling to eat barbecue, but rather refusing to wait. She isn't foolish, She's a foodie. Liao corrected me. I remained unmoved. Suddenly, Liao's face lit up with excitement as she shouted behind me, "Look, it's Fan Bingbing." Instinctively, I turned my head, and in that instant, Liao seized the opportunity to pull me into the shop. Laughing, "Look at how eagerly you turned your head. I hope you didn't strain your neck." If it were truly Fan Bingbing, I wouldn't mind. I glared at Liao, yet once again, I found myself outmaneuvered by her theatrics. "Pathetic," she remarked, pushing me into a chair while she went to queue for our order. As we dined, the night quietly enveloped us, and while sipping on Sprite and enjoying the barbecue, our appetites were hearty. After taking a large gulp of Sprite and wiping the sweat from my forehead, I asked Liao, with all this food, "Why can't I taste the essence of Fan Bingbing?" Liao shot me a disdainful look and replied, "Are you daft? You're eating barbecue, not grilled Fan Bingbing." I was momentarily speechless, finally mumbling, as if I hadn't asked. Liao smiled triumphantly. "I just love seeing you at a loss for words. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll stroll through Dream Valley." At 7:30 in the evening, Liao and I arrived at one of Hungyan's attractions, Dream Valley. Once inside, I discovered that the night transformed this place into a realm of light and shadow. Although it wasn't peak tourist season, the atmosphere remained vibrant. After wandering around, we eventually settled on a wooden bench beneath the Ferris wheel to rest. I closed my eyes to rejuvenate, not particularly fond of the disorienting lights here. However, upon opening them, I noticed Liao had also shut her eyes. I nudged her, asking, "Why are you closing your eyes?" Liao, still with her eyes shut, dreamily replied, "I envisioned this place as a stage surrounded by lights, with me as a dazzling star standing at the center." I had always known Liao's aspirations and understood how vital opportunities were for someone fresh out of film school. In the realm of pursuits, we were worlds apart. She adored the enchanting lights, while I was captivated by the crystalline beauty of the city. The Ferris wheel continued to carry various individuals high above, and I found myself entranced by the scene. At some point, Liao intertwined her arm with mine, leaning against me, and I became slightly dazed in her rare display of tenderness. "I'm truly happy with you," she whispered, snuggling closer. This time, I didn't push her away. I found comfort in her alliance, where there was no overflow of desire, only the warmth of companionship. I seemed to depend on this warmth, holding Liao tightly, inhaling the faint scent of her perfume mingled with the coolness of the night. In a moment of clarity, I felt a sense of disorientation wash over me. A warm tear fell onto my hand, and Liao clung to me tighter, her voice trembling as she confessed, "Jiang, I feel so weary and helpless here. I must face others' judgment daily, fearing hidden rules and the scheming within the crew. Only in your embrace do I find solace." Liao's words stirred a sense of panic within me. I too was precariously navigating through storms. I had no solid ground to offer her. In silence, I wiped away her tears with my hand, realizing that aside from being her support, there was little else I could do for her. The incessant wind has finally subsided somewhat. Lu Yao departed from my body and turned to me, inquiring, "You must have come to see me for a purpose, haven't you?" Chapter 26. Will we be together? The Ferris wheel behind us came to a halt, and a new group of people boarded. After a long moment under Liao's gaze, I nodded and said, "Yes, there are indeed matters to discuss during my visit to Hungyan." With an expression that suggested she anticipated my response, Liao remarked, "You certainly did not come to find me out of longing. You hardly think of me." "Do not say that. It makes me feel like a villain who only seeks you in a need," I replied. Liao chuckled, teasingly asking, "Have you thought of me at all these days?" Here we go again. "All right, I want to tease you further. What is it that you need?" I remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Do you have any free time recently?" "The production team has just started filming, and I practically have scenes every day," Liao answered. "Is it that busy?" I exclaimed. "Yes." Liao nodded. "The schedule is quite packed. We have 2 night shoots tonight, so I must return to the set soon and cannot stay with you for long." A pang of disappointment struck my heart as I realized the likelihood of returning empty-handed was high. Not wanting to impose on Liao, I quietly suggested, "Then you should go back. My visit isn't of utmost importance. If you have no time, it's nothing to worry about." Liao glanced at her watch and said, "I must leave now." I smiled and replied, "Go ahead." Before departing, Liao asked. Where are you staying? At Shaolian. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Zhaoyang. She waved and jogged away. As the Ferris wheel continued to turn, I suddenly felt utterly alone, lying on a bench, unwilling to return to the inn. Although I had assured my superiors I would resolve this matter, I was reluctant to press Liao further. Since she truly had no availability, I decided to leave it to fate. The ease with which I relinquished my efforts stemmed from my understanding of Liao's circumstances. She was merely a newcomer in the production team, often required to navigate the moods of others. With a tight filming schedule, it was indeed challenging for her to find free time. One could hardly expect the crew to halt production for her convenience. In truth, I should be pleased for Liao. Her lack of free time indicated a significant role in this production, perhaps even the potential for her to achieve fame through this single project. Upon returning to the inn, I took a hot shower, alleviating some fatigue before lying on the bed. Worries about my own and Feng Yuan's career prospects began to surface. I could only hope that Chun Jingming was overreacting and that Gucci would not insist on terminating the collaboration over this issue. Sleep eluded me as the hours passed, the world gradually transitioning from its bustling chaos into a tranquil silence. Approaching the window, I opened it and lit a cigarette, gazing at the gray outside, once more emptying my mind of all thoughts. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. At first, I assumed it was from a neighboring room, but upon listening closely, I realized it was from my own. I felt puzzled. Logically, such a modest and would not offer special services, so who could be at my door so late? Peering through the peephole, I was astonished to find Liao standing outside. I opened the door, and she greeted me with a smile. Surprised to see me? Only surprised. Not pleased. I admitted, truly taken aback that she would come to see me at such an hour. Liao entered the room, placing her cosmetics and toiletries in the bathroom, then turned to me and said, I came to find you right after finishing my scenes. I'll be staying here tonight. Do you really need to? I asked from the bathroom doorway. Of course, but not tonight. I can't be intimate during the month following my period. You should know this basic biological fact, Zhaoyang. Liao replied, while removing her makeup. How can you not change your cheeky nature? You come here with such intentions. Do you know how difficult this night will be for me? Figure something out for yourself, Liao said nonchalantly. I fell silent. While lying on the bed, watching television, Liao finished her routine and snuggled under the covers beside me, leaning against my chest. Stop watching TV, she said. Why not? I continued to focus on the screen. Liao found the remote and turned off the television, plunging the room into silence. She looked at me seriously and asked, So, why did you come to find me? It's not anything significant, I replied, reaching for the remote again. Come on, I'm not foolish. If it were just for one night, would it be worth your trip from Suzhou to Hengyan? Liao snatched the remote from my hand. I didn't come solely for that, did I? Just tell me why you sought me out. Under Liao's persistent questioning, I finally divulged recently. Gucci has been in talks with our department store about setting up a dedicated counter. A female representative from Gucci saw the promotional posters you shot for our mall and believes your image aligns perfectly with Gucci's product positioning. They hope you can shoot a series of promotional photos for their products to accompany the grand opening. I added, if your schedule is too tight, it's perfectly fine to decline. Does your company value the collaboration with Gucci highly? We have 7 international first-tier brands operating in our department store, and with Gucci, that makes 8, which meets the standards of a top-tier B-class department store. It is indeed a significant partnership, I replied. See, if I hadn't asked, you wouldn't have mentioned such an important matter, Liao said, a hint of reproach in her tone. If you truly have no availability, it won't matter what I say. Focus on your work. There's no need to force it. After a moment of silence, Liao asked, How many days will it take to finish the shoot? 2 days should suffice. It could even be done in 1, but it's uncertain how Gucci plans to proceed. Liao nodded, That's all right. Before coming here, I spoke with the director about possibly taking a leave. He said he could arrange 2 days off for me. Coordinate with Gucci to see when the shoot can happen. A weight lifted from my heart, and I reminded Liao, just don't push yourself too hard. For you, it's worth a little effort, she replied. As the night deepened, the room was illuminated only by a dim night light, and Liao remained curled up in my embrace, both of us seemingly wide awake. Zhaoyang, do you think we will be together? I was taken aback by Liao's sudden question, pondering for a long while before replying. We are not from the same world. Your future is bright, while I have merely been drifting along. The reason we're sharing this moment is more about emptiness and physical needs. Perhaps, on this path, I have long ceased to hope for love. Hearing the word love struck me with a sense of hollowness and unfamiliarity, momentarily causing me to forget that I was still conversing with Liao. We fell into silence, both experiencing the helplessness of existence. Despite lying together, we were not truly living together. Our paths diverged, and inevitably, there would come a day when we no longer recognized each other. Liao, we should not continue like this. Otherwise, it will become a burden for us in the future. I finally spoke. Liao tightened her embrace around me, remaining silent for a long time, before calmly responding, "All right, after this night, let us just be friends." That night, Liao and I shared the same bed, her arms wrapped around me as she slept peacefully. I understood that what she sought was not a casual partner or a boyfriend, but merely a source of comfort to keep her from sinking into the weighty reality surrounding her. And what about me? Perhaps what I seek is a woman with whom I can lead a respectable life, someone to whom I long to entrust my heart for solace. Yet where is she? I recall searching on the other shore. She was not there. I sought her amidst the dim lights. She was absent as well. Chapter 27. Do not let me encounter you in Suzhou the following morning. I departed from Hongyan and returned to Suzhou by afternoon. My first stop was the company, where I promptly reported the situation to my manager, Chun Jingming. The issue regarding the promotional poster shoot for Gucci was resolved, thanks to the promise made by Lu Yao. That evening, as I lingered in the office, I found myself reluctant to leave. After vacating the apartment I had called home for over 2 years, an unsettling panic gripped me, leaving me feeling adrift. Indeed, habit can be a formidable force. My current anguish stemmed from it. I had grown accustomed to the love that Jian Wei once bestowed upon me, the warmth and solace that the apartment had provided. I pondered over the past years. What had transpired? Why was I perpetually losing the invaluable treasures of life, yet reaping so little in return? Perhaps I knew the answer, but was unwilling to confront it, instead choosing to console myself with the thought that I had finally glimpsed some hope in my work. Progress in my career would surely lead to an easier life ahead, so I resolved to gather my thoughts and embrace the new chapter that awaited me. Upon leaving the company, I opted not to seek new accommodation, deciding instead to temporarily stay with Robin, at least during the nights. Two equally lonely and disheartened men could converse about music and the absurdities of life. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, boredom enveloped me, prompting me to visit a bar in search of Robin for a few drinks. Without hesitation, I hailed a taxi to the bar where Robin performed. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the familiar neon lights and the throngs of swaying bodies. I found a relatively quiet corner and settled in. Robin soon approached me with several bottles of beer, taking a seat across from me. He handed me a bottle and remarked, "I thought you had severed ties with this place. What brings you back?" Surveying the surroundings, I jested, "I came here to soak in some of the despondent atmosphere. Life has been a bit too favorable of late." Robin clinked his beer bottle against mine and chuckled, "You've grown accustomed to hardship. So what's wrong with living a little?" I smiled, raised my bottle, and replied, "This is the essence of life, my friend. You'll come to understand it in time. Cheers." Robin shrugged with a grin and took a sip, then inquired, "You went to Hongdian to see Lu Yao yesterday, right? How did you know?" "I've been quite secretive about it," I replied, astonished. "I chatted with Lu Yao on WeChat today. She mentioned your visit." In truth, my trip to Hongdian was work-related. Gucci intended to establish a counter in our department store, and they specifically requested Lu Yao to shoot their promotional materials. This burden had fallen upon me. I took another swig of beer. "No wonder Lu Yao said it was a joyous reunion. She probably thought you were there solely for her," Robin mused. "Even if I were, it would have to be on the weekend," I acknowledged. Robin nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After finishing another bottle of beer and engaging in light banter, he departed for his performance. As more patrons flooded into the bar, I remained in my corner, nursing my drink, lost in thought. Memories of the previous night with Lu Yao flickered in my mind, evoking a bittersweet sadness that perplexed me yet felt undeniably real. On stage, Robin sang his original songs alongside a female vocalist, intermittent applause breaking through the din. My attention was finally captured, and I began to snap my fingers along with the rhythm. Robin was indeed a talented folk singer, though his strong principles prevented him from writing commercial pop songs or participating in mainstream competitions. Thus, he had spent years performing in bars, leading a modest life. Yet he seemed indifferent to this hardship, often stating, "One does not need fame to play music, but one must have conviction." Despite having known him for several years, I remained unaware of what his convictions truly were. Nevertheless, this did not hinder my admiration for him. Amidst the music, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Still caught up in the rhythm, I retrieved my phone without glancing at the caller ID and answered. It was Fang Yuan, who, amidst the bar's clamor, remarked, "Zhaoyang, still indulging in bar escapades? Enjoy your honeymoon and don't worry about your friends." As I stood, swaying to the music, I felt the urge to join the crowd. "Which bar are you at? I'll come find you. Aren't you in Sanya with Yin Yin?" I asked, puzzled. "It's been pouring in Sanya for days." "I'll go in a few days," he replied. "In a few days? Will your honeymoon leave you enough time?" "It won't last long, but it's sufficient." "Enough with the chit-chat. Tell me where you are." "Sua Bar. Come on over. Drinks are on me. You'd better bring some cash. Yin Yin is coming too, along with Jianwei and Xiang Chun." Upon hearing Jianwei and Xiang Chun's names, a wave of anxiety washed over me, and I blurted, "Are you out of your mind? Why bring them along? Calm down. It's been years since the five of us gathered. Besides, you have a girlfriend now, right? Let us just enjoy the moment without dwelling on the past." "Who told you I have a girlfriend?" "Jianwei, of course. If you didn't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't bring Jianwei and Xiang Chun along to stir up trouble. I have my limits." It dawned on me that on Fang Yuan's wedding day, I had indeed lied to Jianwei, claiming that Mi Kai was my girlfriend. Little did I know that this deception would come back to haunt me like a stone I had unwittingly lifted and dropped on my own foot. Lost in thought, Fang Yuan continued, "Actually, it was Xiang Chun's idea to gather. We've been through university together. Don't let past romantic entanglements spoil our reunion. Now that everyone is paired off, it would be wonderful to come together." I was at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Fang Yuan reminded me, "Make sure to bring your girlfriend along." Jianwei mentioned she's stunning. If Jianwei thinks so, Yin Yin and I are eager to see for ourselves. Just as I was about to respond, Fang Yuan abruptly hung up, leaving me staring blankly at my phone as the dial tone echoed in my ears. The bar remained noisy, yet I felt restless. Fang Yuan's words echoed in my mind, and I couldn't back out now. The predicament stemmed from my reckless claim that Mi Kai was my girlfriend, made in a moment of desperation. I could empathize with my past self, but what was I to do now? After a lengthy internal struggle, I resolved to call Mi Kai. If she had any sense of loyalty, she would come to my aid. I retrieved my phone and scrolled to find her number, but hesitated to press the call button. I recalled our argument 2 days prior, when I had moved out, and how she had pressured me for the debt I owed her. I had left my guitar behind in a rush, feeling humiliated. Was it too cowardly to call her after all that? Regardless, I had already tarnished my reputation in her eyes. What did I have to lose? I murmured to myself, steeling my resolve, and pressed the dial button. As the ringing tone sounded, a wave of anxiety washed over me. My apprehension stemmed from the fear that Mi Kai would mock my lack of integrity, or worse, refuse to lend a helping hand. After a brief moment, she answered, her voice as stern as ever. "What do you want?" "I'm in need of assistance." "Assistance? Are you planning to jump into a river or a lake again?" I was nearly choked by Mi Kai, and after a moment, I managed to say, "This time it's not about jumping into the river. Do you remember the last time at my friend's wedding when I told a woman that you were my girlfriend? How dare you bring that up again?" I immediately lamented, following Mi Kai's lead. Alas, that incident has indeed caused me trouble. My friends are eager to meet you, and they are already on their way. You must come to Suva Bar and rescue me at once. With someone like you, even Jesus could not save. Please, spare me the ridicule. I am in urgent need. If you don't come, I shall truly be left in utter shame today. Who cares about you? Consider it a plea from me. Is that not enough? I spoke with an eagerness that reflected my helplessness under the circumstances. Mi Kai, unmoved, replied, "You are on your own." Angered, I retorted, "Are you the reincarnation of a merciless villain? Is there not a shred of camaraderie? Damn it, let me never see you in Suzhou again." Suddenly, the call was disconnected, and as I listened to the beeping tone of the hang-up, I was left utterly stunned. Chapter 28. Living with a tucked tail after Mikai resolutely hung up on me. I relinquished any fantasies I had about her. Ultimately, the consequences of my own actions were mine to bear. It was entirely normal for Mikai to be unwilling to come to my aid. My threat to ensure I wouldn't encounter her in Suzhou was truly unreasonable. In my despair, I scratched my head, genuinely contemplating leaving the bar. I felt an overwhelming reluctance to face Jianwei and Xiangchen. This aversion stemmed from a desire to ease my own discomfort, yet tonight, escape was impossible. For fleeing would only confirm that I could not let go of Jianwei. Merely 10 minutes had passed when I observed a group of 4 entering the bar. Fang Yuan and Yin Yin in the lead, followed by Xiangchen and Jianwei. They approached me, chatting and laughing, and I felt an intense desire to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Jianwei, dressed in Chanel attire and clutching a new Hermes bag, radiated luxury that made me avert my gaze, hastily fixing my eyes on Yin Yin and Fang Yuan, lighting a cigarette to mask my unease. Fang Yuan and Yin settled on the sofa to my left, while Jianwei and Xiangchen took their place on my right, leaving me in solitary confinement in the middle. Fang Yuan and Yin glanced around before simultaneously inquiring, "Where's your girlfriend?" I replied dismissively, "She's busy tonight. Let us just have fun." Yin, looking displeased, retorted, "Don't be a buzzkill. Call her again. We don't mind waiting." I shot back at Yin, "Stubborn girl, why are you insisting? I told you she's busy. Stop messing around and call your girlfriend. I want to see what my future sister-in-law looks like." Fang Yuan nudged me with his foot. Xiangchen chimed in, "Zhao Yang, don't ruin the mood. Time can always be made. Bring your girlfriend out to join us. We're all familiar faces. It won't be fun otherwise." I glanced at Jianwei and realized that keeping my distance from her only revealed my inability to move on. Thus, I said, "I think it's quite enjoyable. Jianwei and I haven't seen each other in over 3 years. Familiar faces can feel like strangers, right, Jianwei?" Jianwei, who had been silent since entering, looked at me and asked, "What did you just call me?" Her question shattered the facade I had carefully constructed, leaving me momentarily speechless. Fang Yuan quickly intervened, telling Jianwei, "Zhao Yang didn't misspeak. Strictly speaking, you are indeed his sister-in-law. Once you and Xiangchen are married, it will be all the more appropriate." Jianwei shot Fang Yuan a glance and said, "Why are you getting so excited? Did I say he was wrong? I didn't catch that." Fang Yuan awkwardly chuckled, while I remained silent. Xiangchen wrapped his arm around Jianwei and whispered something inaudible in her ear, a gesture that pierced my heart anew. In that moment, I finally understood the feeling Xiangchen must have experienced when Jianwei and I were openly affectionate. I took a sip of my beer, feeling an urge to leave this place. I knew that as long as I still loved Jianwei, gatherings like this were nothing short of torment. Yet, in the eyes of Xiangchen and even Fang Yuan and Yin, I appear to have moved on from Jianwei. After all, over 2 years had passed, and I had a new girlfriend. The waiter arrived with the drinks ordered by Fang Yuan and the others, and they began to indulge. Yin leaned closer to me, whispering, "Zhao Yang, knowing you have a girlfriend makes us genuinely happy for you. We were worried you couldn't let go of Jianwei, but it seems our concerns were unfounded." A wave of bitterness washed over me. In this moment, what difference would it make if everyone knew I hadn't moved on? It would be better to maintain this facade, allowing my friends to feel reassured. Yin nudged my silence once more, urging, "Hurry and call your girlfriend over. We'd love to meet her. It would give you another shopping companion." I forced a smile and replied, "Next time, she's really busy tonight." Yin's face fell with disappointment. At that moment, nearly every gaze in the bar turned toward a graceful figure approaching. Her physique was stunning, and her walk exuded a captivating elegance. Though the flickering lights obscured her features, I could ascertain her beauty. As she drew nearer, the light finally illuminated her face, and I was nearly thrown from my seat in astonishment. It was none other than Kai. Only she could command such attention from the crowd. Mikai spotted me and approached with poise. I quickly rose, pulling her aside before she reached the others, lowering my voice to ask, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say not to let you see me in Suzhou? I merely wanted to see the consequences of your threat." Mikai replied with a smile that held a hint of mischief. "So, You're here to confront me, not to help, I said, my expression darkening. Mikai looked at me with a piercing gaze. You were the one who threatened me. How could this be about me seeking you out? Now that I'm here, do what you will. I felt like a snake caught by the throat, fearing she might expose me before the crowd. I softened my tone, saying, I was just venting. Please don't hold it against me, all right? Mikai scoffed. Where did that bravado go? Sister, I was wrong. I promise to behave myself from now on. Is it a plea for mercy? Say it again. A wave of helplessness washed over me, and unable to resist, I gritted my teeth and said, I was wrong. I promise to behave from now on. From across the room, Fang Yuan called out, Zhao Yang, what are you whispering about? Hurry and introduce your girlfriend to us. Coming, I replied, then turned to Mikai and asked, Are you calmed down now? Mikai remained silent, seemingly relishing my unease. I realized just how difficult she was to deal with. She was impervious to both softness and hard tactics. I lowered my voice again, saying, Could you at least give me a hint? Remember to buy insecticide tomorrow. The cockroaches in the bathroom are as unwelcome as you, Mikai said before striding toward the others. I was momentarily taken aback, pondering if she had let me off the hook, rescuing me from a predicament. Mikai took my previous seat and greeted everyone. I followed suit and sat beside her. Yin Yin smiled at me, saying, Zhao Yang, your taste is impeccable. Your girlfriend is amazing and incredibly beautiful. Indeed, we are a match made in heaven, I replied with a tone of triumph, though my heart was filled with apprehension, wondering what this unpredictable woman was truly up to. Hello, everyone, Mikai greeted with a smile. Fang Yuan, Yin Yin, and Xiang Chun introduced themselves in order, with Jian Wei being the last. Mikai and Jian Wei exchanged glances, both wearing inscrutable expressions that left me unable to decipher their underlying thoughts. Jian Wei spoke first. We met that day. Mikai nodded slightly, revealing her naturally reserved demeanor in unfamiliar company. Jian Wei, Zhao Yang's ex-girlfriend. We were all quite open, so Jian Wei's self-introduction was not surprising. After all, there was nothing to conceal. Clarifying relationships would only facilitate smoother interactions in the future. Mikai offered Jian Wei a polite smile and greeted her, but her indifference cast a chill over the atmosphere. Yin attempted to lighten the mood, asking Mikai, when did you and Zhao Yang meet? He kept it under wraps, so well, we just found out yesterday. I anxiously gazed at Mikai, hoping that she would not expose me, allowing me to navigate through this uncomfortable gathering unscathed. It had been a while since Mikai provided a vague, yet impeccably crafted response. Yin chuckled softly and remarked from now on, We shall entrust Zhao Yang to you. His temperament is rather wild, so you must keep a close watch on him. Mikai nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, he requires supervision. His character leaves much to be desired. For a moment, Yin appeared taken aback, glancing between Mikai and me, her expression tinged with confusion. Chapter 29. Elopement. In the midst of Yan's bewildered gaze, I remarked, Do not gaze at me with those perplexed eyes. Have you not exchanged playful jabs with Fang Yuan before? A little banter among young couples fosters the healthy development of their relationship. Who here does not know of my impeccable character? After stating this, I turned to Mikai and complained, Enough with the antics. If you wish to tease me, let us return home and engage in our playful quarrels. These individuals are mere jesters. Do not lower yourself to their level. Zhao Yang, you are truly reckless. For the sake of your own grand image, you have disparaged a whole group of us. Xiang Chun interjected. I have always excelled at this. I retorted. This time, Mikai took the initiative to respond. Then it's not incorrect to say your character leaves much to be desired, is it? Absolutely right. The others echoed, laughter erupting as they raised their glasses for a toast, the atmosphere gradually becoming more lively. I downed the remainder of my half-empty bottle of beer, feeling a slight sense of relief, yet my peripheral vision caught sight of Jian Wei. Since entering the bar, she had been even more reticent than Mikai, speaking only sparingly with Xiang Chun. As the group continued their chatter, I sat closely beside Mikai but dared not initiate any physical contact for fear of her wrath. My only wish was for the gathering to conclude peacefully, as I had no desire to partake in such events again. At this moment, the torment within me was known only to myself. I longed to stand quietly behind Jian Wei and Xiang Chun, silently wishing them happiness, rather than feigning laughter and banter with the others, which filled me with anguish I could not escape. Ah, the human condition. To wear an ill-fitting mask. One suffers not just in visage, but in spirit. In the distance, Robin finally concluded his performance, holding the microphone and calling out to me, "Zhao Yang, come up and sing a couple of songs to enliven your friends." As soon as Robin finished, Jianwei was the first to applaud, followed by Fang Yuan, Xiang Chun, and the others joining in with cheers and whistles, electrifying the ambience of the bar. I scanned the crowd and nodded at Robin before making my way to the stage. Robin handed me his guitar while he took a bass from band member Xiao Wu to accompany me. Taking a deep breath, I requested the song Elopement by Zheng Jun. "A song of elopement for you all," I announced as I strummed the guitar strings, closing my eyes as fragmented memories flooded my mind. I devoted my youth to that magnificent city behind me. For this dream, we paid the price, leaving love for the most sincere girl by my side. You sang with me, you wandered with me, enduring our mutual destruction. Only now do I suddenly comprehend that what I yearned for was true love and freedom. Wishing to elope with you to the farthest town, to elope with you to become the happiest of souls. With a raw, tearing voice, I improvised, repeating the word elopement 3 times. In that moment, my emotions were utterly liberated. Before Jianwei's departure abroad, we found ourselves cornered, escaping from Shanghai back to Suzhou, and then yearning to elope from Suzhou to Tibet. In our naivety, we believed that the courage in this song could carry us to the ends of the earth, thinking that a guitar and 2 people running wild constituted the essence of happiness, and that elopement could allow us to steal a lifetime away from reality. The heavy metal music tore through my desires, drowning out all the mundane clamor in this song of elopement. I had never been so overwhelmed, desperately wishing to tear apart the world and its illusions. As the music faded, thunderous applause erupted. I held my head high, and, after some time, I returned the guitar to Robin and, without a backward glance, made my way to the restroom. In the restroom mirror, my face was splattered with water, yet I felt a surge of relief for having successfully concealed the pain and suffocating tears within. Once she was my faith in this city of desires. Now, that faith had cruelly collapsed, and so all my wounds, aches, and yearnings were suppressed deep within, finally unable to bear the weight of it all, morphing into agony within the span of a song. Outside the bar, as we bid farewell, the 3 of us men were slightly intoxicated. Fang Yuan draped an arm around Nian's shoulder as they headed towards their car. Jianwei supported a dazed Xiang Chun, while only Mikai and I maintained a subtle distance. Jianwei assisted Xiang Chun into the car, but as she turned to leave, she unexpectedly returned toward Mikai and me. Standing before us, she did not meet my gaze, but addressed Mikai. "When you return, give him a glass of milk with honey. His stomach is not well." Mikai nodded, and only then did Jianwei glance at me, slightly unsteady on my feet, before she nodded at Mikai again, saying nothing further, and turned to walk towards the car. I stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. She was gone. Beside me, Mikai said, "Oh." I numbly responded, "No need. I could take a taxi." Mikai smiled, saying, "I promised your ex-girlfriend to prepare you a cup of honeyed milk. I do not like to break promises. Then let us go." As Mikai drove, I sat in the passenger seat, watching the city's lights blur past in the shadows of towering buildings, feeling slightly dizzy as the effects of the alcohol began to settle in. After a prolonged silence, Mikai finally inquired, "That song you just sang was for your ex-girlfriend, wasn't it? Her name is Jianwei. Do you dislike it when others refer to her as your ex-girlfriend?" I replied somewhat clumsily. 2 individuals who have already severed ties. Isn't it cleaner to address them by name? Mikai chuckled. "Perhaps your heart is not as clear as your words suggest." I chose not to respond, gazing at Mikai for a long moment before suddenly saying, "Drive faster. I feel like I might be sick." "Then get out and throw up," she replied. "Just get me home. Drive faster," I urged, my words becoming more fluid. Mikai abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to stop suddenly. "Get out and throw up. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in? There's a river over there." Though I felt dizzy, it was not to the extent of vomiting. I had merely said that to avoid discussing Jianwei with her. However, the sudden stop nearly caused the contents of my stomach to erupt. This woman seemed to have an uncanny ability to see through my lies and then punish me for them. I opened the car door and stumbled toward the riverbank, collapsing in a fit of despair as I began to vomit. Exhausted, I lay sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the twinkling stars, feeling another wave of dizziness. Mikai approached me, offering a tissue with a reproachful tone. I warned you not to drink that much. If you hadn't slammed the brakes just now, I wouldn't have thrown up. My words were still somewhat slurred. Oh, really? So you were just playing with me? Realizing I had inadvertently confessed, I chose to feign unconsciousness. Lying still on the ground. Go on, keep pretending. I'm leaving. I recalled that night when Mikai had abandoned me in the wilderness. I grasped her hand tightly, pleading, don't go. I clung to Mikai's hand, unwilling to let go, terrified of being left alone in this desolate area with few passersby. Mikai, taken aback, struggled to free herself as I held on her legs, as though I had found solace, comfort, in a lost past. Xiaoyan, let go. You've had too much to drink. Don't make a scene. Mikai's tone grew increasingly anxious, for such physical contact felt too intimate for us. Just hold me for a moment. Don't go. My voice quivered with emotion. I am not Jianwei. Xiaoyan, please wake up. Mikai pressed down on my shoulders, struggling fiercely until she finally pushed me to the ground and dashed towards her car. Once more, I found myself lying on the ground, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. The crisp autumn breeze gradually roused me from my stupor. After a brief moment, I rose and made my way toward Mikai's vehicle. However, Mikai, still haunted by past fears, resolutely refused to allow me to occupy the front passenger seat, insisting instead that I take my place in the back. The car roared to life once again, propelling me forward towards a landscape aglow with shimmering lights. A bittersweet reminder of my awakening. Chapter 30. An unexpected opportunity. Moments later, Mikai escorted me to Robin's residence, where I would spend my days in this modest 10-square-meter attic. I still felt lightheaded and made a beeline for the bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. In the hazy twilight of half-closed eyes, I observed the industrious Mikai. She had found an electric kettle to boil water, then hurried downstairs. A short while later, she returned with milk powder and honey, preparing a cup of honeyed milk for me. Don't sleep just yet. Drink the milk, she urged. I had no desire to move. Mumbling, just leave it there. I'll drink it later. It will get cold, she replied. After a moment's struggle, I sat up, and Mikai handed me the milk, taking a seat across from me to watch. The freshly made milk was scalding hot, and I sipped it slowly. Mikai prompted, hurry up once you finish. I'll tidy up and leave. There's nothing to tidy. If you're in a rush, feel free to go, I retorted. I'll wash the cup and pour you another cup of hot water, so you can drink when you're thirsty, Mikai replied. Why are you being so kind to me? I asked, taking a large gulp of milk that burned my throat. Mikai, surprised, responded, is making you a cup of milk such a grand gesture? Indeed, although it was merely a simple act of kindness. Why did I perceive it as something extraordinary? After a long moment, I realized that I had been lonely for far too long, lacking the companionship of a woman. Each time I drank excessively, it ended with me heaving alone, and after expelling the contents of my stomach, I would fall into a deep sleep, devoid of a woman to prepare a cup of milk for me. Finally finishing the cup of milk, Mikai washed the cup and poured me a glass of plain water. This time, she did not urge me to drink, but placed it on the bedside table, saying, leave this here. Drink when you're thirsty. Oh, I murmured. Mikai picked up her handbag, preparing to leave, but paused as if recalling something. Do you remember what you need to do tomorrow? She asked. Get up for work on time, I answered without thinking. Mikai frowned. That's not it. What is it then? I inquired. Think carefully. I'm leaving now, she said, walking towards the door and shutting it behind her, leaving me in a state of confusion. Lighting a cigarette, I sat on the bed, pondering for an extended period but failing to remember anything besides going to work the next day. Finally, I extinguished the cigarette, wrapped myself in the blanket, and drifted back to sleep. Since Mikai mentioned it was about tomorrow, I would contemplate it then. The next day, as I awoke, Robin was still asleep. His work demanded a nocturnal lifestyle, and it seemed he returned home at dawn. After a quick wash, I rummaged through a box in the corner and found a bowl of instant noodles, which I prepared for breakfast before hastily heading downstairs to catch the bus to work. Robin's residence was somewhat secluded, and the bus meandered along the route. During the hour-long journey, I reflected on Mikai's reminder from the previous evening, gradually becoming more alert. I recalled how Mikai had played along with me, and she certainly had no reason to assist me without a motive. As I followed this line of thought, clarity dawned upon me. I needed to purchase insecticide for her to deal with the pesky cockroaches. To ensure I wouldn't forget, I set a reminder on my phone, feeling reassured. Upon arriving at the office, I had barely poured myself a cup of tea when I was summoned by our planning department manager, Chun Jingming. He seemed to be in good spirits as he invited me to sit down. "Manager, have I messed something up again?" I instinctively asked, as most of my previous encounters with him had involved criticism. Chun Jingming chuckled and replied, "Don't be nervous. I have an important task for you." "What task?" I inquired, intrigued. "Gucci is setting up a counter in our department store, marking our entry into the ranks of upscale retail. The company wants to seize this opportunity to launch a comprehensive marketing campaign, aiming to create a significant impact and attract more international brands to collaborate with us." "Are you saying I'm responsible for planning this event?" I asked in astonishment. Chun Jingming nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, this is a rare opportunity for you. As you know, the traditional retail sector is fiercely competitive, and online shopping has posed a significant challenge in recent years, creating a harsh survival environment. Pursuing a high-end strategy and brand-oriented operations is fundamental for our store's survival. We must attract as many international brands as possible to strengthen our store's brand advantage. This event embodies our company's core values, and the decision-makers are highly invested in it. I hope you can shoulder this responsibility." "Manager, you know my capabilities well. Such a large event should be entrusted to Fang Yuan," I protested. "Zhaoyang, opportunities do not frequently present themselves. Fang Yuan's promotion to deputy manager of the planning department is already a foregone conclusion due to his contributions, and no one questions that. But you? I wish to promote you to the leader of the planning and copywriting team, but I fear there will be whispers." I understood perfectly what Chun Jingming meant. He aimed to use this event as a legitimate means to promote me to a leadership position in the planning and copywriting team, which was indeed a rare opportunity. After a moment of silence, I finally asked, "When will preparations for this event begin?" "As soon as the contract with Gucci is signed, we will commence. By the way, Gucci plans to shoot promotional posters for the grand opening on the 15th of this month. Please confirm the availability of that model. This is crucial, and it absolutely cannot go wrong. Understood?" Chun Jingming's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. "Understood. I will call her immediately to confirm," I replied. Chun Jingming nodded, saying, "Make the most of this opportunity. Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter it." "Thank you for the opportunity, Manager," I replied sincerely. As I exited Chun Jingming's office, I immediately called Lu Yao to inform her of the date for the promotional shoot. She confirmed her availability, alleviating the weight from my heart. I knew it was time for me to take charge of my life, and I must seize this opportunity firmly. After 2 years of stagnation, this was the first time I felt a genuine desire for progress, anticipating a transformative change in my life. After a busy day, I snapped back to reality, realizing it was already past 7 o'clock. The city's lights began to illuminate the night in a dazzling display. Sitting on the swaying bus, my mind was consumed with thoughts of the impending marketing event. Chun Jingming was right. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and I could not afford to be careless. After a long while, the bus continued to jostle along the road. I reached into my pocket to check the time, only to find my phone had powered off due to a dead battery. Glancing at the bus's digital clock, I saw it was already 8:30. 8:30. I suddenly remembered that I needed to help Mikai buy insecticide after work to deal with those abhorrent cockroaches. I recalled setting a reminder on my phone in the morning, fearing I might forget, but the phone conveniently died. Such irony could obliterate my luck, making Mikai utterly despise me. Chapter 31. The con artist. As the bus came to a halt, I could scarcely contain my eagerness to disembark, scanning the surroundings for a taxi. Yet, fate was unkind. Every passing vehicle was already occupied. My conviction grew stronger. The serendipitous encounter with Mikai was not a delightful orchestration of destiny, but rather an inescapable torment. At long last, the taxi arrived, and I hastened towards the agricultural market, recalling that some street vendors are sold insecticides, as the sprays available in supermarkets were generally ineffective against cockroaches. I fervently hoped that the vendors had not yet closed for the night. Upon reaching the market, darkness enveloped the area. Not a single vendor remained, and all the shops had shuttered. A sense of melancholy washed over me. Despite my efforts, it seemed that procuring insecticide this evening was a futile endeavor. Reluctantly, I settled for a bottle of insect spray from the supermarket, hoping it would suffice. Arriving at the old house, it was already 10 p.m. The hour-long ordeal had been quite taxing, and I could only wish that Mikai would not discern that I had brought insect spray instead of the promised powder. I knocked on the door, and shortly after, Mikai appeared in her pajamas, seemingly munching on something. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked, "What are you eating?" "Cherries," she replied. "What are cherries?" Seemingly pleased with my adherence to our agreement, Mikai patiently explained. "Cherries are simply another name for the fruit you are familiar with. Go wash your hands. There are plenty left. Are you inviting me to eat some?" Mikai nodded, and a sense of delight welled up within me. Her demeanor towards me had improved significantly, and being a dependable person seemed to have its merits. When I emerged from the bathroom, I found that Mikai had placed a box of cherries on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book while eating gracefully and appearing relaxed. I sat beside her, glancing at the exquisite box and realizing that these were authentic cherries imported from Chile, not the inferior produce masquerading as imported goods in supermarkets. This box must have cost at least $1,000. I quickly popped 2 cherries into my mouth and remarked, "We both have the same features, yet how is it that you lead such a lavish life?" "What do you mean?" Mikai looked at me, puzzled. "I mean, you live extravagantly. Since my mother gave birth to me, I've never tasted such expensive fruit," I exclaimed, popping 2 more cherries into my mouth. "They were a gift from a friend," Mikai replied, returning her focus to her book. "Then why have none of my friends ever gifted me such luxurious fruit?" "The truth is, your social class is simply decadent, a parasite of socialism," I huffed, stuffing several more cherries into my mouth. Mikai seemed to be in high spirits and did not engage in an argument, merely stating, "If you like them, you may take some home." "I must take some home," I declared, rising from the sofa and finding a bag to pack the box. At that moment, Mikai finally set her book aside and asked, "Did you manage to buy the insect powder? Would I dare come here if I hadn't?" Mikai nodded in agreement, saying, "If you hadn't bought it, coming here would be harassment." I bought it. What harassment?" "I wouldn't tarnish my reputation," I replied impatiently, retrieving the insect spray from my briefcase, ready to deceive her. Mikai scrutinized the insect spray, frowning as she remarked, "But you said it was insect powder? This doesn't seem right." A surge of panic gripped me, and I quickly asserted, "Of course it doesn't. Tea look the same. This is a newly developed insecticide that works wonders on cockroaches." Mikai gazed at me skeptically, saying, "I've read that cockroaches have strong resistance. Common insecticides are generally ineffective. Don't be so dogmatic. This is not an ordinary insecticide. I assure you, with this kit in hand, I could eradicate every cockroach in this house. It would be a massacre." I boasted recklessly. Mikai continued to regard me with suspicion, saying, "You seem rather like a con artist." Feeling slightly guilty yet defiant, I retorted, "I'm doing this for your own good. The powder is highly toxic. If you accidentally kill a mouse, wouldn't that be revolting?" Mikai appeared startled and urged, "Then don't just stand there. Get on with what you need to do." "Would you like to observe?" I asked, but Mikai shook her head vigorously. I turned away nonchalantly, strolling towards the bathroom, reveling in a sense of victory, thinking to myself, "Foolish girl, try to expose me again. I dare you." With the cherry she had gifted me in hand, I bid farewell to Mikai. It was already 11 p.m., and I wouldn't arrive back at Robin's until at least midnight. I couldn't help but reflect on what a tumultuous night it had been. Before leaving, I cautioned Mikai, "Do not use that bathroom tonight. After spraying the insecticide, it will be filled with toxic substances." "I understand," she replied. Out of boredom, I asked, "Will you be able to hold it in all night?" "I find it quite difficult. I usually need to use the restroom several times." Mikai frowned, replying, "Why do you have to talk so much? I'm just concerned for you." "I simply won't stay here tonight," she stated, which piqued my curiosity. From her words, I could almost ascertain that she owned another residence in the city. Yet, Why had she chosen to purchase this place and reside here? Ultimately, I refrained from voicing my doubts, for I knew Mikai would not divulge the truth. I had asked her before, and knowing the answer held no significance for me beyond satisfying my curiosity. I had grown accustomed to engaging in endeavors of substantial meaning, so I opted not to inquire further. I retrieved another cherry from my pocket and popped it into my mouth, saying to Mikai, "Well, I'm off. If you encounter any issues in this house or neighborhood, call me." "Okay," she replied. Clearing my throat, the motion sensor light in the hallway flickered on, and I turned to leave. "Xiaoyang, wait," Mikai called. I turned back, surprised to see her, and asked, "You don't intend for me to stay, do you? The bathroom isn't usable, and I can't hold it." "Take your guitar with you," Mikai said, turning to retrieve it from the room I once occupied. I hesitated to accept the guitar from her, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, "I told you to find someone knowledgeable. This guitar could fetch a good price. I don't have the money to repay you right now." My request for repayment that day was made out of anger. "You can keep the guitar. It belongs to no one but you and Jianwei. It's merely a memory." I was astonished and asked, "How did you know this guitar was connected to Jianwei?" "It's engraved with both your names," Mikai replied calmly. After a lengthy silence, I avoided looking at the guitar propped against the wall and murmured, "I don't want it anymore." Mikai smiled gently. "You may be able to part with a guitar, but you can never relinquish that memory. Why deceive yourself?" I remained silent. "Take it," she said, placing the guitar box outside the door before closing it behind her. With the guitar I had recovered weighed heavily upon my heart. I returned to Robin's residence, only to encounter him in the hallway with a flamboyantly dressed woman. The woman removed her helmet as she dismounted from Robin's modified racing motorcycle, and Robin followed suit, removing his helmet. I immediately understood that this was Robin's companion for the night. Robin embraced the alluring woman and introduced her to me, saying, "Xiaoyang, this is my friend, Lily." I smiled and replied, "I hope I'm not interrupting your time together. If so, I can find a hotel." "Not at all. It's just for the night." "It's fine," Robin assured me. "Very well. I shall take a moment downstairs. Please assist me by bringing the guitar upstairs first." Robin took the guitar from my hands, patted my shoulder, and signaled that he would take care of it swiftly. He then embraced the woman and ascended the stairs. I remained at the entrance of the corridor, opening the cherries I had brought back from Mikai, and began to indulge in them. Chapter 32. Payday. After waiting for nearly 40 minutes at the corridor, Robin still had not finished his business. The chill of the autumn breeze was becoming unbearable, prompting me to consider going up to urge him. Just as I stood up, a woman named Lily descended from above, the air thick with the strong scent of her perfume. "Are you done?" I inquired, adjusting my coat. Lily shot me a discontented glance, retorting, "If it weren't for you, I would have spent the night here. Robin has several bars to attend to tomorrow. You shouldn't trouble him further." I find it incomprehensible why two men would live together. Lily continued, her dissatisfaction evident. "I'm only staying here temporarily until I find a place," I explained, feeling somewhat guilty. She nodded, then added, "I forgot my wallet. Lend me $50 for a taxi." I was taken aback. "Why didn't you ask Robin for it just now?" "I forgot, and I didn't feel like going back up." "Just hurry up," she insisted, making a gesture for the money. "You're not a lady of the night, are you?" I quipped. Lily rolled her eyes. "Have you ever seen an escort who only charges $50? Fair point." I took out my wallet, rummaging through it, but failing to find 50. Lily swiftly pulled out 100, waving it in front of me as if I were the one in her debt. After Lily left, I realized that staying at Robin's was not a long-term solution. It was inconvenient and far from the office, so I needed to continue my search for a place. Upon returning indoors, the air seemed to linger with a sense of debauchery. Instinctively, I glanced at the bed, which remained neatly made. "I was worried you'd be uncomfortable sleeping there, so I didn't use it," Robin explained with a smile. "You've worked hard." I replied. "It was nothing. Whether standing or lying down, it's all the same." He chuckled. I placed the cherries I had brought from Mitsai on the table and said to Robin, "A gift from a friend. Give them a try." "Oh, imported from Chile. Which of your friends is so extravagant?" Robin remarked as he popped one into his mouth. I paused, realizing that calling Mitsai a friend was somewhat presumptuous. In reality, we were scarcely more than acquaintances, and she often found me quite bothersome. "Just a friend," I replied vaguely. It was a trivial matter, and Robin did not press further. He retrieved his guitar from its case, strumming the strings with delight, and asked, "Didn't you pawn this impressive guitar?" "She gave it back to me," I replied honestly. "Who is she?" Robin questioned, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Must I pen a book to answer you?" I retorted. Robin, with an understanding look, urged, "Calm down." He resumed strumming, and a rendition of Cinderella floated into the night from our tiny loft. The night was as still as a stagnant pond, Robin and I lying on the bed, each holding a cigarette, enveloped in mutual confusion and silence. A sudden gust of wind burst through the window, dispersing the haze of smoke within. I inhaled deeply, challenging the wild wind, and exhaled heavily, allowing the scent of tobacco to reclaim the space. As I finished my cigarette and extinguished it in the ashtray, I finally turned to Robin and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "About girls," he replied, taking a deep drag. I teased, "Didn't you just sleep with Lily?" Robin chuckled, extinguishing his cigarette, pulling out another from the pack. After a pause, he said, "I can't help but wonder how she's doing. If you miss her, just reach out. It's only a matter of an old friend checking in," I suggested. "Would you dare contact Janway after 2 years of separation?" Robin countered, "What does my situation have to do with yours?" I retorted, "It's the same principle. What would change if you reached out? Just let it be. I sympathize with you. You still love her, yet her parents forced you apart, leaving you with a tarnished reputation in her heart. As long as she finds happiness, my grievances are insignificant," I said. Lighting another cigarette, I fell into silence, refraining from encouraging Robin to contact that girl from Beijing. "Let's get some sleep. Dawn is approaching," Robin said, extinguishing his half-finished cigarette. I gazed out the window, as if peering through the darkness before dawn, reflecting, living is indeed a riddle without resolution, a blend of right and wrong, truth and falsehood. The next day passed in a flurry of activity, a busyness I had not experienced during my first 2 years at the company. This was primarily due to the responsibilities of Feng Yuan temporarily resting on my shoulders. But I considered it a fortunate opportunity for acclimatization in the event I became the head of the planning and copywriting team. In addition to my busy day, I had another reason to celebrate. Today was payday. As the end of the workday approached, I contemplated how to spend this month's earnings. After much deliberation, I decided my first expenditure would be to treat Meet Sai to dinner. I recalled how I had tricked her into attending Feng Yuan's wedding under the guise of a meal, and how furious she had been. Undoubtedly, it was a thoughtless move on my part, so tonight, I needed to extend my sincerest invitation, to apologize and to thank her for her cooperation in the previous night's performance at the bar, which spared me from embarrassment in front of Janwei. I dialed Meet Sai's number, and after a brief wait, she answered, her tone still calm. "Hello, what is up? I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Would you grace me with your presence?" I said earnestly, "Is this another wedding of your friends?" she asked, leaving me somewhat speechless as her calmness left me momentarily at a loss. After a pause, I replied, "This time it's not a friend's wedding. I genuinely wish to treat you to dinner." "Oh, let us skip today," she said, disappointment creeping in. "Come on. I just got paid, and you were the first person I thought of. Please don't refuse my earnest invitation. My car is in for maintenance, and it's inconvenient to take a taxi. Let us do it another time." Meet Sai finally provided a reason for declining. "That's easily resolved. I have a car. I'll come pick you up." "Where are you?" "You have a car?" she asked, puzzled. "Indeed, it's quite similar to yours. Just give me a chance. Tonight, I'll take you to a particularly interesting restaurant that I'm sure you'll enjoy." After a moment of contemplation, Meet Sai finally responded, "All right, I'm at Lugan Garden. You can come over." "You live in Lugan Garden?" I exclaimed, realizing it was a high-end residential area. She must have relocated there due to the insecticide sprayed in her bathroom yesterday. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Meet Sai said before hanging up. I chuckled, unfazed by her attitude, as I had anticipated she had other accommodations in Suzhou. Putting my phone away, I turned to Zhao Li, who was still busy next door, and said, "Zhao Li, can I borrow your little auto for the night?" Zhao Li looked up at me suspiciously, asking, "What do you need it for?" "I'll fill it up after using it." "Hurry up," I replied impatiently. "You better keep your word. Don't trick me," Zhao Li warned as he handed me the car keys from his drawer. As dusk settled, I drove Zhao Li's auto toward Lugan Garden. I was not deceiving Meet Sai this time. The car I was currently driving was indeed quite similar to hers. Hers was an Audi, while mine was an auto. both striking in their vibrant crimson hue. Chapter 33. The music-themed restaurant in the empty city. After approximately half an hour of travel, I finally arrived at my residence. The Luan Jinyuan, where Mikai was waiting for me beneath a sycamore tree outside the community. The autumn leaves danced gracefully in the air before cascading down, and the lights illuminated her figure, making her appear as though she had stepped out from a painting, serene and composed. I honked the horn, and Mikai turned to me. I smiled and said, "Get in, let's go eat. If we delay, we might not find seat." She approached, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat, seemingly indifferent to the car I was driving. Feeling slightly self-conscious, I remarked, "What do you think? This car is quite nice, small in displacement, and environmentally friendly." "It is nice, but like you, it has a somewhat shabby quality," she replied with a teasing smile. "Am I really shabby?" I inquired, quickly glancing into the mirror with a hint of insecurity. "Shabbiness does not necessarily pertain to appearance. I refer to your character," she clarified. I returned the mirror to its place, unwilling to engage in a verbal sparring match, for the image of my poor character had already been firmly etched in her mind. Even if I presented myself as a national hero, she would still perceive me as shabby. Mikai seemed somewhat surprised by my lack of retort, and I merely smiled at her before starting the car. I thought to myself, Mikai does not quite understand that a man of substance is often taciturn. By that standard, I must indeed be a man of considerable depth. The little car weaved through the streets and alleys until it came to a stop on an old street that was on the verge of demolition. We exited the vehicle, as the restaurant I intended to take her to was located down a narrow alley that could not accommodate the car, necessitating our walk. This dimly lit alley was sparsely illuminated by a few street lamps, and Mikai, following closely behind me, asked nervously, "Where are you taking me?" "To a paradise. But we must first traverse this darkness," I replied. Upon emerging from the shadowy passage, the space before us opened up, revealing the empty city music-themed restaurant under the glow of a bright street lamp. I lit a cigarette and said to Mikai, "This is the place. It's owned by a friend of mine who plays music, and the ambience is delightful, though it specializes in Sichuan cuisine." "That is quite eclectic," Mikai remarked, surveying the establishment. "Usually, music restaurants focus on Western cuisine." "Yes, the proprietress is from Chongqing. Can you handle spicy food?" I inquired. "I can," she replied as we stepped inside, where the proprietress, CC, was perched on an adjustable bar stool singing, a glass of draft beer beside her, and an unfinished cigarette in hand. CC immediately spotted my arrival and, seizing a moment between songs, snapped her fingers at me and exclaimed, "Long time no see, Jiayang." I nodded, giving her a thumbs up to indicate I enjoyed her performance. CC smiled and gestured that we would chat later, returning to her song, a rendition of Zhang Xin's appearance. Mikai and I chose a table, and she seemed quite taken with CC's voice, remaining silent and absorbed in the music. As I placed our order, I too became enraptured by CC's singing, her raspy yet deeply emotive voice stirring memories within me. 3 years prior, I had fled from Shanghai to Suzhou with Jianwei due to her parents' vehement opposition. With no money and a life fraught with hardship, I had taken up singing at CC's restaurant, earning just enough to sustain us. Jianwei would wait for me at the restaurant every day, helping serve customers and earning small tips while I performed. After closing, I would habitually smoke a cigarette as she carried my guitar, and together we would traverse that dark alley, stopping at a small stall to buy a roasted sweet potato. That winter, though the winds could be biting and the snow heavy at times, the warmth of our reliance on each other remains etched in my memory. "Jiaoyang, why is this restaurant called Empty City?" Mikai's sudden question shattered my reverie, and it took me a moment to respond. At birth, everyone possesses an empty city within their heart. As time passes and one matures, the chaos, indifference, and worldly desires fill that city, rendering it bloated and unrecognizable. It is called Empty City to commemorate that innocent place. "Is it your interpretation?" she asked. "It's what CC told me," I replied, glancing at CC, who was still singing. Mikai nodded, sipping her herbal tea, and continued listening to CC's melodies. Once CC finished her song, she returned the microphone to its stand and walked over to us. CC is an unconventional beauty. Her features may not be classically attractive, but when combined, They create an unforgettable allure. As she approached, she captured the attention of several diners. Cece placed a large glass of beer in front of me and smiled, saying, "This is on me." She then signaled for the waitress to bring me, Kai, a large glass of cola. "I'm driving, so I won't drink," I said. "Go ahead. I'll drive you later." Mikai replied. Cece then looked at Mikai and asked, "Is this girl your new girlfriend?" I glanced at Mikai, who remained composed, and gathered my courage to answer, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." Cece shrugged, indicating her regret for my past with Jianwei, but ultimately smiled and complimented Mikai on her beauty. The lights in the restaurant dimmed slightly, while the antique candlestick on our table flickered to life, casting a warm glow throughout the establishment and filling the air with the subtle fragrance of scented candles. After a brief silence, Cece asked, "By the way, what has Robin been up to lately? He has been here in a while. What can he be busy with?" "Just running around performing," I replied. "Let S invite him over sometime." "I miss him," Cece expressed with a hint of longing in her voice, revealing her feelings for Robin, who remained preoccupied with a girl from Beijing. "All right, let's set a time to gather here," I said. "You must promise me." I grinned and made a mock solemn vow, "I promise." With that, Cece nodded in relief. After Cece departed, Mikai and I finally found ourselves alone. I raised my glass of beer in a toast, and she clinked her cola against mine, both taking a sip. Just then, two individuals entered the restaurant, and a gust of cold air followed them. To my dismay, I recognized them as Jianwei and Xiangchun. A whirlwind of emotions surged within me, and I realized this was not a night meant for a quiet dinner with Mikai. I felt a deep aversion to this encounter, fearing the awkwardness of our coincidental meeting. Chapter 34. A clean place. My expression began to betray an unnatural tension, and Mikai, sitting opposite me, noticed my discomfort. She glanced at me and then turned her gaze towards Jianwei, their eyes meeting momentarily. Mikai, with her somewhat aloof demeanor, and Jianwei, who was inherently proud, surprisingly did not greet each other. Instead, it was Xiangchun who waved at me, saying, "Xiaoyang, are you dining with your girlfriend? Ah, since you both are here, why not join us at our table?" I suggested politely, though I harbored reluctance within. This forced courtesy felt awkward, yet I felt compelled to extend the invitation. Jianwei intertwined her arm with Xiangchun's and shook her head, saying, "No need to squeeze together. We'll take a table over there." Xiangchun complied without hesitation, smiling at me before guiding Jianwei to a different table. Watching their retreating figures, I was convinced that after this unexpected encounter, Jianwei and Xiangchun would firmly believe that Mikai and I were indeed a couple, given that we were on a date, savoring a dinner meant solely for the two of us. This was likely Jianwei's first dining experience in the deserted city since her return home. Thus, when Cece spotted Jianwei, her reaction was one of surprise. She offered Jianwei and Xiangchun a draft beer and a cola, but refrained from mentioning the past. For in her eyes, Jianwei and I had each moved on to new affections, and reminiscing would only spoil the atmosphere. Throughout the meal, I exchanged a few words with Xiangchun from across several tables. I inquired about their prolonged stay in Suzhou. Xiangchun explained that Suzhou was their university town, and they had seldom returned in recent years. They decided to take advantage of their free time together to explore the area, but soon, Jianwei would accompany him to Nanjing. Xiangchun's response struck a nerve within me, for I was acutely aware that Jianwei's trip to Nanjing was to meet Xiangchun's family. It wouldn't be long before I received their wedding invitation, once again tearing my heart into shreds. During the meal, I remained restless, deliberately avoiding glancing in Jianwei's direction and refraining from drinking excessively. I repeatedly reminded myself that our past had long been washed away by the river of time. No amount of longing or self-torment would alter that reality. I understood that from the moment Jianwei donned a crystal diamond necklace gifted by Xiangchun, I had been living in a separate realm, erecting an impenetrable wall around myself, choosing not to see, think, or feel pain. I lost track of time, and before I realized it, Xiangchun and Jianwei had finished their dinner and left after a brief exchange. I watched them disappear into the narrow alley, unable to see the corner where I once bought roasted sweet potatoes on winter nights. The night felt rather chilly. Mikai waved her hand in front of me, rousing me from my reverie. It dawned on me that this was a dinner meant solely for Mikai and me. I offered an apologetic smile, raised my glass, and downed the remaining draft beer, still feeling quite clear-headed. The dinner continued, not because Mi Kai and I were eating slowly, but because Jianwei and Xiang Chun had departed in haste. I ordered another draft beer, not intending to intoxicate myself. This beer wouldn't achieve that, but rather to use the cold liquid to sharpen my senses. Half an hour later, Mi Kai and I concluded our dinner. After bidding farewell to CC, I prepared to leave with Mi Kai. Zhaoyang, you haven't settled the bill yet, have you? Mi Kai remarked, holding me back. We're such familiar friends. Why bother with the bill? I jested as I continued forward, but in reality, our conversation during the meal had been sparse, and I merely teased her to lighten the weight of the evening. Mi Kai pulled me back with greater force, her previously calm expression now filled with indignation. You have no sense of decency. With friends like you, how can your friend's restaurant thrive? Have you had too much to drink? Is it remarkable that cola can intoxicate someone? I replied with a smirk, observing how her agitation contrasted sharply with her usual demeanor. Realizing she had lost her composure, Mi Kai ceased her pursuit and approached the bar with her wallet. In that moment, I grasped how much she detested my lack of propriety, even to the extent of disregarding her own decorum in public to confront me. I hastened to catch up with Mi Kai, grasping her arm and saying, I promise to treat you. How could I let you pay? I don't want to be associated with someone like you. Don't speak to me. Ah, I was merely joking. The payment isn't at the bar. It's in that corner over there. I turned her around to face the box in the corner. Mi Kai looked at me with confusion, as she had been seated with her back to the box during our meal. I chuckled and explained, didn't you notice that the menu didn't have prices listed? Here, it's all based on trust. You simply drop your payment into that box when you leave. Is it really that arbitrary? Mi Kai asked, astonished. Indeed, no one supervises. But this. I led Mi Kai to the corner where the box was situated and extracted 300 yuan from my wallet, placing it inside. Those who dine here once held a vision of a pure, empty city. No one would desecrate this sanctuary with materialistic concerns, which is why this establishment has thrived for many years without incurring losses. If there's indeed a clean place in this world, it must be here. On our way back, Mi Kai navigated her light car through the bustling city, yet she seemed intrigued by the music-themed restaurant in the empty city and asked, Zhaoyang, have all the patrons adhered to this rule over the years? Not at all. When the restaurant first opened, many tried to take advantage of the system, leaving without paying. Mi Kai was not surprised by my response, as this world is rife with petty individuals who seek to benefit without effort. She pressed further, so how did it come to be that everyone now follows the rules? I contemplated for a moment before answering. We initially urged CC to abandon this idealistic business model, deeming it impractical. Yet CC was adamant, and eventually, the restaurant faced insurmountable losses, leading to a notice of closure being posted on the announcement board. What happened next? On the final night before closure, many people came with their families to enjoy a free dinner. We felt disheartened, blaming CC for being foolish. This idealistic approach ultimately revealed the ugliness of human nature. Michai nodded doubtfully. I opened the car window, lit a cigarette, and continued. After we closed that night, we felt a profound sense of loss. A few friends and I drank heavily, for after that night, there would be no more restaurant in the empty city. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, I smiled and added, perhaps there's indeed a notion of rebirth from despair. When we opened the box to calculate the day's earnings, we were astounded to find a full 100,000 yuan in cash. We were all surprised, yet no one knew which patron had placed it there. Thus, the restaurant continued to operate thanks to that 100,000 yuan. I nodded and said, indeed, this 100,000 yuan has provided CC with the motivation to continue operating. More accurately, it serves as a source of psychological encouragement. For the sake of that unknown customer, we cannot allow the empty establishment to close. Subsequently, we replaced the box with a transparent one, allowing everyone to see clearly how much each person contributed after their meal. Those who merely tossed in a few coins were subsequently confronted by me and a few friends in the alley, where we administered a lesson. Over time, those who sought to take advantage ceased their visits. However, CC remained unaware of these occurrences. Had she known, she would have vehemently opposed our actions. Much time passed, and CC once again replaced the transparent box with an opaque one, yet the establishment had essentially ceased to incur losses. Though it was not entirely free from the risk of those attempting to exploit the situation. Upon hearing my account, the typically indifferent me, Kai surprisingly expressed solidarity, saying, "Well done. Those unscrupulous individuals deserve to be punished. However, do you not fear that those you assaulted might report you?" "Of course they would report us," I replied, "but one of our companions in this endeavor happens to be a local officer, so he turns a blind eye. Furthermore, we are not extorting money. We exercise restraint, focusing primarily on issuing warnings. As long as those scoundrels refrain from returning, the restaurant can continue to operate normally." Mikai looked at me and suddenly smiled. I gazed at her in astonishment, unable to comprehend. "Hearing you denounce others as scoundrels is inexplicably amusing," Mikai explained with a smile. "Who says that scoundrels cannot call other scoundrels? I certainly did not imply that you are one. That is precisely your implication. Do you think I am foolish enough not to discern it?" Mikai burst into laughter, and for the first time in our days of companionship, I witnessed her laughter so unreserved. In that moment, her newfound brightness rendered her even more captivating. Consequently, our little vehicle glided effortlessly through the city's interplay of light and shadow, shedding some of the weight of reality and filling the air with a chorus of delightful laughter. Chapter 35. You Beast. Mikai drove me back to Robin's residence. That night, I had not indulged excessively in alcohol, which made our farewell rather simple. Mikai unbuckled her seatbelt and said to me, "Thank you for dinner tonight. I truly enjoyed that restaurant. Feel free to visit often, but do not attempt to leave without paying. I shall rally a band of righteous souls to corner you in an alley and give you a sound thrashing." I jested with a smile. "If I were to do such a thing, I would willingly accept your judgment," I replied. "How perceptive of you," Mikai said, choosing not to elaborate further. She opened the car door and stepped out, scanning the street for a passing taxi. I followed suit, standing beside her as we waited. After a moment, I nudged her playfully and said, "I wish to propose something." "What is it?" "Let me return and be your landlord, while you become my tenant. Shall we?" "An utterly impractical request. You have only just moved out. Yet my longing for that abode grows with each passing day." Michai retorted firmly. "Harbor no such delusions. I do not wish to share my home with a man. Were you not once kind enough to take me in? That was only because you were pitiably pleading. Then allow me to plead once more in a most pitiful manner." Unlike before, Mikai did not express annoyance at my relentless banter. Instead, she patiently replied, "It is truly inconvenient for a man and a woman to cohabitate. In such a vast city, there are ample options. Why must you make it difficult for me? Will you not live with your boyfriend in the future?" I countered. "Regardless of the circumstances, it is inevitable that men and women will coexist," Mikai remarked with a faint smile. "You are correct, which is precisely why I choose to live with my boyfriend and not you," she added. At last, an empty taxi arrived, and Mikai raised her hand to hail it, quickly climbing in and vanishing from my view. I murmured to the night, "You are indeed right. But why do I feel as though you are compelling me to be your boyfriend, so that we may live together in rightful harmony? I recall mentioning to Bandad that you're not my type, so please, do hasten to abandon any such notions regarding me." Suddenly, I found myself laughing at my audacity, even fooling myself. Upon entering Robin's home, I found it still devoid of even a television. This night was destined to be dull and tiresome. I dragged a few boxes from under the bed and discovered a can of beer. This was rather pleasing. A beer in hand, accompanied by my guitar and a few songs, could serve as a delightful diversion. The wind on the balcony remained wild. Yet I sat steadfastly with my guitar, undeterred by the gusts. My fear was not of the wind, but of the absence of that sky city. Thus, I strummed the guitar strings and sang with all my might, as if calling out, as if pleading for that distant city to return to my heart, to bring me solace and prevent my wandering. I was unaware of when Robin returned. Suddenly, he handed me a cigarette from behind and leaped onto the railing, lighting one for himself as well. I set my guitar aside, ignited my cigarette, took a puff, and said to Robin, "I dined at CC's restaurant today. Is that so?" Robin replied mechanically. "CC mentioned she misses you," I added. Robin regarded me, and after a moment of silence, he said, I also exchanged a few words with Lu Yao on WeChat today. Is that so? I responded with a similar mechanical tone. Lu Yao says she misses you. I chuckled and replied, I relay CC's words to you with a clear conscience. You are clearly just fabricating. Without further ado, Robin retrieved his phone from his pocket and showed me the chat history with Lu Yao. Indeed, there was in black and white, irrefutable proof. I suddenly felt at a loss for words, taking a sip from the beer beside me before saying, You and CC have not seen each other in quite some time. Let's arrange a gathering at her restaurant sometime. Bring Lu Yao along, and we shall all go together. Why do you insist on dragging Lu Yao into this? Xiaoyang, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I laughed and continued, You should understand better than anyone that a man's heart is not vast. It can only contain the first woman he loves. In this regard, we are at least of the same ilk. I shook my head, saying, Robin, you and CC truly seem well suited. You share the same ideals, interests, and character. As for me and Lu Yao, we clearly belong to different worlds. She does not genuinely care for me. To be precise, it is merely a reliance formed over time. Thus, do not force such a strained comparison. Let us not dwell on this. I am somewhat weary today and shall retire for the night. Robin patted my shoulder and climbed down from the railing. I called out to him, Let's make time to visit CC soon. Perhaps, Robin replied ambiguously before departing. I understood he could not bear to approach CC with a heart unloving, knowing that she was unlike those women he could casually bring home. In this regard, Robin held to his principles. I could empathize with Robin, yet a sense of regret lingered in my heart. The following day, I rose slightly later than usual. Finding not take the bus, Zhao Li's car remained with me. Upon arriving at the office, I clocked in just before 9, and Zhao Li rushed out from another elevator, racing to the time clock like a whirlwind. Just as he was about to slide in his card, the time miraculously ticked past 9. With a woeful expression, Zhao Li lamented, Xiaoyang, this is all your fault. I thought I had my car and slept until 8. As a result, Sai, my perfect attendance award for this month is gone. I tossed in the car keys I held, indifferent, and replied, Is it merely a perfect attendance award? What a trivial matter. I did not receive one last month either. Have you ever received one since you started working? I bristled at Zhao Li's question, my face darkening. Zhao Li quickly shifted the topic, asking, Did you fill up the tank in my car? Rest assured, it's quite full. I assured him. Zhao Li finally appeared satisfied. I added, By the way, I found a Sinopec fuel card in your car and handed it to the person filling up. Zhao Li's expression abruptly changed, still clinging to a glimmer of hope as he said, But you don't know the password. It's just Pan Xiaoyan's birthday, isn't it? I know that. Xiaoyan, you beast. Last time, was it you who stole my equipment in the game? Upon entering the office, Zhao Li continued to regard me with a look of intense hatred. I chose to ignore him, knowing that next time he needed something, he'd have to yield his little Ao-Tu to me. I prepared to make myself a cup of coffee in the break room to perk myself up, but I was then summoned by manager Chen Jingming, instructing me to visit his office immediately. I set down the cup in my hand and proceeded to Chen Jingming's office. Sit, he said while perusing some documents. I shall not. If you have something to discuss, please be direct. I am quite busy, I replied. Chen Jingming looked up with a smile, then set down his documents and said, There is a matter that requires your coordination. Is it regarding Gucci? Chen Jingming nodded, saying, The date for the promotional poster shoot has changed. It has been moved to the 10th of this month. Please inform the model. Wasn't it originally scheduled for the 15th? They're not unemployed. You know, coordinating schedules with the crew is incredibly challenging. I spoke with irritation. Chen Jingming wore a helpless expression as he said, Gucci made a last-minute adjustment, and I have no choice. The photographer has other commitments on the 15th and can only accommodate on the 10th. Their arrogance is truly astonishing. Whenever they mention a particular model, we are compelled to assist them. When they request schedule adjustments, we must acquiesce. My frustration is mounting. Fine, Zhou Yang. You're drawing a salary from the company. This is a task assigned to you by the higher-ups, and you must see it through. Chen Jingming finally spoke to me, his temper flaring. I retorted sarcastically, Just because I am on the company payroll, does that mean if the company declares the moon in the sky to be splendid, I am to construct a spacecraft to pluck it from the heavens and present it to them? Chapter 36. Burning fury. Chen Jingming was rendered speechless by my words. yet he still sought my assistance. After a moment, he softened his tone and said, I am equally frustrated by Gucci's sudden change in shooting dates. However, what can be done? We cannot afford a clash with them. They have numerous shopping malls to choose from, while finding our 8th international first-tier brand is exceedingly difficult. Alas, one must adapt to the circumstances. Zhaoyang, if you wish to ascend higher and further in your career, you must learn the virtues of patience and compromise and hold them close to your heart. Upon hearing Chen Jingming's words, I felt reluctant to maintain my anger. He was, after all, a decent superior who had taken good care of me over the past 2 years at the company. My own lack of ambition made me feel somewhat guilty. I did not want to place Chen Jingming in a difficult position. He had his own challenges, and I was well aware of the stakes involved in this matter. After a prolonged silence, I said, I will reach out to her, but the 10th is just 2 days away. Is it possible to rearrange her schedule? I truly cannot guarantee anything this time. Chen Jingming wearily rubbed his temples and replied, do your best to communicate with her. Let her know that if she can participate in the shoot on the 10th, I am personally willing to offer her triple the usual compensation. I fell silent again, deeply empathizing with Chen Jingming's plight. This situation must have put immense pressure on him from upper management. He was in a different position from mine. Having reached such a level, he could not simply change companies if he found it uncomfortable as I could. Perhaps his helplessness and compromise were stark representations of the harsh realities of the workplace. After leaving Chen Jingming's office, I called Liao amidst a whirlwind of emotions. Liao seemed still in slumber. After a long pause, she answered the phone groggily. Hello, Zhaoyang. Why are you calling me now? Are you still asleep? I asked. Yes. I had 2 night shoots last night and barely managed to get through the night. I'm so tired. Liao yawned and inquired, is there something you need to tell me? I hesitated, finding it hard to voice my request. After a lengthy silence, I finally managed to say, the shooting schedule for Gucci has been adjusted to the 10th, which is the day after tomorrow. Can you rearrange your schedule? Liao's silence spoke volumes about the difficulty of the situation. She had already requested leave from the crew for the 15th, which would undoubtedly necessitate adjustments affecting many other actors. I'll go speak to the director now. If I can coordinate it, I will inform you immediately, Liao replied. Thank you, and I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. I said. Liao chuckled softly. Why are you apologizing? If it works out, you must come to Hongdian to pick me up this afternoon. The train is so boring. Of course, no problem. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After ending the call with Liao, I stepped into the restroom for a cigarette, feeling a knot of anxiety in my chest. I understood that as a newcomer, Liao's repeated requests from the crew could have adverse effects, yet she agreed so readily. I sincerely hoped this would not cause her any trouble. Around midday, while I was having lunch, my phone vibrated with a message from Liao. Zhaoyang, the crew has approved my leave for 3 days. Come pick me up quickly. The message was accompanied by a smiley face. Taking a deep breath, my tense emotions finally began to ease. I replied to Liao and prepared to head to Hongdian that afternoon to bring her back to Suzhou. I returned to Chen Jingming's office to report the news, and he, too, breathed a sigh of relief. He handed me his car keys and gave me 2,000 yuan in cash, instructing me to treat Liao to a meal in Hongdian on his behalf, promising to entertain her separately once she returned to Suzhou. Chen Jingming also informed me that the vice president of Gucci's China division would be in Suzhou on the day of the shooting for promotional posters to officially sign the contract for our department store's entry. This indicated that the planning and marketing department's months of efforts in securing Gucci's partnership had finally borne fruit, elevating our department store to the prestigious B-class standard. For me personally, this presented an opportunity for promotion to the position of head of the planning and copywriting team. I hoped this would indeed culminate successfully without any further complications. After leaving the office, I promptly drove Chen Jingming's Audi A4 towards Hongdian. Upon arrival, it was already past 4 p.m. Instead of seeking a hotel, I headed directly to the filming location where Liao was working, planning to wait for her outside the site until she finished her afternoon shoot. As the autumn breeze swept away the dusk, nightfall enveloped the area. Yet Liao had not yet emerged from the set. Lighting a cigarette, I found myself lost in thought, gazing at the exit of the filming site. Finally, Liao appeared under the glow of the lights. walking slowly with her right hand covering her cheek, obscuring her expression from view. I stood up to approach her, but she did not greet me as warmly as before. I smiled and asked, "Are you in pain? Why are you covering your face?" Liao remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Her unusual demeanor filled me with concern. I quickly caught up to her and asked gently, "What's wrong? Let me see your face." "It's nothing," she replied, quickening her pace, her voice choked with emotion. I seized her arm, forcefully uncovering her face. I was taken aback to see several bright red fingerprints on her otherwise fair complexion. Rage surged within me. "Who the hell hit you? I'll make them pay." I stormed toward the entrance of the filming site. Liao clung tightly to me from behind, pleading, "Xiaoyang, don't go. Let go." I let this slide. I could no longer contain my fury, suspecting that Liao's assault was related to this incident. After I shook her off, she sank to the ground, wrapping her arms around my legs, weeping, "Xiaoyang, please don't cause a scene. It won't help me at all. There are too many people here. Let us go back to the hotel." I struggled to control myself, noticing the cold stares from passersby. I realized that escalating the situation would only worsen Liao's predicament, unless she was willing to abandon this project entirely, which was clearly impossible for her. All I could do for Liao at that moment was to endure. I helped Liao to her feet, my heart roiling with unexpressed anger. I took out a tissue to wipe her tears, attempting to soften my tone. "Let us return to the hotel, but you need to clarify what happened." Liao nodded, gently linking her arm with mine as we walked towards the parking area. In the hotel room, Liao sat beside me while I applied an ice pack to her bruised cheek. My heart still burned with fury as I gritted my teeth and asked, "Who hit you? Was it your director?" Liao shook her head, tears streaming down her face again. After a long silence, she finally spoke. It was a fellow actress from our crew. She called me a seductress, claiming I was enticing the director, which is why he has been so kind to me, adjusting my schedule twice and causing them to lose their breaks. Liao's voice trailed off as she broke down in sobs. My heart ached as I realized that my involvement had inadvertently brought her this trouble. I wished I could find that actress and slap her back. "Do they often bully you like this?" I asked. Liao nodded. "This industry is complex. I'm just a newcomer, fresh out of school. It's to be expected. You don't need to be angry on my behalf." "Who is that actress?" I inquired, furrowing my brow, still eager to seek justice for Liao. She vehemently shook her head, steadfast in her refusal to divulge the information. A wave of frustration surged within me, an unbearable sense of helplessness, compounded by my resentment towards myself for allowing Lu Yao to endure such indignities. It seemed she could see through my turmoil, gently reassuring me, "Do not dwell on it. Her actions will only fuel my determination. I shall rise higher and venture further than she ever could. Perhaps one day, I may even find gratitude for the slap she bestowed upon me today." I gritted my teeth and sighed, recalling the words spoken by Chun Jingming earlier that morning. Indeed, in both the professional realm and the entertainment industry, one must learn the virtues of patience and compromise, for we, struggling at the bottom, lack the capital and authority to rebel. Should we act impulsively, failing to master our restraint, the consequences will only be more severe. This is precisely why Lu Yao desperately sought to dissuade me from pursuing justice on her behalf. Yet, must we live in such a demeaning manner due to our humble circumstances? Is it truly impossible for this world to harbor a resplendent city in the sky? Can we never return to that pristine realm of humanity's origins? Who, for heaven's sake, will provide me with an answer? Chapter 37. The plight of the poor as the night deepened. The autumn wind outside grew increasingly fierce. The hotel room temporarily transformed into a haven free from malevolence. Lu Yao remained nestled against me, her gaze lost in the air vent of the air conditioner. Neither of us felt the inclination to eat. After a while, I glanced at Lu Yao's face. The marks had faded a bit. I suggested, "Shall we go out for dinner, or would you prefer I order in?" Lu Yao shook her head and replied, "Let us go out." Well, when I arrived, our leader handed me 2,000 yuan for the purpose of treating you to a meal. At last, Lu Yao smiled, saying, "I've grown weary of the boxed meals from the production crew. Let us indulge ourselves today and have the best." I nodded emphatically. "Yes, Let us savor the finest. If that isn't enough, we can always ask our leader for more. Let us bankrupt him so he trembles at the sight of us. You're truly mischievous. She laughed, and we exchanged a bittersweet smile amidst our struggles. The night breeze howled as the streets grew sparse with pedestrians. Lu Yao, clad in a thick pink down jacket, walked beside me. Although we planned to indulge, we ultimately settled on a simple bowl of noodles. Perhaps at that moment, we yearned not for extravagant feasts, but for the simplicity of a humble meal, a fleeting escape from the pain of reality. Inside the noodle shop, Lu Yao removed her mask and took out a small makeup mirror to inspect her face. With a hint of concern, she said to me, "We're shooting the poster the day after tomorrow. I wonder if these marks will disappear. They're still tomorrow. They should fade," I reassured her. Lu Yao nodded. "I'll apply ice packs when we get back." I gazed at her with a twinge of sympathy, feeling regret for ever being impatient with her and resenting the trouble she brought me. In truth, she had been quite kind to me. It was only when I needed her that I recognized her goodness, which filled me with guilt. Sometimes, one ought not to view another person in a one-dimensional light. Although Lu Yao might be a troublesome woman, she possesses admirable qualities, particularly her loyalty to friends. Otherwise, she would not willingly endure hardship to assist me. During our meal, Lu Yao brought up our mutual friends, asking, "Xiaoyang, how are Robin and Cici doing? Are they together?" "I don't think so. What a pity. Cici is such a wonderful girl. Though she has an idealistic nature, Robin is quite idealistic himself. I think they would complement each other well." I nodded in agreement, but lamented, "You should know that Robin has an emotional hurdle he cannot overcome. He doesn't want to carry that into a relationship with Cici, and I completely understand him. And what about you? Have you overcome your emotional barriers?" Lu Yao suddenly shifted the focus back to me. I had the answer in my heart, but fell into silence. At that moment, I wished for someone to traverse that sky city and return to inform me of how long it would take to surmount the obstacles and reunite with the woman of my dreams. Yet, I knew that the woman waiting in that sky city was no longer Jianwei. Noticing my prolonged silence, Lu Yao chuckled. "You've replaced your answer with silence." I did not deny it, merely expressing my despondency. "Let us eat. The noodles are getting soggy." Lu Yao lowered her head and took a bite of her noodles, then suddenly said, "When we return to Suzhou, let's gather at CC's restaurant. It's been a while since we dined there, and I miss it." "All right, let us do it tomorrow evening and invite Robin too." Having made plans with Lu Yao, we did not stay together that night. In my hotel room, I lit a cigarette, enveloped in solitude, my thoughts still drifting to Jianwei. This longing both terrified and captivated me. Taking a deep drag, I chuckled helplessly. Despite the myriad experiences I shared with Jianwei, what emerged was a fractured love. Those fragments now seemed to pull me apart, scattering like debris. In the midst of this fragmentation, I envisioned Jianwei lying in bed with Xiang Chun, whispering sweet nothings to one another, oblivious to our past. Thus, these memories faded into dust, leaving a pain so profound it was numbing. A sudden notification from my phone jolted me back to reality. I extinguished my cigarette, picked up my phone, and was surprised to find a message from Ikai. After using the insecticide, there should be plenty of cockroach corpses in the bathroom, right? How audacious of her to fear even the dead. I chuckled and replied, "There might be a few. Do you have time to help me clean up the dead cockroaches? I'm on a business trip in Hungyan. Wait until I return, or find someone else to assist. I'll wait for you. I don't want to trouble anyone else with such a disgusting task." I couldn't help but smile at Mikai's response. She truly had a knack for turning a simple debt into a request for the most unpleasant tasks. I replied, the plight of the poor, living without dignity or a sense of happiness. Stop complaining. Just focus on being a good person and working hard." Reading Michigan Kai's message made me genuinely chuckle, though I couldn't articulate why. It was a peculiar feeling. Gradually, my mood lightened. I promptly wished Mikai good night, drew the curtains, and turned off all the lights in my room before succumbing to sleep. The next day, I brought Lu Yao back to Suzhou. She had already vacated her rental, so I arranged a hotel for her and planned to meet in the evening at CC's restaurant. Of course, including Robin, as I had promised CC. Being a person of principles, I naturally kept my word. Upon returning to the office and reporting to Chen Jingming, I spent the afternoon immersed in work until nearly evening when I finally paused to rest in my chair. I retrieved my phone and dialed Robin's number. Robin answered promptly, and I got straight to the point. "Where are you?" On the other end, I could hear the sound of a razor buzzing as Robin casually replied, "I'm about to head to the bar for work." "Don't go. Let us gather at CCS tonight. I'll treat." Robin's tone turned impatient. I said, "I'm not going. Can you stop making things difficult for me? Didn't you say that if I brought Li Yao, you would join us?" "I did say that. Will you keep your word?" "Sure, but isn't Li Yao filming in Hengyan?" I smiled. "If I don't bring her back, how can I entice you?" The esteemed Robin. "Stop dragging your feet and come over." "Oh, and bring my guitar. Let us support CC tonight." Chapter 38. A serendipitous encounter at the restaurant. As night fell, the weary body, exhausted from a day's toil, finally found its release. In this vast city, the night enveloped us in an endless solitude, allowing us to indulge without restraint. Perhaps it is only in the night that we can unveil our truest selves, experiencing both anguish and ecstasy, helplessly watching our youth gradually drown in the relentless flow of time. Due to Li Yao's influence, Chen Jingming's A4 had become my personal vehicle these past few days. After concluding my call with Robin, I drove to the hotel to pick up Li Yao and then swiftly headed towards the music-themed restaurant, CC, situated in the desolate cityscape. Upon our arrival, Robin appeared at the entrance of the alley, carrying my guitar and riding his modified racing motorcycle. After parking the vehicle, Li Yao and I stepped out, one after the other. Upon seeing Robin, Li Yao greeted him with enthusiasm from a distance. As they approached, Robin playfully draped his arm over Li Yao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Le superstar, long time no see." Li Yao seemed unfazed by Robin's casual embrace and glanced at the guitar behind him, asking Robin, "Are you planning to perform tonight?" "This is Zhao Yang's guitar," she continued, turning to me with a question. "Are you planning to improvise a few songs later?" I nodded, replying yes. It has been quite a while since I sang at CC's restaurant. I miss those days of performing here. "Why does the word miss make me feel so nostalgic?" Robin remarked. Li Yao chimed in, "Because nostalgia is shameful. We are both individuals who look forward, right, Robin?" He nodded. "That makes sense. Only Zhao Yang occasionally indulges in nostalgia." Needed to look back. I smiled, recognizing that their playful banter was more a guise for evasion than anything else. No matter how perfectly Robin masked his emotions in public, beneath the stillness of the night, all the facades he constructed would eventually be torn asunder, for the night despises pretense. As the three of us exchanged laughter, we traversed the dimly lit alley towards CC's restaurant. Upon entering, the familiar melody of CC's voice greeted us. She was passionately singing Su Wei's Time, seemingly unaware of our presence. We chose a corner to sit and quietly listen to the song, which stirred numerous emotions within us. When CC sang the line, "You're the most beautiful spring in my memories, the yesterday I can hardly return to," Robin and I simultaneously reached for our cigarettes, lighting them up. I was uncertain of Robin's feelings at that moment, but my heart brimmed with nostalgia for the past, longing to leap back into that spring and swim to the depths of love. The applause came in sporadic bursts, pulling me back to the present as I realized that time had concluded. I lifted my gaze to CC on the small stage. She had set down her guitar and, at that very moment, noticed us, her eyes sparkling with surprise, though her delight was clearly directed at Robin, not at Li Yao or me. With a smile, CC approached us and signaled the waiter for drinks and menus. Robin displayed no particular reaction to CC's arrival, still puffing on his cigarette while tuning his guitar. Standing beside Robin, CC eventually spoke. "Long time no see, Robin. Let's sit and share a few drinks." Robin made space for her, yet his tone remained flat and devoid of emotion. CC nodded and settled beside him, lighting a cigarette and inquiring, "How have you been lately?" "Pretty good," Robin replied dismissively. CC's expression reflected a mix of resignation and understanding. She was accustomed to his aloofness and soon fell into silence. The waiter arrived with our drinks, and we three shifted our focus away from Robin. CC, flicking the ash from her cigarette, turned to me and asked Zhao Yang, "Why didn't you bring your girlfriend along today?" I hesitated before responding. "She's quite busy, always occupied." As soon as I finished speaking, Both Liao and Robin turned to me in unison, asking, "You have a girlfriend?" At that moment, I regretted mentioning to CC that Mi Kai was my girlfriend. My habitual way of introducing Mi Kai as my girlfriend to Fang Yuan and Jian Wei had inadvertently continued with CC. "Let's just say," I replied evasively. Robin, seemingly indifferent to my relationship status, took a sip from his glass and refrained from further inquiries, while Lu Yao, brimming with curiosity, pressed on, "Who is it? Zhao Yang?" "You've met her," I said, raising my glass to signal Lu Yao to drink, attempting to divert her attention. However, Lu Yao was undeterred, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Is it the woman who helped you pay the fine at the police station last time?" "Yes," I said, picking up the guitar that Robin had tuned and heading towards the small stage, fearful that Lu Yao would continue her relentless questioning. Just as I settled on the stage chair, Robin joined me, and we exchanged a glance of mutual understanding. My apprehension of Lu Yao's inquiries contrasted with Robin's unease about facing CC. Robin requested another microphone from the sound engineer and instructed the band, "Let us perform on Tea Break, My Heart" by the Black Panther Band. The band tuned in, and we signaled our readiness. With closed eyes, I surrendered to the melody's embrace. I remained fully immersed in the song, only opening my eyes at the conclusion, instinctively glancing towards our recently occupied seats. To my surprise, I found Mikai had arrived and was seated with CC, applauding us, attracting the attention of fellow diners. The presence of a single beauty is rare enough, but now, with Mikai, Liao, and CC sitting together, the effect was magnified, drawing the gazes of many. Yet, amidst this allure, I felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that CC might introduce Mikai as my girlfriend to Lu Yao, only for Mikai to shatter that illusion, an embarrassment I could hardly bear. I handed the guitar to Robin, signaling him to continue, and hurried off the stage to join the three women. Just as I was about to speak, Lu Yao interrupted, "I'll take your place." It's been a while since I collaborated with Robin. With that, she made her way to the small stage. I sat beside Mikai, seizing the moment while CC's attention was diverted. In a hushed tone, I asked, "How did you find your way here? I thought I promised to help you eradicate those pesky cockroaches when I had the time. Why the rush?" Mikai regarded me with an incredulous expression, eventually responding, "Do you really think I came here looking for you?" It dawned on me how self-involved my earlier assumptions had been. I recalled Mikai mentioning her fondness for CC's restaurant, which explained her presence here today. It was merely a chance encounter. To alleviate my embarrassment, I mustered the courage to ask, "Didn't you think my rendition of Don T Break My Heart was quite good? The man beside you sang beautifully." "I was paying attention to you," Mikai replied, her gaze fixed on Robin, seemingly eager for his next performance. I clutched my chest, feigning pain as I twisted my face in mock agony, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my heart aches. I am your boyfriend. You cannot treat me this way. My heart is shattered." How tedious. Mikai's demeanor brought a quiet sense of relief to my heart. Had she chosen to publicly confront me in a less than gracious manner, it would undoubtedly have been more than just a trivial remark. Lifting my glass, I took a sip of beer and then shifted my focus to the small stage, eagerly anticipating the duet between Lu Yao and Luo Ben. Chapter 39. Master of life on a modest stage, Robin strummed his guitar, and Liao began to sing in harmony with the music's rhythm, while I sat sipping beer, my mind adrift. After a while, I turned to CC and remarked, "Liao truly possesses the potential of a leading actress." CC looked at me quizzically and inquired, "What do you mean?" I replied, "Have you ever heard Yang Mi or Fan Bingbing sing as beautifully?" Clearly, if we measure by her singing, Liao's ascension to stardom is imminent. CC chuckled and said, "Zhaoyang, you are quite mischievous, teasing Liao like that. She knows it will infuriate her." Curiosity piqued, I nudged Mikai beside me and suggested, "Why not take the stage later? I have yet to hear your enchanting voice." Mikai shook her head in refusal. Feeling somewhat bored, I took another sip of my beer and redirected my attention to Liao's singing. Moments later, CC requested a waiter to bring a camera, then left her seat to capture the images of Liao and Robin on stage from a prime vantage point. Upon her return, I teased, "You really are biased. You didn't take a photo while I was singing to immortalize my statuesque form." CC laughed, showing me the freshly taken photo, and remarked, "It turned out rather well." Perhaps this will become a picture of special significance. I nodded and glanced again at Liao and Robin on stage, contemplating that perhaps one day they would indeed achieve fame in the entertainment industry. Their duet photo from before their eyes would undoubtedly hold special meaning. Yet, even if that day arrives, who would know the countless arduous yesterdays and todays they have endured on their path to recognition? It was a simple evening, so simple that we merely took turns singing on the small stage, while Mikai remained particularly quiet, resting her chin on her hand, listening intently. Perhaps every visitor to this empty city views it as a tranquil beach to pause and unwind, simply enjoying the music and the warmth of humanity. This dinner was initially meant to be my treat, yet in the end, Mikai surprisingly produced 1,000 yuan and contributed it to the box that signifies human kindness. I took great pride in this, boasting to everyone that my girlfriend was affluent. The others jokingly referred to me as the kept man by Mikai. In truth, there were no affluent individuals or kept men. It was merely the laughter and playful banter of youth. Our time of youth was dwindling, and we cherished the joyous noise, which rendered our final days of youth less solitary and burdensome. For none of us wished to be the lonely soul during our most beautiful years. After departing from CC's restaurant, Mikai bid farewell and was the first to drive away, followed by Robin. I, however, needed to escort Liao back to her hotel. On the way, with Liao at the wheel and without a drink in her system, I opened the window, lit a cigarette, and habitually gazed at the city beneath the night sky. At some point, a light drizzle began to fall, and the autumn breeze felt refreshing. Suddenly, Liao changed lanes and turned the car in the opposite direction. She said to me, "It's still early. The hotel feels too stuffy. Let us sit by the moat." "All right," I replied, continuing to immerse myself in the vastness of the night. Moments later, we arrived at the moat and sat closely together on the grass, slightly dampened by the rain. After a short while, I lay back on the grass, allowing the gentle rain to drench me, emptying my thoughts in the coolness of the autumn breeze. Liao also lay beside me, her hand resting on my chest, softly asking in my ear, "Zhaoyang, Liao, isn't really your girlfriend? Is she?" I was taken aback and asked, "How did you figure that out?" Liao smiled and said, "Women's intuition. I can see she has no romantic feelings for you." Her insight compelled me to believe that women are indeed creatures of instinct. I nodded and admitted, "Indeed, she is not my girlfriend. I only claimed that during a chance meeting with Jianwei to avoid appearing too disheveled." "Jianwei is back." Liao's tone was filled with surprise. "Yes," I sighed, then lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag, resting my arm beneath my head, gazing melancholically at the drizzling sky. Liao seemed a bit cold and cuddled closer to me in silence. Thus, two souls adrift in life nestled together on this rainy night, seeking the meager warmth that life offered. After an unknown period, Liao softly inquired in my ear, "Zhaoyang, do you have a place you long for?" "Yes. It is a city." "A city? Is it akin to CC's restaurant?" "No, it is in the sky, an ethereal city, crystal clear, where a beautiful woman with long hair resides." Liao pondered for a moment and said, "Mikai is a woman with long hair." "Not her. Her hair is slightly wavy." I refuted, then asked Liao, "What about you? What do you yearn to be?" "It is a small island across from the beach, though I do not know where it is." Later, I met a man who sailed with a sailboat. He took me to that island where we lived together, watching sunsets every evening. By the way, he prepares dinner for me at dusk, and thus the island became filled with smoke from cooking, and I no longer had to think about the worldly fires. I chuckled and said, "You are quite imaginative. You've even crafted a storyline, but it's beautiful, far surpassing my city." Liao fell silent, pressing her face against mine. After a long while, she said, "Zhaoyang, stop thinking about Jianwei. Strive for your own life. Let's not be the ones defeated by reality." The cigarette in my hand had become drenched by the rain. I took another heavy drag, tasting not only the smoke, but also the dampness of the rain, which made me uncomfortable. I couldn't help but question myself. Can I truly forget Jianwei and diligently strive to become a master of life? This time, I provided myself with an answer. Regardless of whether I could forget Jianwei, I must strive earnestly. I was acutely aware that the opportunity one had received at work was a result of Liao enduring great grievances on my behalf. After a moment of silence, I turned to Liao and said, I should indeed work hard. Starting today, I will sort out my life and become a master of existence. Zhaoyang, hold me tight. I'm feeling a bit cold. The rain continued to fall softly, and a low-lying area began to accumulate a small pool of water, with the light from the street lamps reflecting upon the shallow puddle, seemingly refracting the image of that skyward city and the island across the beach. Chapter 40. Do not behave like a child. After bidding a temporary farewell to Lu Yao, I returned to the attic. Upon opening the door, I found Robin sitting on the rooftop, cradling his guitar, yet neglecting to practice. The scattered beer cans around him hinted at his despondency. I offered him a cigarette and leaped onto the railing, lighting it while listening to the rain pattering against the awning, reminiscent of a mournful lament, weeping over the drenched night as it awaited dawn. Why the gloom again? I inquired with a smile. Robin ripped open a can of beer and handed it to me, as if our nights had dwindled down to mere cigarettes and beer. Every day feels like a downer, he replied. Well, you can wallow in it. I've decided to be an optimistic man. Oh, really? Just don't raise your hopes without resolve. Though Robin teased me, I took no offense and replied with a grin. I shall both raise and resolve. Pausing, I continued earnestly. It's been over 3 years since graduation, yet I feel utterly unaccomplished. Watching my classmates and friends busily marrying one another, I can't help but feel a sense of emptiness. Robin nodded silently, discarding the empty beer can as he took a long drag from his cigarette. I stood up from the railing and shouted into the vast city shrouded in darkness below. I'm done with this. I want to work every day, buy a house, marry a beautiful girl, and come home to someone to talk to and share a bed with. Suddenly, Robin strummed his guitar, humming the tune of Stop Being Foolish, revealing his own brand of sardonic wit. The next day, I arrived early at the office, coinciding with Lu Yao's arrival as she met with a marketing manager from Gucci. Upon seeing her, the manager complimented her image and poise, which aligned perfectly with Gucci's product positioning. I had no doubt about this. Although Lu Yao often presented a carefree demeanor among friends, she exuded an air of elegance and modernity when in work mode, coupled with a hint of exotic beauty. Thus, Gucci's selection of Lu Yao for their promotional campaign was not merely a test of our department store's sincerity, but rather a testament to her suitability, underscoring the brand's awareness in marketing. While Lu Yao was engaged in the Gucci photo shoot, the vice president of Gucci's China division duly signed a contract with our department store to establish a presence. The signing ceremony was grand, attracting numerous media outlets. Our company seized the opportunity to publicly announce that Bally Department Store had firmly entered the ranks of top-tier department stores. This high-profile event was also a prelude to the comprehensive marketing campaign I was about to undertake, marking the commencement of my first genuine challenge in my career. That evening, our company hosted a banquet for the vice president of Gucci and several accompanying personnel. As one of the contributors, I was surprisingly invited, which left me somewhat flabbergasted. Having spent 2 years in the trenches of the company, I had hardly exchanged a few words with the upper echelons, let alone shared a meal. During the banquet, Chun Jingming praised me in front of the higher-ups, leading to our executive vice president, Li Junren, personally approaching me to say, "Young man, I'll remember you." Of course, being remembered is merely the first step. To earn the genuine attention of the company's leadership, I must seize this rare opportunity and devote myself to executing the upcoming marketing initiatives that will create value for the company. After leaving the celebratory banquet, I sought out Li Yao, who had completed her Gucci assignment and was set to return to Hongdian the following day to continue her pursuit of an acting career. We sat beside a stretch of railway, the tracks extending infinitely into the night, seemingly embodying freedom. Yet, I knew that perhaps the next city would mark the end of this journey. A once rare green train rushed past us, carrying a group of solitary souls, leaving only fleeting shadows and scents in its wake. Lu Yao, clad in heavy clothing, sat beside me, and the distance between us felt increasingly like that of friends. Adjusting my jacket, I lit a cigarette and remarked, "When you return to the set, don't let anyone push you around anymore." Lu Yao wrapped her arms around her knees, her gaze distant as another train passed by. After a lengthy silence, she nodded and replied, "You should work hard too." "Indeed. I feel quite guilty, as my issues have caused you so much distress." On sleepless nights, I often find myself contemplating confronting that actress, Liu Yao chuckled softly, saying, "Don't be childish. I don't even want to dwell on that anymore. What do you wish to think about? Nothing at all. Overthinking only brings sorrow." I resonated with her sentiment, yet I wondered if she could truly adhere to it. At the very least, I often found myself ensnared in my own tumultuous thoughts, causing me pain with every reflection. After a prolonged silence, I retrieved an envelope from my bag and handed it to Liu Yao, stating, "This is your payment for this assignment, totaling 10,000. Please acknowledge it." "Why so much?" Our manager insisted that if you could make time for this shoot, he would personally offer triple the usual remuneration. "Take it. You've earned it." As I spoke, I nudged the envelope toward her hand. Liu Yao accepted the envelope and tucked it into her handbag. We maintained our silence until it was time to leave, only to witness numerous trains whirling past with the sound of rushing wind. On the return journey, just past 10 o'clock, I realized that Liu Yao and I had not lingered by the tracks for long, yet our hearts had traveled far with each speeding train, elusive and unreachable. Upon returning to my residence, I discovered that Robin had not gone to the bar that night. As I prepared to enter, I heard the sounds of a woman's soft moans emanating from within, likely the Lily I had brought back last time, or perhaps another woman entirely. Feeling somewhat hesitant to intrude, yet with nowhere else to go, I sat downstairs for a while before recalling my earlier promise to Mikai to help her dispose of the cockroach carcasses. I decided it was better to tackle that task now. I called Mikai, who informed me that she had been waiting for me to deal with the cockroaches in her old house and was still residing at Luan Jingyuan. I told her I was available to help right away, and she indicated that she too had the time. Thus, we set off from opposite ends of the city, heading toward that dilapidated house at the same time. Chapter 41. Shamelessness in the Depths of Night. I once again found myself at the residential complex where I had resided for over 2 years. Parked beneath the building was a strikingly deep red Q7 belonging to Mikai, who had arrived before me. Whistling, I ascended the stairs, and as I walked, the sensor lights illuminated one after another. Under their glow, the corridor appeared even more dilapidated, a state of disrepair that baffled me further. I could never comprehend why Mikai chose to dwell in such a place, leaving me no option but to take refuge in Robin's sordid den. I knocked on the door, and Mikai, impeccably dressed, opened it for me. I immediately lamented, "I'm utterly exhausted. Then you should get to work and rest afterward." She replied with a tone brimming with concern for me. I shot her an irritated glance and retorted, "You may possess great beauty, but your emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. When I say I'm tired, I mean I would like you to fetch me a cup of hot water. I haven't lived here for several days. Where'd I find hot water?" She countered, "There's an electric kettle and a gas stove at home. If there's no hot water, just boil some. By the way, I fancy goji berry lemon tea. I left the goji berries and lemons behind last time I moved. Go bring me a cup," I commanded as I settled onto the sofa, crossing my legs and reaching for a honey tangerine from the fruit platter. Mikai's expression darkened, yet she retreated to the kitchen to fetch water, plugging in the kettle while casting a melancholic gaze in my direction. Feeling triumphant, I thought to myself that if I did not seize this opportunity to take advantage of her, she would surely retaliate with her sharp tongue once she had utilized me. "This honey tangerine is delightful. Where did you purchase it?" I inquired, peeling another tangerine. "If you like it, take some home. But could you please help me with the task at hand first?" She replied, seemingly unfazed. "I'm in no hurry. Last time you let me take your cherries. And this time I find your honey tangerines delightful as well. Is everything in this house fair game for me to take as long as I fancy it?" "Principally, yes. However, with someone as thick-skinned as you, I find it hard to argue," Mikai said, maintaining her composure. I chuckled and continued, "In that case, I quite like you. Why not accompany me tonight?" Mikai's expression suddenly darkened like a brewing storm, glaring at me as she exclaimed, "Please refrain from uttering lines that could be spoken to any woman in my presence. It makes me think you are utterly shameless." Remaining calm, I responded, "I'm merely following your logic. How is that shameless? If you don't wish it, then I simply don't like you." Mikai glanced at the nearly boiling water, her expression suggesting she wished to shove me into the kettle. My heart blossomed with joy in our numerous verbal sparrings. This marked the first time I held the upper hand. The sensation of reclaiming territory was exhilarating, and I couldn't help but hum Fei Wong's new tenant. Waiting for night, welcoming day, cleaning by day, praying by night, leaving the chaos, seeking troubles. From the ends of the earth, whims arise. Is anyone there? Who comes to find me? I greet you, and you say, excuse me. Not too early, not too late, 1,000 miles away. Mikai glared at me as I finished the song, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate, for she lacked the audacity I possessed. I turned to Mikai and asked, do you know what song I just sang? Before she could respond, I answered my own question. It's Fei Wong's new tenant. Dante, you think the lyrics capture the essence of our relationship? Without waiting for her to reply, I proceeded to analyze every day in this house. I wait for night, welcome day, clean by day, pray by night. One day you whimsically moved in here, and I, the landlord, greeted you, the new tenant. Yet you responded with an excuse me. And then, you kicked me out? Mikai sighed after a moment. You truly have an imagination. This is not imagination. It is a recent, tragic reality. I protested, rising from the sofa and glaring at her. Mikai, ignoring my words, glanced at the boiling water and asked, where are your lemon slices and goji berries? By the toilet in the bathroom, I replied curtly, intending to vex her. Having analyzed the situation, I felt a deep sense of grievance. Mikai's expression soured, but she recognized my intent and said coldly, if you don't tell me, then forget it. You can brew it yourself. You are so principled. Having promised to help me brew tea, you must surely do so. I seized the moment to mock her principles. Finally, her words erupted in anger. But did you really leave the lemons and goji berries by the toilet? Why not ask the cockroaches in the bathroom? They reside there and surely know whether or not I placed them there. I retorted. Fuming, Mikai declared, fine, if you won't help, then I won't drink it. And she stormed into her room, unwilling to utter another word. Feeling somewhat victorious, I began to sing New Tenant again, directed at her closed door. Eventually, I returned to the room I once occupied and found the lemons and goji berries, brewing a cup of tea and settling contentedly onto the sofa, savoring the moment as life felt suddenly splendid. After finishing my tea, I remembered I needed to clear away the cockroach corpses in the bathroom, but just then, my phone rang. It was Robin calling. I answered, only to hear a woman's voice say, are you Zhao Yang? Who are you? And why are you using Robin's phone? I asked, puzzled. Lily, the one from last time. Oh, what do you need? In a conspiratorial tone, Lily said, Robin went downstairs to buy cigarettes. I called to let you know not to come back tonight. I want to spend the night here with him. I hesitated, but having already disrupted Lily once, it seemed unfair to do so again. After a moment, I finally replied, all right, I won't return tonight. Lily's tone brightened immediately, instructing, make sure to call Robin and tell him you won't be back. Of course. Remember, don't mention that I asked you not to return, she cautioned. Sure. I'll just say I have other plans tonight. Zhao Yang, you're really great. I'll treat you to dinner sometime, Lily said cheerfully before hanging up, leaving me to regret not reminding her to return the 100 yuan she had taken from me last time. After ending the call with Lily, I pondered my predicament. If I didn't stay with Robin tonight, where could I possibly spend the night? With a sense of unease about having nowhere to go, I began to clear the cockroach corpses in the bathroom. In truth, there were not many, as the insecticide from last time had proven ineffective. After some searching, I found one half-dead cockroach behind the toilet, and that single specimen was sufficient to satisfy Mikai. I wrapped the cockroach in tissue, stuffing in some cigarette butts as a makeshift decoy for the corpse, and then approached Mikai's door, knocking softly. I've cleared away all the cockroaches. I wrapped them in tissue. Do you want to come out and verify? The insecticide really works wonders. Chapter 42. If you're capable, call the police inside the room. Mikai did not respond to me, perhaps genuinely angered by my earlier words and actions. I knocked on the door again and said, if I do not enter your room, I will simply throw the cleared cockroaches in for you to verify, proving that I have indeed helped you and have never been negligent. Mikai, her tone tense, replied, there's no need for verification. Just take them away. Oh, I acknowledged, raising my hand to toss the cigarette, but wrapped in tissue paper, along with a half-dead cockroach out of the window. I added, the bathroom is now usable. I assure you there isn't a single cockroach left. All right, then you should go back and rest. It's difficult to catch a cab this late. Mikai finally emerged from her room, her slightly curled long hair pulled up wearing a thick houndstooth coat and holding her car keys. She said, "Let me give you a ride back." I stood still, of course, to avoid leaving, as I had already promised Lily I wouldn't stay at Robin's place tonight. Michai, now at the door, turned back to ask, "Why aren't you leaving?" I sighed, my expression one of helplessness, and said, "I can't stay at my friend's place tonight." "What happened?" "Ugh. He brought a woman back to spend the night." I lowered my voice, my tone filled with a sense of desolation and nowhere to go. "It's been a week, and you still haven't found a place to stay?" "I've been busy. I've gone to Hungin twice in this time. Where'd I find the time to look for a house? Moreover, finding a comfortable place to live is not that simple." I glanced around the room, filled with nostalgia. "Then you should stay in a hotel." "No way. Hotels are so expensive. I need to save money to repay the debt I owe you." As I spoke, I plopped down onto the sofa and lay back, making it clear through my actions that I intended to stay here for the night. Mikai walked back to my side, frowning as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I mean I'm staying here tonight." I finished with a smile directed at her. After a pause, Mikai patiently said, "Please don't make me feel like you're being unreasonable, okay? I am unreasonable." I replied, "Besides, I spent over 20 on the taxi just to help you. I haven't even mentioned money, so what's wrong with me staying here for one night? I can cover your taxi fare, and I can help you book a hotel. That should be acceptable, right?" I turned over and stood up from the sofa, nearly face to face with Mikai, and retorted angrily, "Do you know what? I can't stand your attitude of thinking everything can be solved with money. Do you think I'm a person who lacks money? Let me tell you, I'm staying here tonight, and if you're capable, call the police and tell them I'm trespassing. As a tenant, would you really dare to report your landlord for trespassing? Of course you wouldn't, because you are the one who has forcefully occupied a house that has been mine for over 2 years with a pittance, and you are in the wrong." I rambled on, effectively silencing Mikai, who could only glare at me. I then reclined back onto the sofa, adopting a posture of unwavering resistance. Mikai was at a loss for how to deal with me. Usually composed, she actually stomped her foot in frustration before heading towards the door with her handbag. "Where are you going?" I turned my head to ask. "I'm leaving. Go ahead, but don't come back." After Mikai left, I slipped into her room, found a set of unused bedding in the cupboard, and moved it to the room where I used to stay, making the bed and settling in with a sense of righteousness. I secretly hoped Mikai wouldn't return, forgetting how I had once left this place with a grand sense of righteousness to accommodate her. The next day, I awoke at 8, having no time to buy toiletries, so I used Mikai's instead. After quickly resolving my breakfast at a familiar eatery downstairs, I hurried onto the bus to the company. Upon arriving at the company, I attended the usual morning meeting, after which my manager, Chun Jingming, called me aside. I knew he was concerned about the comprehensive marketing plan I was responsible for. Chun Jingming inquired, "So, have you formulated the strategy for this marketing plan?" I nodded and replied, "Yes, this time I plan to center the strategy on delivering customer value. This approach aims to enhance our brand image, as I believe that by first realizing customer value, they will in turn better contribute to our corporate value." "Your reasoning is sound. Our Bali department store has been in operation for many years, and we have matured in the 4PS, product, price, place promotion. We are now officially entering the ranks of top-tier department stores, and what we urgently need is to elevate our image. Enhancing customer value is the best means to accomplish that, and your marketing approach aligns perfectly with our department store's current strategic needs." I nodded in response. Having worked at Bali department store for over 2 years, I certainly had my understanding of the strategic environment in which the company operated. Chun Jingming continued, "I will assign one person each from the graphic design, engineering, and display design teams to join this special project group to assist you with this marketing plan. If you have any preferences for the personnel, feel free to communicate with me." "Okay. By the way, I've received news that our biggest competitor, Zhuomei Shopping Center, will soon launch a large-scale promotional event targeting Bali department store. Their intention is to temporarily exhaust consumer demand and achieve a phase suppression of us. I was not surprised that Zhuomei Shopping Center would hold a large promotional event at this time. It was entirely a strategic necessity. Bali department store and Zhuomei Shopping Center operate within the same commercial circle, both targeting the high-end market, and the conflict of interest was inherently intense. The presence of Gucci in our store further positioned us parallel to them, and feeling threatened, they naturally sought to suppress us aggressively. However, Although Bali Department Store has met the standards of a top-tier department store, there is still a gap compared to Zhuomei, which currently hosts 11 internationally recognized brands. Slightly more than us. I asked Shun Jingming, so, does our planning department need to develop a counter-promotional plan soon? Yes, and it needs to be expedited. Our promotional activities must occur before theirs to undermine Zhuomei's strategic intentions. Although time is tight, we must ensure the effectiveness of the event. This will test the agility and execution capabilities of our planning department. We can only succeed, not fail. After a pause, Chun Jingming added, due to the significance of this promotional plan, I have asked Fang Yuan to end his honeymoon leave early and return to the company tomorrow to work with you on this promotional plan. I sighed with relief internally. If Fang Yuan didn't return, I would indeed struggle to manage such an important project alone. However, this also indirectly indicated how crucial this promotional plan was to our department store's strategic significance. Otherwise, Chun Jingming would not have requested Fang Yuan to return early. Chun Jingming then retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to me, saying, "This is the latest personnel file of Zhuomei Shopping Center that the Public Relations Department has just acquired. There have been significant changes in their upper management recently. Please review this file, especially the composition of their planning department, to understand both our strengths and weaknesses." As I flipped through the personnel file handed to me by Chun Jingming, I was shocked upon reaching the first page. For the newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center was someone I knew all too well. Chapter 43. Not mingling with rivals. The Chief Executive Officer of Zhuomei Shopping Center, Mi Kai, English name Betsy, was born on September 10, 1988, hailing from Suzhou, and graduated with a master's degree in business administration from the University of Pennsylvania. As I perused her resume, I was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The woman I had so rudely driven away from that dilapidated house last night was, in fact, the newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center. Although I was not employed there, the fact that Zhuomei was our largest competitor meant that a certain indirect connection existed between Mi Kai and me. After all, we were both engaged in the retail industry, albeit at vastly different levels. Could it truly be said that not mingling with rivals held any merit? After intersecting in our personal lives, we now found ourselves linked in our professional endeavors. Chun Jingming observed my peculiar reaction and inquired, "What is wrong? Is there an issue with Zhuomei's personnel file?" No. I just find the new CEO of Zhuomei to be exceptionally beautiful. At only 26, I wonder if she has a boyfriend." Chun Jingming looked at me with a mix of helplessness and confusion, momentarily speechless. "Well, manager, you carry on. I'll get back to work," I said, not waiting for his response as I departed from his office with Zhuomei's personnel file in hand. Once back in my office, I revisited the personnel file, flipping through its contents until I returned to Mi Kai's page. The reality still seemed unbelievable. My subconscious began to compare myself to her, and I was struck by the stark disparities between us. It was evident that Zhuomei had consistently outperformed our company, Baoli, in Suzhou over the years. As CEO of Zhuomei, Mi Kai was undoubtedly more accomplished than our own CEO, Yang Huaqing. In the 2 years I had worked at Baoli, I had scarcely glimpsed Yang Huaqing due to the hierarchy. In my mind, he was a figure standing atop a pedestal, someone I could only look up to. Yet, just recently, I had treated Mi Kai, someone who surpassed Yang Huaqing in the industry, rather harshly. As I recalled the day, I had thrown her linens out of the window into the rain, reducing her to tears before me. My subsequent conduct had been far from commendable. I chose not to dwell on these thoughts any further. At that moment, I was genuinely grateful to be working at Baoli rather than Zhuomei. Zhao Li, noticing the change in my expression, asked with curiosity, "Xiaoyang, why do you look so twisted?" "My face hurts." "Oh, what materials are you holding? You've been flipping through them for ages." "It's the latest personnel file from Zhuomei. You might as well familiarize yourself with it." I tossed the file to Zhao Li. He began to peruse it, and upon reaching the first page, exclaimed, "Zhuomei's CEO has changed." "Indeed," I replied. Zhao Li continued to read, expressing his astonishment. "Only 26, and already so beautiful. She can't just be a pretty face. Can she?" "Surely you think she has just a pretty face," I responded, feeling a pang of envy. It seemed unfair that Mi Kai and I, Both born in the 1980s, led such disparate lives. She lived like a goddess while I felt like a mere cockroach. However, considering she was a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania's prestigious business school, it was unlikely that she was merely ornamental. Zhao Li reconsidered his earlier judgment as he gazed at Mi Kai's photo. I glared at him, saying, Zhao Li, do you even have a stance? What's wrong with a masteress from the University of Pennsylvania? In modern business competition, it's intellect and experience that matter, not mere credentials. Why are you so worked up? I was just making an offhand comment. Whether she has a pretty face or not doesn't concern us little people. Stop being so effeminate. Don't talk to me like that. Who is being effeminate? I'm a rugged outdoorsman, Zhao Li retorted, his face flushed. More like outdoor ballet. I teased. Zhaoyang, you brute. Your words are as hurtful as your actions. Feel free to continue your tirade. I welcome it, I replied nonchalantly. That evening, I and my colleague stayed late at the office, working for an additional 2 hours. I had been in this state of relentless busyness for several days, gradually adapting to this hectic and high-pressure environment. This shift was profoundly significant for me, as my previously languid life desperately required such a transformation. As I prepared to leave the office, I received a call from Fang Yuan, who informed me that he and Yen had returned from Sanya and invited me to dinner. I cautiously inquired whether Jian Wei would be present, to which he replied that she had gone to Nanjing with Xiang Chun. I subsequently relaxed my guard, though an indescribable sense of loss filled my heart, as I was acutely aware of what Jian Wei's trip to Nanjing with Xiang Chun signified. The weight of the night pressed heavily upon my senses, amplifying my feelings of oppression and despair. Upon arriving at the restaurant where I was to meet Fang Yuan, I stepped outside for a smoke. Glancing at my reflection in the window, I forced a smile that appeared flawless before extinguishing my cigarette and heading inside. From a distance, Yin waved at me, and I struggled to maintain my earlier smile as I approached the couple. Once seated, Yin immediately handed me a bag, saying, I know you love beer, so I bought a lot of seafood that you can eat right away. Zhaoyang, isn't your sister considerate? I accepted the bag from Yin, smirking. You're already a married woman. Stop pretending to be youthful and calling yourself my sister. I can't bring myself to say it. Yin playfully swatted at me. What is wrong with being a married woman? A married woman can still be your sister. I laughed heartily, yet my mood remained overshadowed by a lingering sense of unwarranted melancholy. Amidst our banter, Fang Yuan inquired. I heard from Manager Chun that Zhuomei is planning a major promotional campaign against us. I nodded. Yes, that was to be expected. Otherwise, Chun Jingming Wu Ti have been so eager to summon you back, even if it cut your honeymoon short. I then turned to Yin, sister. You must be quite annoyed to be called back before you could fully enjoy your time off. Yin linked her arm with Fang Yuan, saying, I always support my husband's work. I don't mind a few less days of fun. A good wife and virtuous helper. I exclaimed sincerely. Fang Yuan smiled as he wrapped an arm around Yin. You two could invest some effort in nurturing your girlfriend into a virtuous helper. I remained silent, scanning the room for the waiter to bring our dishes swiftly. During our meal, Fang Yuan resumed discussing work-related matters, and I briefly updated him on my recent activities. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, I heard Zhuomei's CEO has changed. You must have their latest personnel file, right? Yes, Manager Chun provided me with a copy this morning. Do you have it with you? Let me take a look. In that moment, I realized that the newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei was Mi Kai. If Fang Yuan were to see that personnel file, he would undoubtedly be astounded, and I would find it challenging to explain, for it was simply too unbelievable. I had never imagined that the woman I had so unceremoniously coerced into pretending to be my girlfriend was, in fact, the new CEO of Zhuomei. I quickly replied, why would I carry that around? You must have seen the file. Just give me a brief overview of Zhuomei's new CEO and their planning department. I impatiently added, it's after hours. Can we not discuss work now? Fang Yuan, however, insisted earnestly. I never compromise on work matters. To me, there is no distinction between work hours and personal time. As members of the company's planning department, it is our duty to stay informed about the movements of our competitors. I remained silent, fully aware that this matter could not be concealed for long. Sooner or later, Fang Yuan would have to examine Zhuomei's personnel files. Resolutely, I retrieved the documents from my bag and tossed them onto Fang Yuan's desk, declaring, Here it is. Fong Yuan picked up the file, astonished, and inquired, Didn't you say you didn't have it with you? Do not ask. Just take a look, I replied. Chapter 44. The revelation in a state of confusion. Fong Yuan opened the personnel files of Zhuomei Shopping Center, her gaze lingering on the first page. Her expression shifted rapidly, mirroring my own shock when I first laid eyes on it. Yin Yin, noticing Fong Yuan's unusual demeanor, inquired, What's wrong? She then glanced at the personnel file in Fong Yuan's hands, and upon seeing it, gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, her wide eyes fixed on me. After a moment, she exclaimed, Oh my goodness, the CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center is your girlfriend. This is outrageous. Am I hallucinating? Fong Yuan set down the file and looked at me with the same astonished expression, saying, Xiaoyang, what is going on? You never mentioned that Mi Kai is the CEO of Zhuomei. I replied, I only found out this morning when I looked at the personnel file. I feel the same as you. I thought it was just my imagination. Fong Yuan and Yin exchanged incredulous glances, still shocked, and asked, How did you meet her? Do you remember when I told you that my old house was bought by a woman driving a luxury car? Yes, you mentioned it. That was Mi Kai, and that's how we naturally got to know each other. Fong Yuan nodded, suddenly seeming to grasp the crux of the matter. With a piercing gaze, she asked, Within less than a month, she became your girlfriend? I attempted to deflect. What can I say? When fate comes knocking, one cannot resist. Zhuomei's CEO has been captured by you in less than a month? Not even the plot of a novel unfolds this quickly. Yin chimed in. Initially, when you introduced Mi Kai to us, we all thought you had been dating her for a long time, just keeping it from us. We had no idea that you had known each other for less than a month. Xiaoyang, your skills in wooing women are truly remarkable. Could you two refrain from speaking to me in such a sarcastic tone? I shot back, glaring at them. In unison, Fong Yuan and Yin pressed. Then be honest with us. What exactly is your relationship with Mi Kai? At that moment, I realized that showing the file to Fong Yuan had already sealed my fate. Who would believe that a CEO of a top shopping center would fall for an unreliable junior employee? If fate had to be blamed, it was for being so cruelly ironic. Why must Mi Kai be the CEO of Zhuomei? Even if she were the daughter of a small-town entrepreneur or had sprung from a crevice in a rock, I wouldn't find myself facing this embarrassing exposure. After a prolonged silence, I impatiently said to the two of them, Stop staring at me like I'm a criminal. If I confess, would that suffice? Quickly confess. If you don't, we'll have to resort to interrogation. Yin threatened, raising her fist playfully. I reclined in my chair, finally gazing at the ceiling. As I resignedly admitted, she isn't my girlfriend. At your wedding, I felt very lonely, so I called Mi Kai under false pretenses, inviting her to join your wedding banquet. Then I met Jian Wei and, in a moment of impulsiveness, claimed she was my girlfriend. After that, I kept weaving more lies to cover the first one until everyone genuinely believed she was my girlfriend. Oh my, Xiaoyang, does this mean you still can't forget Jian Wei? Yin exclaimed, disregarding the crowded restaurant. Fong Yuan, give your wife a sedative. She is too loud. I replied with the calmest tone I could muster. Fong Yuan shot Yin a look, signaling her to quiet down. Yin finally offered me an apologetic glance before falling silent, leaving the conversational space to me and Fong Yuan. After a moment of silence, Fong Yuan said, Xiaoyang, why must you resort to such childish tactics to deceive yourself? I chuckled. Childish? I merely wish to ease my own heart, and with Jian Wei and Xiangchen around, at least we don't appear so bitter. We can still converse as friends. Fong Yuan sighed and fell silent. The most helpless aspect of love between men and women is that it is beyond one's control. The ebb and flow of emotions cannot be salvaged. Nor can anyone rescue me from the past, I shared with Jian Wei. Fong Yuan's silence stemmed from his understanding of this truth. I too remained silent, enveloped in a sense of helplessness and sorrow. Yet, no leaf could break through the autumn waves to carry me away from my grief. Thus I confined my desires, letting my soul sway restlessly, casting anxious glances around. After dinner, I strolled alone through the streets. I wouldn't say I was lost, but I felt an urge to leave this city. In truth, I had long wished to depart, for this city had fed my fantasies for 2 years. And now I felt weary. Countless sleepless nights, I had imagined that one day Jian Wei would return to my side, yet each fantasy shattered, leaving me increasingly fatigued. Now, I no longer needed to dream, for Jian Wei had found someone else. When Xiang Chun placed the token necklace around her neck, I finally awakened from my reverie. I longed to leave behind my fantasies, my disappointments, and my solitude in this city, to depart, allowing the biting autumn winds to shatter all this wretchedness, rendering it irrelevant to me. How liberating that would be. I wished to leave, to return to the city where I grew up, where the cold was met with my mother's knitted sweaters, and the warmth came from my father's brewed tea. But I could not escape this city. My soul was already deeply intertwined with it. Here, a guitar sang of loneliness. An empty city concealed my past, and an old house provided me solace. Sitting on a bench at the bus stop, I stared blankly at the buses transporting passengers to every corner of this city. Yet I felt as though I had nowhere to go on this night. The last 32 bus arrived at the bus stop, jolting me awake. I hurriedly boarded, tossed in my coin, and at last claimed the identity of passenger. This night, I would ride the 32 bus, traversing 6 streets back to that old house. Deep down, I didn't want to leave that old house. This morning, I had taken the risk of visiting Mikai's room, finding a set of keys to that house, naively believing that Mikai had truly left it for me and would never return. I produced the keys and opened the door, only to unexpectedly hear sounds of someone washing up in the bathroom. Glancing at the shoe rack, I spotted a pair of Chanel crystal-embellished women's shoes. It was clear Mikai had returned. I silently stood at the bathroom door and watched as Mikai, brushing her teeth, suddenly remarked, "You're back." Mikai didn't seem startled. Perhaps she had heard the sound of me opening the door, but she ignored me, seemingly still upset about my previous day's behavior. "Did you just rinse your mouth?" I asked Mikai again. She instinctively glanced at her toothbrush before responding. What else with that question? "I woke up late this morning and didn't have time to buy toiletries, so I used yours," I replied. Mikai's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty, her breathing growing heavier. You left so decisively yesterday. I thought you weren't coming back. Otherwise, I would have definitely informed you or even bought you a new set." With a look reminiscent of the day she had seen a cockroach, Mikai retorted, "Aren't you disgusting? I certainly wouldn't find you disgusting since you're beautiful. If you used it, then you used it," I answered candidly. In truth, this seemed trivial to me. Back in college, my friends and I would share a cigarette, passing it around with no concern. So why would I care about using a toothbrush that Mikai had used? I genuinely intended to buy her a new one. But who could have known she would return tonight? "I'm talking about your behavior being disgusting," I innocently replied. "I really don't find it gross to use your toothbrush. There's no need for you to worry about me." Mikai's expression grew increasingly furious as she hurled the toothbrush, towel, and even cosmetics into the trash bin. Approaching me, who was blocking the bathroom door, she forcefully shoved me aside and exclaimed for the first time in anger, "Get out of the way." Grasping her arm, I suddenly realized and said, "Oh, so it was my use of your toothbrush that disgusted you. Just look at your inability to communicate clearly. It's truly exasperating." Chapter 45. To look or not to look me, Kai bit her lip and gazed at me, seemingly rendered speechless in our communication. After a prolonged silence, she darkly remarked, "Why does the world harbor individuals as uncouth as you?" I released her and replied nonchalantly, "Can you not adopt a more nuanced perspective? Utilizing your toiletries from another angle merely illustrates my disregard for trifles. Did you seek my permission before using them? Hence, I claim to be unperturbed by trivial matters. Is it truly necessary to consult you over such insignificant issues? But I unwittingly used your toothbrush. Mijai eklemet, her disgust evident. Having used it, should I summon the moonlight treasure box to reverse time and warn you not to use it? How impractical that would be. So, you ought to take this matter lightly. You must understand that in this world, nothing is real. You are an illusion, I am an illusion, and the toothbrush, too, is a mere facade." Mikai's anger subsided slightly as she retorted, "God knows if you carry any contagious diseases." I remarked, "If I do, it serves you right for your misfortune. Consider the odds of encountering each other in this vast sea of humanity. The probability of using your toothbrush and other toiletries afterwards is indeed minuscule." Michai, now regaining her ire, shot back, "According to your logic, does that mean that whatever happens henceforth is my fault? Is it my misfortune?" "One might say so," I replied, chuckling at her. You seem to grasp my thoughts quite well. You need not guess to understand me. With a sardonic smile, Mikai snapped. The thoughts of a scoundrel are transparent. One need not guess to see the ugly visage of people like you. You resort to profanity again. Even if I am a scoundrel, a refined woman like you should refrain from such language. It tarnishes your image. Sao Yang, are you intent on driving me to my grave today? She exclaimed. If you fear being upset, then why not leave and allow me the solitude of this space? Suddenly, Mikai calmed, speaking with an indifferent tone. You wishful thinker, I shall not fulfill your wishes, you scoundrel. Regardless, I'm not leaving tonight. If you do not mind. I certainly do not mind the prospect of us cohabitating again. Surprisingly, Mikai did not contest this and retreated to the bathroom, slamming the door behind her, leaving me uncertain of her actions within. I settled on the sofa, absently watching television while occasionally glancing towards the bathroom, feeling a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, I recalled the last time she lured me to a desolate place at midnight, sending a shiver of trepidation through me. Am I so foolish as to be deceived twice by the same person? I reassured myself, feeling a sense of relief. With my mind eased, my spirits inexplicably lifted. Seizing the opportunity while Mikai occupied the bathroom, I ventured downstairs to a convenience store to purchase toiletries. Of course, I took the keys with me, wary of Kai potentially locking me out. A twinge of guilt nagged at me, prompting me to buy the most expensive toiletries for her, while I settled for some inconsequential items for myself, as I am not one to fuss over such matters. After a leisurely stroll outside the complex and a few cigarettes, I returned home just as Mikai emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp as if she had just bathed. Didn't you throw out all the toiletries? I queried, puzzled. Did I not have any backups? My composure faltered momentarily. You should have mentioned that. I just bought you a new set at the convenience store for over $50. Is that so? Mikai replied, calmly drying her hair with a fresh towel, as though the earlier unpleasantness had never occurred. Here, look, I said, presenting the bag to her. You can place it in the bathroom cabinet for future use. Mijai maintainit hartaramuriti. Nodding, I proceeded to the bathroom, greeted by a haze of steam and the scent of shower gel. I cautiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of any potential mischief from Mikai. From my understanding of her character, the calmer she appeared, the more likely she was to concoct schemes against me. Aside from Mikai's discarded clothes, the bathroom was nearly devoid of items. Confirming the area was safe, I opened the cabinet beneath the sink and discovered a plethora of spare toiletries. Had I known, I needn't have resorted to using her belongings, as I truly do not find pleasure in bickering. After completing my own grooming, I emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, mimicking Mikai's earlier demeanor. To my surprise, Mikai was not resting, but rather sitting on the living room sofa, eating cherries while perusing documents. Why aren't you asleep? I inquired. Waiting for my hair to dry, she replied. I joined her on the sofa, unceremoniously grabbing some cherries for myself, and then asked, Do you enjoy cherries? Mikai patiently answered, Yes, I have liked them since I was very young. I scrutinized Mikai, sensing something amiss. Given my recent transgressions, her response of merely yes should have sufficed, yet she elaborated on her childhood fondness for cherries. I steeled myself, reminding myself that as a man, what could she possibly do to me? It is more than sufficient to coexist here without suspicion or overthinking. Out of boredom, I glanced at the documents Mikai held, and indeed, I spotted the logo of Zhuome Shopping Center emblazoned upon them. It was unequivocally established that Mikai was the chief executive officer of Zhuome. I nudged her, interrupting her focus, and asked, Hey, do you know what I do for a living? Why would I care? She replied, her impatience evident. I chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit more at ease. She ought to treat me with such impatience. It was no surprise that Mikai was oblivious to my professional circumstances. While I believe Zhuome possesses our Bali personnel records, Mikai would likely never bother to look, and even if she did, she would only review the files of high-ranking officials, neglecting someone of my insignificance in the company. Of course, I would never proactively disclose my position at Bali to Mikai. My pride would not allow me to condescend to her level, at least within this dwelling. We are equals, albeit not entirely. In this space, I hold an upper hand. This notion is not mere delusion, but is logically supported. She fears cockroaches. and cockroaches fear me, placing me 2 tiers above her. In my self-indulgent musings, I felt a swell of satisfaction, tossing 2 cherries into my mouth while humming Fei Wong's new tenant. Mi Kai, clearly exasperated yet reluctant to engage in further conflict, discarded the documents on the table and rose from the sofa. "What are you doing?" I asked shamelessly. "Doing laundry," she replied without glancing back. "So, you're not kicking me out tonight? Stay as long as you like," Mi Kai retorted with disdain. "Will you stay with me?" "Of course I will." Mi Kai's response filled me with delight. I had effortlessly ensnared a woman in my web. My mind began to conjure images of returning tomorrow night to collect my belongings. For this old house in the city was my long-desired sanctuary. Continuing to hum the irritating tune of New Tenant, my eyes strayed to the documents Mi Kai had left behind. Suddenly, my heart raced. The document was the operational plan for Zhuomei Shopping Center for November, undoubtedly containing strategies to undermine Baoli and upcoming promotional activities. If I were to peruse this plan, Zhuomei's strategic intentions would become crystal clear, providing us with a significant advantage in countering their marketing tactics. To look or not to look? I found myself embroiled in a moment of indecision. Chapter 46. The Revenge of Mi Kai. After a brief struggle, I ultimately refrained from examining the business plan regarding Zhuomei that Mi Kai had left on the coffee table. Perhaps I am not a person of impeccable integrity, yet I was unwilling to engage in such underhanded acts. I constantly reminded myself to be aware of the boundaries of morality. I would not harm Mi Kai or her shopping center, Zhuomei, for my own selfish gain through such almost thievish means. The sound of the washing machine whirred from the bathroom, and shortly after, Mi Kai emerged, returning to the sofa and once again engrossed in the monthly business plan, treating my presence as if I were invisible. I felt a lack of significance and addressed Mi Kai. "By the way, I took a set of bed linens from your room yesterday. I mean, I can't very well sleep in your bed, right? That would just be too much for you, so I figured you wouldn't be upset about it." "Not at all. Feel free to use it," Mi Kai replied nonchalantly. Her sudden shift in attitude made me feel somewhat embarrassed, realizing that I had previously bullied her. Although she held the esteemed position of CEO at Zhuomei, she was still just a woman, and my prior behavior lacked the decorum expected of a gentleman. "I'll turn in for the night. You should rest early too and avoid staying up too late," I said gently to Mi Kai. I'll sleep after washing the clothes." Upon returning to my own room, I was filled with a joy akin to recovering what was lost. I could once again reside in this room, where I had spent over 2 years, grateful for the favor of fate, my own tenacity, and Mi Kai's kindness. After expressing my gratitude, I felt a sudden relaxation, and drowsiness swept over me. I knew that after wandering for more than a week, I could finally enjoy a comfortable and peaceful sleep. As anticipated, that night I slept soundly, undisturbed until dawn, waking up quickly and entering a state of alertness. I sat up in bed and glanced outside. Despite the autumn breeze scattering leaves, the sun shone pleasantly and the temperature was agreeable. I splashed my face with water to shake off the morning drowsiness, glancing at my watch to find it just past 7:30, the perfect time to rise. After washing up, I planned to prepare some porridge and go out for breakfast. Of course, buying a portion for Mi Kai as well. I believed we should not harbor grudges from the previous night. As a man, I could lower my pride and extend a gesture of goodwill toward her, fostering a harmonious coexistence in our shared home. However, as I approached the cupboard where the rice was stored, I discovered to my surprise that it was locked. Feeling puzzled, yet unaware of the implications, I proceeded to the refrigerator, only to be utterly dumbfounded. It was completely empty. An ominous premonition washed over me. I nearly sprinted to the door, twisting the handle of the security door only to find it firmly locked from the outside. In that moment, it dawned on me that Mi Kai had confined me to this room. How could this be? I thought in disbelief. Last night, she had casually mentioned I could stay for as long as I liked, and I, like a fool, had not perceived the underlying threat. I cursed under my breath, filled with a lingering hope as I rushed back to my room, only to despair when I discovered that Mi Kai had taken the key while I slept. Regaining my composure, I remembered to call a locksmith for assistance, but when I reached for my phone, it felt significantly lighter. Upon opening the back cover, I was met with the shocking realization that the battery was gone. With gritted teeth and a stoic demeanor, I returned to the living room. But I was at a complete loss. This room was on the 5th floor. Jumping out would be tantamount to suicide. As the morning dragged on, I flitted around like a headless fly, realizing that today was the day Feng Yuan would return to the company. There would undoubtedly be an important meeting in our department concerning the recent promotional plan, and the significance of this meeting was undeniable. If I did not attend, it would surely hinder the progress of the plan's development. I could already envision the twisted faces of Chun Jingming and Feng Yuan, contorted in anger at my absence. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, wishing I could strangle that malicious woman Mi Kai. At that moment, I felt like a pathetic creature trapped in a box, utterly powerless. She had truly pushed me to the brink, and not only was there no food in the house, but she had even cut off the electricity from outside. I could hardly fathom how arduous this day would prove to be. Anxiously, I lay on the sofa, feeling as if each second stretched into an eternity. I dashed to the balcony multiple times, shouting toward the ground below, yet no one responded, as if all the residents had been bribed by Mi Kai. Perhaps my luck today was exceptionally poor. Regardless, I remained trapped in this room, my energy waning. By noon, I was dizzy from hunger, my resentment towards Mi Kai intensifying. I refused to believe she would dare to leave me confined here until I starved. Surely, she would return by this evening to release me. In a fit of rage, I resolved that as soon as she returned, I would report her to the authorities. Her actions constituted illegal imprisonment, and stealing my phone battery added further charges. She deserved to be detained. This was intolerable. Outside, a few birds chirped, flitting about the window, flaunting their freedom, while the waning sunlight cast a feeble glow on the curtains. I felt as powerless as the sunlight, languishing on the sofa, sensing a constellation of stars swirling above my head, silently pleading for this hellish day to come to an end. After what felt like an eternity, the last rays of sunlight faded from the balcony, and darkness enveloped the room. I lay on the sofa, too exhausted to even turn over. Yet that wicked woman Mi Kai still had not returned. My anxiety began to mount, although I knew she wouldn't dare leave me here to perish. If she didn't return tonight, I might as well be dead by morning. The room was now devoid of light, and in the encroaching darkness, the anxiety of losing my freedom intensified. I felt a surge of madness rising within me, yet I lacked the strength to vent my frustrations. Thus my anxiety, layered upon the fury of my predicament, tormented me like 1,000 claws scratching at my heart. My vision began to darken, and I felt on the verge of fainting. Time crawled forward like a snail, and I remained in a state of despair. At long last, I heard the sound of keys in the door. With a rush of adrenaline, I became instantly alert. Attempting to rise from the sofa, my body failed to respond to my mind's command, and I tumbled to the floor, my shoulder colliding painfully with the corner of the coffee table, rendering me momentarily speechless and dizzy. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, and I heard Mi Kai's astonished voice. "Xiaoyang, why haven't you turned on the lights? Why are you lying on the floor? Aren't you cold?" Chapter 47. You are a female rogue. I struggled to rise from the ground, glaring at the astonished Mi Kai, and shouted, "Come here, let me strangle you." "What's wrong?" Mi Kai asked innocently, gazing at me. In a fit of anger, I retorted with a bitter laugh, "You locked me up for an entire day, and you still ask me what's wrong. The more you pretend with me, the more shameless you seem. No rotik, mi chai kazwalidis misid," and began to change into her slippers. I approached her, my legs trembling, and with the last of my strength, I grabbed her arm and demanded, "Why did you lock the door from the inside today? Isn't it common for a security door to be locked?" She replied coolly, "I was at home. Didn't you know?" Mi Kai shook her head, saying, "I didn't know. I thought you had left." "Fine, even if you didn't know I was home. Why did you take the keys while I was sleeping? Isn't it normal for me to take the keys to my own house?" Mi Chai countered coldly. My head spun with frustration as I slapped my forehead and struggled to maintain my composure, asking, "That's true. You should take your own keys. But how do you explain stealing the battery from my phone? Who stole your battery?" Mi Chai replied, "When I took the keys yesterday, I accidentally knocked your phone off, and the battery probably fell under the bed. The room was dark, and I couldn't see, so I just put the back cover on." "Damn, You are truly meticulous in your schemes to kill me. It's almost flawless. I can't even find a way to trouble you. Mikai smiled at me and said, to borrow your words, it's your misfortune to encounter me. Just think of how minuscule the odds are that we would meet in this vast sea of people, and then the chances of me locking you in here. Are you admitting it? Mikai's tone turned icy. So what if I admit it? Go ahead and report me for illegal confinement. You'd be too embarrassed to call the police. After all, you are a man, and I am just a woman. Besides, aren't you the landlord? How could a landlord be confined by a tenant? The police wouldn't believe you. Once again, Mikai dealt me a heavy blow with my own past words and actions, leaving me at a loss for a comeback. After a long pause, I finally see that you are a female rogue, a devil, a fairy. Does your shameless behavior truly match your beautiful face? Unfazed by my anger, Mikai responded calmly. Those words are better suited for you. Without your actions, I wouldn't be giving you this result. But this result is too poisonous. You locked me up for a day, and I couldn't make any calls. How will my company view my absence? This is far worse than being absent without leave. I could lose my job, I said, my face flushed. Mikai stared at me in silence for a long time, then said flatly, you've spoken so much. Aren't you hungry? As soon as she finished speaking, my legs weakened and my stomach growled loudly. Anger clouded my mind, and I instinctively leaned on Mikai's shoulder, swallowing my hunger. I managed to say, help me downstairs to eat fried sauce noodles, the biggest bowl you have. In the noodle shop downstairs, I reattached my phone's battery with trepidation and opened it, only to be bombarded by a cacophony of notifications. Dozens of missed calls from Fang Yuan and Chen Jingming. Frustrated, I tossed the phone aside and glared at the calm Mikai across from me. Mikai stood up and said, I brought the noodles. Take your time eating. You sit down. This matter isn't so easily resolved. Did you hear the notifications just now? They're all from the company. What are we going to do now? Finally, a hint of guilt crossed Mikai's face as she said softly, I always thought you didn't have a proper job. I really didn't expect. I was at a loss for words. Given my previous demeanor, I indeed didn't seem like someone with a serious job. I patiently replied to Mikai, even if I don't have a proper job, there should still be order and discipline. Didn't you see those beggars in the underground passage? They gather every day to count heads and designate areas for begging. Mikai fell silent again before saying, I admit I made a misstep in this matter. What would you like me to do? With her attitude softening, I began to feel a twinge of guilt. In truth, I had been too excessive. Mikai's reaction was a natural response to being bullied. A CEO of a shopping center surely wouldn't be without her temper. After pondering, I said, I want to make it difficult for you. Just call our boss and explain that I didn't go to work today. As long as I can keep my job, I'll overlook the fact that you locked me up for a day. Can't you explain it yourself? If I could convince him, why need you to explain? I shot back at Mikai. It seems you've been deceiving your boss quite a bit. Haven't you? Give me the number. Once again, I was left speechless by her words, for she had hit the nail on the head. Clearing my throat to mask my embarrassment, I provided her with Chen Jingming's number, and she immediately dialed it. I was curious how Chen Jingming would react if he knew he was speaking to the CEO of Xiaomei. But I knew Mikai and Chen Jingming wouldn't discuss that, so it remained merely curiosity. The call seemed to connect, and Mikai spoke. Hello? May I speak to Manager Chen? I am Xiaoyang's roommate, and I need to explain something. I accidentally locked Xiaoyang in the house this morning, and his phone has malfunctioned, so he couldn't notify the company right away. I apologize for that. Although Mikai spoke politely, there was an undeniable authority in her tone. After speaking with Chen Jingming, she handed the phone to me and said, your manager wants to talk to you. I took the phone and immediately said, Manager, you heard just now, not going to work today, was truly an accident. Chen Jingming's voice was tinged with anger and helplessness as he asked, is that true? I wouldn't lie to you about this. I wouldn't go so far as to find an accomplice just to explain it to you. I, Xiaoyang, am always accountable for my actions, I asserted confidently, as this time I genuinely hadn't deceived Chen Jingming. All right, we'll treat this as an accident. Come to the office early tomorrow to discuss with Fang Yuan. This plan must be executed efficiently. Rest assured, I'll go to the office first thing tomorrow. After concluding the call with Chen Jingming, I contacted Fang Yuan to explain the situation, finally feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, the fried sauce noodles arrived. Without a word, I dug in, devouring them hungrily, finishing 2 large bowls before I could no longer eat. I wiped the grease from my mouth with a napkin and turned to Mikai, who I had forcefully kept here, saying, "You just told our boss that we are roommates, right?" Mikai guessed my intention and immediately denied it, saying, "That was necessary for the situation. Otherwise, how could I explain this to your boss?" "Oh, so you can also lie and deceive." Chapter 48. The pain is almost insufferable when I accuse Mikai of lying and deceiving me. Her demeanor remained notably unchanged. She calmly replied, "I recall having mentioned before that cohabiting is fraught with inconveniences. Our lifestyles and habits differ significantly. Why must you persistently trouble me and engage in this endless entanglement?" I responded with equal calmness, "Please do not say that. Am I truly the one entangling you? My concern lies solely with that apartment. If you were to vacate, I assure you I would never seek you out again." Mikai nodded and said, "I believe that. However, the property deed clearly bears my name. What significance does your concern hold?" I earnestly replied, "Could we perhaps engage in a thought experiment? If you had lived in a house for over 2 years and suddenly decided to leave, what would your feelings be? In the city of Suzhou, devoid of our own home, we drift through life, yearning for a sense of belonging, especially at night. You can never fathom the panic of having nowhere to go, the suffocating helplessness." Mikai fell silent. I, too, was quiet, for our conflict stemmed from more than just a house. It involved barriers of class that hindered our understanding of one another, leading to mutual torment in our steadfastness. After a long pause, I posed a question to Mikai. "If you truly wish for me to leave, as in calling the police to resolve this, why have you not done so?" Mikai looked up at me and, after a moment of silence, replied, "You are not yet despicable enough to warrant police intervention." I chuckled. "Then I am fortunate indeed, grateful that I am not wholly depraved." What was meant as a sarcastic remark elicited a serious response from Mikai. "You're capable of protecting that restaurant for CC and forming a friendship with someone like her, which surely indicates you are not entirely unprincipled. Yet, life and love have placed tremendous pressure on you, causing you to appear as if you were devoid of morality. In truth, your cynicism is merely a means to alleviate your own suffering." I gazed at Mikai, momentarily lost in thought. It was striking that she seemed to understand me better than anyone else, including my closest friends, Fang Yuan, Yin Yin, Luo Ben, and CC, who had never articulated such insights. The deeply buried knot within me felt as if it had been gently tugged by her words, though it remained intact, still capable of stirring my sensitivity. Finally, I addressed Mikai, saying, "Are you attempting to affirm my character, hoping to induce a sense of guilt in me, so I might cease my pursuit and grant you peace? Spare me your strategies. I am well versed in the art of persuasion." Mikai fell silent, her expression one of helplessness, realizing my resolve was unyielding. I understood her limits. Should I refuse to leave, she would have no recourse, and I would not grant her the chance to confine me within her walls. A person as astute and vigilant as I would never suffer the same misfortune thrice at the hands of one woman. I felt no shame in my pursuit of Mikai. After all, she possessed a lavish apartment in this city. If I were to be expelled, she would not experience the despair of having nowhere to go. I, too, would not reside in that dilapidated house without paying the rent due. At that moment, I calculated my strategy. Should Mikai relent, it would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Indeed, she was beautiful, affluent, and a distinguished CO, but that did not necessitate my affection or dependency on her. Thus, I had no reason to cling to her. If she were willing to rent the apartment to me, I would cease to trouble her for a lifetime. After a brief contemplation, I addressed the still silent Mikai. "How about you rent me this place? You have another apartment in Luan, don't you? You could return there, leaving just your bank account number with me. I would transfer the rent each month, and we need not even meet. How splendid that would be." Mikai rejected my proposal with visible anger, saying, "Last time, you were adamant about moving out. Why the sudden change of heart? I am simply a rogue, living in a state of indecision. I thought moving out would lead me to a suitable place, but the options are either exorbitantly priced or too far from my workplace. My discontent with this transient lifestyle naturally compels me to desire a return." Mikai looked at me incredulously. Your reasoning is quite sound, both subjectively and objectively. Of course, I am meticulous in all my endeavors. But do you not find your demands excessive? Who forces someone to rent a house to them? Michai patiently counted. I retorted, excessive? Shall I summon my friends to adjudicate and determine who is truly in the wrong? Honestly, you resemble a past tyrant, coercing us impoverished souls with your wealth. Finally, Mikai lost her patience. She picked up her handbag and stood, declaring, I have no time to indulge your nonsense. I will certainly not rent the apartment to you. So abandon your fantasies. I followed her out of the noodle shop, eager to continue the conversation, determined to resolve the matter of the apartment that evening. Mikai, fearing I might catch up, hurried away, her high heels clicking against the concrete. I quickened my pace, stepping in front of her to block her path, and, adopting a threatening tone, I demanded, will you rent it or not? Before I could finish my sentence, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through my abdomen, causing me to double over and clutch my stomach. Having not eaten all day and having just indulged to excess, my already troubled stomach could scarcely withstand such provocation. Seizing the opportunity, Mikai circumvented me and continued on her way, indifferent to my plight. Do you have no conscience? I'm in pain, and you just watch me suffer? I cried. Mikai paused and turned to me. What? Are you planning to employ the old trick of feigning injury? I made myself clear. I will not rent you the apartment. I writhed in agony, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Mikai finally returned to my side, crouching down to observe me with concern, asking, what's wrong? I just told you. My stomach hurts. Are you really going to turn a blind eye? I grimaced. Last time you had a fever, did I not repay your kindness by making you ginger soup? Did I not buy you medicine? Are you still keeping tabs? Did I say I would abandon you? Mikai replied, pulling out her phone. Which extraterrestrial being descended to this planet without basic life knowledge? I merely have a stomachache. What need is there for an ambulance? There's a pharmacy across the street, just 100 meters to the right. Go buy some fast-acting chewable tablets for stomach pain. I'll be fine with just 2. Mikai shot me an annoyed glance in such a state. Can you not keep your mouth shut and conserve your energy? Fine, I'll go. Just wait here for me. I grinned. Hurry. I'm about to lose my mind from the pain. Mikai nodded and quickly jogged across the street. Watching her retreating figure, I sank back down, another wave of pain surging through me. Chapter 49. A meeting with Jian Wei, returning to the old house where Mikai and I had engaged in countless disputes. I lay on the sofa, chewing on a pain relief tablet to alleviate my discomfort. Mikai poured me a glass of warm water and then seated herself opposite me. She inquired, Are you feeling better? Just rest a bit, and you'll be fine, she added. I propped myself up with effort and asked, Where am I supposed to go? You're temporarily staying at your friend's place, right? I can take you back there. With a flash of irritation, I retorted, Can't you exhibit a bit of humanitarian spirit? I am, after all, a patient. Unfazed, Mikai replied, This is my home, not a hospital. Why must you insist on playing the role of a patient? If you truly feel unwell, I can take you to the hospital. I reclined back onto the sofa, adopting a demeanor of indifference, and thus, we fell into another round of silent standoff due to our differing opinions. After a brief moment, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I turned over, retrieved it, and saw an unfamiliar number from Shanghai. With curiosity, I answered, Hello, who is this? After a brief pause, the voice on the other end said, It's me, Jian Wei. My thoughts momentarily froze into a blank void, and even my stomach ache faded into insignificance. After what felt like an eternity, I mechanically replied, Is there something you need? Come out and sit for a while. I'll be waiting at the usual place. Before I could fully process her words, Jian Wei had already hung up. Just like before, she offered me no chance to refuse, and thus, when we parted, I had neither objected nor inquired about her reasons. Long after the call had ended, my heart continued to reverberate with uncertainty. Yet one thing was certain. If she invited me, I would certainly attend. After all, we still considered ourselves ordinary friends. Finally, I placed my phone back into my pocket and said to Mikai, I'm going out to meet a friend. Please leave the door open for me. Just hurry up. There's no need to keep the door open. Take a look around the house to see if you have anything left to take with you. At that moment, I had no desire to bicker with Mikai. I glanced at her once more before heading toward the door. My stomach still throbbed with pain, perhaps the ache within my heart was even harder to bear. I stood outside the community, waiting for a taxi, pondering where Jianwei meant by the usual place. Was it the CC Music Restaurant? Or perhaps by the city moat? I cannot be certain. This uncertainty highlighted how many memories we had together in Suzhou, how many places we had wandered through, each location a fragment of an unforgettable past. Ultimately, I chose to go to the city moat, a place where we used to stroll every evening, laughing and admiring the picturesque scenery. 15 minutes later, I arrived at the section of the city moat we frequented most. I settled down on the grass, lighting a cigarette amidst my stomach pains, my heart uneasy and anxious. I was uncertain why Jianwei had suddenly invited me, what mood I should adopt when meeting her, and what I should say upon our reunion. Look, this is the passage of time, transforming once intimate connections into mere strangers. Half an hour had passed, and Jianwei had yet to arrive. In the biting autumn wind, I finally realized I might have come to the wrong place. Perhaps she was waiting for me at the CC Music Restaurant. I promptly took out my phone to call her, but her line was busy. Just as I hung up, Jianwei called me back. It seemed we had both attempted to reach each other simultaneously. Upon connecting, Jianwei informed me she was at the CC restaurant. I told her I was by the city moat, and when she suggested I come to find her, I complied, ending the call and commencing a new wait. A sense of disappointment washed over me. I had failed to choose the place that held significance in Jianwei's heart. Our feelings had drifted apart, making our separation inevitable. The autumn breeze enveloped the night, the neon lights casting reflections upon everything around me. In this seemingly pleasant spot by the city moat, I lit another cigarette, watching as the smoke clouded and dispersed. 20 minutes later, I spotted a Cadillac CTS parked by the bank. This top-of-the-line vehicle had been a graduation gift from Jianwei's father 3 years prior, and it was this car that had violently torn us from the innocence of our campus romance. To this day, I vividly remember that day when Jianwei took me for a drive in her new car. I wore a forced smile, as if I had foreseen the painful conclusion of our relationship, and indeed, I had. Jianwei stepped out of the car, clad in a rather thin outfit, a short women's leather jacket paired with loose gray-white casual pants. Her hair was simply tied back, as she appeared rather casual, unlike the luxurious attire I had seen her in during our last encounter at the bar, which had made me hesitant to meet her gaze. Unable to greet her with my eyes, I turned my head away, taking a deep drag from my cigarette, consuming half of it in one breath. The familiar scent of her perfume wafted into my nostrils, prompting me to finally lift my gaze to her and stiffly ask, "What did you want to meet about?" Jianwei sat beside me and replied, "Must there be a reason to meet you?" I attempted to relax, forcing a smile as I asked, "Didn't you go to Nanjing with Xiangchen? Why are you back so soon?" "I have my arrangements," she replied. "Indeed, you have your arrangements," I echoed her sentiments. Yet I found myself at a loss for further conversation. I lit another cigarette, gazing at the wind-tossed river surface as confusion and anxiety alternated within me. Jianwei took the cigarette from my fingers and remarked, "You shouldn't smoke in front of a lady. You ought to be more of a gentleman." My lips twitched slightly at her request for me to be more chivalrous. Time had indeed changed a person. Once she delighted in our playful antics, even sharing my cigarette. Now I realized she had drifted too far from my world, while I remained stagnant, awkwardly gazing after her. After a moment of silence, I finally said, "So, what was it that you wanted to discuss? We shouldn't merely sit here in the cold wind." Yet, despite my words, I would gladly remain there all night. Watching her, observing her 3 years later, wishing to convey how deeply I cherished her sparkling eyes, her gently upturned lips, her radiant smile, her pensive demeanor, the allure of her femininity, her seemingly scolding yet caring love, the whispered intimacies shared in my embrace, the breathless sighs after our moments of passion. I adored everything about her and every moment spent together, but now she felt like a kite I had lost, grasping only the severed string, helplessly watching her drift toward the distant north, swallowed by the twilight sun, ultimately becoming a mere memory in my mind. How profoundly disheartening, how melancholic, how heart-wrenching. Chapter 50. She is not worthy of me. I finally seized upon the earlier question as a legitimate opportunity to gaze at Jianwei, awaiting her response. Her initiative in reaching out to me genuinely surprised me. As our eyes met, I finally beheld her face in its entirety. Her features remained unchanged. An overwhelming impulse surged within me. I longed to embrace her, indifferent to whom she was currently with or who she was romantically involved with. Yet in the end, reason subdued my impulse, leaving me merely staring at her in a trance. After a prolonged silence, Jianwei spoke. This time, upon returning to the country. I do not intend to go back to the United States. I nodded, yet remained silent. Her potential trip to America was no longer pertinent to me. I could only view the matter from the perspective of an ordinary friend. What about you? How have you been these past 2 years? Jianwei inquired with a smile. Quite well. I enjoy a great deal of freedom every day, I replied, offering her a smile in return. However, I had only articulated half of the truth. Indeed, I reveled in my freedom, free to think of her, free to suffer, free to ensconce myself within the love of the past, immobile and unrestrained by anyone's judgment. Was that not freedom enough? That's good to hear, Jianwei responded, nodding. And you? How are you faring? This question prompted her to ponder before she replied. Though not as liberally as you, I am doing well. I responded stiffly, haha, that is quite good. Once again, silence enveloped us, this stillness seemingly mocking our once unreserved conversations. I found myself at a loss, unsure of what to say. Jianwei appeared to share my sentiment. And eventually, she stood and said, It's rather chilly. I should head back now. Oh, all right, I replied, yet did not rise. Jianwei glanced at me before turning to leave the lawn for the car parked by the riverbank. I lit a cigarette, remaining seated, still perplexed as to why Jianwei sought me out that night. Our efforts to meet culminated in mere, fleeting words, rendering the evening somewhat insubstantial and devoid of meaning. To be precise, my encounter with Jianwei was not entirely devoid of significance. Upon returning to the old house, I found myself locked out by Mi Kai. Regardless of how fervently I knocked, she refused to open the door. I could not help but wonder if she and Jianwei had conspired, one luring me out, while the other seized the opportunity to keep me outside. Yet, such details were trivial. The crucial issue was that I had nowhere else to go. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to seek refuge at Robin's place for the night. He should have returned from the bar by now, and I hoped that Lily was not accompanying him. Upon arriving at Robin's loft on the rooftop, I leaned against the door, listening intently. After confirming that the interior was quiet, I knocked. Moments later, Robin opened the door, clad in pajamas and holding a cigarette, his expression one of surprise. You're back. Endured a hellish day, I sighed. It has been utterly dreadful. First, I was confined by Mi Kai for an entire day, then I suffered from stomach pains due to overeating, and finally, I was inexplicably summoned by Jianwei. Each event was tormenting, physically and mentally draining. Which day are you not suffering? Robin remarked, returning to his bed, taking a drag of his cigarette and a sip of beer. I offered a resigned smile at his jest and refrained from further comment. After a brief wash-up, I lay down, igniting a cigarette, and together, our two smokes transformed the already small room into a cloud of melancholy. Suddenly, Robin asked, You haven't returned the past few nights. Have you been staying with your new girlfriend? No. Even Li Yao can tell she's not my girlfriend. Can't you see that? Robin, taken aback, responded, What's the situation? Just putting on an act. She is certainly not my girlfriend. Nodding, Robin remarked, You two seem world apart. Indeed, she is not worthy of me. You're impressive, Robin said, giving me a thumbs up. I did not respond, extinguishing my cigarette, pulling the blanket over me. The moment I lay down, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over me, and I quickly drifted into slumber. The next day, I arose early, neglecting breakfast, and uncharacteristically hailed a taxi to the office, costing me over 30 yuan more than taking the bus. This was clearly an unnecessary expense. Had I not been confined by that wretched woman Mi Kai, I wouldn't have found myself in such a time crunch. I feared that I would inevitably face the need to work overtime that evening. Reflecting on this, my resentment towards Mi Kai intensified, and I resolved to carve out some time to confront her, not about life, nor ideals, but simply to question her rationale for treating me this way. Upon finally arriving at the office, I believed I was early enough, only to find Feng Yuan had arrived before me. Before I could greet him, he tossed a document my way, stating Here are the meeting notes from yesterday. Take half an hour to review them, and then we'll discuss our promotional strategy for Zhuomei. He added, Xiaoyang, time is of the essence. Let us get to work. Of course, I replied, taking a seat and delving into the meeting materials. From the document, I discerned that the previous day's discussions had not yielded a clear promotional strategy, and there were discrepancies in the plans between Chen Jingming and Fang Yuan. Chen Jingming favored a conservative approach, expressing a preference for adhering to past promotional strategies to ensure tasks were completed by the stipulated deadlines. Conversely, Fang Yuan aspired for a more groundbreaking promotional campaign that would reflect our transformation into a premier department store, even if it meant slight delays. After spending 20 minutes reviewing the materials, Fang Yuan and I each brewed ourselves a cup of coffee and began a converse. Naturally, I supported Fang Yuan's perspective. Since the company's strategic focus was on enhancing brand image, our promotional endeavors must reflect that ambition. The competition with Zhuomei was merely a facet of our operations, and we must prioritize strengthening our brand image. However, if we could achieve a breakthrough in our promotional strategy while adhering to the deadlines, that would be the ideal scenario. After our discussion, Fang Yuan and I reached a consensus. We would strive to formulate a promotional plan that represented a significant departure from previous strategies, although our agreement would still require Chen Jingming's approval, as he was the head of the planning department and possessed veto power. Throughout the morning, Chen Jingming was absent from the office, only arriving just before noon. He promptly summoned Fang Yuan and me to his office, appearing unusually exhilarated, leaving us both puzzled. Upon entering his office, Chen Jingming instructed me to close the door. Before we could even sip our tea, he announced, this morning, I met with the manager of Zhuomei's investment department. Fang Yuan and I exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Jingming had met with Zhuomei's investment manager during work hours, raising suspicions of collusion. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Jingming elaborated, the manager from Zhuomei, Li, is an old classmate of mine. He brought me a piece of news that could alter the fates of both Baoli and Zhuomei. There's a brewing storm within Zhuomei, a power struggle aimed at their newly appointed CEO. I was taken aback. Was not the new CEO of Zhuomei Mi Kai? Was she currently facing an internal power crisis? Though my mind raced with speculations, I maintained a composed demeanor, awaiting Chen Jingming's continuation. Chapter 51. The crisis of Mi Kai. I remained composed as I gazed at Chen Jingming, while Fang Yuan, filled with astonishment, inquired, Manager Chen, are you implying that the upper management of Zhuomei intends to take action against their newly appointed CEO? Chen Jingming nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, Zhuomei is a family enterprise. As you may have heard, I and Fang Yuan exchanged knowing glances. If it were not a family business, how could a 26-year-old like me, Kai, assume the role of CEO for such a substantial shopping center? Yet, I remain uncertain of Mi Kai's standing within this family. Chen Jingming continued, over 2 years ago, Zhuomei's founder, Mi Zhongxin, tragically lost his life in a severe rear-end collision with a broken-down truck on the highway, which lacked warning signs, while attending a business conference in Shanghai. Since then, his brother, Mi Zhongde, has managed Zhuomei. However, Mi Zhongxin also had a daughter, who has been studying abroad in the United States for the past few years and recently returned home as the new CEO, Betsy Mi Kai. Before he could finish, I interrupted, Manager, are you suggesting that the one plotting against Betsy is her uncle, Mi Zhongde? Chen Jingming chuckled lightly. It is quite evident that he is. For years, he has been the nominal chairman of Zhuomei, and now that Mi Zhongxin's daughter has returned, his position is undoubtedly threatened. It is difficult for someone who has grown accustomed to residing at the pinnacle to relinquish their position. I expressed my indignation. This old scoundrel is utterly ruthless. Zhuomei rightfully belonged to his brother, who has now met an untimely end, leaving behind such a vulnerable orphan. And as her uncle, he can still bear to act against her. Chen Jingming waved his hand, his expression grave as he stated, the affairs of family businesses are not for outsiders like us to meddle in. What we must focus on now is seizing this opportunity to dominate Zhuomei and emerge as the leaders of the Suzhou retail industry. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, while I remained silent, a surging, inexplicable anger bubbling within me. Chun Jingming continued. This morning, Manager Li from Zhuomei's leasing department discussed this very matter with me. Next month, 2 international first-tier brands will see their leasing contracts with Zhuomei expire. Mi Zhongda has instructed Manager Li to leverage dissatisfaction with the current CEO's management style as a pretext to lure these 2 brands to our poly, subsequently using this as a basis to unite the board against Mi Zhongxin's daughter, pressuring her to relinquish her shares in Zhuomei, thereby allowing him to monopolize the company. I gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Isn't that excessively ruthless? He would rather sever his own arm than let go of Zhuomei's ownership." Indeed, this revelation was astonishing. If Zhuomei's leasing manager truly enticed 2 international first-tier brands to join us at Poly, we would possess 10 such brands, leaving Zhuomei with only 9. It is universally understood how pivotal international first-tier brands are to premier department stores. Even should Mi Zhongda succeed in acquiring Zhuomei's ownership, the cost would be astronomical. Chun Jingming smiled. To fully seize Zhuomei's ownership, Mi Zhongda must resort to such drastic measures. The board comprises many loyalists of Mi Zhongxin, who staunchly support his daughter. If Manager Li uses dissatisfaction with the current CEO's management as a justification for attracting 2 international first-tier brands to our poly, it would signify a serious management crisis caused by the CEO. Such a crisis would undermine the company's foundation, and even those who initially supported her would waver. At that point, the board would collectively exert pressure, making it exceedingly difficult for Mi Kai to retain her management and ownership rights. At this juncture, Fang Yuan, who had been silent, finally posed a question to Chun Jingming. Is Mi Zhongda truly unafraid that Zhuomei could suffer irreparable harm and be surpassed by us at Poly? I decided to respond on Chun Jingming's behalf, saying, even if we were to surpass Poly, Mi Zhongda would still be the highest authority at Zhuomei. If Mi Zhongxin's daughter remains, he would inevitably be replaced. A leader who has occupied a high position for many years, accustomed to authority, would find it intolerable to live in subservience. Chun Jingming nodded in agreement, continuing, human nature operates this way. Thus, this presents an unprecedented opportunity for us at Poly. However, Mi Zhongda is no simple character. I have heard that overseas investments are soon to flow into Zhuomei, with preparations underway for the openings of their Nanjing and Shanghai stores. Their strategic territory is expanding beyond Suzhou into a larger market. Moreover, even with the loss of 2 first-tier brands, Zhuomei's long-standing popularity in Suzhou would not easily falter. Mi Zhongda possesses trump cards, which emboldens him to act. Should he successfully eliminate Mi Zhongxin's daughter, he would secure his position, making the risk worthwhile. Both Fang Yuan and I fell into a contemplative silence. Despite our years of experience, the brutal realities of the commercial battlefield had never been laid so bare before us. In this moment, I comprehended that the workplace, like the marketplace, adheres to its own rules. Those of us at the bottom aspire to rise through hard work and the ability to seize opportunities, while those at the top engage in a game of cunning. This cunning instilled a profound sense of dread within me, magnifying the ugliness of human nature manifold. At this moment, Chun Jingming finally brewed himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and addressed Fang Yuan and me. You have been my subordinates for several years, and I have earmarked you both for special development, particularly you, Fang Yuan. I see potential in you, which is why I have chosen to share this highly confidential matter with you. My hope is that you can seize this opportunity to create value for the company while achieving personal breakthroughs. You both must excel in this promotional plan. Do you understand? Fang Yuan nodded solemnly, while I found myself lost in a certain emotional haze. And you, Zhao Yang? Chun Jingming inquired, turning his gaze toward me. Fang Yuan nudged me, and I snapped back to reality, replying to Chun Jingming, I understand. Once outside Chun Jingming's office, Fang Yuan promptly pulled me into the staff lounge, lowering his voice to ask, Zhao Yang, does Chun Jingming know about your relationship with Mi Kai? Of course. He would speak about this matter if he knew I was acquainted with Mi Kai. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression turning serious as he said, you must not let this information reach Mi Kai, regardless of your own career prospects. Considering Chun Jingming's kindness towards us, you cannot divulge this to Mi Kai. Do you understand? I remained silent, still caught in a daze. Zhao Yang, You need to discern the gravity of the situation. This is no joking matter. Even if Mikai is indeed your girlfriend, you must keep this information under wraps. Not a single word must escape your lips. Suddenly, I felt a surge of anger, glaring at Fang Yuan as I retorted, "Are you even human? Can't you see this from me, Kai's perspective? She is a woman who has already lost her father and is now being schemed against by her own uncle, stripped of her father's legacy. How much suffering must she endure?" Fang Yuan clamped his hand over my mouth, still speaking in a hushed tone, urgently saying, "Keep your voice down. This is a power struggle among those in high positions, not a realm for people like us to meddle in. This matter concerns not only the company's interests, but also Chun Jingming's career and even ours. If you disclose this, how can you justify Chun Jingming's trust?" At last, I fell into silence. Indeed, Chun Jingming had shown benevolence towards both Fang Yuan and me. Should this matter ultimately culminate in Zhuomei's marketing manager bringing two top-tier brands to our Baoli, Chun Jingming, as the principal contributor, would undoubtedly be elevated to the rank of vice president within the company's upper echelons. Consequently, Fang Yuan and I, as his trusted confidants, would also reap the benefits. This situation pertains to the fates of many. Fang Yuan then addressed my silence, saying, "Xiaoyang, you must promise me to act as if you have not heard of this matter today, all right?" I remained speechless for a long while, as if I had momentarily found myself at the most challenging crossroads of my life. Chapter 52. Gradually, like friends, Fang Yuan remained tense and anxious as he awaited my response. After a tumultuous internal struggle, I finally said to him, "You are right." "I shall pretend I did not hear that." Fang Yuan cautiously inquired, "Are you certain?" I nodded, turned, and left the staff lounge. Yet, an indescribable sense of despondency enveloped my heart. Fang Yuan was indeed correct. This matter was of great significance, even affecting the fate of 2 shopping malls, and involved far too many people. It was precisely because of his trust that Chun Jingming confided in us. If I were to betray that trust by revealing this to me, Kai, it would be a profound injustice to Chun Jingming. Conversely, if I were to stifle my feelings and watch that solitary, indifferent woman be manipulated by her own uncle, I would be complicit in the malevolence. The entire day passed in a haze, as though I had endured a long torment until the end of my shift arrived. Gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the intricate tapestry of neon lights that had sprung to life, a fresh wave of inner turmoil washed over me. After staring at the bustling world outside for what felt like an eternity, I finally picked up my bag and said to Fang Yuan, who was still engrossed in his work, "I'm leaving for the day." Fang Yuan instinctively responded with a grunt, then looked up, startled, and exclaimed, "It's only 7 o'clock. Are you leaving now?" "It's late. My shift ended an hour and a half ago," I replied. Fang Yuan nodded and said, "Being cooped up in the office stifles creativity. You should head home. Let us stay in touch if you come up with any great promotional ideas." I gestured an okay and, without the luxury of bidding Fang Yuan farewell, hastily exited the suffocating office. With my shoulder bag in tow and a cigarette between my lips, I ambled down the street, lost in thought and unaware of my destination, my mood growing increasingly somber. 50 meters ahead, the massive logo of the Zhuomei shopping center flickered atop the building. Yet who could perceive the battles waged beneath that dazzling light? Who could pierce through the facade to unveil the ugliness of human nature? I moved mechanically closer to the Zhuomei shopping center, my mind in disarray as I followed the crowd into the shopping area. In truth, I had no idea why I had come to Zhuomei. Perhaps, deep within, I hoped to warn Mikai of the conspiracy aimed at her, to spare her from impending disaster. Yet, I found myself ensnared by an opposing force, rendering me lost and devoid of coherent thought. Ascending the elevator from the 1st to the 6th floor, I found myself at a dead end. Thus, I settled on a bench designated for customer rest, staring blankly at the ebb and flow of shoppers. Suddenly, the elevator doors leading to the Zhuomei office area opened, and I caught sight of me, Kai, emerging, accompanied by a young female assistant. Instinctively, I wanted to evade her gaze, so I stood and slipped into the nearest shop. The receptionist's cheerful greeting greeted my ears, and as I looked up, I was momentarily dazzled by the array of colorful women's lingerie on display. "Sir, are you here to help your wife pick out some lingerie?" The receptionist inquired warmly. I nearly blurted out a retort about how I certainly did not resemble someone with a wife, but I swallowed my words and replied with a smile. Yes. Please recommend something, perhaps a bit more alluring. The receptionist promptly presented a selection, enthusiastically detailing its features. I feigned praise while my eyes scanned the exterior, relieved to find no sign of Mikai. Perhaps she had already descended. I sighed, interrupting the still chatty receptionist. This lingerie is lovely, but it's a tad too affordable. Didn't you learn during training that you should gauge a customer's purchasing power based on their attire? I said as I lifted my shoulder bag, revealing its logo to the receptionist. You see this? It's a Rikita's bag. You haven't heard of Rikita's, have you? Let me enlighten you. Rikita's is the newest luxury brand created in collaboration between Reebok, Nike, and Adidas. This bag is their latest global limited edition, extremely opulent. Do you honestly think someone of my stature would purchase lingerie from second-tier brand? The receptionist appeared both amused and bewildered. As I prepared to leave, I suddenly noticed Mikai outside the lingerie store, scrutinizing me with an odd expression alongside her assistant. Steeling myself, I walked towards her, forcing a smile as I said, "What a coincidence to run into you here. I work nearby. But what brings you to a women's lingerie store?" Mikai asked, her expression tinged with skepticism. I evasively remarked, "Oh, so you work around here? Are you the mall's building manager?" Mikai shook her head, her gaze still laced with disdain as she pressed. "You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing in a lingerie store?" I replied impatiently, "Could you stop looking at me like I'm a pervert? I entered the lingerie store to avoid encountering you. I saw you come down from the elevator just moments ago. You're avoiding me? I should be grateful you're not pestering me," Mikai said, her expression a mix of disbelief and skepticism. I sighed. It's a matter of guilt. This was a candid admission. If I ultimately chose not to inform Mikai of Mi Zhongda's conspiratorial machinations against her, I would bear a profound sense of guilt and moral conflict. Mikai smiled knowingly. "You should have felt guilty long ago. It's best to find a place to stay and settle down for a while. That would be quite nice." Clearly, Mikai misinterpreted the true nature of my guilt, yet I could not elucidate my sentiments. Instead, I shifted the topic. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's grab a meal together. Since we've crossed paths, we might as well." Mikai glanced at her watch and nodded. "It's time to eat. I heard a rice noodle shop on the first floor just opened, and the flavors are delightful. Will you treat me?" With a teasing smile, Mikai replied, "Your bag is all Rikita's. Do you really expect someone else to treat you to a bowl of rice noodles?" I was at a loss for words. Despite her playful refusal, once we entered the rice noodle shop, she joined the queue with the crowd. In that moment, submerged in the throng, she appeared just like any ordinary girl, devoid of any CEO pretense. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and turmoil washed over me. Perhaps I truly should not have invited her to dinner, even if it was merely for a bowl of rice noodles. Moments later, Mikai sat across from me with the receipt from her order. She glanced at my bag and smiled. "When did Rikita's launch?" "It sounds impressive." Observing her smile, I realized that after countless quarrels, we had come to regard each other as familiar acquaintances. We could jest with one another, invite each other to meals, and assist each other with minor tasks, as long as they did not concern that old house. Gradually, we were becoming like friends. Chapter 53. A kind-hearted woman, I followed Mikai's gaze to my backpack and remarked, "Indeed, my backpack is from Rikdos, but it is not as extravagant as I claimed. I purchased it for merely 50 yuan on Taobao, and it even came with a complimentary sun hat." Mikai bit her lip to suppress her laughter, yet I was captivated by her beauty in that moment. Eventually, she managed to hold back her smile and inquired, "Is the sun hat also from Rikdos?" I recalled that a friend had borrowed it for fishing and never returned it. How lacking in etiquette! It must be from Rikdos, so luxurious that your friend couldn't resist coveting it. Mikai analyzed earnestly. This time, I found myself laughing at Mikai, but I responded with mock seriousness. "So, he lacks manners. He sold his integrity for a mere hat. If he liked it so much, he should have just told me. I'm such an extravagant person. Why would I care about a hat?" Mikai shook her head, laughing, and chose not to engage with me further. Perhaps she was not particularly fond of my whimsical banter, which sometimes amused her to the point of frustration, a frustration that was tinged with helplessness. The waiter finally brought 2 bowls of rice noodles along with some other snacks, and Mikai and I began to eat. Throughout the meal, I occasionally stole glances at Mikai, who remained quiet throughout. However, within that silence, I sensed a profound loneliness. This loneliness was not tied to material possessions, but rather rooted in her background. Yet she persevered, living independently and resiliently. Since our acquaintance, I had never heard her complain about life. Lost in thought as I gazed at her, I reflected on the impending conspiracies she would soon face, feeling a surge of pain and helplessness. As our simple dinner drew to a close, I finally said to Mikai, "I still owe you 10,016 yuan. Mikai replied nonchalantly, "I haven't forgotten, but there's no rush to repay me. First, focus on finding a place to stay. As you said, you shouldn't endure that feeling of having nowhere to go again." "You remember my words quite well," I exclaimed. "Of course, you said that just last night," she replied. I shifted the topic, asking, "Why did you keep the door locked when I returned home after meeting my friend?" "I knocked for nearly 10 minutes. Even if you knocked for an hour, I wouldn't have opened the door. I told you, I wouldn't rent the house to anyone." "Then why did you buy that old house if you're unwilling to rent it to others?" I pressed on, voicing a question that had long puzzled me. Mikai gazed out the window, her expression distant, and after a long pause, she quietly replied, "That's a personal matter. It's best not to pry." I refrained from pressing further, but a vague understanding of her reasons for purchasing the old house began to form in my mind, albeit unconfirmed. In my silence, Mikai, unusually proactive, suggested, "It's still early. Let's go find you a place together. You should settle down soon, or the next time your father visits, you'll have no explanation." In the darkness, I sat in Mikai's car, browsing rental listings on my phone via 58 Tsinghua, calling about suitable options as Mikai served as my driver, traversing the city's many corners while I bargained with landlords and agents in various unrefined ways. With Mikai at the wheel, I efficiently viewed 5 properties in just over an hour. Yet, due to various unsatisfactory conditions, I continued to navigate the vast city. After another half hour, Mikai parked the car by the roadside and remarked, "I never realized how challenging renting a place could be. Indeed, there are many unscrupulous agents nowadays. One must be vigilant to avoid falling victim to their schemes." Mikai nodded in agreement, having just experienced this firsthand. This realization made me understand that sometimes it is not about the inability to comprehend one another, but rather a lack of true immersion in each other's world. "Are you thirsty? I can grab you something to drink," I asked Mikai. She nodded, and in my haste, I forgot to inquire about her preference. I opened the car door and stepped out, my mood weighed down by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Although Mikai and I had quarreled countless times over the old house, I harbored no animosity towards her. As our relationship deepened, I discovered she was not the aloof person I had initially perceived. Rather, she was approachable and warm-hearted. Perhaps she truly was a kind-hearted woman. I recalled the time when she visited me at my lowest point. Despite my mistreatment of her, she still chose to conceal my misfortunes from my father and ultimately left the house to me and him. I remembered how she draped her coat over my shoulders by the city moat to shield me from the cold, and how she prepared honey milk for me in that little room after a night of drunkenness. In the turmoil within myself, I repeatedly questioned, "Zhao Yang, can you really stand by and watch this woman become entangled in your uncle's commercial schemes?" I turned to look at her, sitting in the car, her figure illuminated by the dim city lights, appearing somewhat lost and lonely as her reflection danced in the window. My heart ached at the sight, yet I remained unable to divulge the truth to her. For the sake of Fang Yuan and Chun Jingming, I could not selfishly ruin their promising futures. I returned with 2 cups of steaming lemon tea, settling back into the car and handing her a cup with a straw, cautioning, "It's hot, sip it slowly." Mikai nodded, cradling the plastic cup in her hands to absorb the warmth of the tea. The autumn night already carried hints of winter's chill. We fell into a prolonged silence before Mikai asked, "Shall we continue searching?" "That's up to you. If you're not tired, I have no objections," I replied. Mikai smiled and said, "It's best to see things through to the end. So let's push on and find you a place tonight." I teased, "Miss Mikai, you are exceptionally enthusiastic and strategic. Once we resolve my housing situation tonight, you can enjoy the fruits of your labor for years to come." Using "enjoy the fruits of your labor" is inaccurate. I've put in effort to help you find a place. And besides, that house was originally mine. It's a stretch to say I would be merely reaping rewards, Mikai retorted earnestly. Oh, why be so calculative? I waved my hand dismissively. Because I learned from you, she replied. I took a sip of the lemon tea, but nearly scalded my mouth, almost spitting it out. Mikai handed me a tissue and wiped the spilled tea from her clothes, complaining, You just reminded me to be careful of the heat. Yet you forgot when drinking yourself. I offered no reply, my heart heavy with bitterness. The forgetfulness stemmed from my distraction, and the distraction arose from my struggle. At that moment, a powerful urge surged within me. I wanted to reveal the conspiracy targeting Mikai. Chapter 54. The Struggle of Humanity, Ignoring the Searing Pain in My Mouth. I gazed at Mikai with a flushed face, my heart racing violently. In my over 2 decades of life, I have never been one to dwell on the past. Yet this particular incident weighed heavily on my conscience. My decision was not solely about my own fate. It also impacted my friends and my superior's career prospects. I could not forget the sacrifices Lu Yao made to secure this opportunity for me. Was I truly willing to sacrifice everything for Mikai? Jiayang, what's wrong? You look troubled, Mikai observed, her expression tinged with concern. In my struggle, my heart suddenly quieted. I rubbed my mouth and replied, It's just a burn. I might have blisters. Should we go to the hospital? She asked. Do you really think such a trivial injury requires the attention of a hospital? Please, have some common sense. Oh, as long as you're fine, let's continue our search for an apartment, Mikai said, starting the car. Difficult decisions often crystallize in an instant. I ultimately chose not to confide in Mikai. I was uncertain whether this was the right choice, but my heart remained in turmoil. I wished that Chun Jingming had never revealed everything to me. Yet, wishing was futile. I had learned the truth. I felt like a fragile boat adrift in a sea of guilt, unable to glimpse the shore. The shadows of streetlights elongated on the car window as my thoughts began to scatter, making it impossible to devise a mutually beneficial solution. After wandering through the night, we finally located a reasonably priced studio apartment. I promptly paid 3 months' rent and a month's deposit. Once the landlord departed, only Mikai and I remained in the empty space. Standing together on the small balcony of the 26th floor, I lit a cigarette, gazing at the city's nightscape. After a long silence, I turned to Mikai and remarked, It's very quiet up here. Your old place was also quite serene. Everything is quiet. Have you finally acknowledged that the room belongs to me? Mikai asked with a smile. Everything has been settled. Why shouldn't I admit it? I replied. Mikai nodded, as if relieved of a burden, and inquired, Are you moving in tonight? Perhaps tomorrow. I hesitated, then earnestly added, Let me stay at your place for one last night. I need to bid farewell to my friends, the mop, the clock, the sofa, and the cabinet. I fear they will miss me. I braced myself for rejection, but to my surprise, she nodded in agreement. Perhaps she truly believed that these inanimate objects were my friends. In truth, I was not deceiving her, nor was I being overly sentimental. Sometimes, I preferred the company of seemingly lifeless objects over those with subjective consciousness. For one could inadvertently encounter beasts in human guise, some even too lazy to wear a mask, eager for all to know their true nature. Like the actress who slapped Li Yao over scheduling conflicts, or Mikai's uncle, Mijonda, returning to the old apartment with me, Kai. It was already late. She went to the bathroom to wash up before me, while I sat on the sofa, appearing calm, but internally turbulent. Moments later, Mikai emerged, applying toner to her face. With a hint of jest, or perhaps sincerity, she said, Jiayang, aren't you supposed to say goodbye to your friends? You Haven team moved since we entered. I pressed my hand to my chest and replied, I communicate deeply with my friends. We've already had our heartfelt farewell just moments ago. Mikai raised her eyebrows in surprise and remarked, Your bond must be quite strong. Indeed. In the presence of my friends, you are but mere mortals, I replied. With a slight smirk, Mikai turned and walked to her room, closing the door behind her. In that instant, I felt as though we were separated by a door dividing 2 worlds. My world was chaotic, while hers was the calm before a storm. After washing up, I returned to the room I had inhabited for 2 years, staring blankly at the ceiling, my thoughts racing. For the first time in my life, I pondered the essence of humanity, only to find it elusive. Faced with choices, I had deviated from my long-held principles. I could claim this deviation was for my friends, my benefactor, or my career, but could any of these reasons truly justify distorting human nature? As the night deepened, the moonlight streamed through the curtain-esque gap, casting gentle shadows on the blanket. My consciousness began to blur, and soon I shed the burdens of humanity and drifted into sleep. The following morning, I rose early, resuming my routine. I cooked porridge in the rice cooker and ventured downstairs to buy some fried dough sticks, steamed dumplings, and pastries. Upon returning, I fried 2 eggs, intending to share breakfast with Mikai. This was not an act of kindness or gratitude for her assistance in finding the apartment, but rather a manifestation of my guilt for my silence. Once breakfast was prepared, Mikai had already awakened. After washing up, I invited her. Let us have breakfast together. I made porridge. Thank you, she said politely, sitting across from me. As we ate, the atmosphere remained tense and oppressive, shrouded in silence. Mikai seemed to relish this quietude, while I struggled beneath its weight. She finished her meal quickly and said, "Xiaoyang, eat slowly. I need to head to work. By the way, if you can't clean up the bowls, just leave them for tonight. I'll wash them when I return." Mikai stood by the shoe rack, ready to change her shoes. I called out, "Wait." Her actions faltered as she turned, puzzled. "What is the matter?" After a moment of silence, I finally said, "Could you give me a ride? I'll go to work with you." "Is it on the way? Aren't you working at the Zhuomei shopping center? Our company is right across from yours." She nodded and asked, "Oh, what company are you with?" I hesitated before answering, "We're just a small firm. I'm merely earning a paycheck, nothing noteworthy." "All right, hurry up," she replied, already changed and waiting by the door. I quickly finished my porridge, changed my shoes, grabbed my briefcase, and followed Mikai down the stairs. The traffic during work hours was less than ideal. As we crawled closer to the company, our vehicle became ensnared in a jam on a two-way street. With nothing to do, Mikai and I maintained silence. I retrieved a CD from Mikai's glove compartment and played it on the music player, intending to pass the time with some music. The song Love's Admonition, sung by Luo Deo with a voice rich in depth and stories, filled the small car. The autumn fog enveloped us as we sat in the vehicle, surrounded by cars waiting for their turn, their lights resembling fireflies resting and quieting the world. In this self-created tranquility, I became entranced by the lyrics of Love's Admonition. Beside me, Mikai appeared even more subdued. However, tears glistened in her eyes, slowly cascading down her cheeks. It seemed she wished not to be seen, burying her face in the steering wheel, leaving only her disheveled hair visible. What was wrong with her? She had merely listened to a song by Luo Deo on this unremarkable morning, yet she wept. Chapter 55. The struggle of humanity to the vehicle in front of us began to move slowly, yet Mikai remained oblivious, her shoulders trembling slightly. The cars behind us honked impatiently. I gently tapped Mikai's shoulder and inquired, "What is troubling you?" She lifted her head, wiped away her tears with her hand, but avoided making eye contact with me, merely muttering that it was nothing. She then shifted gears and drove forward with the flow of traffic. As the song The Wisdom of Love finally came to an end, bringing a gradual tranquility to the car, I had no intention of disclosing my employment at Bowley to Mikai, so I asked her to drop me off at a nearby station. As we parted ways, I asked, "Hey, would you be able to help me move tonight? Your car would be convenient. If she didn't have to work overtime, she could." Mikai did not refuse. I smiled, saying, "All right, I'll contact you after work." She nodded, closed the car window, and drove away, vanishing into the vast stream of vehicles. I stood there for a long while, recalling her tearful state as she leaned on the steering wheel, feeling a surge of confusion and helplessness. I did not wish to delve into what memories the wisdom of love had stirred within her, yet my sympathy for her only deepened my sense of guilt. Upon arriving at the office, I barely had a moment to breathe before Fong Yuan summoned our planning and copywriting team for a brainstorming session. During the meeting, the exchange of ideas quickly escalated into a heated debate, igniting a storm of thoughts. I remained slouched in a corner, inattentive and silent, my silence persisting until the meeting concluded. Once the brainstorming session wrapped up, everyone dispersed with their folders, yet I remained seated, my thoughts adrift. Fong Yuan waved a cigarette in front of my nose, and the scent of tobacco, finally, snapped me back to reality. I numbly asked him, has the storm passed? I just want to know where this storm has swept you away to. Fong Yuan's tone was somewhat displeased. He was always meticulous in his work. I remained silent, taking the cigarette from his fingers, lighting it, and inhaling deeply, only to have Fong Yuan snatch it back, extinguishing it and tossing it into the trash bin. Frowning, I exclaimed, what are you trying to prove? I'm already on edge. Fong Yuan paused, then realized the source of my agitation. He dragged a chair over and sat beside me. Without uttering a word, his expression conveyed the impending bitter yet sincere advice. Are you still entangled in the matters between Zhuomei and me, Kai? That is precisely what is bothering me. Since yesterday, I felt like a criminal refusing to confess. Do you understand that feeling? Like a thorn in my throat. I articulated each word with weight, venting the repression within me. Fong Yuan sighed, softening his tone as he replied, Zhao Yang, I already explained the pros and cons of the situation to you yesterday. No matter how guilty you feel, this remains an internal affair of Zhuomei, and we must maintain our distance. I fell silent again. Discussing this matter with Fong Yuan would yield little benefit. He could not comprehend it from my perspective, yet he was not entirely wrong. Although we had been friends for nearly a decade, we were fundamentally different people, leading to divergent paths in life. At that moment, I finally understood why. Despite graduating from the same university, Fong Yuan and I had lived such dissimilar lives post-graduation. After a long pause, I told Fong Yuan, I'll sit here for a while longer. I'll figure this out myself. Fong Yuan nodded, reminding me, I still don't know your thoughts on this promotional plan. Let us discuss it privately later. All right, I replied. Fong Yuan pulled another cigarette from his pack and handed it to me, saying, go smoke in the smoking room. Be mindful of your surroundings at the office. I took the cigarette from him, feeling somewhat numb as I stared at him. Fong Yuan patted my shoulder before turning to leave. My fingers twirled the cigarette rapidly, yet the numbness deepened. At noon, Fong Yuan and I had lunch in the company's cafeteria, choosing a relatively quiet corner to sit. We did not immediately discuss the promotional plan in progress. Fong Yuan remarked, Yin Yin is free tonight. Let her prepare a few dishes at my place, and we can have a few drinks. Let us skip tonight. I need to move. Fong Yuan appeared surprised, asking, haven't you sorted out the moving situation yet? Not yet. I just found a suitable place, and I've been busy lately. Fong Yuan nodded. Then after a brief silence, said, Zhao Yang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're at an age where you should be establishing a family and a career. If you can settle down, you should do so promptly. I earnestly asked Fong Yuan, we've graduated for many years now, and classmates and friends who should be stable have settled down. Those who shouldn't be stable are desperately trying to find stability. Why do I feel like I'm living in a dream? Without much thought, Fong Yuan answered, it's because you've been living too self-centeredly these years, yet yourself is imbued with a strong sense of idealism. Zhao Yang, you must understand that a castle built from sand on the beach, no matter how exquisite, will collapse at the first wave. Your pain and instability stem from this. Fong Yuan's words left me bewildered. I recognized that the waves he referred to represented the heavy burden of reality, and my suffering arose from my unwillingness to accept it. I continued to fantasize about the sky castle and the long-haired woman waiting within its walls. Fong Yuan added, you really need to stop thinking about the internal struggles at Zhuomei. People live in reality. While it is important to have a conscience, this matter has transcended the simplistic realm of morality. If you weigh it against conscience or humanity and then inform me, Kai, reality will swiftly deliver a resounding blow to you. Zhao Yang, learn to respect reality. Do not put yourself at risk. Why are we back to this topic? I replied, somewhat disgruntled. After a brief silence, Fong Yuan sighed softly, saying, because I understand you, and that is why I'm concerned. I remained silent. Although Fong Yuan and I were not cut from the same cloth, after nearly a decade as brothers, he indeed understood me better than many others. If I did not measure this situation against humanity and conscience, why would I be in such torment? Continuing in my silence, Fong Yuan remarked, if Chun Jingming manages to secure 2 first-tier brands for Baoli during Zhuomei's internal conflict, he will almost certainly be promoted to the position of vice president. As his confidants, we will have truly established our footing in this company. Especially you, Zhao Yang. This could be a significant elevation in your life, leading to a qualitative change in your existence. Lighting a cigarette, I inhaled deeply, tilting my head back and closing my eyes, exhaling in a cloud of smoke, feeling for the first time that the beliefs I had held for decades were beginning to waver. Perhaps I truly should respect reality. I had reached the age for settling down, and now that I finally saw a glimmer of hope in life, extinguishing it with my own hands would cast me back into the darkness of despair. Let us discuss your thoughts on the promotional plan. Feng Yuan's words momentarily pulled me from the quagmire of my struggles. I finally nodded, ready to share my ideas regarding the promotional strategy with him. Chapter 56. Love is not extravagant. I organized my fragmented thoughts regarding this promotional plan in my mind and turned to Feng Yuan, saying, for this promotional strategy, we can transcend conventional thinking. My idea is that aside from the 8 premier international brands, we should continue using traditional promotional methods for the other ordinary brands, such as straightforward discounts and gifts. There is no need for us to invest excessive effort in this, and time constraints do not allow us to spread our energies too thin. Feng Yuan nodded and replied, I understand your point and agree with your perspective. The primary aim of this promotional event is to highlight the image of our top-tier department store, and the focus of the promotional plan should revolve around those 8 international brands. Please elaborate on how you intend to integrate these 8 premier brands into the promotional strategy. After pondering for a moment, I responded, our Poly department store encompasses nearly all categories of daily necessities through these 8 premier brands, including clothing, bags, watches, and jewelry. This diversity is our advantage and facilitates complementary promotions. What kind of complementary promotions? First, we must create sufficient subjective purchasing motivation for consumers. While promotions are a significant means to stimulate buying impulses, they are not sufficient on their own. We must also further incite their desire to purchase on a psychological level. Please continue. We should begin by segmenting the market. Those who can afford luxury brands are certainly affluent individuals, yet within the high-end demographic, there exist both occupational distinctions and disparities in wealth. Feng Yuan nodded. Yes, the primary consumers of luxury brands are women, who are often either top executives or daughters of wealthy families or perhaps mistresses. I interjected on behalf of Feng Yuan. Having worked in the department store industry for many years, we have developed a rather specific classification system for our target consumer group. Ironically, we once studied the consumption structure of luxury brands at Poly department store. Company executives account for about 20 second-generation wealthy individuals for approximately 30, and the remaining 50 largely consists of atypical purchases. Thus, it is common to see young, beautiful women accompanied by successful-looking men entering luxury brand stores. Of course, this is merely an internal study we conducted and lacks official validity, yet it sufficiently illustrates the point. So, do you intend to use this as your entry point? Feng Yuan asked incisively. I nodded and said, precisely. You see, these women often harbor a long-term lack of emotional security. They seek a form of solace, even if that solace is illusory. Therefore, what is your promotional theme? Love is not extravagant. During the event, we will offer the expected discounts and, additionally, for those purchasing products in luxury brand stores with a partner, we will present a commemorative membership card from our department store. If that couple returns to our store to purchase luxury goods the following year, we will refund cash into their commemorative membership card, 10 in the second year, increasing to 15 in the third and 20 in the fourth year. This approach not only enhances the continuity of consumption, but also provides these consumers with both psychological and material compensation. In truth, those women do not genuinely care about the so-called cash refunds. What they truly seek is psychological reassurance, and they yearn for love, desiring it to endure. Feng Yuan contemplated the feasibility of this idea in silence for some time before finally saying, I fundamentally approve of this promotional approach, but whether it can be executed will require a collective discussion in another meeting. I nodded in agreement. Very well, I will follow your lead. Feng Yuan just said, Zhao Yang, it seems you possess an extraordinary understanding of women's thoughts. If your assessment of these women is accurate, this promotional strategy against Zhuomei will undoubtedly be a resounding success. I remained silent, but my understanding of such women was a gift from years spent in nightclubs. As for whether their psychological characteristics could serve as a basis for commercial actions, I was uncertain. If my company were to adopt this, then the market would ultimately provide validation. After a busy day, the time to leave work finally arrived. My colleagues gradually departed, and the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. I reclined in my office chair, closing my eyes to rest, yet my mind remained restless. A sudden ringtone jolted me back to reality. Rubbing my face heavily, I picked up my phone and was surprised to see it was a call from my father. I was taken aback. In the years away from home, I had always been the one to call him, and he seldom reached out to me. Sometimes I even doubted whether he remembered he had a son wandering afar. In truth, I knew he hadn't forgotten, for he would visit me whenever he was on business in Suzhou. He simply struggled to express his emotions. Habitually, I lit a cigarette before answering the call, greeting him with, "Dad, have you eaten?" "Not yet. I'm still at work." "Oh, did you call me for something?" "I haven't had time to go to Suzhou lately. The rice and flour I mentioned last time have been sent to you via express delivery, so please keep an eye out for them in the coming days." "Oh," I replied weakly. There was a brief silence from my father, yet he didn't mention hanging up, which I found unusual, but I patiently waited. "Xiaoyang, how are things with that girl?" I knew he was referring to me, Kai, but feigning ignorance, I asked, "Which girl?" "The one you live with. By the way, your mother knitted 2 scarves this time and made one for her as well. You should give it to her when you get a chance. Also, you have a temper. Don't lose it with her. Be a little more accommodating. Avoid arguments when living together." As he spoke, I counted the words in my mind, and to my astonishment, he had said a total of 64 words. It seemed that since I had become aware of counting, he had never spoken this many words in one go. I suddenly felt that the world was indeed ever-changing. Even my father had transformed and become more talkative. "You and my mother don't even know her name. Yet you're so enthusiastic, even knitting her a scarf. Do you think that is appropriate?" I said, half amused, half exasperated. My father responded with a remark that made me feel exasperated. "It's you who will be living with her. Why do we need to know her name?" After a pause, I resignedly replied, "You're right. I will follow your instructions. Treat her well. She is a good girl." His repeated emphasis left me helpless. I dared not defy his wishes and replied with resignation, "My dear father, you've only met her twice. How can you tell if she is a good girl? Is she truly innocent, or are you simply cunning?" My father ignored my jest and reiterated to treat her well before hanging up. Listening to the beeping sound of the call disconnecting, I felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help but ask myself, how should I treat her well? I felt like a mere observer, helplessly watching as her uncle, Mi Zhongde, raised a cruel knife to her. I placed my phone back on the desk. Leaning heavily against the chair's back, I slapped my face with my hand, closed my eyes, and recalled her lonely figure with long hair cascading over her shoulders. It felt as though the very vein connected to my heart had been severed, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over me. The phone rang again. This time it was me, Kai, calling. I suddenly remembered she had promised me in the morning she would help me move when she had time. She must have just finished work, which is why she was reaching out to me. Indeed, she was a woman of her word. Chapter 57. I want to be myself after much hesitation. I finally connected the call to me, Kai, her voice sounding unusually subdued as she inquired, "Have you finished work?" Haven't you finished yet?" "I'm about to wrap up," she replied. "Oh, where's your company? I'll come pick you up. Today I will help you move, and I can finally put my mind at ease." I chuckled and remarked, "Your eagerness to assist with the move stems from your fear that I might continue to be a nuisance, doesn't it?" "That's a fitting phrase," she retorted, "but you still haven't told me where your company is." I hesitated before responding, "I'll head to Zhume to meet you. The rice noodle shop downstairs is quite good today. It's my treat as a token of gratitude for your efforts in helping me move." "All right, then come over. I'll be waiting for you by the entrance of the rice noodle shop." After agreeing with me, Kai, we both hung up. I took a moment to collect my thoughts, grabbed my backpack, and left the office. Upon reaching the north entrance of Zhume Shopping Center, I spotted Mikai already waiting at the entrance of the noodle shop. Today, she wore no makeup, yet remained strikingly beautiful. It was peak shopping hours, and waves of passers-by instinctively cast their gazes upon her, captivated by her natural allure. After all, unadorned beauties are indeed a rarity these days. However, I was not one who easily appreciated her beauty. From the very first day we met, I felt her charm was irrelevant to me, My primary concern was whether she would allow me to remain in that apartment. Ultimately, I ended up moving out. If I were to stretch the truth, my departure from that apartment represented a concession to reality. Although I had resided there for over 2 years and Mi Kai for less than a month, the property deed bore her name, and thus I was the one who had to leave. This outcome had little to do with the duration of my stay or the depth of our feelings. It was simply a compromise under the weight of reality. Perhaps I am indeed an idealist, holding the length of one's residence as a standard, imposing the identity of a tenant upon Mi Kai while failing to see anything amiss in my reasoning. But in truth, the tenant was I, and I was not even a legitimate one, as Mi Kai, the rightful owner, had never consented to my renting that room. Standing before Mi Kai, we both remained silent, as if devoid of the usual sharp exchanges, leaving us without topics to discuss. I finally broke the silence, asking, "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long. Let's go. There is hardly any space left inside," Mi Kai replied, glancing back. I nodded and led the way into the noodle shop, gallantly holding the glass door open for her. Mi Kai looked at me with mild surprise, yet courteously thanked me before stepping inside. She found a vacant seat while I went to place our order. After a considerable wait, I returned with 2 bowls of noodles and some snacks, taking a seat opposite her with the order slip and waiting number in hand. We had already dined at this noodle shop for 2 consecutive days, and feeling a twinge of boredom, I inquired, "Is your fondness for rice noodles due to your name?" Mi Kai shot me a glance, but chose not to respond, instead sipping her tea, clearly uninterested in indulging my trivial query. I chuckled, unbothered by her aloofness, as I had grown accustomed to her indifferent demeanor, despite the rare moments when we resembled ordinary friends. After a while, our order arrived. Mi Kai had only ordered a bowl of noodles, pushing the rest of the snacks toward me. I then placed the chicken leg and dried tofu in front of her, saying, "You'll need to eat more. You're helping me move later, and it requires some strength." "I'm just driving. Besides, do you have that many belongings?" "The last time you moved, I saw you manage it all by yourself," she replied. I recalled the time I left in a hurry due to financial constraints and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I was merely finding an excuse for you to eat more, all while ruining your figure. I can't wait to see how you look as a plump person. You truly have a wicked heart," she retorted, though with a hint of amusement. "But I regret to inform you I don't gain weight." Seeing her boast about her metabolism brought an authentic smile to my face. Although she often exhibited a detached demeanor, she still possessed a childlike innocence. Her unguarded moments revealed that she no longer held any reservations about me. Perhaps all our past conflicts stemmed solely from that apartment. After our meal, Mi Kai and I headed to Robin's place. My belongings were indeed minimal. Initially, I intended to have her wait downstairs, but she insisted on accompanying me upstairs, helping me carry a few lighter bags. In truth, she exhibited the same contradictory behavior as many women. Just earlier at the noodle shop, she had claimed she would only drive and not assist with the move. However, such contradictions only underscored her kindness, and even Ba Dad quickly discerned her good nature after just a couple of meetings. Upon arriving in my new home, I tidied up the room while Mi Kai made the bed. I felt a pang of guilt, recalling how I had callously discarded her blankets shortly after our first meeting. Though I had done so in a fit of frustration, the contrast between our actions made me feel small. Once everything was in order, I disregarded my fatigue and went downstairs to a beverage shop to buy 2 cups of hot juice. I handed one to Mi Kai and brought over a chair for her to rest, prompting her to question if I was planning to charm her with sweet words and then backtrack, asking to move back into that apartment. In truth, she had misunderstood. I was merely remorseful for my earlier rudeness and my current concealment of feelings. Mi Kai only finished half of her juice and placed it on a coffee table. With a sigh of relief, she said, "Now that your matters are settled, I should take my leave." "Take care on your way back," I replied. She acknowledged, already retrieving her handbag. I held the door open for her, saying, "If you ever need help with anything at your new place, feel free to call me. I'll be there." Mi Kai nodded and turned to exit, but I called out, "And if you ever crave a home-cooked meal, come by here. I'll make you dinner. It's close to your office anyway." "Got it," she replied without looking back, but her tone was less indifferent. I understood she acknowledged my invitation. Perhaps one evening, she would indeed grace me with her presence for a homemade dinner, featuring porridge, rice, and a few simple dishes. As Mikai walked further away, I felt a multitude of emotions stir within me. Perhaps Mijonda was soon to enact his sinister schemes. And if I continued to conceal the truth, even if I later confided in Mikai, there would be little time left for her to prepare. Mikai disappeared into the elevator, and Dad's advice to treat her well echoed in my mind, igniting a wave of anguish. Amid this relentless torment, I finally felt an overwhelming urge to reclaim my identity. I resolved to be myself, embracing the persona others may view as a scoundrel, yet remaining steadfast to my principles and convictions. Chapter 58. The 2 letters I wrote. This marks my inaugural night in this solitary apartment. Yet I have made one of the most significant decisions of my life. I penned 2 letters, one intended for Mikai to be delivered tomorrow, and the other a resignation letter for Chun Jingming to be sent upon the completion of the current promotional plan. I recognize that by choosing to disclose Mi Zhongda's Machiavellian schemes to Mikai, I am simultaneously betraying Fang Yuan and, to my dismay, disregarding Chun Jingming's benevolent mentorship. I can no longer bear to remain at Bally Department Store. Resignation appears to be my sole viable option. With pen in hand, I took a deep breath, hardly contemplating my actions, and swiftly composed both letters. Afterward, I snapped my pen in half and discarded it into the wastebasket. The pen is innocent, but my emotions demanded release. I have willingly obliterated my own future, and perhaps the futures of Fang Yuan and Chun Jingming as well. Reflecting on the sacrifices Liu Yao has made for my career left me breathless. While this decision affirms a flicker of conviction deep within me, it simultaneously betrays the genuine friends who care for my well-being. I neatly folded the letters and tucked them into my pocket, though I do not regret my choice. I am acutely aware that the night ahead will be sleepless. I yearn for alcohol as much as I can consume, hoping to drown myself in a stupor, to slip into a deep slumber and forget the burdens of reality. I hailed a cab to CC's restaurant, desperately craving a drink. If CC were available, I wish to engage in conversation, not necessarily about the moral quandaries of humanity, but simply to chat. By now, the hour was late, approaching closing time. The once bustling music restaurant had seen a significant decrease in patrons, and I found CC seated in a corner, nursing a beer, still embodying a spirit that defied the traditional role of a woman, despite her striking beauty. I settled across from her, prompting her to notice my arrival. She snapped her fingers at the waitress, who promptly brought me a large glass of draft beer. CC smiled at me and teased, "What is the matter, Xiaoyang? Life giving you a beating again?" "Pretty much. You know me too well," I replied, lifting the glass and taking a hearty gulp. "Then what brings you here at such a late hour?" Words eluded me as I downed the beer like water, only halting when the liquid sharpness began to sting my head. CC observed me quietly, occasionally sipping her own beer until I finally paused. "So what is it this time? What has life done to upset you?" After a lengthy silence, I confessed, "You could say we're both idealists. Carrying ideals and steadfast convictions into life is a beautiful endeavor. So why does reality impose such constraints upon us?" CC pondered for a moment before responding. "Over the years, I've come to realize that living with idealism is not inherently flawed. However, it is imperative to have material support. Take my music restaurant, for instance. It sustains me, allowing me to live in this idealistic manner. Had it not been for that anonymous patron who, at a critical juncture, provided a substantial sum to keep the restaurant afloat, I would have had little room to entertain such ideals." I fell silent once more before admitting, "You are right, CC. Living with ideals requires a foundation of material stability." Her words resonated with me. Reflecting on my own predicament, had I possessed sufficient financial security, I wouldn't need to fret over my career prospects. Fang Yuan and Chun Jingming would have already secured their positions at Baoli, allowing me to share everything with Mikai without a second thought, thus honoring my conscience and ideals. Even with this understanding, I remain resolute in my decision to inform Mikai of Mi Zhongda's machinations. Deep down, I believe that even if this choice results in the loss of the hard-won career path, it would still be worthwhile. I finished one large glass of beer and ordered another, while CC smoked alongside me. The silence between us stemmed from our shared understanding of the world as harsh realities through an idealistic lens. having seen through it. We grew weary and reluctant to speak further. After consuming 2 hefty glasses of beer, I began to feel lightheaded, the tension within me slowly dissipating to the point where CC's face became a blur. Seizing the moment, I ordered a strong shot of liquor and downed it in one go. This purposeful indulgence intensified my dizziness, and I soon found myself slumped over the table before CC. My mind may have found tranquility, yet tomorrow's reality would likely be chaotic. The following day, I awoke to the throbbing headache that followed a night of heavy drinking. Outside, the autumn rain fell gently, and the sky was overcast. As I scanned the room, I realized I was in CC's bedroom and recalled deliberately getting myself intoxicated the previous night. I threw off the covers, slipped on my shoes, and exited the bedroom, discovering CC still asleep on the living room sofa. Not wanting to disturb her, I quietly closed the door behind me. Descending the stairs, I hailed a cab outside the complex, but my destination was not my office. Instead, it was Joumé. Having made my choice the night before, I was committed to following through. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of Joumé's underground parking lot, waiting for Mikai. Given my knowledge of her schedule, she should not yet have arrived at work. After waiting an additional 20 minutes, I finally spotted Mikai's red Q7. Seizing the opportunity as she maneuvered into the parking lot, I approached a passing student. "Excuse me, could you do me a favor?" I asked the bewildered young man. He eyed me warily and inquired, "What kind of favor?" I produced the letter from my pocket and handed it to him. "Please deliver this letter to a young lady for me." His eyes widened in realization. "Is this a love letter? But with modern technology, why write a letter? You could just send a text." "Are you a 90s kid?" "Yeah, I'm from the 80s. Do you understand what a generation gap is? In my day, we cherished writing love letters. It's a matter of style. Please, just help me deliver it before she takes the elevator. But I'm going to be late for school. It'll only take a moment. It won't delay you." The young man still hesitated. I quickly shifted my strategy, asking, "Do you like pretty girls?" His interest peaked instantly. "Is she beautiful? If she weren't, would I ask you to deliver this?" "Trust me, she is stunning. When you get off the elevator, look for her in the underground parking lot. Remember, she'll be wearing a purple-gray coat with long hair. She is the most beautiful woman there. Don't mistake her for anyone else." "All right, I'll see if she is as pretty as you say." He finally accepted the letter from my hand. "Just hand her the letter. Don't say anything else. Especially don't comment on my looks. All right?" He nodded knowingly. "Got it. You want to surprise her. Good luck with your confession." I nodded in appreciation. "Well said. Perhaps the generation gap isn't so wide after all." With a grin, he dashed towards the elevator. I lit a cigarette and watched him depart, feeling as if I had finally shed a heavy burden. As for tomorrow, I would deal with that when it came. Chapter 59. Delivering the letter to me. Moments later, the boy returned, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "You weren't lying. She truly is a stunning beauty." I smiled softly and asked, "Then describe her to me. I want to ensure you haven't mistaken her for someone else." He replied, "She has long hair that cascades to her shoulders and wears a purplish-gray outfit. She's exceptionally beautiful, though she doesn't quite engage with others." Nevertheless, I handed her the letter. Nodding, I jokingly inquired, "Do you think I stand a chance with her?" The boy scrutinized me seriously and said, "I think it's rather unlikely." "Is that so? Hurry to school then. You don't want to be late." I chuckled, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After wishing me luck, he hurried off towards the distant platform. Amidst the drizzle of autumn rain, I adjusted the shoulder bag that was nearly slipping from my grasp and glanced up at the massive billboard of the Joumé shopping center. Silently, I wished for Kai to navigate this crisis unscathed. It was all I could do for her. Upon returning to Poly Department Store, I felt a serene composure envelop me. I worked diligently, attended the communication meeting convened by Fong Yuan, and interacted with colleagues. My tranquility stemming from the awareness of my impending decision. Once this promotional plan concluded, I would resign from Poly. Perhaps I would remain in Suzhou to seek employment. Or I might return to my hometown, where my father could secure me a position at his workplace, allowing me to lead a contented and untroubled life. Time flew by as I immersed myself in my tasks. Soon it was time to clock out. I made my way to the break room for a cup of coffee, and after a brief respite, I returned to work. Today, Fong Yuan had already informed Chun Jingming of my proposed promotional theme, love is not extravagant. Chun responded with remarkable efficiency, approving the plan and initiating the process. As the principal author of this proposal, a responsibility I embraced wholeheartedly as a token of gratitude for Chen's years of support, I was determined to give my utmost effort. As I left the office that night at 10 p.m., hunger gnawed at me. I stopped by the KFC downstairs to grab some burgers, munching as I strolled through the streets. After a long day, I found solace in this leisurely pace. Yet, despite my attempts to relax, the bustling streets, alive with traffic and throngs of people, only magnified my solitude and helplessness in this vast city. I longed for a home here, a girlfriend who could one day become a wife. But after years of struggle, I realized how powerless I felt in pursuing these modest dreams. It dawned on me just how insignificant I was in this sprawling metropolis, so fragile that a mere breeze could sway me, leaving behind a sense of bitterness and melancholy as I drifted away. Returning to the modest apartment I had only rented the day before, I felt the capriciousness of life. I had thought I would reside here for an extended period, but handing that letter to me, Kai, this morning had already determined my fate. Though subconsciously, I still wished to fight for survival in this city. Finding a new job was no simple task. Everything hinged on the luck that followed my resignation. If I could swiftly secure employment, I would continue to strive. If not, I would have no choice but to depart. After washing up, I lay on my bed, my thoughts a chaotic whirl. I dared not plan for the future, and those earlier bursts of motivation had devolved into a sense of resignation. Listening to the rain tapping against the window, I began to ponder about Jianwei, reminiscing about the future we once dreamed of together. Yet, reflecting on it now felt so hollow and lacking vitality. Ultimately, it was only I who bore this emptiness. Without me, Jianwei would undoubtedly thrive. She need not worry about material matters, as she could fill emotional voids with material comforts. In fact, her emotional life was likely far from barren. She had found solace in Xiang Chun, a new emotional anchor. This was wonderful, truly wonderful. I would continue to dwell on my own suffering, yet silently send her my blessings. Retrieving my guitar from its case, I strummed its strings and began to sing Eason Chan's song Backpack. Following the melody, I sang until tears inexplicably streamed down my face. The absence of a home, a job, or a woman had once seemed trivial. Yet now I wept over these seemingly minor grievances, a testament to my inexplicable sorrow. Outside, the rain intensified, and when it subsided, the air would surely turn colder, heralding the arrival of winter, which would blanket the world in ice. 3 days passed, neither hurried nor slow, during which both trivial matters and significant events unfolded. On the trivial side, I received 2 knitted scarves along with rice and flour, sent by my father. On the significant side, I completed the promotional plan centered around love is not extravagant with remarkable efficiency, working tirelessly day and night. I submitted the finalized proposal to Fang Yuan, who then forwarded it to Chen Jingming. With the submission of the plan, the countdown to my resignation began. I would soon bid farewell to Poly Department Store. That evening, after work, I contemplated calling me Kai to offer her one of the knitted scarves. I believed she would appreciate it, as I had previously gifted her one of the 2 knitted sweaters sent by my father, and I had seen her wear it on several occasions. Regardless of the state of our relationship, this scarf was a heartfelt gesture from my parents, and I felt it should be given. Having found ample justification, I dialed Mi Kai's number, but after a long wait, no one answered. Just as I was about to give up, she returned my call. I quickly answered, and she apologized, saying, "Sorry, I was in a meeting. Is there something you need?" I hesitated before probing. "Is your company particularly busy lately?" "Yes, we've had some issues to address," she replied. I acknowledged, realizing she had indeed received my letter and was likely dealing with the machinations surrounding her rights orchestrated by Mi Zhongde. Mi Kai then urged me, "So, what did you call for?" After a brief pause, I said, "My mother knitted you a scarf, and my dad sent it over. If you have time, you can pick it up, or I can bring it to you." I added, "But if you don't want it, that's perfectly fine too." Mi Kai did not decline. Instead, she said, "Just wait a moment. I have a few things to handle. Come to Zhuomei. I'll find you after I finish." I replied, somewhat playfully, "But you have to treat me to drinks since I'm delivering something to you." "All right," she agreed, before hanging up indicating her busyness. After our conversation, I packed the scarf into a bag and left the office, heading towards the Joumé shopping center across the street. Chapter 60. The Fork in Life. Upon arriving at the Joumé shopping center, I stepped into a CAF named Ocean View. However, I refrained from ordering anything, as this establishment required payment in advance, and the prices were exorbitant. I chose a vacant seat and texted the CAF's name to Mikai, subsequently picking up a fashion magazine to pass the time and alleviate my boredom. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky darkened, and the city, shrouded by autumn rain, was illuminated by a myriad of twinkling lights. I set the magazine aside and became lost in the soothing sound of raindrops tapping against the glass. At some point, Mikai entered the CAF and sat across from me. Noticing the empty table, she inquired, "Why haven't you ordered anything to drink? It's pay first here, and it's ridiculously expensive. A pot of oolong tea costs over 200 yuan. The owner is truly unscrupulous." Mikai dismissed my complaints and called the waiter to order a pot of oolong tea for me, while she opted for a cappuccino. As I savored the costly tea, I found no remarkable flavor to justify its price, further solidifying my belief that the owner was a swindler, though I did not consider it a reflection of my own financial status. After finishing a cup, I glanced at Mikai, who was stirring her coffee, and asked, "You look rather worn out. Have you been feeling tired lately?" "A bit," she responded, instinctively rubbing her temples. I raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You're just shooting yourself in the foot, aren't you? You went to such lengths to drive me away when, if you were tired, I could have easily taken care of your daily needs and ensured your comfort." Mikai frowned and replied coldly, "Xiaoyang, don't joke like that. Your thinking is a bit erratic. When I say I can take care of you, it doesn't necessarily imply I need to be your boyfriend or husband. I could just as well be your male nanny, and I wouldn't mind at all." Mikai, clearly irritated, fell silent, eventually muttering boring and ignoring me, though she continued to stir her coffee, lost in thought. After a short while, I had drained the pot of oolong tea and felt hungry. I called the waiter again and ordered a pasta salad, also kindly requesting a tiramisu for Mikai, of course, with her footing the bill. I had no qualms about taking advantage of a woman. After all, she was far wealthier than I, and spending her money was merely an act of diminishing the wealth gap and promoting social harmony. I quickly devoured the pasta salad and then retrieved a scarf from my bag, offering it to Mikai. She accepted it, her gaze inadvertently falling upon my ricketous backpack, and a smile crept across her face. "What is so amusing?" I protested. "This is merely my leisure spirit. Ricketous even as women's backpacks. Would you dare use one?" She shook her head, indicating she would not, and examined the scarf, seeming quite fond of it. "It's beautiful," she remarked. "Of course. My mother has always been skilled at knitting." Mikai nodded, placing the scarf into her handbag, but she lingered, her expression more relaxed than before as she rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window at the rain-soaked world, aglow with neon lights. I too was reluctant to leave, joining her in admiring the view, watching the neon lights transform into a tapestry of flourishing prosperity that starkly contrasted with my own feelings of desolation. Around 9 p.m., I bid farewell to Mikai at the CAF. She drove away through the city's shimmering lights toward her old house, while I walked through the falling autumn rain, dodging leaves as I made my way to my newly rented apartment. The night passed, and the sky was no longer overcast. It was a sunlit morning. Despite having spent a sleepless night listening to the rain, I rose early. The morning after the rain felt imbued with a crispness, the wind howling as it swept up the fallen leaves. I bought a cup of soy milk and some steamed dumplings from a breakfast shop, eating as I walked. After discarding the empty bag in a trash bin, I looked up to find myself surrounded by hurried pedestrians, feeling as though I had become motionless, disconnected from the rhythm of the city. Enduring the chill of the wind, I stood alone for some time, finally retrieving a letter intended for Chen Jingming from my pocket. A sense of helplessness washed over me as I stood at this crossroads in my life. I had completed the promotional plan yesterday, regardless of the eventual outcome. I had exerted my utmost effort, serving as a final explanation to Chen Jingming. Arriving at the office just before 9 a.m., I clocked in and made my way to the workspace I had occupied for nearly 3 years. Sitting at my desk, now marked by my presence, My mind was blank as I awaited Chun Jingming's arrival, planning to deliver my resignation at an opportune moment. Moments later, Feng Yuan arrived, setting down his briefcase with a radiant expression, seemingly in high spirits. His demeanor, however, filled me with guilt, yet there was nothing I could do. I had acted as I deemed necessary, and I could only apologize to him and Chun Jingming. Feng Yuan invited me to the break room for coffee, and I nodded, following him with my cup in hand. We each prepared a cup of coffee and found a corner to converse. Placing his coffee cup on the windowsill, Feng Yuan excitedly whispered, "Zhao Yang, reliable sources say that after this promotional event concludes, we'll receive our appointment letters. I'll be promoted to deputy manager of the planning department, and you'll take my place as the team leader of the copywriting group." He paused, gazing at the sunlight dancing on the blinds, and added wistfully, "We've struggled in this city for 2 years, and now we finally have a foothold. Life will surely get better, right, Zhao Yang?" A wave of sorrow surged within me, leaving me at a loss for words. After a long silence, I managed a bittersweet smile and replied, "Perhaps. Why are you so calm? Aren't you even a little excited?" "I'm merely indifferent to fame and fortune, which highlights how materialistic you are." I joked bitterly with Feng Yuan, although in truth, I was not indifferent. If I could truly become the team leader of the copywriting group, I would be elated. Yet, with my resignation already prepared for Chun Jingming, excitement felt out of place. As we spoke, Chun Jingming's assistant approached us, saying that he wanted to see us in his office. Feng Yuan agreed to go immediately, but an ominous premonition stirred within me. It seemed that Mi Kai had utilized the past few days to dismantle Mi Zhongda's scheme, and as a result, Chun Jingming's plans might have unraveled. We promptly made our way to Chun Jingming's office, where he sat in his chair, uncharacteristically lighting a cigarette, his expression grim. Feng Yuan was perplexed, while I, already aware of what was about to unfold, braced myself for the impending revelations. Chapter 61. Submitting the resignation letter during the course of Chun Jingming's smoking, he remained silent, and Feng Yuan and I stood there quietly. Eventually, Chun Jingming sighed and extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, addressing us. The internal power struggle within Zhuomei has taken an unexpected turn. Feng Yuan was taken aback and asked, "What happened, manager?" Leaning back in his office chair, Chun Jingming closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, gritting his teeth as he said, "I don't know how the CEO of Zhuomei got wind of Mi Zhongda's conspiracy. In just 3 days, a swift investigation was conducted into the financial status of manager Li from the investment department, and ultimately, he was ousted due to financial issues. That girl is not just resourceful, she is audacious. The heavens do not favor me." I understood that the girl Chun Jingming referred to was Mi Kai, and I had not anticipated that she could dismantle the conspiracy against her in such a short span. I remained silent, while Feng Yuan looked at me with a puzzled expression. Chun Jingming was unaware of my relationship with Mi Kai and might have presumed that someone within Zhuomei had leaked information to her, whereas Feng Yuan was fully aware. Feng Yuan did not question me in front of Chun Jingming, but, feeling dejected, turned to him and asked, "So, manager, what should we do now?" Chun Jingming sighed heavily and replied, "We at Bali have missed the best historical opportunity to surpass Zhuomei. What lies ahead will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Let us proceed according to the previous plan and focus on this promotional event." Feng Yuan nodded and tentatively inquired, "Manager, what is the attitude of our company's upper management regarding this matter?" Chun Jingming shook his head and said, "I have yet to report this situation to them. As for the final outcome, you'll have to wait for my notification. I will certainly do my best to advocate for your and Jiayang's promotions. Keep up the good work. What about you, manager?" Feng Yuan began, but Chun Jingming did not respond, merely waving us off, signaling for us to leave. His despondency made it clear to both Feng Yuan and me that he had lost his opportunity for promotion within the company due to this incident. After leaving Chun Jingming's office, Feng Yuan pulled me into the elevator, and we found ourselves on the rooftop of the company's top floor. I lit a cigarette, waiting for the impending eruption of emotions from Feng Yuan. "Zhao Yang, I would rather believe that it was someone from their company who leaked information, rather than you." Feng Yuan managed to suppress his emotions, displaying far more calmness than I had expected. "It wasn't anyone from Zhuomei who leaked the information. It was me who informed Mi Kai." "How could you do this? Do you have any regard for Chun Jingming?" Do you care about the opportunities we have worked so hard to secure over the years? Fang Yuan's words were laced with a cold fury. I remained silent, taking a deep drag from my cigarette. Indeed, in doing this, I had only remained true to my conscience and principles. I had betrayed no one, including myself. In destroying Chen Jingming and Fang Yuan's chances, I had also obliterated my own future. Say something. Fang Yuan, unable to contain his rage, kicked me in the stomach. The suffocating pain made me fall to the ground. I did not look at Fang Yuan. After a long moment, I retrieved the cigarette I had dropped and took another puff. I felt pain, both physical and emotional, yet I was at a loss for words or actions. Zhaoyang, have you received any benefits from me, Kai? Are you planning to jump ship to Zhuomei for a better position? Fang Yuan's face grew increasingly cold as he spoke. I haven't received anything from her, I haven't. I attempted to explain, but Fang Yuan was unwilling to listen and interrupted with a curse. Zhaoyang, you bastard. Chen Jingming should never have kept you around. To curry favor with a woman, you've thrown away your principles. Do you have any idea how long Chen Jingming has waited for this opportunity? I misjudged you. After Fang Yuan finished, he turned his back on me, walking toward the stairwell, his silhouette radiating fury. I finished my cigarette and lay on the ground, gazing at the azure sky, feeling the wind cut across me. Amidst the pain, I managed a bitter smile. Almost a decade of brotherhood with Fang Yuan, yet he perceived me as someone who would betray principles for the sake of a woman. I realized that, in his eyes, I was merely that kind of person. In truth, I had only written a letter to Mikai. She had no idea who the sender was. There had been no exchange of benefits between us, nor had I sought to curry favor with her. Yet, Fang Yuan wasn't even willing to grant me the opportunity to explain. Perhaps I didn't need to explain. If he truly understood me, he would never have misjudged me. Once, I believed wholeheartedly that we were intimate friends, but why could he not understand me? Had 10 years not been enough to foster understanding and trust? I felt the urge to cry, yet tears eluded me. Instead, I inhaled the cold air, sobbing quietly. In my sorrow, this vast city gradually transformed into a city of wounds, where I lost the purity of love and the bond of brotherhood. Once again, I felt the impulse to leave, to abandon all the pain and sorrow here, ultimately departing as a solitary figure. Having left the rooftop, battered by the cold wind, I made my way to Chen Jingming's office with my resignation letter. At that moment, I was unwilling to seek another job here. Once I completed the handover, I intended to leave this city of wounds forever. I opened the door to Chen Jingming's office, my head bowed as I entered. Chen Jingming, who was reviewing documents, looked up in confusion and asked, "Why are you back again?" I placed my resignation letter on his desk and, with a tone of regret, said, "Manager, I am here to resign." Chen Jingming looked at me in astonishment, setting aside the documents, and asked, "Why the sudden decision to resign? You didn't mention this to me earlier." "Manager, I've been contemplating resignation for quite some time, and I've given it considerable thought. I cannot afford a home in this city, and I see no hope. Moreover, my mother's health is deteriorating, and I wish to return home to be by her side. I hope you can understand." I spoke to Chen Jingming with as calm a demeanor as I could muster, even though this was not the true reason for my resignation. It was a heartfelt explanation nonetheless. Chen Jingming shook his head and replied, "Zhaoyang, I've already made it clear regarding your and Fang Yuan's promotions. I will do my utmost to advocate for you both with upper management. This incident will not affect you." After a pause, he added, "Although you often appear indifferent, you are indeed talented. This promotional plan reflects that, while we are yet to ascertain its execution, it embodies a spirit of innovation. If you choose to adopt a serious attitude and work diligently at Bally Department Store, you will undoubtedly have a promising future." Chen Jingming's words deepened my guilt. I felt I was letting him down. I knew that encountering him was a serendipitous blessing in my life. In the treacherous realm of the workplace, I might never again have the opportunity to meet such a commendable superior, yet it was precisely because of this that I had to leave. I could not live mired in guilt. My departure would be the best resolution for myself, for Fang Yuan, and for Chen Jingming. After a lengthy silence, I resolutely said to Chen Jingming once more, "Manager, please understand my decision and support me." Chen Jingming regarded me for a long moment before asking, "Are you truly certain?" Without a hint of hesitation, I replied, I am certain, manager. Chun Jingming nodded, taking a pen from the holder and signing my resignation letter. Chapter 62. The eve of departure. With Chun Jingming's signed resignation letter in hand, I made my way to the Human Resources and Finance departments. After completing all the necessary formalities, I returned to my office. Approaching Fang Yuan, I informed him I have submitted my resignation to Chun Jingming, and he has agreed. Please arrange for someone to handle the handover. Upon my statement, silence enveloped the office. Even the sound of keyboards ceased, and all eyes turned toward me, astonished. Just as Chun Jingming had been, by my sudden decision to resign. Fang Yuan, however, remained unfazed and replied, I am fully aware of your responsibilities. There's no need for handover. I will arrange for someone to take over. I nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further discussion as I walked back to my desk to gather my belongings. A blend of melancholy and a sense of liberation washed over me. Perhaps I had never truly belonged to this city. Ultimately, I was destined to leave, and this was merely an advancement of that departure. Saudi approached me, tugging at my sleeve, and quietly inquired, Xiaoyang, why did you resign so suddenly? I chuckled lightly, replying, Isn't it a relief for you? No one to suppress your delicate sensibilities in this company anymore. Though I jested, Zhao Li earnestly countered, Xiaoyang, don't say that. We've been colleagues and friends for so long. Do you consider me a friend? He nodded. Though you can be quite the trickster, your nature isn't entirely bad. Whenever I took leave, you were always quick to handle my work. Others may not understand you, but I do. I smiled, feeling a mix of emotions, and simply patted Zhao Li on the shoulder without saying anything more. I resumed packing my office supplies, while Zhao Li assisted me. After a brief period, I had finally finished gathering my things. I stood with a cardboard box to bid farewell to my colleagues with whom I had worked for over 2 years. They all rose to say their goodbyes. Perhaps over the years, I had in various ways overshadowed them, yet they bore no grudges, as Zhao Li put it. Though you can be a trickster, you have always been forthright in this planning department, never undermining or maligning anyone. I nodded to my colleagues and finally approached Fang Yuan, the only one still seated. I tapped him on the shoulder, saying, Buddy, I'm off. Fang Yuan did not lift his gaze nor respond, a reaction that baffled everyone. They were astonished at the stark contrast between our usual camaraderie and his current indifference. Ultimately, with no response, I managed a bitter smile and waved goodbye to everyone as I made my way toward the exit, carrying the box. Thus, my world was liberated, if only for the moment. The future, however, loomed like a trap along my path, waiting for me to fall into it. Perhaps I would emerge shattered, or perhaps through the desire to survive, I would grow stronger, struggling to escape the snare and becoming adept at navigating life. Yet, the outcome remained uncertain, a question only time could answer. Therefore, I need not speculate. I would simply move forward with a desire to survive, treading carefully. After leaving the company, I returned directly to my newly rented apartment. The first thing I did upon closing the door was to remove my shoes and lie on the bed, covering myself with a blanket, yearning to shed all burdens and drift into a deep sleep. Unfortunately, the entire afternoon spent on the bed brought no semblance of slumber. More often than not, I found myself staring blankly at the ceiling, and in a panic, I lit a cigarette. As dusk fell, the city was cloaked in light and shadow, while I remained isolated within my dim surroundings, oblivious to the warmth of the light. It felt as though winter had encroached upon me before the season had even begun. Gazing out at the sky, now painted crimson by the city's neon glow, I felt a sense of disorientation. In a daze, I lit another cigarette, taking a single puff that sent sharp pain through my lungs. It dawned on me that I had smoked excessively during this sleepless afternoon. Yet, what did it matter? The drifting smoke provided a fleeting solace to my solitude and helplessness. I took another deep drag, dissolving my despair and dispersing my loneliness, only to be met with a fit of heavy coughing. Ah, the complexities of life. As the night deepened, I felt as though the entire world had forgotten me in this frigid corner, lost and bewildered, until the ringing of my phone jolted me back to reality. Struggling to turn over, I reached for my phone on the bedside table, surprised to see it was a call from Yin Yin. After much hesitation, I answered, bracing myself for her inquiries. knowing Fan Yuan had likely informed her of the day's events. Zhaoyang, where are you? Yin Yan's voice was not as stern as I had anticipated. Taken aback, I stammered at my place. Have you eaten dinner? Not yet, I replied. My mind's still hazy. Not yet? Are you daft? You give me such a vague answer. Yin exclaimed, half amused, half exasperated. I quickly assured her, I've eaten. What did you have? I finally snapped. Should I report to you every time I go to the bathroom? Yin retorted, come on, stop playing around. Hurry and come to my house for dinner. No, your husband doesn't tea like me. I firmly declined, though the truth was I feared facing Fan Yuan. No matter how justified my reasons might be, I had ultimately jeopardized his and Chen Jingming's professional futures. And let us go out to eat. Today, I heard from Fan Yuan that you resigned, but he wouldn't say why, just keeping a serious face. Yin trailed off, but her intent was clear. She wanted to know why I had resigned, why Fan Yuan was so stoic, and why I claimed Fan Yuan didn't welcome me. After weighing my options, I acquiesced to Yin Yan's request for a meal together. Some matters needed clarification before I departed this city, and I hoped that Fan Yuan would ultimately understand and forgive me. I waited outside the restaurant where I had arranged to meet Yin Yan. Since she drove a Mazda 6, I kept an eye out for that model among the passing vehicles. However, what stopped in front of me was a red Cadillac CTS. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as Jianwei's car and soon spotted Jianwei and Yin inside. Yin, this troublesome woman, claimed we would dine alone, yet she had brought Jianwei along. A fleeting moment of annoyance surged within me, followed by deep confusion. Why was Jianwei here? Had she been in Suzhou all this time? Did Yin inform her that Mi Kai was merely a fade I had constructed? These uncertainties left me bewildered and somewhat embarrassed, for I knew that once Yin discovered Mi Kai was not my girlfriend, she would certainly have shared that with Jianwei. With a sigh, I realized this night was destined to be yet another challenge. Chapter 63. The eve of departure. Jianwei parked the car, and she and Yin stepped out, one on each side. I observed the two of them, but remained silent. Inside the restaurant, as they settled down, Yin turned to me and said, "Speak up, why did you resign?" Just yesterday, Fan Yuan mentioned that you were almost certain to be appointed as the head of the planning and copywriting team at Bally Department Store. This is so abrupt and illogical. I've drifted for so many years. I'm simply tired and want to go back, I replied with a faint smile, adopting a seemingly carefree demeanor. Yin Yan's expression turned serious as she said, "This can't be the whole truth, Zhaoyang. If you're facing difficulties, please confide in me, all right? Since I've already resigned, there's no need to dig deeper. I just hope you can clarify to Fan Yuan that I am not the kind of scoundrel who betrays my superiors and brothers for personal gain or to curry favor with women. In a few days, I'll return to Suzhou. I want to take anything from this city, as I've gained nothing, including the so-called benefits from Fan Yuan. I'm leaving cleanly." As I spoke, I disregarded the presence of the two women and lit a cigarette, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. It was only when I was about to leave this city empty-handed that I realized how I had squandered my years of struggle in a haze of confusion. Thus, I could only return to Suzhou with a worthless shell of a body. Yin waved away the smoke I exhaled and with an agitated tone said, "Zhaoyang, I don't understand. After finally seeing a future in this city and at your company, why resign? Why decide to return to Suzhou? Even after resigning, you could find another job. Are you truly content to leave Suzhou in such a defeated manner?" Her words struck a nerve, and after a long silence, I finally replied, "I've always lived in defeat. What is there to be discontent about?" At that moment, Jianwei, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "So, when you return, what about your girlfriend?" I was taken aback. Had Yin not informed Jianwei that Mi Kai was not actually my girlfriend? Jianwei stared at me, awaiting my response. I glanced at Yin, who gave me a knowing look, indicating that she had not shared this information with Jianwei. I then said, "We broke up. It's just a matter of a single sentence. I senti it. Who still expects to enter a relationship with the intention of growing old together in this day and age?" My words were laced with emotion, for when Jianwei and I broke up, it had been a simple and resolute declaration of separation. Jianwei regarded me once again with that complex expression, reminiscent of the moment before she accepted Xiang Chen's confession. This time, I I did not shy away from Jianwei's gaze. I held her stare. Our many years of affection crumbled with her single utterance of breakup. Was there still a need to care for a love that never truly existed with me, Kai? Yin Yin looked awkwardly at Jianwei and me, and finally, after a prolonged silence, I asked Jianwei, "Why did you come to find me with Yin Yin?" Jianwei did not answer, and Yin Yin explained on her behalf. Jianwei has been in Suzhou for the past few days. We plan to go for a spa together tonight after dinner. I nodded. It was a reasonable explanation, though I still did not understand why Jianwei remained in Suzhou, but I had no intention of asking, as it had no bearing on me. During dinner, the conversation shifted back, and Yin Yin earnestly implored, "Zhao Yang, you should reconsider leaving Suzhou. Returning to Suzhou means venturing into the unknown." I shook my head firmly and replied, "There is no need for consideration. Leaving this city is the best choice for me at this moment. I genuinely appreciate you inviting me out for this meal. At least I'm not completely alone. I'm still remembered by someone." Yin Yin sighed. Her voice choked with emotion. "I've always regarded you as a younger brother. It's not that I don't want you to go. Seeing you struggle alone for so many years, finally seeing a glimmer of hope, and then so abruptly resigning. Alas, what is this all about?" Her words weighed heavily on my heart, and I didn't want to burden her further. So I forced a smile and said, "You've transitioned into a married woman. Stop referring to me as your younger brother. I'm still in the prime of my youth." Yin Yin managed a wry smile and fell silent, as there was truly nothing more to say. Everything was already settled. Remaining here might not be right, and returning to Suzhou might not be wrong either. My only hope now was that Feng Yuan could understand me. Years later, when I return to Suzhou, I hope we can still greet each other as brothers. After dinner, Jianwei drove Yin Yin away, and I stood alone at the restaurant entrance, lingering. Once again, I pulled out a cigarette, covering my eyes with its thin film, gazing up at the starry sky. Apart from the vibrant glow cast by the neon lights, I still could not find that crystalline city or the woman with cascading hair. As I smoked, I walked along the bustling streets, unsure of how many blocks I had traversed before finally returning to my residence. I mechanically opened the door, too lethargic to wash up, and wrapped myself tightly in the quilt, seeking a scant measure of safety in the suffocating darkness. The night deepened, and the only reminder of my connection to the world was my phone, which rang again. I numbly listened, unwilling to answer. The persistent ringtone echoed, again and again, until I could bear it no longer. I threw off the quilt, grabbed my phone, intending to turn it off for some peace, and was surprised to see that the call was from Lu Yao, someone I hadn't been in touch with for quite some time. After a moment's hesitation, I answered the call, and I soon heard Lu Yao's voice filled with complaints. "Zhao Yang, why did it take you so long to answer the phone?" I was asleep. I mumbled in response. Lu Yao didn't dwell on my delay, but cheerfully said, "Guess where I am now?" I had no inclination to guess, so I followed her lead and asked, "Where?" "Come on, take a guess." "Surely not in Hengdian," I replied honestly. Lu Yao laughed joyfully. "I'm back in Suzhou. Currently staying in a hotel." Surprised, I asked, "Back in Suzhou? Did you finish filming so soon?" "No, the crew is here to shoot at the humble administrator's garden, so I naturally came back with them." "Oh, then when you have time, let me treat you to a meal. The filming at the humble administrator's garden is during the day, so I'll be free the evenings. Let us have dinner tomorrow night." "All right. Call me when you finish work tomorrow," I replied. That sounds nice. Before leaving Suzhou, I would at least have a chance to bid farewell to Lu Yao. However, the guilt surged within me at the thought of the opportunity one had missed to seize what she had fought for on my behalf. "Okay, I'll wait for your call. By the way, I was thinking we could go to a Lin restaurant for bamboo chicken." I chuckled and said, "You really know how to eat. Everyone encounters a foodie in their life, and clearly, you've met one in me." "All right, no problem. I'm craving bamboo chicken too." I'm already looking forward to it," Lu Yao said with genuine anticipation, further confirming her foodie nature. "Let us hope you can join me for a drink too." "Of course. It's getting late. I'll sleep now and await your invitation tomorrow." After ending my call with Lu Yao, I glanced out at the moonlit sky once more, feeling a flicker of anticipation for the next day. Yet, I was uncertain whether I was looking forward to meeting Lu Yao, the bamboo chicken, or the few ounces of liquor that remained unconsumed. Chapter 64. Satiated that night, I slept fitfully, my weary soul struggling through a dreamscape painted in shades of gray, until the dawn's sunlight streamed through the window, rousing me from my exhaustion. I sat in bed for a long while, suddenly recalling that I need not go to the office today, and thus I lay back down, unwilling to rise or to drift back into slumber. It was not until nearly noon that I finally abandoned my bed. After a brief wash, I opened the 58 Tongxing website and posted a rental listing for my apartment. My current intention was to sublet this place, pay off my debts to me, Kai, and then depart from Suzhou. After posting the rental information, I ventured downstairs to a small eatery and had a bowl of water noodles, which sufficed for both breakfast and lunch, after which life descended into tedium. I sat in the confines of my room for an interminable period, ultimately unable to endure it any longer. With my guitar in hand, I left my prison-like abode and returned to the banks of the city moat. There, I wished to sing a few songs to the blue sky, white clouds, and emerald waters, seeking solace for my weary spirit, and then await the dusk. One song followed another, my emotions oscillating between sorrow and elation. Eventually, I set my guitar aside and reclined on the grass, once more facing the slanting rays of sunlight, staring blankly at the drifting clouds above. Naively, I believed that a city would be concealed behind those clouds, so I gazed and waited. Yet, until the sunlight softened and the gentle winds of dusk began to blow, I saw no glimmering city. My disappointment deepened, encompassing the weight of reality and the shattering of dreams, intensifying my pain. After a long while, I finally rose from the grass, instinctively lighting a cigarette and sitting quietly in the twilight. Not to await dawn, for in this city, dawn would no longer come for me. The wind, growing colder with the setting sun, roused me from my reverie, prompting memories of everything that had transpired in this city. Each memory felt like a sharp blade, leaving countless deep and shallow wounds upon my being, and I could only watch helplessly as these wounds bled profusely. Now, as the blood dwindled, I realized I must flee this city and return to a place devoid of love, yet rich in familial bonds. Perhaps with a warmth of kinship, those wounds might gradually heal. My phone, which had been silent all day, finally rang. I knew it was Lu Yao calling, for we had arranged to dine together at a Ling restaurant that evening. When the call connected, Lu Yao expressed her relief, saying, "I finished filming today, Zhao Yang. Where shall we meet?" "Let us go directly to a Ling restaurant," I replied. However, Lu Yao thought for a moment and said, "I'll come to your place, and then we can go together. Why complicate things? Let us just head straight there. Besides, I no longer live at my previous address." Lu Yao's tone reflected surprise as she asked, "When did you move out?" "Just in the past few days." After a brief silence, I mustered the courage to tell her, "I need to share something with you. I resigned yesterday and will be returning to Suzhou in a few days." Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, she asked, her voice tinged with excitement, "Why did you resign? You mentioned opportunities for promotion last time." I apologized, saying, "It's a personal issue. Let us discuss it when we meet." Her mood visibly sank, and after another extended silence, she replied, "All right, let us just meet directly at a Ling restaurant." I agreed, and we ended the call, glancing once more at the river, now cloaked in shadows, as I walked toward the riverbank, carrying the case for my guitar. Upon arriving at a Ling restaurant, I found Lu Yao had already arrived. She stood at the entrance, awaiting my arrival. The autumn night breeze rustled along the street, and with her hands tucked in her coat pockets, her white scarf danced in the wind, making her appear all the more fragile. This frailness stirred a profound sense of guilt within me. I approached her quietly, and I could see the complexity in her gaze. I knew she harbored resentment over my abrupt resignation. I vividly recalled our last meeting, where we had vowed to strive together to master our lives. Yet I seemed to regress, becoming a mere servant to my circumstances. Not wishing to let the atmosphere grow too somber, I forced a smile and said, "Shall we go in and eat? Can I say I'm already satiated?" Lu Yao replied with a stern expression. Her words weighed heavily on my heart, yet I maintained my smile, gently pulling her into the restaurant as I remarked, "Even if you're upset, don't tarnish your reputation as a foodie. Besides, would you really want to see me indulge alone? That would be rather unfair, wouldn't it?" As I ushered Lu Yao into the restaurant, her mood remained subdued. Feeling somewhat dejected, I took the menu from the server and began to order for myself. Moments later, the dishes arrived, and I poured myself a glass of white liquor. However, Liao did not join me for a drink as we had previously agreed. Instead, she asked only for a cup of hot water, eschewing even juice or any other beverage. I downed my drink in one gulp, savoring the robust flavor, while Liao remained silent, which only heightened my unease. I took a piece of chicken from the bamboo tube and placed it in her bowl, smiling. Try this and see if the chef's skills have improved. I'm already full, Liao retorted, petulantly tossing the chicken back into my bowl. But you can't just drink plain water. If you have too much, you'll wake up with a puffy face tomorrow, and that could affect your performance. Liao ignored my jest, her expression serious as she asked, "Tell me, why did you resign?" I poured myself another glass of white liquor, downing it in one shot, feeling the potent liquid churn within me. After a long moment of contemplation, I replied, "Life is filled with choices, and this one was a cruel one for me. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Please don't delve too deeply. Resigning hasn't been easy for me either." Changing my demeanor, I added with a smile, "I'll soon be leaving Suzhou, and opportunities to meet will diminish. So let us not let the mood grow heavy. Let us enjoy our meal and have a good time, shall we?" Liao met my gaze, her expression gradually softening as she said, "Zhaoyang, you remind me of a song by Xiao Yibei, Mr. Denial." "Who is Xiao Yibei?" I feigned ignorance. "Don't pretend. We went to her concert at the music festival in Shenzhen with Robin last time. Have you forgotten so soon?" I grinned. "I just enjoy pretending." "You're incorrigible," Liao chided playfully, then retrieved the piece of chicken I had initially offered her and began to eat. Chapter 65. Forever out of reach, after dining at the Aling Hotel, I strolled through the streets of Suzhou with my guitar and Liao, surrounded by falling leaves. A chilly breeze, shifting lights and shadows, and towering buildings, all embodying the essence of late autumn in this city. Lighting a cigarette, I reveled in the haze that followed a satisfying meal and could not help but glance back at this city. It was only when leaving that I realized I did not harbor as much disdain for it as I thought. In fact, I felt a twinge of reluctance. At the very least, it had once chronicled my youth and life, including love. Here, I learned that longing for someone is called loneliness, and that if the affection between two individuals transcends into marriage, it is termed love. However, if only memories remain, it becomes merely a legend, a tale that evokes solitude and despair. Feeling weary, Liao and I sat on a bench by the street, engulfed in silence for a moment. Finally, I turned to her and asked, "How about you? Have you been well lately?" Liao shook her head in a daze and replied, "Same as always, not particularly well, but I have not given up on my efforts." I nodded, momentarily at a loss for words, as I understood the underlying message in her words. Her assertion of perseverance was, in essence, a question directed at me, challenging why I had ceased my efforts. After a brief silence, Liao inquired, "What are your plans upon returning to Suzhou?" I took a deep drag from my cigarette, contemplating for a while before responding, "Ideally, my father will arrange a job for me at his workplace. If not, I will find one myself, then seek a partner to share my life with, and ultimately wait for the inevitable cycle of life and death. Do not impose such distant expectations on your life. Existence is rife with uncertainties, is it not? In truth, I would prefer to envision my life with a clear endpoint." Liao chuckled softly, saying, "Thus, you fantasize about a crystal-clear city as a refuge for your heart. Indeed, only a transparent vision allows one to see the farthest reaches unobstructed. Perhaps we are truly not of the same ilk," Liao lamented. "Yes, the island of your dreams, with its curling smoke, necessitates crossing a vast sea to reach it, requiring far more than mere clarity." Suddenly, it seemed as if Liao had an epiphany. After a long pause, she remarked, "Do you not feel that we resemble two stars destined never to align? I am at the edge of the sea, while you are in the distant heavens, echoing each other, yet forever out of reach." I offered no response, merely gazing into the distance, as if I truly beheld that ethereal city in the sky and a beach, resonating in harmony yet eternally apart. That night, Liao and I embraced in farewell. Perhaps after leaving Suzhou, we would indeed drift further apart in the directions we yearn for. Ultimately, there may come a day when we no longer recall the night we shared, as life is composed of countless forgettings, culminating in the oblivion of death. Time moved forward 3 days. Aside from eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, my sole activity was showing prospective tenants the single apartment I now rented. This afternoon, I had brought 3 tenants to view the place, but for various reasons, none of the arrangements materialized. The last visitors were a couple who had recently graduated from university. Hand in hand, they scrutinized the apartment, and after some deliberation, the young man asked, "What is the rent for this place?" "A deposit plus 3 months' rent, totaling 5,200 renminbi." I replied. The couple exchanged glances and whispered among themselves before the young man said, "If you can waive the 200 renminbi, we will take it." "Young man, 200 renminbi is not a trivial amount. Were it not for my urgency to leave, I would not offer it at this price," I stated firmly, revealing the truth that I had initially paid 5,600 renminbi for the place and had barely resided there for a week. The couple whispered again, and this time, the young woman addressed me. 5,200 is acceptable, but we must move in tonight. Can you accommodate that?" After weighing my options, I replied, "That works. Provided there are no further issues, let us sign the contract now." The couple nodded in agreement, and I went inside to retrieve the rental agreement I had prepared earlier. As they reviewed the contract, my phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, I assumed it was another call from a potential tenant, but upon checking, I was surprised to see it was Kai, who had not contacted me for several days. The call stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. I had once mercilessly bullied this woman, yet her presence had also cost me the hard-won job prospects in this city. Perhaps we were indeed fated adversaries. Although for a brief moment, we had managed to act like friends. Stepping outside, I answered the call. Both of us seemed to wait for the other to speak first, caught in silence. Eventually, I could no longer contain myself and said, "You called me. Why are you silent?" Kai seemed startled by my words, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I was reviewing some documents and did not realize we were connected." "Oh, you seem rather busy. Aren't you just a building manager at Joume? It can't be that hectic," I teased, fully aware that she was the CEO. Kai did not take offense at my jest, chuckling, "I am quite busy, but I am nearly finished." "Well then, what prompted your call? Is it that the apartment you commandeered is leaking again?" "No, I finished early today. You mentioned I could come over for dinner, remember?" I was taken aback. Although I had said this to Kai, I never expected her to actually come. Could it be that after ceasing our disputes over the apartment, we could genuinely become friends? Noticing my silence, Kai pressed, "Is that a no, or are you simply lacking confidence in your culinary skills?" I snapped back to reality and queried, "What do you think of my father's cooking?" "It's excellent. Have you heard the saying, a tiger does not father a dog? You should invite me over. I'll show you my skills, so you won't think I am entirely inept." "All right, I'll head over shortly. By the way, bring whatever ingredients you like from the supermarket. I do not provide supplies." I expected Kai to scold me for being stingy, yet she simply replied with "okay" before hanging up. Returning inside, I found the couple had finished reviewing the contract and had signed their names. I took the contract from them and said in a conciliatory tone, "I would like to negotiate one matter with you. I have a friend coming for dinner, so you cannot move in tonight. I can discount 200 renminbi as compensation. How does that sound?" Once again, they began whispering to each other. I found their decorum amusing. This couple was remarkably considerate, discussing even the most trivial matters. After a prolonged wait, the young man finally addressed me. "How about a discount of 400 renminbi?" I frowned, replying, "Young man, one must be reasonable. 200 renminbi is enough for you two to find a hotel for one night, with change left over for a late-night snack. The contract is signed. We have the right to this apartment now. If you don't agree to a 400 renminbi discount, we won't accept your request." I couldn't help but curse under my breath. The couple appeared startled, their faces showing signs of fear as they looked at me. I chuckled, "You two are so timid. Don't try to emulate those societal rogues who take pleasure in others' misfortune." Finally, the young man mustered his courage and said, "You didn't want to give us a 200 renminbi discount earlier." I have little patience for whiny individuals, so I interrupted him. "All right, you want 400 renminbi. I accept." The young man exchanged a glance with the young woman, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Overjoyed, He retrieved a sum of 800 yuan from his bag and handed it to me. I provided them with a copy of the lease agreement and entrusted them with a key before they departed. I found myself in a state of bemusement, unable to fathom that I, Zhao Yang, could also be taken advantage of, and by someone so effeminate at that. Dismissing my thoughts, I picked up a mop and began to tidy the room in anticipation of Mikai's arrival. This was, after all, another opportunity bestowed upon me by fate to bid farewell to Mikai, following my previous farewell to Lu Yao. Chapter 66. Are we considered friends? At 7:30 in the evening, the doorbell finally rang. I, clad in slippers, hurriedly made my way to the door, and there stood Mikai, as we had previously arranged for dinner. In her hand, she carried a large convenient bag. Upon receiving it from her, I peered inside to discover an assortment of vegetables, meats, a bottle of red wine, and a bottle of juice. Mikai remarked, "The red wine is for you, and I shall have a juice. What is wrong with sharing a bit of wine? Are you afraid I'll become inebriated and entertain ill intentions towards you?" I merely refrained from drinking out of habit. With a playful complaint, I said, "You really lack spirit. I was merely hoping to gain a slight advantage in our banter. Yet you refuse to cooperate. Why should I indulge in your lewdness?" She retorted, "Lewdness is an apt term. At times, I truly feel rather unrefined," I admitted. Mikai gazed at me, seemingly unsure of how to respond. I closed the door and informed her, "Please, take a seat while I prepare dinner. You can enjoy the fruits of my labor later." Mikai shook her head, stating, "I can help with whatever I can manage. It's not like we're making a couple's dish. Why do you need to assist me?" I said as I carried the bag toward the kitchen. Mikai looked at me in silence once more. In the kitchen, I worked diligently, averaging a dish every 10 minutes, and within approximately 50 minutes, I had completed all the stir-frying. Simultaneously, the bone broth simmering on a low flame was also ready, the timing impeccably synchronized. At this moment, Mikai, who had been idle, finally found her purpose. She came into the kitchen and, within her means, assisted in placing the completed dishes onto the dining table. After turning on all the lights in the room, the small dining area sparkled. I removed my apron and sat across from Mikai. I savored my red wine while she enjoyed her juice. It was not a candlelit dinner. I inquired playfully, "Shall we toast first, or would you prefer to taste my culinary skills?" "I shall taste your skills first," Mikai replied, picking up a piece of sweet and sour fish and nodding in approval. "Not bad. Your cooking is quite good." "Indeed, as the saying goes, a tiger's cub does not produce a dog," I said with a hint of pride. "It's hard to imagine you can cook, and quite well at that. When did you learn these skills?" Mikai asked, her curiosity evident. As I ate, I explained, "My father insisted I learn to cook from a young age, claiming it would temper my wild nature and bad temper, and perhaps even help me win a wife." Mikai, disregarding my insinuation, asked, "Your father?" "Yes. I call him Bandai. Haven't you heard me refer to him that way before?" I replied. I hadn't really paid attention. "Why do you call him that?" I patiently elaborated. "Because he is quite old-fashioned. Not only do I call him that, but his colleagues also refer to him as Banku. However, he always thinks I'm calling him an old man." Mikai chuckled at my jest, but soon her expression turned somber. I suddenly realized she was reminded of her father, Mi Zhongshin, who had passed away in a car accident, and I understood why she harbored such goodwill towards my father. I raised my glass and proposed, "Let's not just chatter. Let us toast to celebrate our opportunity to turn conflict into harmony." Mikai nodded, lifting her juice to gently clink with my glass, then took a sip, smiling at me, shedding her earlier melancholy. As dinner continued, I had consumed 2 glasses of red wine, while Mikai had only sipped half a glass of juice. I regarded her with a complex expression for long, while before finally placing my wine glass down and saying, "I will be returning to my hometown tomorrow." "Really? Are you taking a vacation?" Mikai asked, seemingly indifferent. "No, I'm going back for good. I have resigned from my job here." Mikai looked at me, putting down her chopsticks, and asked in surprise, "You quit? Did something happen at home?" It was no wonder Mikai was taken aback, as just days earlier, she had assisted me in renting this very apartment. However, she was unaware of the internal struggle I faced at that time, although I was wrestling with my thoughts. I had not yet considered leaving until I chose to inform her of Mi Zhongda's power schemes through an anonymous letter, sealing my fate to depart this city. I smiled faintly at Mikai and explained, My job wasn't particularly respectable, and at my age, I no longer have the luxury to struggle in this rootless city. Therefore, returning home for a more stable life seems a wise choice. People, especially adults, must learn to make the most accurate judgments about their circumstances. Mikai nodded in agreement, but offered no further commentary. We were, after all, from different worlds, destined to lead lives that remained incomprehensible to one another. I raised my glass once more, and Mikai lifted her glass in acknowledgement. After a nod from me, I gulped down half of my red wine, and an indescribable emotion mingled with the liquid, permeating my being. Our dinner concluded with sparse words exchanged between Mikai and me. As she prepared to leave, I took out all the cash I had on me, a sum comprising part of my salary and the money I received from subletting this apartment, totaling 318 yuan. After repaying Mikai 016 yuan, I was left with 302 yuan, the remnants of my struggles over the past 2 years in this city. I placed the cash on the table, seriously counting out 016 yuan from the scattered bills, and handed it to Mikai, saying, "Here, this is your money." Mikai glanced at me, accepted the stack of bills in varying denominations, and unexpectedly extracted 16 yuan to return to me, saying, "I prefer round numbers." I looked at Mikai in astonishment without reaching for the money. Yet she had already placed the loose 16 yuan on the table and tucked the remaining bills into her handbag. "It's getting late. I need to head back," Mikai informed me. "Oh, all right. Be safe on your way," I replied. Mikai nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, it dawned on me that after this evening, we might never have another opportunity to meet, despite having spent nearly 2 months as adversaries. My departure would transform those fleeting moments into mere dust, gradually erased by the passage of time. "Michai." I called her name. "What?" She turned back, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, giving her an ethereal quality. I remained silent for a long moment before softly asking, "Are we considered friends?" Mikai pondered for a moment before nodding and responding, "Yes." I nodded heavily. Mikai smiled at me, then turned and walked toward the nearby elevator. Moments later, the doors closed, once again separating us into 2 distinct worlds. Chapter 67. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Mikai, I returned to my abode and finished the remaining red wine in my glass. I lit a cigarette and reclined on the sofa, taking deep puffs as my mind wandered back to the moment I had asked Mikai if we could be considered friends. I found myself perplexed by the question's emergence and its underlying significance. I pondered for a long while, unable to reach a conclusion. Perhaps it was akin to the notion that a person on the brink of death speaks kindly, despite my previous indifference to Kai's opinion of me. I yearned to leave her with a positive impression. Even if we were not friends, I wished that my memory would not be sullied by associations with words like vile, shameless, or despicable. After freshening up, I shook off the haze of inebriation and began to pack my belongings. Among my possessions was the guitar that Jianwei had gifted me. I found a clean cloth and wiped it repeatedly, each stroke revealing the pain of love and the wounds of memory, leaving me somewhat melancholic. How wonderful it would be if a love could transcend the material and last eternally. Perhaps, in that case, I would have already married Jianwei. I was not afraid of marriage. After all, I loved Jianwei, and being with a woman I truly adored would never grow tiresome. I recalled the days following our breakup, when thoughts of her consumed me. I longed to tell her to remember that I would always be waiting for her at the ends of the earth. Yet a month passed and a year, with no response, leading me to drown my sorrows in beer and fleeting encounters with women. The guitar she had given me remained a steadfast companion in its unchanged form. I placed the cloth aside and plucked the strings, the sound resonating clearly, evoking memories of our shared laughter. That laughter had once brought joy to my past, yet now it inflicted pain upon my present. I clutched the guitar tightly, believing that by doing so, I could grasp those joyous moments firmly in my hands. A sudden ring from my phone pulled me back to reality, causing the tightly held laughter to slip through my fingers like grains of sand. I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me, a dull ache in my heart. Staring blankly at my phone for a considerable time, I finally answered the call. It was Yin Yin. She got straight to the point, asking, "Zhao Yang, when are you planning to return to Shuzhou?" Tomorrow morning," I replied. Yin Yin exclaimed, So soon? Yes, no ties, no burdens. I can come and go freely, I chuckled in response. I wanted to treat you to a farewell meal. We've been friends for so many years, and I truly will miss you, Yin Yin said, her voice trembling with emotion. I understood that her sentiment was heartfelt. She was reluctant to see me go, and I felt the same about her and Fong Yuan. Yet, this city ultimately was not meant for me. Leaving signified both liberation and a new beginning. No need for a farewell meal. You and Fong Yuan are quite busy. But do remember to visit Shuzhou when you have time if he still wishes to, I added after a moment's thought. In truth, since resigning from the company 4 days ago, I had not communicated with Fong Yuan at all. I was aware that he still harbored resentment regarding the matter, and I knew he was displeased with me. Yet, I struggled to find the words to explain myself, as my rationale would not hold weight in his eyes. We could not view the situation from the same perspective, and this left me feeling regretful and pained. Yin Yin fell silent, and I surmised that Fong Yuan was still fuming, perhaps for a long while. The repercussions of this incident were far too significant. After a lengthy pause, Yin Yin finally asked, "What time is your train tomorrow?" "I'll take you to the station." "There is no need for such trouble," I replied. "Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm not working, so it's no bother." After contemplating, I decided not to refuse any longer and share my departure time with Yin Yin, also providing her with my current address. Once our conversation concluded and I had finished packing and freshening up, I returned to my bedroom, contemplating calling Robin and CC to inform them of my departure the next morning. Ultimately, I chose not to, knowing they would come to the station to see me off. I disliked the bittersweetness of face-to-face farewells, so I decided to wait until I was back in Shuzhou to tell them. Turning off the lights, I reflected on my years in Suzhou. Despite everything, I had garnered some rewards. At least I had formed a few good friendships and had a commendable boss, Chun Jingming. Regrettably, I had ultimately forfeited my opportunity and indirectly sabotaged Chun Jingming's promotion. This realization stirred another wave of guilt within me. I recognized that Fong Yuan's greatest grievance against me stemmed from my relationship with Chun Jingming. He had always valued Chun Jingming's mentorship, believing that without him, he would not be where he was today. But must our years of brotherhood disintegrate over such workplace disputes? I did not understand, nor did I have answers. I could only hope that time would allow Fong Yuan to let go of his grievances, and that one day he and Yin Yin would visit us in Shuzhou, where we could once again share a few drinks, smoke a few cigarettes, and boast about our lives as we once did. Fatigue finally settled in as I continued to ruminate, and in the depths of the night, I yawned heavily before surrendering to sleep, quietly passing through this final night before my departure. The following morning, I moved my belongings out of the house and handed the keys to the young couple who had rented the place from me yesterday. As I stood outside the apartment, basking in the morning sun, I awaited Yin Yin, who had promised to take me to the train station. However, knowing that women tend to be tardy, I was not in a hurry and indulged in a few cigarettes while I waited. After a brief moment, I finally spotted Yin Yin's white Mazda 6 approaching. To my surprise, there was someone in the passenger seat. Upon closer inspection, it was Fong Yuan. A surge of emotions washed over me. Fong Yuan had come along with Yin to see me off. Once the car came to a stop, Yin and Fong Yuan exited from either side and approached me. I smiled at Fong Yuan, saying, "I didn't expect you to come. Yin is here. How could I not?" He replied. I joked, "You weren't coerced into coming by Yin, were you? You seem rather unwilling." "Being forced is hardly different from being coerced," Fong Yuan responded, though his expression remained serious. Yin playfully nudged him, saying, "You two have been friends for so many years. Must you really let this come between you? Let us hurry and help Zhao Yang load his luggage into the car so we don't miss the train." Fong Yuan nodded and, along with Yin, began to place my few belongings into the car's trunk. He then turned to me, who was still standing in place, and asked, "What? Do you want to linger a bit longer?" I smiled faintly, offering a gesture for him to get in the car. Soon, the three of us were seated inside, and Yin started the vehicle, heading toward the train station. Chapter 68. I wished to depart with a smile in the car. Fong Yuan occupied the passenger seat while I sat in the rear. Throughout the journey, the three of us exchanged only a few words before falling into a heavy silence. Eventually, Yin spoke to me, saying, "Zhao Yang, Fong Yuan has shared your resignation with me. He seems to have some misunderstandings about you. There should be no dealings between you and me, Kai. The reason you divulged the power struggles within Zhuo Mei's upper management to her is that you couldn't overcome your own barriers. Am I correct? I remained silent for a long while, surprised that Yin Yin, as an outsider, offered me such an understanding perspective at the moment of my departure. She was right. I wished to safeguard my professional future while also supporting Chun Jingming. However, I truly could not reconcile with myself, which has led to days of torment and struggle. Noticing my silence, Yin Yin gently continued. Fong Yuan's reaction may have been unwarranted, but I hope you can understand him. You two brothers should not let this situation cause discord between you, for neither of you is at fault. It's merely a matter of differing positions. Before Yin could finish her thought, I interjected, I certainly understand Fong Yuan. I just hope he doesn't perceive me as someone who forgets loyalty for profit. Perhaps I was wrong in this situation, yet I have no regrets. Subconsciously, I felt compelled to act this way, regardless of whether the subject was me, Kai, or someone else. Yin sighed, alas. I hardly know what more to say, except that it is a pity to lose this job. By the way, Fong Yuan has already received his appointment notice from above. He is now the deputy manager of the Baoli planning department, and Zhao Li has become the head of the planning and copywriting team. So you need not worry about Fong Yuan. This news filled me with mixed emotions, joy for Fong Yuan, yet sorrow for myself. However, I did not allow myself to dwell in that sorrow and quickly asked Fong Yuan, what about Qin Jingming? Has he joined the upper management of the company? Fong Yuan shook his head and replied, no, he has no opportunities to become a core member of the company's leadership anymore. I could detect the dissatisfaction and disappointment in Fong Yuan's tone. I had ruined Chun Jingming's hard-earned opportunity. I also understood that after losing this chance at his age, he would likely never have another opportunity to ascend to the company's core leadership. Once again, the three of us fell into silence. Finally, it was Yin who broke it, asking me, Zhao Yang, did you tell me Kai about this in person? I shook my head, no. I merely wrote her an anonymous letter. You are quite foolish. At least you should have let me Kai know, so she would owe you a significant favor. Given her standing in the business world, she would surely repay that favor handsomely, Yin remarked, shaking her head with a sigh. I could only smile and say, if I had that mindset, wouldn't I become the kind of person Fong Yuan described? To my surprise, Fong Yuan unexpectedly took the initiative to respond. His voice was low and heavy. I honestly wish you were that kind of person. I dislike seeing you return to Shuzhou looking so dejected. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? I'm infuriated that you ruined Chun Jingming's opportunity, but more than that, I don't want to see you leave like this. It weighs heavily on my heart. Do you understand? Fong Yuan's words brought warmth to my eyes. At that moment, I realized that despite our conflicts and misunderstandings, deep down, we were brothers, true brothers who had struggled together in this city for a long time. At this moment, I found myself at a loss for how to express my feelings. I simply tilted my head back, tried to prevent the tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Meanwhile, Yin, who was driving, had already pulled out a tissue to wipe her own tears. As I looked back at the city, I realized that I had not been able to leave my pain behind as I had hoped. Instead, I was taking with me a burden of gray grievances and discontent. Fong Yuan sighed heavily and pulled a box from his bag, tossing it to me. These are lung-cleansing capsules sent by a friend from abroad. I found them quite effective. Take them back and give them a try. Also, try to smoke less. Once you finish them, call me, and I'll have my friend send you more. I merely nodded, placing the lung-cleansing capsules into my bag. Finally, in silence, we arrived at the train station, signaling the moment of parting. I received my luggage from Fong Yuan and Yin, waving goodbye to them. I'm leaving. Do visit us in Shuzhou when you have time. Yin nodded, saying, yes, we will miss you. Wishing you a smooth journey. I smiled and turned to the usually taciturn Fong Yuan, asking, what's the matter? Aren't you going to wish your buddy a safe trip? Suddenly, Fong Yuan embraced me, his voice choked with emotion as he patted my back heavily. Send my regards to Bandad. And, for heaven's sake, take care of yourself. Settle down and don't make us worry. Understand? At that moment, my emotions were deeply stirred. I bit my lip, swallowing back my tears. recalling the fervor with which we vowed to root ourselves in this city during our graduation. Years had passed, and Feng Yuan had indeed established his roots here, marrying the one he loved, while I had struggled painfully for over 2 years, ultimately forced to leave with nothing but my physical presence. I took a deep breath, finally managing to smile at Feng Yuan. Don't worry, buddy. I'll be all right. Who knows? It might not be long before you and Yin Yin receive my wedding invitation. Work hard. On your wedding day, Yin Yin and I will be sure to bring you a grand gift. Feng Yuan replied, tightening his embrace. Yin approached my side, pushing Feng Yuan away as she sobbed. Good luck, Xiaoyang. We'll make time to visit you in Suzhou. And if you start dating someone, you must show us first. We'll help you vet her. I felt touched, yet playfully pushed Yin Yin away, forcing a smile. You two shouldn't indulge in such sentimental antics. I'm just a strapping young man here. Try to hold it together. Don't make me cry. I wanted to part with a smile. Yin Yin, breaking into laughter, playfully slapped me. All right, you shall leave with a smile. When we get a break, we'll come visit you in Suzhou. Please, this is the 3rd time you've said you'll visit. But when you do come, I will give you a warm welcome, I replied. Yin Yin nodded, straightening my disheveled clothing after our embrace. Call us when you get home. Understood. If you keep nagging, I might as well call your mother. Wait, I paused, then added, you two should enjoy life together, continue being the enviable couple you are. Well, it's about time for me to go. You should head back too. Feng Yuan held Yin Yin close, and they waved goodbye to me. I turned back to look at the city one last time, slinging my guitar over my shoulder and walking towards the station with my belongings, feeling as if the guitar was growing heavier with each step. A quarter of an hour after bidding farewell to Feng Yuan and Yin Yin, I boarded the train bound for Suzhou. Gazing out at the increasingly unfamiliar scenery beyond the window, I finally felt the reality of my departure settling in. But what kind of life awaited me now? I hoped Dad would arrange a stable job for me in their state-owned enterprise, and that my mother would help me meet a beautiful girl for an arranged marriage. My sole task would be to diligently perform the job assigned by Dad and eventually fall in love with the lovely girl introduced by my mother. Life would then begin anew, and as for the burdens of the past, let them be swept away by the wind. Chapter 69. Upon returning home after enduring a lengthy 6-hour journey, I finally arrived in Suzhou, my long-lost hometown. The last time I returned was before last year's New Year, and now more than half a year has swiftly passed. As I stepped out of the train station, the afternoon sun momentarily blinded me. Yet the air retained a familiar scent, a unique aroma that belongs solely to Suzhou. In front of the train station square, I joined the throngs of people heading towards the rows of fruit stalls by the roadside. Opening my wallet, I discovered a little over 100 yuan, the sum of my material gains for more than 2 years in Suzhou. I purchased some fruit and 2 packs of cigarettes. The fruit was for my parents, while the cigarettes were, of course, for myself. With fruit in hand, a cigarette between my fingers, and carrying my belongings, I walked towards a bus station. With a mere 36 yuan remaining, everything I could present to my mother and father. After a 20-minute jostle on the bus, I finally stood at my family's doorstep. I raised my hand twice, yet hesitated to ring the doorbell, uncertain of how to face them or explain my return. Xiaoyang, a voice, uncertain if it belonged to me, suddenly echoed in my ear. I turned to see my mother, carrying a basket of vegetables, likely from a supermarket where she had snagged some discounted items. With a smile, I said, Mom, your son is back. She chuckled, opened the door, and asked, Why did you return so suddenly? Do you have a long holiday? I maintained a feigned casual tone, replying, Mom, this time I want to go back to Suzhou. I'll stay in Suzhou for now, on to accompany you and Dad. Fulfilling my filial duty. My mother, usually patient, furrowed her brow at my words. She set down the vegetable basket and inquired, But you're doing well there. Didn't you quit your job? Why can't you settle down? Mom, it's not just about settling down. Besides, didn't you want me back in Suzhou long ago? Now that I'm back, you should be happy. Had you returned 2 years earlier, your father and I would have been overjoyed. But now, you're not young anymore and have no girlfriend. How can we be happy? My mother's tone was decidedly displeased. Mom, my dear mother, please don't nag me. I returned to establish a stable life. I promised to work diligently and find a nice girl to date, and in a year or 2, you'll be holding a grandchild. How happy that would make you and Dad. My mother looked at me, both amused and exasperated, and after a moment, she said, "You still lack seriousness. When your father returns, I'll see how you explain this to him." I remained cheerful, replying, "Perhaps Dad is eager for my return. He might even bring out his cherished aged wine for a celebration." "Don't be too optimistic," my mother said, lifting her basket and heading to the kitchen. "Have you eaten yet? I'll cook you a bowl of noodles." "No need. I'll wait for Dad to come home so we can have dinner together. I'll just have a couple of pieces of fruit for now." As dusk approached, I settled my luggage and made my bed, savoring the essence of home, gradually forgetting the burdens of the past, yet still concerned about my future. After experiencing life's setbacks, I no longer looked forward to the future with the same fervor. Instead, anxiety took its place. For instance, if my mother were to introduce me to a girl now, I wouldn't even have money to take her out for a meal. In such a predicament, how could I dare to hope for a bright future? After a brief nap, I heard the door open, followed by my mother's voice calling, "Jiayong, your dad is back. Hurry up and get ready for dinner." I responded and ran to the living room in my slippers, where I indeed found my father, carrying a fishing rod and basket. I quickly took the fishing gear from him and said with a grin, "Dad, you caught quite a few fish today. Let us get Mom to cook some for dinner." He nodded, then asked curiously, "Why did you return so suddenly?" "Ask Mom. Did she tell you to come back?" "No. I told her why I'm back. We have a generational gap, and you communicate better with Mom." I smiled nervously, fearing my father's reaction, though he appeared stoic. He was indeed a man with a temper. My father turned to my mother, who succinctly stated, "He quit his job and said he wants to stay in Suzhou to be with us." My father didn't seem troubled by my job resignation. Instead, he frowned and asked, "I thought you were getting along well with that girl. What will happen to her now that you're back in Suzhou?" His mention of me, Kai, stirred a myriad of emotions within me, yet I reassured myself with the thought that every cloud has a silver lining. Although I had indirectly lost my job because of her, perhaps my return to Suzhou would signal a new beginning, allowing me to lead a life of purpose. I rarely called him Dad, but I did so now, my expression earnest. My returning to Suzhou has nothing to do with her. We're just friends. I've told you twice when you visited Suzhou. How could you forget? After a moment of silence, he replied, "I just don't understand young people." I didn't respond, and to my surprise, he didn't express discontent over my resignation. It was understandable, for they are my parents. And what parent wouldn't wish for their child to stay close? Thus, I felt reassured that I could live well in Suzhou from now on. During dinner, the family gathered around the table, and my father unexpectedly brought out his cherished aged wine. We each poured ourselves a glass. I raised my glass to my father and, feeling somewhat uneasy, asked, "Dad, you're not upset that I quit my job to come back, are you? A good job means nothing if you can't save money." "It's the same in Suzhou or Suzhou," my father remarked, leaving me feeling somewhat ashamed. I quickly vowed, "Suzhou is different from Suzhou. With you and Mom looking after me, I promise not to spend recklessly. I'll give you both my salary every month for safekeeping." Both my parents remained silent, leaving me uncertain whether it was distrust in my future or dissatisfaction with my past. I felt no embarrassment in front of them and seized the opportunity to ask, "Dad, could you help me arrange a job at your workplace?" My father set down his chopsticks and looked at me without hesitation, saying, "You need to figure out your own job situation." His inflexible stance made me uneasy, prompting me to plead, "You are my father. Can't you at least consider it before answering me? After all, you're a deputy section chief. How about arranging me a position as a document custodian? I promise to work hard and not embarrass you." Chapter 70. The predicament of poverty despite my fervent assurances to my father that I would diligently seek employment. He remained obstinately unyielding in his refusal to assist me in securing a position within his company. I felt utterly helpless, casting a sorrowful glance in his direction as he nonchalantly sipped his drink, seemingly oblivious to my entreaties. His stoic demeanor was indeed worthy of the title father. I turned to my mother for assistance, hoping she might sway my father, and she, ever the nurturing figure, gently nudged him, saying, "Lao Zhao, please help our son find a job at your company. You know he lacks ambition and has a rather wild temperament. Keeping him close would put my mind at ease." I quickly chimed in, "Yes, father, if I could find work immediately, that would be splendid. But if I remain at home without a job, the neighbors will surely know of my shortcomings, and you won't be able to hold your head high. Unless, of course, You truly do not consider me your son. Yet, my father remained unmoved, insisting that I should figure it out on my own. Frustrated, I scratched my head and exclaimed, "Father, please tell me what you truly think. I simply wish to stabilize my life by working at your company. Besides, how many leaders in your organization do not employ their own children or relatives? Why are you so resistant to this idea?" Suddenly, my father erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table and retorting, "You insolent child. I am your father. It is not your place to lecture me. The stability of your life cannot hinge solely on me securing you a job. You must take the time to truly contemplate this matter." I fell silent, yet I could not fathom the meaning behind my father's words. I believed that his arranging a stable job for me was the first step toward a secure life. My mother shot me a glance, signaling me to refrain from further protest, and softly addressed my father, "Lao Zhao, please do not be angry with our son. We can discuss the job situation later. He has just returned and deserves a few days of rest." My father did not respond to her, nor did he say anything further, merely downing the remainder of his drink, his agitation still apparent. After dinner, my father retired to wash up and rest, leaving my mother and me on the couch to chat. Our conversation eventually turned to the topic of arranged marriages. My mother, with great seriousness, inquired, "Zhao Yang, do you have any thoughts on marriage?" I nodded affirmatively, replying, "Of course, I do. I am not a child anymore." My mother continued, "Well then, your Aunt Zhang works at the neighborhood committee and knows many young women. I will ask her to help arrange something for you. You promised. But you must ensure Aunt Zhang finds someone reliable, as my qualities are quite commendable." My mother scrutinized me for a long moment before saying, "Son, are you jesting with me? What qualities do you possess that are commendable?" I retorted, "Just the fact that I am your biological son should suffice for you to recognize my worth." However, my mother ignored my protests, advising me to rest early before retreating to her room. Finally, in the emptiness of the living room, I lit a cigarette, fully aware that I was far from exceptional. In a world where individuals could be classified as either substandard or superior, I undoubtedly belonged to the former category. My boastful declarations were merely attempts to bolster my own confidence. Lying on the small wire bed I had slept on since childhood, I felt a sense of grounding wash over me, and soon slipped into a hazy state. In this stupor, the sound of a text message stirred me awake. It was from Mi Kai, simply checking if I had arrived home safely. I promptly replied, assuring her of my safe return. After that, she did not respond, which I found unsurprising. The fact that she took the time to check on me was already a rarity. It was unrealistic to expect her to engage in deep conversations about life, ideals, or love. I could foresee that this interaction would likely be our last, given the distance between our cities and the nature of our relationship as mere acquaintances. Before placing my phone back on the nightstand, I glanced at the time. It was only 9:30 p.m. Suddenly, sleep eluded me, and I lit another cigarette while lying in bed. Although I had spent a day traversing from one city to another, some memories were too profound to forget quickly. When sleepless, I found myself reminiscing about my time in Suzhou, where every memory seemed intertwined with the woman who was now a distant presence. Yet, reflecting upon those moments no longer brought me pain, for the city I now resided in bore no traces of her, and I had finally relinquished the burdens of obsession, ready to embrace the possibility of loving another woman who I had yet to meet. Perhaps the moment I parted ways with Jin Wei, I should have abandoned my stubbornness and left Suzhou, thus avoiding 2 years of self-inflicted emotional turmoil. Yet, how could she have known that my attachment to Suzhou stemmed from my reluctance to let go of her promise written in lipstick on the car window? As night deepened, I finally felt the onset of sleep. Before turning off the lights, I cast one last glance at the guitar propped against the wall, my heart beginning to settle. A week had swiftly passed in Suzhou, during which I had repeatedly submitted my resume online and attended interviews, regrettably without securing a satisfactory job. I dared not place my hopes on my father. Based on my understanding of him, he was 99% unlikely to assist me in my job search. Even more regrettable was that I had exhausted my last few coins on bus fares while job hunting. I could not bring myself to ask my father or mother for money, but thankfully I was not currently burdened with rent or food expenses, allowing me to scrape by. On yet another afternoon, As I perused job listings at my computer, my mother unexpectedly approached from behind, joyfully tapping my shoulder. Xiaoyang, remember the favor I asked Aunt Zhang to do for you? She has indeed taken it to heart and found a young woman for you. Since you have some free time now, you're to meet her tonight to see if you can connect. That sound good? I responded eagerly. But Mom, are you coming with me tonight? She shook her head, saying, I won't be going. The younger generation prefers to meet without their elders hovering around. I know this well. Come on, you should go. I enjoy having you around. I protested, secretly wishing she would accompany me to cover the bill, as I was currently penniless. The thought of dining with a young woman and being unable to pay was a source of great embarrassment. No, our families have already agreed to let you meet alone. I continue to plead, but how will I recognize her without you there? My mother then pulled out her phone and sent me a picture via WeChat. This is her photo. Just look for her at the CAF. I examined the image. The girl appeared pleasant enough, though that was not the main concern. After a long pause, I bit my lip, contemplating asking my mother for some money, but ultimately found myself unable to voice it. Chapter 71. My first blind date at 5:30 in the afternoon, with only half an hour remaining before my blind date. I tidied up my appearance slightly and emerged from the bathroom. My father, holding his briefcase, opened the door to the room. Once again, the urge to ask him for money surged within me, and after a moment's hesitation, I remarked, Dad, you got off work quite early today. Isn't it the usual time? He replied nonchalantly. I hurried to pour him a glass of water, and he took it from my hand without noticing anything amiss, then inquired, How's the job hunt going these days? Well, I just submitted my resume and have only had a few interviews, none of which were satisfactory. Don't set your standards too high. A decent job will suffice. I'm not a fresh graduate with no work experience. I cannot afford to be overly lenient in my job search. You all know how significant the expenses are for young people these days. At the very least, the salary should be enough to support oneself. I subtly hinted at the considerable expenditures faced by modern youth, hoping that my father would understand and provide me with some pocket money to alleviate my immediate financial woes. However, he simply remarked, if you know expenses are high, then just spend less. His perspective on the matter left me feeling helpless, and after a prolonged silence, he grew weary of conversing with me. Setting down his teacup and turning towards his study, Dad, I finally mustered the courage to call out. He turned back, his expression serious, and asked, Is there something else? His demeanor filled me with an inexplicable anxiety, and after a moment of hesitation, I stammered, I was wondering if I could borrow your car for a bit. I need it for my blind date tonight. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them, wishing I could slap myself. Why is it so difficult to ask for money? Indeed, it is difficult. After all, I'm a working adult, and if I still have to ask my parents for money, that would be absurd. My father, oblivious to my internal struggle, retrieved the keys to his aging Santana's 2000 from his bag and handed them to me. I stared blankly at the keys in my hand, watching him retreat into his room, only to realize that I had once again squandered an opportunity to ask for financial assistance. Steeling myself, I drove my father's nearly obsolete Santana 2000 towards the prearranged CAF. Throughout the journey, I considered reaching out to some old friends for a loan, but most of them were acquaintances from high school with whom I had lost touch. It felt inappropriate to suddenly ask them for money after so long. Before I knew it, I had passed several traffic lights, and suddenly I spotted the CAF about 50 meters ahead, its large sign causing my heart to race with anxiety. After hesitating to park, I sluggishly made my way up to the second floor, taking snail-like steps while glancing at the photo on my phone once more before scanning the interior of the CAF. After a couple of rounds of searching, I finally spotted a young woman in a corner whose features closely matched those in the photo. Straightening my clothes, I approached her. Upon closer inspection, I found her quite pleasant-looking. Her features were attractive, her skin clear. However, she lacked the stunning allure of Jianwei, the captivating beauty of Mi Tsai, and the stylish sophistication of Liao. In essence, she was just an ordinary beauty, a common girl. Yet, such a girl might be suitable for everyday life, and thus, my first impression of her was favorable. I smiled politely and inquired, "Are you Miss Li Xiaoyan?" She nodded and returned my smile, saying, "Then you must be Zhao Yang?" "That's correct. May I sit?" "Please do." No sooner had I taken my seat than the waiter approached with a menu, asking, "Sir, miss, are you ready to order? Do you require payment after the meal, or must we pay upon ordering?" It seemed no one had ever posed such an unusual question before, and the waiter hesitated before responding. "Either way is fine." I sighed with relief. "All right then, could I have the menu, please?" The waiter handed me a menu, and both Li Xiaoyan and I ordered our meals, engaging in casual conversation while we waited. Li Xiaoyan was quite a lively girl. She initiated, "Let us start with introductions. You already know my name. This year is my zodiac year, so you can guess my age. I am currently a client department supervisor at an advertising company, living with my parents for now, as I don't have my own place. That's about it." I widened my eyes at Li Xiaoyan. Her forthright self-introduction astonished me, making me feel as though I were interrogating her. Li Xiaoyan, puzzled by my reaction, cautiously asked, "Is this your first blind date?" "Yes." "Ah, that explains it. The introduction I just provided is a standard procedure for blind dates. If you continue on this path, you'll grow accustomed to it," she chuckled. I nodded. "Indeed, it seems like something out of a television drama. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself." Sitting up straight, I began my speech. "My name is Zhao Yang. I am 26 years old, currently unemployed. I have no car, no house, and no savings. I live with my parents and may continue to do so for a while. I don't have any particular plans or goals for the future. I tend to take life as it comes." Li Xiaoyan appeared taken aback by my self-introduction, eventually asking, "Is that really true?" "Absolutely, every word. But Aunt Zhang didn't describe you like that." "How did she describe me?" Li Xiaoyan recollected. "She said you just returned from Suzhou, that you were a white-collar worker at a large department store, diligent and ambitious. A very fine young man." I laughed heartily. "You believe what matchmakers say? That is quite exaggerated. I am embarrassed to hear that." Li Xiaoyan looked at me, half amused, half bewildered, and after a moment, she asked, "But Aunt Zhang said you play the guitar. Is that also fabricated?" Her words made me break into a cold sweat. I could only imagine my mother struggling to find any virtues in me and thus resorting to embellishing my ability to play the guitar to Aunt Zhang, who then enthusiastically related to Li Xiaoyan. After a moment of reflection, I replied, "I do play the guitar, though I doubt it has much relevance to our blind date." Li Xiaoyan nodded and said no more. I smiled and asked, "Do you feel that your lofty ideals have suddenly collided with stark reality, leaving you with a sense of disappointment?" Li Xiaoyan shook her head and laughed. "Not really. I think you're quite all right. At least you're very honest, much more so than the average man." My heart leapt with joy, sensing a rare opportunity to gracefully change the subject, so I mustered the courage to follow her lead. "I also consider myself quite honest. But there's something else I need to be candid with you about." Li Xiaoyan looked at me quizzically. "What is it?" "I currently have no money at all, so I hope you can treat me to this meal." Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter. After I suggested that Li Xiaoyan treat us, she looked at me, both amused and exasperated, and after a moment said, "Then I shall treat." A wave of relief washed over me. What could have been an awkward situation was effortlessly resolved by my audacity. After a brief contemplation, I added, "Just don't tell your parents that I couldn't afford to take you out. If this reaches my parents, it would reflect poorly on me. Rest assured, I won't mention it. It's just a meal among friends." Li Xiaoyan replied readily. I gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Your awareness is quite commendable. I truly admire that." It's not that I am particularly perceptive. It's simply that I had no other choice." Li Xiaoyan chuckled with a sigh. "If we're out on a date and you can't pay, it's obviously going to be me." Her words made me feel a twinge of embarrassment, and I awkwardly remarked, "I've heard that on the path of blind dates, one is bound to encounter a few eccentricities. And I suppose I am the odd one you've met? If we're speaking of eccentricities, you would undoubtedly take the lead," she teased. I glanced at her wallet on the table, and then ventured to say something even more peculiar, given that we know each other quite well. "Why not go the extra mile? I'm currently in dire need of funds. Could you lend me a bit? I promise to repay you as soon as I secure a job, which won't take long, maximum 2 months. How much do you need?" she inquired. "Perhaps 1,000 yuan?" I suggested. Li Xiaoyan promptly counted out the cash and handed me 1,000 yuan. I expressed my gratitude and accepted it, maintaining my bravado. About half an hour later, after we finished dinner, I used the 1,000 yuan I borrowed from her to settle the bill. In truth, it turned out to be a favorable outcome. as it could be perceived as me treating her, and I was certain I would repay her soon. As night enveloped us, Li Xiaoyun and I stood at the entrance of the CAF. I inquired, "How did you get here?" "By taxi," she replied. "Then let me drive you back," I offered. Li Xiaoyun shook her head, saying, "No need. My home isn't far from here, and taxis are quite convenient." I refrained from insisting, understanding that a refusal from a woman often indicated dissatisfaction with her date. It was clear why Li Xiaoyun felt this way. At her age, she had to prioritize the economic foundation of her potential partner. Despite my understanding, a sense of disappointment lingered, as the notion of pure love seemed increasingly rare in a world where everything required monetary validation. After a moment of silence, I said to her, "Please leave me your phone number, so I can contact you when I repay the money." Li Xiaoyun nodded and provided her number. I noted it down and smiled, saying, "I hope this blind date hasn't cast a shadow over your outlook." "Not at all. I find you quite interesting. At least our time together was never dull," she replied. I joked, "Your kind words only deepen my embarrassment. It seems my sole merit lies in my ability to jest. Everyone has their redeeming qualities. It merely takes time to uncover them. However, you truly need to put in more effort. After so many blind dates, you are the only one." Suddenly, Li Xiaoyun seemed to realize something and fell silent. I understood. She likely wanted to say that I was the only one at 26, still without savings or a job. After the blind date concluded, I drove my father's nearly obsolete Santana 2000 to the riverside near Xuanwu Market, sitting alone on the grass by the river, melancholically smoking a cigarette. A wave of despondency washed over me, stemming from my inability to navigate my life. The water in the moat flowed towards the eastern part of the city, carried by the autumn breeze, and I gazed blankly, gradually realizing that although my body was present in this city, I felt more like an observer, detached from the myriad lights that had no connection to me. Thoughts of Fanyuan, Yin, Jianwei, and Xiangchun flooded my mind. These four constituted nearly all my memories from university. Perhaps they were all doing quite well at this moment. I reclined on the grass, my expression somewhat foolish as I stared at the starry sky, suddenly feeling an emptiness within me. "Xiaoyang, why are you here alone after your blind date? What are you doing?" My mother's voice interrupted my thoughts from behind. I jumped, sitting up on the grass, and stared in astonishment before asking, "Mom, how did you follow me?" "I followed you as soon as you entered the CAF. I was sitting at the table behind you and shouting the whole time," she replied. My heart raced upon hearing this. If she had been there the entire time, then she must have overheard my conversation with Li Xiaoyun. I asked, "Didn't you say you wanted us to have some private time? Why did you follow us?" Ignoring my question, my mother looked at me sternly, saying, "You, my unreliable son, do you really borrow money from a girl on a blind date?" "Mom, I genuinely have no money," I replied weakly. My mother sat beside me, her tone softening as she asked, "Tell me, how have you been living in Suzhou these past years?" After a long pause, I finally responded, just muddling through, I suppose. "Mom, I truly am not a good son. I've always caused you and Dad worry. Everyone makes mistakes in their youth. What matters is correcting them. There is still plenty of time ahead," she reassured me. I nodded solemnly. My mother wrapped her arms around me with a smile, saying, "I'll talk to your father and see if he can arrange a job for you, so you can stay close to us. If Dad is unwilling, I'll find one myself. Correcting my mistakes starts with finding a job. He's just old-fashioned. If he won't help his own son, who will he help?" I remained silent, unsure if seeking my father's help for a job was right or wrong. After a lengthy silence, I finally said, "Mom, please head back. I need some time alone." "All right, but before I go, I must ask you one thing." "Go ahead. What do you think of Xiaoyan? Would you like to pursue a relationship with her?" I pondered for a moment before replying, "Let's discuss dating later. Everything is too unstable right now. Is it just one blind date that has made you so hesitant?" I wiped my face and reclined back on the grass, remaining silent. I admitted I was somewhat apprehensive, but it wasn't solely due to the date. It was more about my circumstances. I realized that though leaving Suzhou had temporarily freed me from pain, it had plunged me into greater confusion about my future. That night, I lingered by the river for a long time, contemplating many things, yet finding no clarity. The quality of my future would not be determined merely by thoughts. Reluctant to return home, I drove aimlessly through Suzhou, the city where my life began, observing the towering buildings outside my window. Suddenly, I recalled my once cherished ambitions. I had aspired to be an outstanding entrepreneur, not only to realize my own value, but also to assist others in achieving theirs. Somewhere along the way, I had forgotten that noble aspiration, opting instead to learn the guitar, strumming melodies that mirrored the world's complexities but failed to capture the essence of a complete love. Thus, I became even less inclined to entertain the notion of being an entrepreneur. In life, one either succeeds, settles for the status quo, or descends into oblivion. My misfortunes led me to that unfortunate decline, yet often I could not recall how or when my downfall began. When degradation becomes a habit, the sense of shame gradually dissipates. Thus, I found myself once more in the gaming arcade, purchasing a small basket of tokens, and engaging in a fighting game with a child who resembled a middle school student. With a cigarette dangling from my lips, I maneuvered the game controller, executing a light kick with Kyo Kusanagi, followed by a heavy punch, and chaining into a series of moves culminating in the devastating Orikinoji, which swiftly led to the defeat of the character controlled by the child. The boy's face flushed crimson as he stared at me, rendered speechless, and I was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense solitude, prompting an involuntary chuckle. I had stooped so low as to seek a sense of existence within a mere game. I tossed a token to the child, signaling him to continue, and his frown transformed into delight as he inserted the token into the machine, prompting us to battle once more. Amidst his cries of despair, I struck the machine with fervor. "Xiaoyang, you play quite well." A woman's voice resonated from behind me. My focus was entirely on the game, and I initially paid no heed, but suddenly it dawned on me. How could anyone in the arcade possibly know my name? I turned around sharply, only to find Kai standing right behind me. Staring at her in bewilderment, I thought I was dreaming, or perhaps still in Suzhou, while the child seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful attack, vanquishing my character in the game. Chapter 73. Your fondness for pretense. I pinched my own face with a firm grip, the sharp sting confirming the reality of my situation. After a lengthy moment of bewilderment, I turned to Kai and inquired, "What brings you here?" With a gentle smile, Kai replied, "Of course, I came to find you. But why are you looking for me? How did you even find me?" In stark contrast to my astonishment, Kai remained remarkably composed as she said, "You play your game first, and we can talk later." "What about you?" I asked instinctively. "Just watching you play," Kai responded. Almost immediately, a child nearby helped me insert a coin into the gaming machine. I took a deep breath to steady myself and engaged in a fierce battle with the child. Yet despite my efforts, I could not emerge victorious. In the end, I tossed a handful of coins to the child and took Kai, who seemed to want more, out of the arcade. As night deepened, a brisk autumn wind whistled past us. Kai, clad in a rather thin outfit, instinctively tightened her grip on the houndstooth coat she had worn countless times before. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Why does this all seem so absurd to me? Please tell me why you came to find me." Kai looked at me, her expression no longer as placid as before. She pulled a letter from her pocket and handed it to me, saying, "This is the letter you wrote to me, right? You knew I was the general manager of Zhuomei all along." I accepted the letter, but did not open it. Instead, I stared blankly at Kai, my emotions swirling tumultuously. After a long silence, I lit a cigarette and asked, "How did you come to know all this?" "Fan Yuan, your friend, informed me. He said you resigned from Ballet Department Store because of this matter and then left Suzhou. He shouldn't have told you that. It was my decision to quietly leave Suzhou, that city which had grown wearisome for me." Kai gazed at me in silence. Even without her words, I understood her gratitude. Otherwise, she would not have traveled so far from Suzhou to Shuzhou to see me. I wished for nothing to weigh her down, nor did I seek her thanks. Instead, I smiled and asked to divert her attention. "I find it curious how you discovered I was at the arcade. Your reach is quite impressive, considering this is Shuzhou." Kai, shedding her burdensome expression, smiled faintly and explained, "Fan Yuan shared your address with me. I went to your home, where your father was present. He even cooked dinner for me. When your mother returned, I asked her where you were, and she said, 'You tend to go to the arcade when you're feeling down. You're likely there.' And indeed, I found you at the arcade. Why go to such lengths without calling me beforehand? You love to put on a facade." If I had called you in advance to prepare, how would I have seen your pitiable state? I was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a while, I glanced at my father Santana and said, "Am I pitiable? I have a car, cigarettes, and games. My life is as carefree as that of a deity." Mikai shook her head in exasperation and said, "Let us not linger here. I'm feeling a bit cold." Without hesitation, I removed my jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then pointed across the street. "There's a tea restaurant over there. Shall we sit inside?" Michai nodded, and together we navigated the traffic to cross the street. Inside the tea restaurant, we sat across from each other. I sipped green tea, while Mikai opted for red tea. The steam from our cups enveloped us, and through the haze, I gazed at Mikai, who remained as stunning as ever, as if she were not meant for this mundane world. Holding her teacup delicately, Mikai rotated it, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Finally, I broke the silence with a casual inquiry. "Where are you staying tonight?" "In a hotel," she replied nonchalantly, barely meeting my gaze. "Oh, when are you returning to Suzhou?" Mikai finally looked up and asked, "Do you think it was presumptuous of me to come to Suzhou to find you?" "You misunderstood me. I was merely concerned about your busy schedule," I hastily clarified. Mikai shook her head, saying, "No matter how busy I am, I had to come to Suzhou to see you. I truly appreciate your selfless assistance. You need not be so formal. I would have done the same for anyone," I replied with a smile. Michai nodded in silence, but I sensed an unfamiliar discomfort in our interaction, one that had never existed between us before. After a long pause, Mikai asked, "What are your plans for the future?" "I've returned to Suzhou, and I intend to settle here. This place isn't so bad. At least I could be with my family." Mikai looked at me, hesitating to speak. "What about Zhuomei? Has it stabilized?" "For now, yes. But this is merely the beginning. Similar incidents may arise in the future," Mikai responded, her mood visibly dampened. I sighed softly, fully aware that Feng Zhongde would not relinquish his control over Zhuomei so easily. I felt a deeper sympathy for Mikai, knowing that her own uncle was plotting against her, yet I was powerless to assist her further. "I heard from Fang Yuan that you lost a rare job opportunity this time. Do you regret the cost?" I shook my head, saying, "I truly struggled with the decision at the time. Human nature is inherently selfish, but once I resolved to act, I have no regrets." Mikai took a sip of her hot tea, as if summoning the courage to ask, "Zhaoyang, would you consider returning to Suzhou and joining us at Zhuomei Shopping Center? Is this a form of compensation? Do you believe I need such a recompense?" "If it were merely compensation, I wouldn't have conveyed it in such a manner. I simply hope you will join Zhuomei. You currently have no job, and you're already experienced in planning. Moreover, working at Zhuomei would be a commendable choice." I inquired with a smile, "If Fang Yuan hadn't informed you, would you still have invited me to join Zhuomei?" "Ultimately, it seems you are acting out of guilt, but there is truly no need for that. I admit I do feel a sense of obligation, but have you ever considered why Fang Yuan chose to tell me? He didn't want you to lose your job because of this incident. He hopes you can remain in Suzhou, where you once thrived." I shook my head, asserting, "You are mistaken. Suzhou is not a place where I have truly exerted myself. All my memories of Suzhou are tinged with gray, for I was lost and despondent there." Mikai fell silent, clearly not skilled in persuasion, and I genuinely did not wish to return to Suzhou, as I could not find meaning in going back. Joining Zhuomei was an impossibility, as it would taint my choices with ulterior motives, making it seem as though I acted solely to become part of Zhuomei. I could not bear to live with such guilt towards Qinjingming. I yearned to regard Suzhou, the city where my life began, as a refuge, a place to settle and thrive. Chapter 74. Working at Zhuomei as night descended, the outside world gradually fell into a hush. The tea restaurant was nearly devoid of patrons. The staff's voices accompanied Eason Chan's premonition over the speakers, announcing that the establishment would close in a quarter of an hour. After repeating the announcement twice, the lights in the hall extinguished one by one, leaving only the illumination above our table, where Mikai and I sat. On this night, although we failed to reach a consensus, we were compelled to depart. I rose and addressed Mikai. "It is time for us to leave." She nodded and stood with me, her demeanor appearing somewhat dejected. Yet, I could not discern whether her melancholy stemmed from concern about her future at Zhuomei, or from my reluctance to return to Suzhou and join the company. I accompanied Mikai to book a hotel nearby. Once she secured the room key, we faced a moment of parting. I said to her, "Should you choose to stay tomorrow, you are welcome to visit our home. I won't be leaving. I plan to stay for a while. Is it truly necessary to linger for so long? Suzhou is not your home. I will remain as long as I desire." I was taken aback, slightly at a loss for words. For me, Kai seldom expressed such emotional sentiments. This remark was evidently charged with feeling. After a moment, I replied, "Very well then. Until tomorrow." Mikai nodded, then collected her belongings and, under the guidance of a staff member, made her way towards the elevator. On my journey home, I immediately called Fong Yuan. I felt the need to converse with him. After a brief wait, he answered, and before I could speak, he chuckled. "I was just about to call you. Did Mikai come to see you? Why did you inform her? Isn't that just adding to her burdens? Oh, not only do you do good deeds anonymously, but you also care for others' emotions. Even the late Lei Feng would not have been so thorough." Stop joking. Before Fong Yuan could respond further, Yin Yin seized a phone, asking, "Zhaoyang, have you found a job?" "Not yet," I replied tersely, aware that it was likely Yin Yin who had prompted Fong Yuan to share this information with Mikai. "Did Mikai invite you to return to Suzhou to work at her Zhuomei shopping center?" "She did." "What did you say? Do you think it's necessary for me to return to Suzhou?" "Yan Yan Laoget, Zhaoyang. Are you calling long distance and roaming? Be careful with your calls, knowing you. I can't guarantee your next phone bill will be manageable." I couldn't help but admire Yin Yan's whimsical logic. After a moment, I exclaimed, "What on earth are you talking about? My point is, despite your current predicament, Mikai personally sought you out and offered you a job. Don't be so aloof. Just return to Suzhou and continue your life. You, as a woman, know nothing. Don't talk to me." Hand the phone back to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took over, saying, "Yan Yan sentiments ilmina. Are you both oblivious to the situation? If I return to Suzhou to work at Zhuomei, wouldn't that be a betrayal to Qin Jingming? How am I to reconcile that within myself? You need not work at Zhuomei if you return to Suzhou. However, if you have found a decent job in Suzhou, then disregard my words." I was left speechless. Fong Yuan continued, "Consider it carefully. In Suzhou, you have friends to support you. In Suzhou, based on my knowledge of Bandad, he certainly won't assist you with employment." Once again, I found myself at a loss for words. For Fong Yuan had struck a nerve. Bandad indeed showed little inclination to involve himself in my job search. Otherwise, I wouldn't have endured such an exhausting week. "Zhaoyang, it's getting late. We'll conclude our conversation here. By the way, I'll transfer you 100 yuan for your phone bill. We must maintain communication. Can you two refrain from being so insufferable?" Fong Yuan didn't respond further and hung up, amplifying my embarrassment after their relentless teasing. If it weren't for the 1,000 yuan I borrowed from Li Xiaoyan for today, I would have struggled to afford a phone top-up. After passing through another traffic light and crossing a street, I was almost home when my phone chimed with a text notification. Upon checking, I found a message confirming the successful recharge of 100 yuan, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Fong Yuan and Yin Yin were indeed quite clever. Upon arriving home, I opened the door to find Bandad and my mother seated on the living room sofa. I tossed the car keys to Bandad and asked, "You're still awake?" My mother smiled and inquired, "Zhaoyang, is that girl who visited you today your girlfriend?" I was hardly surprised by her question, promptly responding, "She is not my girlfriend." Bandad, with a serious expression, interjected, "If she is not your girlfriend, why would she travel from Suzhou to Suzhou to find you? Have you done something to wrong that girl?" A wave of helplessness washed over me. I struggled to articulate an explanation, instinctively touching my nose. My mother immediately remarked to Bandad, "Did you see that? He always does that when he's not telling the truth." Bandad nodded in agreement, leaving me at a loss for words. I finally said, "I really can't explain this to you. She'll probably come over for lunch tomorrow. If you don't believe me, just ask her about our relationship." With that, I hurriedly retreated to my room, eager to avoid any further inquiries. However, no sooner had I brewed a cup of tea and settled on my bed than my mother pushed open my bedroom door, seemingly unwilling to let the matter rest. She pulled up a chair opposite me and earnestly said, "Zhaoyang, I heard from your dad that she is the girl you lived with in Suzhou. I even knitted her scarf." I nodded, not denying it. "Then be honest with me. What is your relationship? You live together, but claim there's nothing between you. Do you think I'm foolish?" "Mom, it's not that I'm denying it. It's just that we truly are not in a relationship. Are you not aware that cohabitation is a trend in the city? We shared a living space for a time, but did not share a room. If you insist on labeling it, I suppose we're just friends. How could a mere friend travel such a distance to find you? My mother regarded me with a skeptical gaze. I was at a loss for words, so I simply lay back on the bed, covering myself with a blanket, trying to shut out everything. My mother's musings seemed more like a soliloquy, yet they were clearly intended for my ears. That girl is truly beautiful. It's no wonder you are reluctant to date Xiaoyan. But why would such a lovely girl take an interest in you? It's quite perplexing. This sentiment left me both amused and frustrated. I wished to ask her, am I not her son? Am I truly that undesirable? Yet, I dared not engage her further, fearing endless questions. Instead, I pulled the blanket over my head, refusing to listen, see, or speak. Chapter 75. A trustworthy friend on the following morning. Still ensconced in the realm of dreams, I was roused by my mother, to whom I groggily protested. Mother, what time is it? Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Stop sleeping. I need to ask you something. You needn't inquire. I've already stated that I have no relationship with that girl. Truly. There is nothing between us. I yawned heavily, closed my eyes, and lay back down. I was wondering what that girl likes to eat. You mentioned she would be visiting us today, and I plan to go grocery shopping shortly. Just buy some lotus root, sweet peppers, gluten, river shrimp, and perhaps prepare some spicy chicken. Aren't these all your favorites? Young people's tastes are quite similar. You could decide. This cannot be taken lightly. Before my mother could finish, I interrupted, rest assured, she will definitely enjoy it. Finally, my mother ceased her incessant chatter, but pondered for a moment before asking, have you called to check if she has had breakfast? Mother, we are from different generations. Please do not impose your habits upon us. I don't even know if she is awake yet. Just buy the groceries first. You always complain about my nagging, yet I do this for your own good. Quickly call her to inquire when she will arrive. You should go pick her up. I will follow your instructions. But please let me sleep for just a little while longer. I pleaded. Just don't forget what I told you, understood? I nodded vigorously in agreement, and my mother, after a few more admonitions, finally left my room. Once she departed, I found myself unable to fall back asleep. After tossing and turning for a while, I finally retrieved my phone and dialed Mikai's number. She answered promptly, greeting me with a polite good morning. I returned the greeting and inquired, have you had breakfast? I'm currently enjoying breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Oh, your routine is commendable. This is indeed the perfect time for breakfast. Mikai acknowledged with a soft Our conversation felt somewhat stilted, prompting me to ask, what do you plan to do after breakfast? I intend to explore the department stores and shopping centers in Shuzhou. Ah, so you have come to Shuzhou specifically for market research. I remarked, not quite. I came primarily to see you, with market research being a secondary task. Mikai replied earnestly. I found myself apprehensive when someone spoke to me with such seriousness, and a lengthy silence ensued. Shuzhou is your territory. Want you act as my guide? She asked. That is certainly no problem. I have ample time at the moment. I will wait for you at the hotel entrance. After concluding the call with Mikai, I swiftly got out of bed, washed up in less than 10 minutes, and thought to myself that I wish those slow-moving women could witness what true speed looked like. Without having a morsel of breakfast, I drove my father S. Santana 2000 to the hotel where Mikai was staying. Upon arrival, I indeed spotted her waiting at the entrance. I rolled down my window and asked, would you prefer to ride in my car, or will you drive yourself? Without uttering a word, Mikai responded with action, opening the passenger door and settling into the seat beside me. I then started the car. During our drive to the city center, Mikai was engrossed in a photograph displayed within the car. It was a family portrait in which I appeared quite young, beaming with a childish smile while clutching my father's leg. Mikai's expression turned somber for a moment before she smiled. I understood her melancholy stemmed from her late father, while her smile reflected envy for our family's unity and happiness. I pressed the photo frame, wishing to divert her emotions, and shifted the topic. I heard that your company, Zhuomei, is preparing to open stores in Shanghai and Nanjing. Conducting market research in a third-tier city like Shuzhou seems at odds with your strategy for larger cities. Doesn't it? Mikai shook her head, saying, in truth, there are divisions among our higher-ups regarding Zhuomei's future direction. Personally, I believe our strategic focus should be on top-tier cities in second and third-tier regions. The competition in first-tier cities is excessively fierce and would deplete our resources. If we fail to turn a profit, it will swiftly impact the entire group's operations. I nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. Mijonda favored a strategy centered in first-tier cities, while Mikai leaned towards second and top-tier third-tier cities. This divergence would inevitably intensify the conflict between them. I sensed that Mikai and Mijonda could not coexist in Jourmei's future, and I hesitated to predict who would ultimately gain full control. Throughout the morning, I accompanied Mikai as we explored several prominent department stores and shopping centers in Shuzhou, exchanging insights on the market, one of the few common languages we shared. Before heading to my home as her guest, Mikai insisted on purchasing numerous gifts for my father and mother, while I begrudgingly played the role of the porter, grumbling, "You really needn't bring gifts when visiting our home. It makes you seem like my girlfriend. Must one be a girlfriend to give gifts?" She countered, "Not necessarily, but given our age of marriageable maturity, our elders might misunderstand. When you meet my father and mother, you must clarify our relationship." Michai retorted, "How do you perceive our relationship?" I pondered for a moment before replying. "It leans more towards adversarial than friendly." She shook her head, denying, "I do not see you as an adversary." "Then how do you regard me?" I inquired with interest. "As a friend, a trustworthy friend." I smiled and said, "When you introduce yourself to my parents, do say that. However, do not let that incident cloud your judgment of me or lead to blind trust. I'm by no means a good person." Mikai shook her head, saying, "I prefer not to complicate my view of a person. It can be exhausting. Thus, I am inclined to trust my instincts." "Did you also think this way when we first met?" "No. At that time, I merely thought you were quite the scoundrel. A rare breed of scoundrel. Thus, you did not rely on your intuition to assess me. Rather, I still appeared as a scoundrel in your initial impression." Mikai laughed, saying, "Let's not dwell on this. After wandering for so long, I am quite hungry. Let us hasten to sample your father's cooking." I grasped Mikai's arm as she began to walk away, asking in confusion, "What did you just call my father?" "Father," she replied, only to realize the gravity of her words, and quickly added, "I just thought it amusing to call him that. It was nothing more. You cannot address him that way. He has always believed he is my father. If you call him that, it could lead to quite the uproar." Mikai recognized the seriousness of the situation and nodded earnestly. We exchanged glances, and inexplicably, we both burst into laughter, her smile radiating warmth in the midday sun, causing my heart to race. Chapter 76. Are you insane? Around 11:30, Mikai and I arrived at my home, greeted at the door by my mother. Mikai handed her the gift she had purchased, saying, "Auntie, I didn't manage to buy you anything yesterday due to the rush. I hope you and Uncle will like these." My mother beamed with delight, but politely replied, "Oh, we appreciate it, but just having you here as a guest is enough. There's no need for such expense." Mikai smiled, and my mother warmly invited her inside to take a seat. Once in the living room, Mikai courteously greeted my father, who was busy in the kitchen, before settling down on the sofa. I handed her a magazine to pass the time before lunch and took a seat beside her, picking up another magazine for myself. Moments latte. My parents called us to the dining table. Mikai and I set aside our magazines and took our seats, maintaining a respectful distance, devoid of any intimacy typically found between romantic partners, as we both anticipated the impending interrogation from my parents. As expected, just after we had taken a sip of juice and begun to eat, my mother scrutinized Mikai and inquired, "Young lady, how did you come into our Zhaoyang?" Mikai glanced at me, smiled, and replied, "Annie, I purchased the apartment Zhaoyang rented in Suzhou, and that's how we met." "Is it really that simple?" my mother asked, her tone laced with skepticism. I quickly interjected, "What more complexity do you expect? It's quite straightforward. Since Mikai is here, let her clarify things for you directly, so you won't be left wondering." Both my parents turned their attention to me, Kai, eagerly awaiting her explanation. Setting down her chopsticks, Mikai spoke earnestly, "Uncle, Annie, Zhaoyang and I are just friends. I understand your curiosity about why I traveled such a distance to find him. Allow me to explain. Zhaoyang's career in Suzhou was starting to flourish, but he sacrificed his job to help me. I feel guilty about that, and it is the reason I came to Shuzhou to support him in his work and make amends." Mikai's thoughtful explanation satisfied me, and I quickly echoed, "Father, mother." That's the crux of the matter. Now you understand, right? My father remained impassive, while my mother displayed a hint of disappointment, quickly attempting to console herself by saying, "It's all right. Feelings develop over time. You two can take it slow." Before my mother could finish her sentence, Mikai and I exchanged a glance, both sensing a mutual helplessness. My mother simply did not comprehend that no matter how much time we had, we could never cultivate a love akin to that of, and finally, after enduring my mother's inquiries, we finished the somewhat torturous meal, relieved to have convinced my parents that we were merely friends. By afternoon, my father went to work as usual, and my mother was called away by some friends for a game of mahjong, leaving only Mikai and me in the house. I, feeling somewhat mischievous, lit a cigarette in front of her and declared, "I'm smoking now, so don't object. This is my house, and I am free to act as I please. Are you retaliating against me?" she asked. Not exactly revenge, it's just that I felt quite restricted in that other place. "You even suggested I find a room of my own, saying I could smoke on the rooftop without anyone bothering me. Do you know how stifled I felt?" Mikai countered playfully, "Since you're so free now, why don't you go smoke on the roof? It's a rare opportunity. Hurry up and release your pent-up frustration. Smoking in front of you is already quite liberating. I'm too low-key to do something as ostentatious as smoking on the roof." I responded, exhaling a long plume of smoke toward her. She wrinkled her nose and waved away the smoke. I burst into laughter, saying, "Now you understand the saying that old habits die hard, don't you?" The afternoon sun filtered through the window, lazily casting its warmth upon the sofa. The wind stirred the yellowing leaves, making them dance gracefully in the air. I completely relaxed, reclining on the sofa, wishing time could freeze in that moment. Mikai seemed to relish the tranquility even more than I did. She had already dozed off on the sofa, her face serene and peaceful. I got up to fetch a comforter from the room, gently laid her down, removed her shoes, and covered her with a blanket, then stepped away to leave the cozy space entirely to her. Standing by the window, I lit another cigarette, my mind wandering to my concerns. I knew that Mikai had come to Shujo with the hope that I would accompany her back to Sujo to resume our lives and work there. However, after much contemplation, I had resolved to leave Sujo behind. Since I had already returned, was there truly any need to go back? In truth, there was no necessity for me to return, yet every time Sujo crossed my mind, an inexplicable emotion surged within me. This feeling kept me tethered to that city, leaving me somewhat wounded and reluctant, yet also resistant to the idea of revisiting my past. The continuous turmoil of these emotions left me increasingly indecisive. Mikai seemed exhausted recently, sleeping soundly for a long time, only waking as dusk approached. She looked at the blanket covering her and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" "It's almost dark." "Oh, have you been standing there the whole time?" I teased. "I learned it from you. Remember the last time I napped by the river? You sat beside me like a fool for an entire afternoon." Mikai gazed at me with exasperation, eventually saying, "Let us not discuss that. If we're not talking about that, what else can we discuss? Take me to try the local delicacies of Shujo. It's my first time here, and you must show me some hospitality." "All right, I'll take you to try the local pot dish, but I must warn you, it's quite spicy." "I'm not afraid of spicy food. I remember telling you that during our last visit to CC's restaurant. The place I'm taking you to is not just ordinary spicy. As a girl from the water town of Sujo, don't be too hasty in your bravado. How spicy are we talking?" "Spiciness beyond your imagination." Mikai appeared somewhat uncertain, asking if it's truly unbearable. "Can I request less spice?" "That restaurant doesn't do less spice. The point is to enjoy the heat. If you can't handle it, we can always switch to another place." I replied with a hint of disdain. "Fine, let us go. I won't back down from your Shujo challenge," Mikai declared with determination. "Don't act as if you're here to conquer us. Don't forget, I'm the one holding the fort. Are you really that formidable? You must be insane." "Say that again. Are you insane? Do you dare believe I could strangle you?" I shot back, somewhat irritated at her audacity, as I had kindly invited her to enjoy the local cuisine. Without engaging further, Mikai dragged me in front of a mirror and calmly asked, "Look at yourself in the mirror. Don't you resemble someone insane?" Chapter 77. The real her after calling my parents to inform them that I would not be home for dinner that evening. I drove Mikai to the spicy hot pot restaurant where I often gathered with friends. This year, the establishment had undergone renovations, increasing its capacity. Yet the familiar figure of Master Lee, donning his chef's hat, remained unchanged, bustling about the open kitchen alongside his apprentices. Upon entering the restaurant, the air was thick with a pungent aroma of chili peppers, prompting Mikai to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. I cast her a teasing smile and remarked, "If you can't handle it, we can still change venues." Unfazed, Mikai lowered her hands and silently chose an empty seat. With a grin, I called out to the service desk, "Please bring us a pot of chicken and a pot of Crucian carp. Make them extra spicy." The server acknowledged and promptly relayed the order to Master Lee. 20 minutes later, our dishes arrived, and I ordered 2 bottles of beer, feeling that at this moment, I was experiencing the finest pleasures of life: good food, refreshing drinks, and the enchanting company of Mikai. More importantly, I was eager to witness her reaction to the spice, a playful revenge for her earlier remark about my sanity. Thus, it was essential to define our relationship, and I felt that rivals was the most fitting term. I poured myself a glass of beer and downed it in one go before turning to Mikai. "Mikai, it's time to eat. Why are you still hesitating? You're so sly. You just drank a beer to dull the spice, didn't you?" She countered, her tone laced with feigned indignation. I was well aware of her defensiveness. The 2 pots before us were heaped with fiery chili peppers, and the heat seemed to permeate the very air. Chuckling, I replied, "Well, you could have a drink too. I wouldn't mind. But then who would drive us home?" She shot back, "That's easily resolved. You can drink tea instead. I'll fetch you a can of herbal tea, far more soothing than beer." With that, I swiftly returned from the service desk, handing her the can and raising an eyebrow, urging, "Drink up, eat well, and remember this fiery evening." Mikai glowered at me and said, "I'll eat, but there's no need for you to gloat so much." I immediately adopted a serious demeanor, urging her, "I'm being quite earnest now. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. Cold dishes lose their appeal." She glanced at me, then cautiously pushed aside the chili peppers, picked up a piece of bread, and tentatively took a bite, only to pause in silence. My heart swelled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting her reaction, but to my surprise, she swallowed without a fuss and calmly stated, "It's not as spicy as I imagined." I scrutinized her face, searching for any signs of struggle, but she appeared completely unperturbed, even taking another bite of chicken with a nonchalant glance in my direction. I turned to Master Lee, questioning whether he had lowered his standards, then took a piece of bread for myself. Instantly, the explosive heat engulfed my senses, pushing my taste buds to their limits, the heat triggering beads of sweat on my brow. I slammed my chopsticks on the table, downed a glass of beer, and still unsatisfied, drank Mikai's herbal tea in one go. Today, not only had Master Lee not faltered, but his cooking had exceeded expectations. The spiciness seemed ingrained in the bread. With a sly smile, Mikai asked, "Xiaoyang, are you from Suzhou? Is that why you can't handle even this little bit of spice? And are you from Suzhou? Is there anyone from Suzhou who can eat this much spice?" I replied, pouring myself another glass of beer, which provided a slight reprieve, while I wiped the sweat from my nose with a tissue. Mikai relished in my discomfort, finally smiling as she asked, "Xiaoyang, have you heard of Carolina Reaper?" "What is that?" I inquired, intrigued. "It's the hottest chili pepper in the world, cultivated by an American. I've tasted it and couldn't handle it. But this level of spice? Not a problem for me." I was speechless for a moment before saying, "Yet you were so cautious earlier. I didn't know you could act so well." Michai replied lazily, "There's a saying, one who associates with the ink will turn black. Spending time with those of questionable character inevitably leads to some bad habits." Once more, Mikai's words struck a nerve, leaving me feeling as though I might choke on my own frustration. I clutched my chest and confessed, "There's a lump in my heart that I can't seem to express." "Then you should eat more chili. A little stimulation might help you release it," she suggested, feigning concern. I realized I could no longer engage with her, as I was out of sorts today. It was better to endure for now and regroup before the next round. Exiting the fiery hot pot restaurant, my mouth burned with lingering heat as I guzzled herbal tea to cool down, while Mikai walked beside me, seemingly unfazed, which only amplified my own discomfort. After a few steps, I turned to Mikai and asked, "Are you heading back to the hotel now?" She shook her head and replied, "It's not time to rest yet. The hotel feels too dull. Then how about I take you to play some arcade games?" It'll a digestion, I suggested enthusiastically. "Must we play those games that only elementary school kids enjoy?" She retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Are you saying you can't resist making fun of me? Do you think not mocking me will make you gain weight?" I shot back, somewhat annoyed. "You played those games with an elementary school student when I visited you yesterday," Mikai calmly reminded me. I stared at her for long while before sulking, "Fine. I'm just a childish elementary student. Happy now? Don't be so defensive. Just look at your angry face right now. If I were to tie a red scarf around your neck, you'd perfectly resemble a little student." Finally, I conceded defeat and pleaded, "Please, spare me from your jibes. Otherwise, we won't be able to get along." With a victorious smile, Mikai replied, "It doesn't necessarily mean I have to ridicule you, this helpless man, but you'll have to follow my lead later." "Lead? Did I hear you correctly? Your sudden assertiveness is rather surprising." "You might be mistaken. I'm not as passive as you think. Remember, I was the one who suggested our karaoke night in the countryside last time." I felt a surge of indignation. "How dare you bring that up? Do you know how badly you set me up during that night? But you seem to have a short memory. Continuing with your reckless ways." Her words reminded me of my own missteps, leaving me a bit embarrassed. I decided to change the subject. "Let us drop that. It's pointless. Just tell me how you'd like to arrange the evening." After contemplating, Mikai said, "I want to hear you sing. I didn't get to enjoy it properly last time, as I was quite scared." "What were you afraid of?" "Afraid you would uncover my secret. My fate would have been dire, especially after you threw my blanket and comforter down from the balcony like a madman." "Are you still scared?" "It's hard to believe, considering how stubborn you were back then." "My stubbornness stemmed from not wanting to submit to someone as insufferable as you. But of course I was terrified. I'm just a woman." Seeing the vulnerable side of Mikai, I suddenly realized that she, too, possessed an endearing quality. Perhaps this was the authentic her, unguarded and genuine. Chapter 78. Loving you on his behalf on this deep autumn night, I chose to fulfill Mikai's arrangements. Together, we drove home to fetch a guitar, and then we ventured to a square by the lake. This square, once vibrant in summer, now lay quiet in the chill of late autumn, with few seeking leisure after dusk. Mikai and I sat cross-legged on the lawn, the streetlights casting a gentle glow upon us. The wind softened as if filtered by the light. I strummed the guitar and asked Mikai, "Now we enter the segment where you pick a song for me to sing. What would you like to hear? I shall do my utmost to satisfy. Choose freely." She replied. After some contemplation, I settled on Winter by the Good Sisters Band, for I adore the song's lyrics. A touch colder, with snowflakes dancing in the winter. That year, I strolled past her door. Along the street we walked together. Further back, in the hazy days of youth, your laughter mingled with the wind, drowning my eyes like pure snow. Years have passed, flowers have fallen, people have drifted apart. I wonder if within the clouds, there are raindrops of your longing for me. As the moon sets and the crows cry, once vast seas have turned to mulberry fields, spring fades and autumn returns once more. Do you ever think of me from those days gone by? I concluded the song with a lingering note, and Mikai smiled, applauding me with appreciation. I chuckled, instinctively lighting a cigarette after singing, then offered the guitar to Mikai, asking, "Can you play?" "I sense you can." She extended her hand to show her beautifully manicured nails. "You mean you can play, but it's inconvenient?" I inquired. "I learned a bit while studying abroad during my idle moments." Mikai nodded. "Your aura seems more suited for the piano, while a woman with a temperament like CCS would be splendid with a guitar. You categorize women's temperaments quite distinctly," I remarked, exhaling smoke with a laugh. "Researching women is the only joy left in my life. Alas, how else would I endure the relentless cycle of seasons?" Mikai chuckled softly, acknowledging my words. I extinguished the cigarette, lay back on the lawn, gazing at the starry sky. The autumn breeze made me feel slightly weary, perhaps due to the stillness of the night. The delicate fragrance from Mikai drifted into my nostrils, offering a sense of ease and comfort, and I gradually closed my eyes, slipping into a state of drowsiness. After a while, Mikai nudged me, saying, "Xiaoyang, could you sing me another song about love?" I sat up, recalling how I had played this song in her car not long ago, causing her to weep. I realized this song must hold a poignant story for her. Fearing she might cry again, I asked, "Are you sure you want to hear it?" Michai nodded emphatically. "All right, but after I sing, you must tell me the story behind this song for you," I insisted. "Just sing," she interrupted, though I did not receive a definitive answer. I felt no need to press further. As long as she was willing to listen, I would sing for her, allowing the autumn night to unfold naturally. I began to strum the guitar again, using my lowest voice to convey this song that epitomized love. As I reached the line, "Love is something no one can truly understand. Love is an eternal melody, the process of laughter and tears. Love once was I, and also you." I noticed tears streaming down me, Kai's face, her countenance filled with profound sorrow. I continued to sing, knowing she would not want me to stop. For within this song lay her memories. Interrupting them would be cruel to her in this moment. I slowly completed the soothing melody, while Mikai wept like a broken soul. In my memory, she was a resilient woman who seldom cried. Yet this song had touched the softest depths of her heart. In the tranquil night, with a breeze blowing and a weeping woman beside me, I felt a surge of affection. I gently embraced Mikai, caressing her hair and wiping away her tears. She did not resist, leaning against me for what felt like an eternity, choking back her words, "Do you know?" This was my father's favorite song. When I was 15, he took me to see Luo Dao's concert in Nanjing. The venue was loud and chaotic, but when this song played, the entire crowd fell silent. My father softly told me that he would always love me, that I was the most cherished person in his life, but he failed to keep that promise. He was a liar. I miss him so much. He must be so lonely in that world. Mikai cried uncontrollably, clinging to me like a girl starved for security. In that moment, I finally understood her disdain for broken promises. Her father, Mi Zhongshin, had failed to honor his vow to love her unconditionally. And yet life's unpredictability shattered such a grand promise in a car accident. Yet I believe that if there is indeed another world, Mi Zhongshin would steadfastly uphold that promise, always loving his daughter, Mikai. A gentle breeze left me at a loss for words, unsure how to comfort her. After a long silence, I finally murmured, "Do not cry. Soon enough, there will be a man to love you on behalf of your father, to protect you, and that love will last longer, without end." Mikai did not respond to my words of solace, but nestled closer to me. I gazed into the distance, questioning myself, is there truly a river of happiness in this world? If so, at this moment, I would gladly take this woman's hand and leap into that river, even if it meant exhausting myself to guide her to the other side. As the night deepened, the cool breeze danced with the moonlight around us. Mikai eventually withdrew from my embrace, tidying her hair dampened by tears. She looked into the darkened distance, devoid of streetlight, her expression now devoid of fragility. After a long moment, she turned to me, saying, "Jiayong, I hope you will return to Suzhou, though I will not pressure you. If you find no suitable work in Suzhou and believe Suzhou better suits your development, come find me, and I will arrange it." I packed the guitar into its case and jokingly asked, "If I return to Suzhou, would you let me have that room?" Mikai paused before replying, "If you choose to return, it can be yours." I smiled, shouldering the guitar, and softly said to Mikai, "Let us go. I'll take you back to your hotel. By the way, do you really plan to stay in Suzhou for a few more days? I can show you around our sites." "No, I've said what I needed to say and done what I needed to do. The rest is up to you. I will return to Suzhou tomorrow morning." I was not surprised by Mikai's hasty departure. After all, such a large conglomerate like Zhuomei required her management. Even a day and a half in Suzhou was ample for someone as busy as she. My only hope was that upon her return, she would swiftly resolve the internal conflicts within Zhuomei, which would bring her peace of mind. As we walked side by side towards the car, I asked her, "What time do you leave tomorrow morning?" "I'll see you off at 7, but there's no need for you to come. I can drive myself. It's quite convenient. Regardless, you came to Suzhou to find me, so it's only right I see you off." "Suit yourself," she replied. I nodded, and as we walked and talked, the night seemed to grow even darker. Chapter 79. Separation. By the time I returned home, it was already 11 p.m. I presumed that my father and mother had retired for the night, but to my surprise, both were seated in the living room, engrossed in a television show. As I closed the door and reached for my slippers from the rack, My mother lowered the volume and inquired, Xiaoyang, did you have dinner with that girl tonight? Yes. We want to have a local specialty, I replied. Fearing further questions, I added, she'll be returning to Suzhou tomorrow. My mother nodded, seemingly satisfied, and redirected her attention to the show. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, my father suddenly asked, did she come to persuade you to return to work in Suzhou? That's the implication, I responded vaguely. How did you lose your job in Suzhou? Why does she claim your job loss is related to her? Father, I have no intention of returning to work in Suzhou. There's little point in pursuing this further. Is there? My father's expression hardened as he retorted, you can stay in Suzhou, but you must seek your own employment. Do not expect me to arrange anything for you. I replied with a hint of exasperation. I've been looking for jobs myself lately, so you needn't worry about that. My father chose not to respond, once again focusing on the television. Once in my room, I leaned back on my bed and lit a cigarette, my thoughts drifting to my unresolved work situation. Ideally, I would prefer to work in a department store, but the options in Suzhou were limited and the demand for staff was weak. Finding my previous job would be quite challenging, if necessary. I might need to lower my expectations and seek lower-paying planning positions. In this dim outlook on the future, I recalled Mikai. Indeed, returning to Suzhou with her seemed like a reasonable choice for the moment, but that city drained me, leaving me devoid of any sense of anticipation. I was reluctant to retrace my steps on a path I had once left behind. Sometimes it is like this. Before deciding to leave Suzhou, I harbored reluctance and attachment. However, once the departure became a reality, those feelings gradually faded, which is the fundamental reason I resisted returning to Suzhou. The next day, I arrived at the hotel where Mikai was staying before 7 a.m., as per our agreement. We bid farewell in the morning sunlight. I handed her a box, saying, this is a local delicacy from Suzhou, sweetened puff candy. You can nibble on it during your idle moments. It won't make you gain weight. Mikai took the box, glanced at it, and smiled, thanking me. Drive slowly on the road. If you're tired, stop at a service station for rest, I cautioned, feeling a bit uneasy about her driving alone for an extended distance. I know, she replied. Mikai looked at me, waiting for me to continue. Do visit us in Suzhou when you have a chance. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, yet she smiled and nodded, saying, yes, if the opportunity arises. I'd love to come back and enjoy the local cuisine. Well then, let us say goodbye and take care. Take care, Mikai said, walking back to her car. Just as I recalled something I wanted to say, I called out to her retreating figure, Mikai, be cautious of your Uncle Mijonda. He won't easily relent. Mikai paused, but did not turn around. She nodded and without further delay, started her car and drove out of the hotel parking lot. Watching her vehicle fade into the traffic, I felt an inexplicable sense of loss. I did not wish to dwell on this feeling too deeply. With a soft sigh, I opened my car door and drove in the opposite direction of Mikai. Throughout the day, I applied to several companies, experiencing both satisfactory and unsatisfactory responses, with the final outcomes yet to be determined. By evening, I found the phone number of my first blind date, Li Xiaoyun, and dialed it. After a brief pause, the call connected, and I got straight to the point, saying, are you free tonight? I would like to properly invite you to dinner and also return the money I borrowed from you last time. I'll finish work soon. Where shall we eat? Li Xiaoyun replied without hesitation. You choose the place. I'm curious about your preferences, I said. After a moment's thought, she suggested, let us go for Japanese cuisine. There's a new restaurant that opened in Fashion Avenue, and I've heard good things about it. Sounds good. Where do you work? I can pick you up. No need, I drove today. Let us meet directly at the restaurant. Okay. I arrived at the newly opened restaurant in Fashion Avenue ahead of time, reserved a table, and waited outside for Li Xiaoyun. About 15 minutes later, a red Ford Focus pulled up, and Li Xiaoyun emerged, waving at me. Have you been waiting long? Just a little while. The table is ready. Let us go inside, I replied. Li Xiaoyun nodded and followed me into the restaurant. In a cozy booth, we sat across from each other, and soon our orders arrived. Truthfully, I was not particularly fond of Japanese cuisine, but since it was her preference, I chose to maintain my composure and satisfy her wishes. As we dined and chatted, Li Xiaoyun suddenly asked, Xiaoyang, did you know that our mothers were seated right behind us at the CAF that day? Yes, otherwise how would I have managed to return your money so swiftly? My mother scolded me, Yet out of maternal concern, she still gave me some pocket money. I chuckled. Li Xiaoyun smiled lightly. Do you know how my mother evaluated you? It probably was a positive assessment, I replied. Li Xiaoyun burst into laughter. My mother said she gained insight. It was the first time she witnessed someone asking a girl for money on a blind date. I sighed, alas. Your mother has dismissed me. It seems our match is doomed. But I can't blame her. It's my own fault for being so unrefined. Don't be so pessimistic. I playfully asked, are you implying there's still hope for us? That is not what I meant. Then there's no need to comfort me. Let us just enjoy this dinner with a cheerful spirit, I suggested. Li Xiaoyan nodded. Let us not dwell on that. By the way, are you currently job hunting? Yes. I've been troubled by it for over a week now, I confessed. Surprised, Li Xiaoyan asked, I heard you graduated from Suzhou University, which is quite a prestigious school, and your father is a department head in a state-owned enterprise. It shouldn't be difficult for them to arrange a position for you, right? Don't bring it up. I was brought back by him. I replied, somewhat frustrated. Li Xiaoyan chuckled, diverting her attention. You worked in planning before, right? Are you intending to recommend me for a job? Li Xiaoyan nodded. You could say that. Our advertising company's planning department is currently working on a project for the investment industry. Given your experience in planning at a large department store, you should be able to handle the advertising company's tasks. That's not a problem. The essence of the work is quite similar, and I'll adapt quickly. I asserted confidently. Great. Please send me your resume, and I'll present it to our planning director. If you find it acceptable, I'll arrange for an interview. Li Xiaoyan said. All right, I appreciate your help. Why be so formal? Our families, along with Aunt Zhang, who introduced me to Li Xiaoyan, are quite familiar with each other. Let us consider this a favor for a friend, Li Xiaoyan remarked with a smile. Then I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Once the work is settled, I will treat you to a meal. In truth, I would prefer that you invite me to dinner after you achieve success at work. Such a meal might hold even more flavor then. Chapter 80. The impulse to marry and bear children. That evening, I engaged in an extended conversation with Li Xiaoyan. The atmosphere between us had grown far more natural than during our initial encounter. We even delved into our past romantic escapades during our university years, which evoked a twinge of nostalgia and melancholy in both of us. Li Xiaoyan graduated from our local mining university in Suzhou, and her former boyfriend hailed from Xiamen. Despite their deep affection for one another, they ultimately parted ways due to geographical constraints. When I recounted my own relationship with Jian Wei, I felt a sense of resignation that surpassed Xiaoyan's. I had once pursued love with reckless abandon, accommodating Jian Wei's desires to the extent of relocating to Shanghai for her. Yet, in the end, I could not evade the fate of heartbreak, which left me despondent for an extended period. Gradually, I came to understand that the beauty of love is often fleeting, and those with the true capability to sustain that beauty are, in fact, quite rare. As we shared our reflections, the clock struck 10, signaling that it was time to bid farewell. Standing outside the eatery, I counted out 1,000 yuan from my wallet and handed it to Li Xiaoyan, apologetically stating, I feel rather embarrassed to be borrowing money on our first blind date. Li Xiaoyan chuckled as she accepted the money, replying, it depends on how one perceives the situation. Initially, I found you quite peculiar, but upon reflection, it seems you possess an admirable nonchalance and a certain manly charm. I jested, if borrowing money comes with a dose of charm, I shall ask for larger sums next time. That would not do. If you borrow too often, it may suggest a lack of capability on your part. A man may face temporary setbacks, but he cannot remain downcast indefinitely, can he? Li Xiaoyan remarked, her tone devoid of jest. I nodded earnestly, acknowledging her point. If I were to join their company, it was indeed time for me to demonstrate my professional prowess. Upon returning home, I found my parents still awake, engrossed in a family drama series that had kept them up later than usual. My mother, noticing my arrival, inquired with genuine concern, Xiaoyang, did you go out with Xiaoyan today? Yes, I replied. Did you repay the money you borrowed? I did, and by the way, she is even considering introducing me to a job, so you needn't worry about my employment, I added, wishing to alleviate any burden my job situation might place on my father. Is it at her advertising company? Yes, I confirmed. My mother sighed. Xiaoyan seems like a splendid girl. Have you considered pursuing a relationship with her? I replied with a hint of exasperation. You know very well what my standing is. Would she truly be interested in me? You foolish boy. If she didn't hold a favorable impression of you, Would she lend you money, go out with you, and help you find a job? Although Xiaoyan's family isn't wealthy, her parents both have respectable jobs, and your father has a stable position. The two families are compatible. I believe you two would make a lovely couple. The key is for you to strive for success and secure your job. Understood? My mother spoke earnestly. You're right, Mom. I agreed. She then pressed, tell me quickly, do you like Xiaoyan? Do you want to pursue her? Of course I want to. Xiaoyan is a wonderful person, capable of sharing a life together. My mother beamed, responding, that's great. Since you and Xiaoyan will be working in the same company, it will be much easier to get to know each other. Seize this opportunity, all right? Rest assured, I am eager to marry and then work hard so you and Dad can have a lovely grandson. I teased, envisioning a future that made my mother smile broadly. Just then, my father, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Xiaoyang, did the girl from Suzhou go home today? Yes, she left this morning, I replied. My father nodded thoughtfully, saying, she's also a good girl. I looked at him, perplexed, but he offered no further comment. The television was then interrupted by an advertisement, prompting him to change the channel, his casual demeanor leading me to wonder if I had overthought his remark. Perhaps he was merely reflecting, for in many respects, Mikai is indeed a commendable woman. However, I sensed that her world felt too surreal, and the distance between us was insurmountable. Returning to my room, I lit a cigarette, habitually contemplating life, love, and my recent experiences. At that moment, I believe I had moved on from Jianwei, as I had subtly transitioned into a different state of existence. I yearned for a stable and uncomplicated love, one that could naturally evolve into marriage. And Li Xiaoyan appeared to be the most suitable candidate for this aspiration. I envisioned a harmonious life, where family togetherness replaced my previous aimless wandering and reliance on fleeting nights at bars to mask my solitude. Perhaps choosing to return to Suzhou was the wisest decision of my life, a divine gift that has steered this ostensibly exceptional man back on the right path, allowing me to realize my life's values within a complete family. Suddenly, thoughts of Kai pierced through my mind, causing a dull ache in my heart. This pain made me aware of my lingering concern for her, yet I prefer to frame this concern as sympathy for her circumstances and the unfortunate situation she currently faced. It was then that I remembered to send her a message, inquiring whether she had returned to Suzhou safely. After a lengthy pause, Kai responded simply with, arrived. I quickly replied, you drove for so long today. Make sure to rest early and don't tire yourself out. After a long wait without a response, I succumbed to slumber. That night, I dreamed once more of the city hidden in the sky, a city still shimmering with clarity. I caught a glimpse of a woman with cascading hair, yet only her silhouette was visible. I desperately ran towards her, striving to discern her identity. But even in my haste, I could not draw near. I called out, who are you? The woman within your heart. If you are the woman of my heart, why can't I approach you? Because you do not yet understand what your heart truly desires. I repeated her words, but before I could comprehend their meaning, I was jolted awake. Glancing outside, I noted the dawn's early light, realizing that my recent experience had merely been a dream. Yet, this dream filled me with an inexplicable joy, albeit fleeting and soon dissipating into disappointment. Was it true that I did not fully understand what my heart yearned for? After contemplating for a while, my phone rang suddenly. Upon checking, I saw it was Li Xiaoyan calling. I hurriedly answered, greeting her with, good morning, Xiaoyan. Good morning, Xiaoyang. Is there something urgent this early? Did you forget our agreement from last night to send me your resume? I apologize for my poor memory. I'll get out of bed now and send it to your email. You remember my email, right? I doubt you can recall it, she teased. I awkwardly replied, don't think so poorly of me. It's saved on my phone. Finally, Li Xiaoyan laughed, saying, then hurry and send it over. I will submit it to Director Zhou of the planning department today. Let us strive to secure your position soon. Thank you for your efforts. I express my heartfelt gratitude. I'm just worried you might lack financial means and have to borrow money from the next girl on a blind date, she quipped, resulting in her laughter. I was left speechless for a while before exclaiming, your words are quite sharp. It depends on whom we are speaking of. If I do not maintain a certain assertiveness, I might very well be subjected to your bullying in our future interactions. Aunt Zhang has informed me that you are quite the mischievous child, often preying upon girls as if it were a daily occurrence. Li Xiaoyan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I chuckled and replied, I am quite kind to my girlfriend. Li Xiaoyan paused, seemingly grasping the implication of my words, and after a moment, she shifted the topic, saying, It's getting late. I must wash up and have my meal. I still have to go to work later. Very well. You attend to your matters, I responded. And remember to send me your resume. After I acknowledged her, Li Xiaoyan ended the call. Listening to the beeping tone on the line, I smiled, thinking that Li Xiaoyan is indeed a remarkable young woman. An unexpected urge to marry and start a family arose within me, right here in the city that has nurtured me. Chapter 81. I think I will cherish her. After rising and freshening up, I hastily sent my electronic resume to the email that Li Xiaoyan had provided me. Of course, I did not place all my hopes solely on her recommendation. Throughout the day, I continued to traverse various companies, embarking on the monotonous job application process. After an entire day of interviews, I found myself seated on a bench in Pengcheng Square at dusk, stealthily lighting a cigarette. I gazed at the nearby fountain and the playful crowd, momentarily lost in thought. A square administrator wearing an armband passed by, prompting me to quickly conceal the cigarette behind my back. Once she had moved on, I took a few more puffs before extinguishing it and tossing it into a trash bin. Once I regained my composure, boredom set in, and my thoughts began to drift. I had not anticipated working so diligently to secure a job capable of sustaining me upon my return to Suzhou. This realization led me to contemplate the possibility that I had indeed resolved to remain in this city, eventually marrying and starting a family, savoring the joys of togetherness. After a brief respite, I received a WeChat message from Li Xiaoyan informing me that she had forwarded my resume to her company's planning director, and I could come in for an interview tomorrow if I was available. I promptly replied to her, confirming that it was not an issue. Upon returning home, I found my father and mother dressed neatly. Before I could change my shoes, my mother said to me, Xiaoyang, don't bother changing your shoes. We are going out for dinner together. I curiously inquired, who are we dining with? With Xiaoyun and her parents, as well as Aunt Zhang, who introduced you. What does this mean? It's to deepen the acquaintance between our families. Hurry and change into a proper outfit. Your father and I will wait for you downstairs. My mother urged. Whose idea was this? Why are you asking so many questions? Just go change, she replied, giving me a gentle nudge of discontent. I nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and surprisingly felt a sense of anticipation for this dinner between our two families. Even without my mother's explicit explanation, I understood the significance of this gathering. After donning formal attire, I descended the stairs, where my father was driving his aging Santana 2000, taking my mother and me to the prearranged restaurant. Upon our arrival, Li Xiaoyun and her parents had not yet arrived, but Aunt Zhang was already there. We chatted at the entrance of the restaurant while waiting for Li Xiaoyun and her family. Aunt Zhang smiled and asked, Xiaoyang, is the person I introduced to you reliable? Absolutely, I replied with earnestness. And what do you think of her? I think she's quite good, I said, consciously avoiding the word like. Aunt Zhang took my hand and earnestly advised, You think she is good, but you must take the initiative. You're the boy, you know. I nodded. Just then a red Ford Focus pulled into the parking lot nearby, and I soon spotted Li Xiaoyun and her parents stepping out of the car. Aunt Zhang, my mother, and my father approached them, while I hesitated for a moment before following their lead. The two families exchanged polite greetings, and I quietly asked Li Xiaoyan, Did you know we were having dinner together tonight? She shook her head, replying, If I had known, I would have told you over the phone. I only found out after I got home. I chuckled. So you understand their intentions, right? They're trying to bring us together, Li Xiaoyan responded candidly with a smile. Do you think we can make it work? I queried. It's too early to say. I believe we need to spend more time getting to know each other, she replied. I nodded. Then let us see how it goes later. Li Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Yes, let us see how it goes. As our conversation unfolded, we entered the restaurant, took our seats, and placed our orders. While both families engaged in lively discussions, Li Xiaoyan and I sat facing each other across the table. When the dishes arrived, I poured white wine for my father and Li Xiaoyan's father, while she served juice to my mother and Aunt Zhang. Our synchronized actions elicited knowing smiles from both sets of parents. During the meal, the two families connected effortlessly, quickly transitioning to discussions about potential marriage and the topic of a marital home. Li Xiaoyan's parents expressed their willingness to contribute to our future home, which delighted my mother and father. Given the rising property prices, their support would significantly alleviate our family's burden, especially with my father's modest salary. Aunt Zhang seized the moment and turned to us, saying, "Look, your parents have expressed their thoughts. It's time for you two to share yours." Li Xiaoyun and I exchanged glances, neither of us speaking initially. Aunt Zhang gave me a knowing look, reminding me of her earlier advice about being proactive as a boy. I finally spoke. "I have a favorable impression of Xiaoyun, but we need to deepen our understanding of each other for a stable marriage. However, I can assure you that I will strive to be a good husband and take care of both families." As soon as I finished speaking, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, "What a well-spoken young man." Li Xiaoyun's parents nodded in agreement, while Li Xiaoyun struggled to suppress a smile, fully aware of my true character. Aunt Zhang then turned to Li Xiaoyun, asking, "And what do you think, Xiaoyun?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaoyun replied, "I share the same sentiment as Xiaoyang. We need to further understand each other." Aunt Zhang nodded, "That's a wise perspective. However, you are not getting any younger. Once you've spent enough time together, you should consider marriage." We both nodded in agreement, eliciting knowing smiles from our families. The congenial atmosphere of the gathering made the concept of matchmaking seem effortlessly pleasant. I understood the rationale behind Li Xiaoyun's parents' acceptance of our relationship. My father held a respectable job, and I was a graduate of a prestigious university. Although I was currently unemployed, I was confident that with effort, I could support a family in this city. Li Xiaoyun also had a lucrative job, painting a promising picture of our potential future together, which I eagerly anticipated. This strong sense of expectation made me realize that I had indeed wandered and languished long enough over the years. I desired to change my life and strive for the future of my family. I believed that with such motivation, my life with Li Xiaoyun would not be inferior to that of Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, who resided far away in Suzhou. I thought to myself, if Li Xiaoyun were willing to give me a chance, I would cherish her and gradually fall in love with her. After the dinner concluded, both families and Aunt Zhang suggested that it was still early, encouraging Li Xiaoyun and me to catch a movie. Naturally, I had no objections, and Li Xiaoyun agreed as well. This film might very well serve as the prelude to the blossoming of our romance. Chapter 82. Heading straight into spring after watching a film, Li Xiaoyun and I strolled along the road, her hand cradling an unfinished bucket of popcorn while I held a can of cola. As I sipped my drink, she munched on the popcorn, and we engaged in light-hearted conversation. I inquired, "Do you think working together as a couple in the same company would violate any of your company's policies?" Li Xiaoyun shook her head, replying, "Not at all. We work in an advertising firm with a rather open culture. There are several couples in the office." I caught her hand as she began to walk ahead, and with a serious expression, I asked Xiaoyun, "Can I interpret this to mean that we are now in a romantic relationship?" Taken aback, she responded, "Xiaoyang, were you asking that on purpose?" Indeed, such matters should not be approached too directly. If she were unwilling, it would leave me at a loss. "You are quite methodical in your approach, a natural planner," she remarked with a smile. "You certainly know how to change the subject. You would excel in sales." I returned her smile. However, her demeanor shifted to one of sincerity as she asked, "Xiaoyang, do you genuinely believe we can share a life together and eventually marry?" After a prolonged silence, I nodded and said, "Yes, at the very least, I am willing to strive for it." This desire to pursue a shared future is something I have never experienced in my 20-plus years of life. Li Xiaoyun nodded in understanding. "Honestly, after so many blind dates, I am quite weary and wish to escape the single life. Your unexpected arrival has caught me off guard. But to claim I like you after just a few meetings seems unrealistic. Since both our families encourage us to be together, I am willing to view our encounter as a divine arrangement. Therefore, we can officially start our relationship, correct?" She smiled. But your future actions will determine the course, as I am entrusting you with my life. I am worthy of your trust. Just watch my performance," I said with delight. Li Xiaoyun nodded, and we continued walking, my heart a mix of nervousness and anticipation. On this autumn evening, with leaves falling around us, I held her hand, reminiscent of the innocent simplicity of first love. Li Xiaoyun instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but I tightened my grip. Uneasy, she glanced at me, prompting me to loosen my hold slightly, offering her a comfortable, non-invasive touch. Her expression softened. With a smile, I suggested, let us walk a little further. Perhaps at the end of this street, we might find spring's warmth and blossoming flowers. Winter hasn't passed yet, has it? She inquired. Let us skip winter and head straight for spring, I replied. Li Xiaoyan smiled and said, then let us go. Together, we walked beneath the streetlights, their glow casting a gentle, warm yellow hue upon our faces. Upon returning home, my parents were still in the living room, engrossed in a television series. As I changed my shoes, my mother turned the volume down and asked, Xiaoyang, how are things going with Xiaonan? I smiled and replied, quite well. My mother beamed at my response and said, that is wonderful. Xiaoyan's family is genuinely nice and understanding. You should cherish your time with her, all right? Of course, Mom. You needn't worry, I assured her. After our exchange, I glanced at my father, whose attention remained fixed on the television until I walked past him. He then called out, have you secured a job yet? I'm currently searching, but Xiaoyan mentioned that their advertising company is hiring planners. She has already submitted my resume to their planning director, so I should hear back soon. My father nodded. A man must prioritize his career. You're right, Dad. I will keep that in mind. Don't just say it. Remember it in your heart. I smiled, indicating I had taken his advice to heart, and then headed to my room. That night, I felt a sense of joy. The events unfolding made me feel that returning to Suzhou was indeed the right choice. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Once I finalized my job situation, I would feel truly settled. This sense of fulfillment and anticipation for the future was something I had never experienced while in Suzhou. After enjoying a cup of hot tea, I went to the bathroom to wash up and quickly fell asleep. I lost track of time, but suddenly my phone, which I had forgotten to silence, rang, waking me. Complaining softly, I answered the call. Xiaoyang, are you already resting? Instantly, I felt a surge of alertness. The voice on the line was unexpectedly familiar. It was me, Kai. I rubbed my face, sat up in bed, and turned on the lamp to see that it was already past midnight. I yawned and asked me, Kai, aren't you going to bed yet? I just finished work, she replied. At this hour? I exclaimed, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort, perhaps out of sympathy for her solitary life. Things have been a bit hectic at the company, but it should ease up soon, Kai stated evenly. After a moment of silence, I advised, make sure to take care of yourself, especially regarding your diet. You can make some millet porridge. It's quite nourishing. Thank you for your concern. Let us not say thank you between us. It feels awkward. Kai chuckled, yet remained silent, perhaps realizing how odd it was for us, once adversaries, to express gratitude. After a brief pause, I finally asked, is there a reason you call me so late? My room's light bulb seems to be broken, and I don't know how to replace it, Kai admitted, sounding somewhat embarrassed. It's quite late already. Why not just use a desk lamp for the night? Actually, the bulb for the desk lamp burned out a few days ago, and I've been too busy to replace it, she responded, her embarrassment growing. I sighed, finally saying, all right then, changing a light bulb is quite simple. But do be careful. Sure, I'll follow your instructions. In the corner of the balcony, there's a storage box containing bulbs and an emergency flashlight. Next to the box, there's a stepladder. You can climb up the ladder to replace it. Just remove the lampshade first. The bulb has a screw base, so you twist it in like a screw. Oh, and wait, make sure to turn off the power first for safety. Got it. Kai seemed to be preparing everything, but I felt a wave of anxiety, fearing she might fall from the ladder. I kept asking her questions, but she likely had put the phone down on speaker. In my anxious state, I finally heard her relieved voice say, it's done. The light is on. My heart, which had been in suspense, finally eased, and I said, then you should rest early. It's really late. Right, I'll go to bed soon. By the way, how is your job search going? Her sudden concern made my emotions complex. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to share that I was doing well in Suzhou to alleviate any guilt she might feel about me. Chapter 83. Securing the job. Kai was still awaiting my response. After a brief moment of silence, I informed her I have mostly finalized the job. Oh, is it still at the department store? No, I will be working at an advertising company as a planner through a friend's introduction. Oh, Kai merely acknowledged this. Her mood seemingly dampened, as if she still felt guilty about my job loss due to her. I attempted to reassure her. In truth, my time in Suzhou has been quite pleasant. Let me share something rather fresh with you. What is it? I smiled and said, I recently went on a blind date. My first ever. And I hit it off on the first try. Is my charm still quite remarkable? To my surprise, Mi Kai remained silent for a considerable time before asking, Is that so? Do you love her? Well, I have a favorable impression, but it's too soon to say love. In blind dates, it often starts with mutual interest, and the most crucial aspect is that our parents are quite supportive of our union, I explained with a smile. Oh, then I wish you two could be together. Thank you. So you need not harbor any guilt regarding that matter. I increasingly feel that returning to Shujo was the right choice. Your correct choice is your business. My guilt is mine. I don't believe the two must be intertwined. It's getting late. I need to rest. For a moment, I was perplexed by Mi Kai's words, but she swiftly ended the call. Once again, I reclined, my mood inexplicably melancholic. In the deep of night, I lit a cigarette for myself, suddenly filled with thoughts of Mi Kai, busy late into the night, and the loneliness she must feel upon returning home. I knew she had few friends in Suzhou, while her relatives seemed intent on undermining her at every turn. My heart grew heavier, and Mi Kai's beautiful yet frail visage was etched deeply in my mind. What should have been a night of restful slumber turned into insomnia. I tossed and turned, my mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. I recalled the couple Fong Yuan and Yin Yin, my life in Suzhou, the day I confessed to Chun and Jian Wei, and even the night spent with Liu Yao in Hengyan. My emotions became increasingly tumultuous until, just before dawn, I finally succumbed to sleep, overwhelmed. I slept until nearly noon, waking up groggy from insufficient rest. After a quick wash, I had not even taken a bite of food when I received a call from Li Xiaoyan. Upon answering, I unconsciously yawned. Xiaoyang, did you just wake up? Yes. I just got up a little while ago. I was restless last night. I replied to Li Xiaoyan. You need to quickly adjust your mental state. I've shown your resume to our company's planning director, Mr. Zhou, and he hopes you can come in for an interview this afternoon, Li Xiaoyan said earnestly. Did he specify a time? He's at the office all afternoon. You can choose the time. Just call me when you arrive, and I'll take you to see him. Okay, Li Xiaoyan added, make sure to present your best self. You know that those in the planning industry are very meticulous and do not favor lax individuals. Rest assured, I won't embarrass you. I promised confidently before she hung up, not waiting for my mother to return to cook. I prepared a bowl of noodles for myself and then turned on my computer to research information about the advertising company where Li Xiaoyan worked. Familiarizing myself with this information would undoubtedly benefit me in the upcoming interview. After memorizing all the information I could find online regarding Ausen Advertising, the company Li Xiaoyan worked for, I took a taxi to the office. Upon my arrival, Li Xiaoyan was already waiting for me at the building entrance, and I approached her. As I drew near, Li Xiaoyan scrutinized me and remarked with a smile, Xiaoyang, when you dress so formally, you truly exude an air of a societal elite. There's no helping it. I am destined to be a successful man. I replied with a grin. I expected Li Xiaoyan to tease me, but to my surprise, she nodded in agreement, then smoothed out the wrinkles in my shirt before saying, Let's go. Mr. Zhou is already waiting for you over there. He's really giving you face. Of course, I do have a bit of reputation. As we walked, Li Xiaoyan and I exchanged light banter. The atmosphere relaxed, devoid of any pre-interview tension. Upon entering Ausen Advertising, we passed through the ordinary work area where over 50 individuals were deeply engrossed in their tasks. The scale of the operation attested to Ausen Advertising's status as a top-tier company in Suzhou, and the information available online did not exaggerate its size. Arriving at the director's office, Li Xiaoyan gently knocked on the door, and a deep voice invited us to enter. She gave me a knowing glance, signaling me to follow her inside. I nodded and pushed the door open, entering the office alongside Li Xiaoyan. A middle-aged man, approximately 35 years old and impeccably dressed, sat confidently in his chair, embodying the presence of a director at a major advertising firm. Li Xiaoyan introduced me, Director Zhou. This is Xiaoyang, whom I mentioned to you. With a professionally measured smile, I nodded and said, Hello, Director Zhou. I am Xiaoyang, here to apply for the position of commercial planner at your esteemed company. Director Zhou nodded and smiled. You are referred by Supervisor Li. I have reviewed your resume and trust her judgment. Let us have a conversation. He gestured for Li Xiaoyan and me to take a seat. However, Li Xiaoyan interjected, Director Zhou, please speak with Xiaoyang. We have some matters to attend to in the client department. Director Zhou nodded politely with a smile, confirming Li Xiaoyun's standing within the company. Her ability to achieve the role of client department supervisor at such a young age truly demonstrated her capability. She possessed a friendly demeanor well-suited for client management. Before leaving, Li Xiaoyun gave me a supportive gesture, and after I returned her a confident glance, she felt reassured and departed. Director Zhou then took out my resume, quickly perusing it before asking, "You worked in the planning department at Bali Department Store in Suzhou, where you participated in the recruitment and planning for 3 luxury brands. Is that correct?" "Yes, Director Zhou. What roles did you play in these projects?" "I assisted in planning for the recruitment, maintained brand presence post-display setup, and provided sales support for these luxury brands in the department store. Naturally, these tasks were extensive and undertaken by a team, but I was a key member of that team. Additionally, I organized or participated in numerous commercial planning initiatives. I succinctly highlighted the key points." Director Zhou nodded with interest and inquired, "Please elaborate on some of the commercial planning cases you have worked on." I nodded and proceeded to recount a few of the projects I had undertaken at Bali Department Store, striving for clarity and brevity. After discussing my previous cases at Bali Department Store, I shared insights on commercial planning with Director Zhou, leading to an engaging conversation. During our exchange, Director Zhou highly praised the promotional campaign I crafted, themed "Love is Not Luxurious," which I had developed before leaving Suzhou. He expressed intent to monitor the campaign's effectiveness, evoking a sense of nostalgia within me. In less than a week, the Love is Not Luxurious promotional event would commence, and although I had authored the proposal, I would ultimately not be executing it, leaving me with a twinge of regret. I sincerely hope that the promotional campaign themed "Wishing for Love to be Less Extravagant" achieves great success as a final gesture of gratitude towards Chun Jingming. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Director Zhou addressed me once more. "Xiaoyang, allow me to share the current status of our company. This year marks a significant leap forward for Ausen Advertising. The quality of our clients has greatly improved compared to previous years. We are now poised to concentrate our resources on securing advertising contracts with several large department stores in Suzhou. Your extensive experience in department store planning positions you advantageously for our current strategic needs, and I hold high hopes for you." I too eagerly anticipated the opportunity to join Ausen Advertising and to contribute value to the company and the planning department to the best of my abilities. I nodded earnestly in response. Director Zhou offered a sincere smile and remarked, "I have no further concerns on my end. Please communicate any salary expectations you may have with the HR department. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." "I truly appreciate your efforts, Director Zhou. Talented individuals are worth my utmost consideration, and I hope you become an invaluable asset to our team." Director Zhou rose and extended his hand to me. I quickly stood to grasp his hand, relishing the feeling of being respected. I resolved to cherish this opportunity and exert my utmost efforts to make a mark in Suzhou, vowing to forget the sorrowful memories of Suzhou. At that moment, Li Xiaoyun entered the director's office, one hand clutching documents while the other carried a handbag, seemingly preparing to leave. "Director Zhou, do you believe Xiaoyang is capable of fulfilling our company as planning role?" Li Xiaoyun inquired with genuine concern. "I am very optimistic and wholeheartedly welcome him to join Ausen Advertising," Director Zhou replied. Li Xiaoyun flashed me a smile and gave me a thumbs up before turning to Director Zhou. "I have just received an invitation from Manager Lin of the Planning Department at Times Department Store, primarily to discuss potential collaboration on advertising. I hope your planning department can designate someone to accompany me for this meeting, as it may involve discussions regarding our company's planning capabilities." Director Zhou nodded, his expression thoughtful, as if contemplating potential candidates. Suddenly, his gaze landed on me, and he offered an inquiring look. In confusion, I pointed to myself and asked Director Zhou, "Are you suggesting that I accompany Supervisor Li to Times Department Store?" Chapter 84. A modest trial amidst my confusion. Director Zhou smiled and remarked, "Although you have not officially joined our company yet, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Of course, if you are not personally prepared, I shall not compel you." After Director Zhou spoke, Li Xiaoyun cast an expectant glance my way, seemingly eager for me to accompany her to this business negotiation. "Absolutely. I shall do my utmost to assist Supervisor Li," I replied confidently, without further hesitation. Director Zhou patted my shoulder and said, I look forward to your triumphant return. Before I could respond, Li Xiaoyan interjected, Director Zhou, please do not place too much pressure on Zhaoyang. This is merely our first meeting, and victory cannot be expected so soon. Director Zhou playfully teased Li Xiaoyan, saying, Xiaoyan, you seem rather concerned about him. Your friendship appears quite special. Li Xiaoyan, a seasoned professional, did not exhibit any bashfulness, instead smiling and stating, I am merely speaking the truth. Director Zhou shared a knowing smile, and Li Xiaoyan and I bid him farewell. After a brief preparation, we drove towards Time's department store. As we journeyed, Li Xiaoyan drove while I occupied the passenger seat. She inquired, Zhaoyang, do you think you can handle this? It's a small matter. Our combined efforts will surely suffice, I replied with calm assurance. This tranquility stemmed from my prior experiences in the workplace. During my time at Bowley, every time a luxury brand set up a counter in the mall, top-tier domestic celebrities were invited to the opening ceremony. I had hosted several high-profile stars, and an ordinary business meeting would hardly intimidate me. Moreover, I had a general understanding of the background of Alcyn Advertising and their team. I was confident I could manage the upcoming business discussion. Li Xiaoyan nodded, saying, I have complete faith in your psychological resilience and communication skills, though I worry you may not be sufficiently familiar with Alcyn Advertising. Fear not, you'll be there to support me. You can help me navigate some internal matters of the larger company, and our synergy will ensure success, I reassured her. Li Xiaoyan smiled and remarked, Zhaoyang, your confidence indeed possesses a certain masculine charm, difficult to reconcile with the image of you I had upon first meeting. You will soon grow accustomed to my understated nature. I joked. However, Li Xiaoyan took my words seriously, responding earnestly, I eagerly anticipate the surprises you shall bring. Moments later, we arrived at Time's department store, parked the car, and promptly made our way to the office area. Guided by the receptionist, we reached the office of the planning department manager, where, after knocking and receiving a response, we entered. Li Xiaoyan greeted Manager Lin with an affable smile, saying, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Manager Lin. Manager Lin returned her smile, saying, Not all. We still have 10 minutes before our scheduled time. Li Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement and introduced me, saying, This is our colleague for the planning department, Zhaoyang, who has extensive experience in high-end department store planning. Should you have any inquiries regarding our company's planning, feel free to engage with him. Hello, Manager Lin, I acknowledged with a nod. Manager Lin, displaying polite curiosity, asked, So we are colleagues in the same field. May I ask where you previously worked? Ballet Department Store in Suzhou. I returned to Suzhou due to personal matters, I replied. Manager Lin expressed surprise, saying, Ballet Department Store. I have some connections with Manager Chun Jingming from their planning department. However, our Times department store is somewhat lacking in comparison. I was not taken aback by Manager Lin's sentiment. There are only about 10 top-tier department stores in Jiangsu province, and, as industry insiders involved in planning, mutual acquaintances are not uncommon. Indeed, Times department store has a gap compared to Bowley, possessing only 5 international top brands, yet remains quite prestigious in Suzhou. I responded to Manager Lin, saying, Chun Jingming is a superior I hold in high esteem. Working under him was a stroke of fortune. This statement was not mere flattery. My gratitude towards Chun Jingming was sincere. Unfortunately, I had not found the opportunity to repay his kindness, which filled me with a sense of guilt and melancholy. Manager Lin nodded in agreement with my assessment of Chun Jingming and gestured for Li Xiaoyan and me to take a seat. The atmosphere lightened considerably due to the connection with Chun Jingming. Manager Lin's assistant served us each a cup of coffee, and our discussion commenced. Manager Lin began by asking Li Xiaoyan several questions regarding advertising production and pricing, to which she provided professional responses. Eventually, Manager Lin turned to me, saying, Zhaoyang, let us discuss your company's advertising planning capabilities. I nodded and candidly stated, Manager Lin, I believe you understand that in a third-tier city like Suzhou, the term advertising planning capability is somewhat nebulous. I trust that when selecting a collaborative advertising agency, Times department store prioritizes not merely planning ability, but the extent of promotional resources and advertising channels available. Am I correct? Manager Lin gazed at me in surprise before nodding with a smile, Indeed, it seems you possess experience in the department store sector. In Suzhou, where the advertising market is still maturing, we do not hold high expectations for the so-called advertising planning capabilities. After a pause, he emphasized, what we truly value is the advertising resources at our disposal. Manager Lin's emphasis on the generally weak advertising planning capabilities of Suzhou's advertising firms was likely a strategic move to gain leverage in negotiations, aiming to negotiate lower advertising prices. Understanding the needs and mindset of department stores regarding advertising is essential. I smiled amiably and said, Manager Lin, allow me to briefly introduce the advertising resources currently at Ausen Advertising. Manager Lin gestured for me to proceed, while Li Xiaoyan, slightly tense, observed me. In her eyes, I had yet to officially join Ausen Advertising and was not fully aware of their advertising resources. I recalled the information I had reviewed about Ausen Advertising earlier that day and continued, currently, we possess advertising billboards along the Jingfu and Ningxiu expressways within Suzhou. Additionally, we have established building advertisements in high-end residential areas, such as Longrun Villa, Sunflower Garden, and South Bank Villa. We also hold the rights to advertising at public transport stations throughout Yunlong District, as well as primetime television advertising. These are advertising resources that no high-end department store can afford to overlook. If Times Department Store collaborates with Ausen Advertising, I am confident we can integrate these resources to create the most suitable advertising plan for you, enhancing communication efficiency and maximizing resource savings. Upon concluding my remarks, Li Xiaoyan looked at me in astonishment, clearly not expecting that I had memorized all of Ausen Advertising's resources. After a moment of silence, Manager Lin finally spoke, saying, there are indeed very few advertising companies in Suzhou with planning capabilities, especially those that understand department store marketing. The resources you possess are undeniably enticing for us. I will certainly give Ausen Advertising serious consideration, but any collaboration must be reported to the higher-ups. Please await my news. Li Xiaoyan seemed to have more to express, but I gently tapped her toe with my foot to signal her to remain silent. I then smiled at Manager Lin, saying, Manager Lin, we shall await good news. As he rose, our hands clasped together, and I was filled with a strong conviction that this collaboration with Times Department Store would undoubtedly succeed. In just a few days, Manager Lin would reach out to discuss the details of our partnership. Chapter 85. I want to open a music bar on our way back. Li Xiaoyan drove the car with a hint of concern in her voice as she said, Xiaoyang, don't you think you came off a bit too strong just now? After all, they are our potential major clients. I smiled and replied, then tell me, why must we always be in a subordinate position during negotiations with clients? Is it because they create value for our company? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyan answered. I shook my head and said, Xiaoyan is someone in client management. It's normal to hold clients in high regard, which reflects your excellent professional qualities. However, you must understand that the advertising industry is one brimming with personality. An advertising agency that is overly submissive to clients lacks creativity. While clients do generate value for us, we ultimately deliver economic benefits through advertising, establishing an inherently equal relationship. But aside from us at Ausen, there are other advertising companies eyeing the advertising business of Times Department Store, as it represents a multi-million-dollar project annually. Our entire company attaches great importance to this, and I am quite worried. Do not fret. I have a general understanding of the advertising companies in Suzhou. They possess limited advertising resources and would struggle to meet the advertising communication needs of Times Department Store. Manager Lin is a sensible person. He wouldn't jeopardize his career. One must recognize that the advertising budget for department stores is astronomical, and if the advertising does not yield favorable results, it would reflect severely on the planning manager. Li Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment, then nodded, feeling a bit more reassured. I continued to comfort her, rest assured. I have worked at the department store for 3 years and am well acquainted with their advertising needs. My assertiveness is to prevent them from excessively underpricing the advertising rates. Moreover, an advertising agency must possess its own identity. There is no need to excessively lower one's stance before clients. Advertising professionals are proud because we realize value through creativity. Li Xiaoyan finally smiled and said, perhaps your understanding is deeper. However, your recent demeanor truly exudes leadership, calm and composed, effortlessly charismatic. I feel undeserving of such praise. You can commend me once we successfully secure the advertising business from Times Department Store. With your confidence, I believe it will surely be a success. Your trust satisfies my masculine vanity. You are a wonderful girlfriend. I complimented. Li Xiaoyun's expression finally bore a hint of shyness as she replied. We are merely getting to know each other. We haven't reached the level of being a couple yet. That's simple. Just pull over now, and let us share a passionate kiss to elevate our relationship. I joked. It's working hours. We can discuss that passionate kiss later, she said, still a bit shy. Upon returning to the office, I promptly went to the Human Resources Department to register my personal information and finalize my salary. Currently, my monthly salary at Ausen Advertising is $6,500, excluding benefits and commissions. While this is slightly less than what I earned at Ballet Department Store, it is sufficient for me to live comfortably in this city, especially since I no longer have the burden of rent. That evening after work, I treated Li Xiaoyun and my colleagues from the planning department to dinner. By the time I returned home, it was already late, yet I did not feel fatigued. For my anticipation of the future overshadowed my weariness. At that moment, I realized how adept humans are at creating their own troubles. Had I returned to Shuzhou 2 years earlier, I might not have had to endure so much pain representing illusions. A twinge of regret filled my heart, making me understand that I was gradually forgetting Jianwei, letting go of that once profound love. In truth, love is fleeting. When one decides to let go, it becomes insubstantial, easily swept away by the winds. After freshening up, I opened my computer to study the planning cases previously created by Ausen Advertising, aiming to integrate swiftly into my new role. Lighting a cigarette and sipping tea, the night deepened, yet I remained absorbed in my work, oblivious to the passage of time until a phone rang, snapping me back to reality. I glanced at the phone beside my computer and smiled. It was a call from Lu Yao. It seemed we hadn't been in touch since our last meal together, and I wondered how she had been lately. I answered the call, greeting her with delight. Hello, Udawan, it's been a while since we last spoke. Lu Yao complained. You finally remember? Where have you been enjoying yourself lately? I've been back in Shuzhou for a while now. Enjoying myself is a stretch, but life is decent. How about you? I've been quite free. Most of my filming is done. Oh, then I wish you great success with your new drama. Let us hope so. After Lu Yao spoke, a lull in conversation ensued, and I finally said, take this time to relax. However, Lu Yao, with seriousness, declined my suggestion, saying, I don't have time to relax. I wanted to discuss something with you. I'm thinking of opening a music bar in Suzhou. What do you think? Where will you find the funds? Opening a bar is no small investment. Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Just help me analyze it. You should stay in the entertainment industry. Business isn't suited for you. Your intelligence is a major flaw. I outright dismissed her idea. This dismissal wasn't meant to demean Lu Yao. She is naturally a carefree girl, and managing the intricate details of the bar business would be overwhelming for her. Zhaoyang, you're something else. How can you say that? If my intelligence is low, I could just consume more brain-boosting supplements. Not even brain diamonds will help. I advise you to abandon the idea of starting a business. The bar industry is quite complex with many intricate connections, and you're busy with acting. You won't have the energy to manage it. Lu Yao fell silent, seemingly dissuaded from her bar aspirations by my words. Seizing the opportunity, I added, listen to me. Set aside the bar idea for now. When you truly have the funds and connections, it won't be too late to start. To my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, Lu Yao responded defiantly, CC is opening a music restaurant. Why can't I open a music bar? CC smokes and drinks. Can you? Lu Yao was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, she said, I was just curious about your thoughts. Let us not discuss this anymore. What about you? What have you been busy with? Are you working? As for me, I'm doing well. I just secured my job today and will be staying in Shuzhou comfortably. I replied lightly. Lu Yao responded with an O, and after a brief silence, she asked, so, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Lu Yao fell silent again, and I thought her intelligence was indeed lacking. It was a complex geometric problem. The answer was simply either yes or no. Did she really need that long to think? Chapter 86. Engagement plans. As I was about to urge Lu Yao, she finally spoke to me. Since you want me to guess, you must have a girlfriend, right? It seems the brain diamond I prepared for you is unnecessary. You guessed correctly. Lu Yao disregarded my teasing and after a long pause, remarked, "It hasn't been long since you returned to Shuzhou." I felt a wave of sentiment wash over me and replied, "Indeed, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Perhaps it is because the matchmaking was arranged by family, with a clear objective, thus it moved along swiftly." Huh, has the ever-immersed Zhao Yang also ventured into matchmaking? Lu Yao's words stirred a myriad of emotions within me. And after a prolonged silence, I responded, "When a person is pressured to a certain extent, a qualitative change occurs. Looking back at my former life, it seems unbearably bleak. Therefore, I have come to appreciate the transformed self born from this pressure, as well as my current existence." Do you love her? I was taken aback, recalling that Mi Kai had posed the same question during our phone call yesterday. I desperately tried to remember how I had answered her, but the memory eluded me. Thus, I replied, "I suppose so. She gives me a comfortable feeling, and I wish to share my life with her. Yes, I know you've always desired a particular life. As a friend, I wish you well. Thank you. No need for formalities." After Lu Yao concluded the call, I was momentarily lost in thought, and it took me a while to hang up. As the night deepened, exhaustion enveloped me, and I genuinely wished that a gust of wind or a brief nap could sweep my entire life away. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, I swiftly adapted to the working environment at Ausen Advertising and began to take charge of some project planning, surprising even myself with my state of mind. Perhaps this is the qualitative change born from pressure. Although I still bore the name Zhao Yang, I was no longer the same person I had been in Suzhou. On the evening before quitting time, the company was abuzz with excitement, for Ausen Advertising had officially signed a year-long advertising agency contract with Times Department Store, which would bring in a substantial profit of millions. That night, the entire company gathered to celebrate, reveling in the festivities, myself included. In the KTV, I showcased my talents, belting out song after song, downing bottle after bottle of beer, until I forgot all past pains, my very identity, until only Li Xiaoyan, listening intently to my singing from a distance, remained in my thoughts. After leaving the KTV, I strolled hand in hand with Li Xiaoyan through the now deserted streets. As we walked, she turned to me and said, "Zhao Yang, do you know that when Times Department Store entrusted the advertising project to us, they did not even negotiate on the price. Everything unfolded just as you had anticipated. This outcome was indeed within my expectations." I smiled without speaking, merely releasing her hand and pulling her close as we continued to walk beneath the glow of the streetlights. In our quietude, we walked a bit further before fatigue set in, prompting us to sit on a bench by the roadside. I lit a cigarette while Li Xiaoyan nestled against my shoulder. In that moment, we truly resembled a couple destined to share a life together. I exhaled the smoke leisurely, pulling out a transparent film from the cigarette pack, wishing to glimpse whether the moonless sky would reveal that ethereal city above. Curiously, Li Xiaoyan inquired, "Zhao Yang, what are you looking at?" "A crystalline city." Li Xiaoyan raised her gaze, following my line of sight towards the sky. Perplexed, "Are you speaking in riddles?" As I removed the film from before my eyes and regarded her, I realized that it seemed I sought that celestial city every time I drank. Yet what connection did it have to intoxication? This perplexity lingered in my mind. Li Xiaoyan did not press further, leaning into my embrace, encouraging me. "Zhao Yang, you must continue to strive. The higher-ups at the company are quite pleased with you, especially Director Zhou from the planning department, who has praised your proposals on several occasions, commending your constructive and talented ideas." I nodded, taking a deep drag from my almost finished cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, I felt as though the outlines of a promising future were being sketched before me. A month drifted by, and my life had stabilized in the wake of time's passage, to the point that I had almost forgotten everything that transpired in Suzhou. During this month, Fan Yuan and Yin occasionally reached out, as did CC and Robin. Since Lu Yao last called to discuss opening a music bar, we had not been in touch. The beautiful woman with whom I had countless disputes over an old house had not even exchanged a single phone call with me. Thus, memories of Suzhou gradually faded amidst the passage of time. On another pleasant evening, I accompanied Li Xiaoyan and our families to a hot pot restaurant, where our relationship had rapidly deepened. Undoubtedly, Setting aside the women I had met under chaotic circumstances, Li Xiaoyun was my second girlfriend in the truest sense, and I had genuinely begun to contemplate marriage and family with her. During our meal, both families naturally broached the topic of our impending nuptials. Li Xiaoyun's mother turned to me and asked, "Xiaoyang, do you and Xiaoyun have any thoughts about marriage?" I set down my chopsticks, gazing at Li Xiaoyun before replying. During our time together, I have felt it is right for us to get married. Xiaoyun and I have discussed it and intend to get engaged after the new year. Of course, we would like to hear your thoughts as well. Exchanging glances, our parents nodded in agreement. My mother spoke on behalf of our family. Regarding Zhao Yang and Xiaoyun's engagement, we have no objections. Seeing them get along well and considering an engagement brings us great joy. After my mother spoke, Li Xiaoyun's father quickly affirmed, "We share the same sentiment. If the children get engaged, it would relieve us of a worry." My mother nodded in agreement. "Zhao Yang, tomorrow is a day off. Why not take Xiaoyun to the mall to look for engagement rings?" I nodded in agreement, and this signified that Li Xiaoyun would officially become my fiancée, marking the first time in my life that I felt a tangible proximity to marriage. That night, after returning home and completing my nightly routine, I lay in bed, reflecting on the woman I had referred to as my tenant. Had I not encountered her, what kind of life would I be leading now? At this moment, I would likely still be in Suzhou, perhaps as the head of the planning and copywriting group at Ballet Department Store, which could also be a decent life. I ultimately only use the term perhaps, for I thoroughly enjoy my current life and am reluctant to envision that hypothetical existence as overly idyllic. I extinguished my cigarette, picked up my phone from the table, and contemplated calling me Kai. My intentions were simple, merely to check in on her life, as we had not been in touch for over a month. I hoped she had successfully navigated the internal power struggles at Zhuomei. Chapter 87. Loss of contact. I stared at my phone screen for quite some time before finally dialing me Kai's number, eagerly awaiting the connection. To my dismay, the phone was turned off. I futilely attempted to call again, only to be met with the same disheartening message. A wave of anxiety washed over me, morphing into a flurry of wild speculations. Yet, I found myself at a loss for alternative methods to reach her. Surely, I could not simply travel to Suzhou to investigate the matter. Turning off the lights, I lay down on my bed, attempting to redirect my attention to my recent work to suppress the unsettling worry that plagued me. However, a myriad of ominous hypotheses unrelentingly commandeered my thoughts. My agitation escalated, and I could no longer contain myself. I retrieved my phone once more to find Fang Yuan's number and dialed it. Fang Yuan answered promptly, sounding as though he had just awakened, yawning as he queried, "Why are you calling so late? Is there something urgent?" I hesitated, realizing that broaching the topic of me, Kai, at such an hour might lead to misunderstandings. Thus, I said, "I'm getting engaged." "What? Please repeat that." "I'm getting engaged." Fang Yuan quickly grasped the situation, and I could hear his enthusiastic voice as he called out to Yin Yin, "Honey, wake up." "Zhao Yang," says he, "yes, getting engaged." Yin initially grumbled, seemingly roused from sleep, then took the phone from Fang Yuan, her tone more excited than his as she exclaimed, "Zhao Yang, Fang Yuan says you are getting engaged?" "My God!" I chuckled. "It is indeed true. So spare your dramatics." When? Is it with the Li Xiaoyun you went on a blind date with?" "We're getting engaged after the new year. I'm going to buy the engagement ring tomorrow," I replied succinctly. Yin fell silent for a considerable time, likely fully awakening in the quiet, before exclaiming, "Heaven has opened its eyes. Zhao Yang, you finally turned over a new leaf." I can't help but feel like crying. Then find a place to cry for a bit. Pass the phone back to Fang Yuan, as I have something else to ask him. After Yin scolded me lightly. She handed the phone back to Fang Yuan. He chuckled and said, "You inform us just a week before your engagement. Yin and I will prepare accordingly." I paused, feigning a sudden recollection as I asked Fang Yuan, "By the way, have you seen me Kai recently?" "Why do you ask that?" "Her phone is unreachable, and I'm just checking in. Don't read too much into it. I mean in a purely platonic way." I emphasize the term platonic. "I'm not reading too much into it. There is no need for you to be so anxious explaining," he replied. "Who is anxious? Hurry up and tell me. Have you seen her or not?" "Honestly, I haven't seen her. She is a senior executive at Zhuomei. It's not as if we can just meet her at will. Last time, I had to enlist several people just to arrange a meeting to discuss how you helped her. Fang Yuan lamented. I contemplated asking Fang Yuan to inquire further, but ultimately refrained. Perhaps Mikai's phone simply ran out of battery, or she might not wish to turn it on and disrupt her rest. I remained silent for a moment before saying to Fang Yuan, all right, mainly I wanted to inform you of my engagement. It's getting late. So I want to keep you and Yin Yin from resting. Fang Yuan acknowledged, and after exchanging goodnights with Yin Yin, I ended the call. After hanging up, I turned off the lights in my room again. The moonlight outside bathed the room in a gentle glow. In the soft illumination, I lit a cigarette, pondering why I felt such unease regarding Mikai. Perhaps it stemmed from sympathy for her unfortunate circumstances. I wished for nothing untoward to happen to her. It would be profoundly unfair for her, having already lost her family. Fate ought to compensate her with a life filled with happiness. I sincerely hoped she could find a man who would love her with all his being. I extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, repeatedly reassuring myself that she merely had a dead phone or chose not to power it on to rest. Amidst this cycle of self-soothing, my heart gradually settled, and soon I succumbed to sleep. The following morning, my mother roused me, holding a bank card. She said, Zhao Yang, this card contains 30,000 yuan. Take it and buy the engagement ring with Xiao Yun this afternoon. I felt a bit embarrassed. However, having only just begun my career a month ago, my savings were scant. Accepting the card from my mother, I said, I'll consider this a loan. I'll repay you once I save enough. My mother lightly scolded. What nonsense is this? Our money cannot be taken with us. Your diligence and kindness towards Xiao Yun will be our greatest reward. I felt a surge of gratitude and nodded earnestly. My mother then informed me that breakfast was ready before leaving my room. I grabbed my clothes from beside the bed and suddenly recalled I had yet to contact Mikai. In haste, I picked up the phone to dial her number. Once again, disappointment washed over me. Her phone remained off, plunging me back into the restless state I had experienced the previous night. During breakfast, I remained somewhat distracted, only to realize that today was the weekend. Perhaps Mikai had not yet risen. I reassured myself that there was no need for excessive worry. She might simply answer my call around noon. After finishing my meal and taking a brief rest, I went for a run. By the time I returned, it was nearly 10 a.m. Assuming Mikai would be awake by now, I dialed her number once more, but still, there was no response. I resorted to calling every half hour, maintaining this rhythm until 1 p.m., yet I was still unable to reach her. My anxiety intensified, but I managed to keep my composure. Then, I recalled CC. Mikai often frequented the restaurant in the empty city, and perhaps she had been there recently. Without further ado, I dialed CC's number. Moments later, she answered. I promptly inquired, CC, has Mikai dined at your restaurant recently? What's going on? CC asked, puzzled. Just tell me if she has, I urged, my tone increasingly urgent. CC pondered for a moment before responding. She came in over half a month ago, but hasn't returned since. What's wrong? I haven't been able to reach her since last night. She's alone in Suzhou, and I'm genuinely worried something might have happened. That can't be. Here's what you should do. CC, go check her place. It's the weekend. Unless she has something special planned, she should be home. She may have simply forgotten to turn on her phone. All right, I'll head over now. Don't worry. I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Please make sure to notify me immediately. I emphasized once more. CC reassured me before ending the call. I prayed silently, hoping I was merely overthinking the situation, yet I felt an increasing urgency to learn what CC would discover. Chapter 88. A false alarm after concluding my conversation with CC. I sat on the sofa in a daze for quite some time before remembering that I was supposed to take Li Xiaoyan shopping for engagement accessories this afternoon. Hastily, I picked up my phone and dialed her number. After agreeing on a meeting point, I hurriedly left my home, driving my father's car toward our destination. 20 minutes later, I met Li Xiaoyan at the south entrance of Time's department store. She was holding a cup of hot milk tea and appeared to have been waiting for a while. Approaching her, I apologized, Xiaoyan. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Not for long. Would you like some milk tea? I just bought it. It's still hot. Li Xiaoyan offered her drink to me. I took a sip and smiled, complimenting. What flavor is this? It's quite delicious. Purple yam. Let me get you one. She replied. No need. Let's take care of business first. After we finish shopping for the jewelry, we can go grab a drink together. I suggested. Li Xiaoyan nodded obediently and linked her arm with mine as we entered the department store. We browsed several jewelry brands, and ultimately, at Li Xiaoyan's request, we selected a diamond ring from the Edo counter. We did not purchase any earrings or necklaces, and surprisingly, we did not use up the full 30,000 yuan my mother had prepared for me. I presented the diamond ring to Li Xiaoyan, who examined it with great delight before placing it in her bag. She expressed her anticipation for the moment I would personally put the ring on her finger on our wedding day. As we were preparing to leave, we unexpectedly encountered Manager Lin from the planning department of Times Department Store. He waved to me from a distance and warmly invited Li Xiaoyan and me for tea. Unable to refuse his kindness, the three of us settled into a small private room in the tea house across from the department store. After some casual exchanges, Manager Lin turned to me with a serious expression. Xiaoyang, the advertisements you arranged for us at Aosen have performed remarkably well lately. Our senior management is quite pleased. It's impressive to see such advertisement planning in a city like Suzhou. Before I could respond, Li Xiaoyan smiled and interjected, Manager Lin, Xiaoyang has truly put in a lot of effort into the advertising proposal for Times Department Store. Everyone in our company recognizes this. Manager Lin nodded in agreement with her statement. I added, creating value for our clients is our primary responsibility. It is only natural. He chuckled, saying, it's rare to see someone your age maintain such composure amidst honor and disgrace. We at Times Department Store look forward to our future collaboration. By the way, I plan to entrust the entire Christmas promotion planning and advertisement execution to Aosen Advertising. I wonder if you are confident in handling this? If so, we can establish a deep collaboration moving forward. Li Xiaoyan looked at me with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, no problem. We can arrange a meeting to discuss the details of our collaboration. As we spoke, my phone suddenly rang. I took it out and saw that it was CC calling. A wave of anxiety washed over me, and I quickly excused myself to Manager Lin before stepping outside the private room to answer the call. Before CC could speak, I anxiously inquired, what's going on, CC? Is she home? With a hint of regret, CC responded, I rang the doorbell for quite a while, but no one answered. I waited downstairs for nearly an hour, and it seemed she's not at home. My anxiety intensified, and I hurriedly asked, did you see her car? It doesn't seem like it, she replied. Check the vacant lot across the street. She might have parked there, I suggested. CC agreed, and, after a brief pause, said, no, there's no sign of her car either. I felt a sense of dread settling in as silence enveloped us. CC reassured me, Xiaoyang, don't panic. I'll come by later to check. I doubt anything serious has happened. I responded with a heavy heart. Thank you for your help. Don't mention it. I'm worried about her too. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Okay. After hanging up, I prepared to return to the private room when I saw Li Xiaoyan and Manager Lin exiting together. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Manager Lin departed. I felt somewhat disoriented, but Li Xiaoyan, oblivious to my unease, cheerfully remarked, Xiaoyang, I didn't expect Times Department Store to entrust all their marketing to our company. You've achieved something significant for us. Compared to just over a month ago, you've truly surprised me. I smiled and replied, this shows that Aunt Zhang's recommendation was indeed reliable. As I spoke, I instinctively checked my phone again, anxious not to miss any updates. Li Xiaoyan finally noticed my restlessness and asked, Xiaoyang, you seem a bit out of it. Is everything all right? Is it that obvious? I brushed it off lightly before suggesting, let us go get something to eat. But we just had snacks at the tea house, she pointed out. Looking at her, I struggled to respond, and she added with a smile, perhaps the pressure from work has been too much for you lately. You should head home early to rest. Don't overexert yourself. I glanced at Li Xiaoyan with a sense of guilt as she continued to express her concern. Take care on your drive back. Tomorrow, I'll make you some carrot bone soup. It will help refresh your mind. Thank you, Xiaoyan. Let us not say thank you between us, she said, urging me to hurry home. We can discuss anything over the phone if needed. With a mixture of emotions, I bid farewell to Li Xiaoyan and drove back home. Sitting on the sofa while watching television, I remained restless, driven by worry to the point where I contemplated driving to Suzhou overnight to investigate further. It was now 10 at night, and CC had still not called. Unable to contain my anxiety any longer, I grabbed my car keys and hastily packed a few items, preparing to set off for Suzhou, forgetting to consider what I would accomplish by going there. ignoring the potential consequences. I descended to the ground floor when suddenly my phone rang. I instinctively pulled it from my pocket, filled with joy upon seeing it was CC calling. Surely, she had news about me, Kai. I quickly answered, practically bursting with excitement. CC, did you find me, Kai? Taking a deep breath, CC finally relieved my worries, saying yes. She yes back and is currently eating at my restaurant. Where did she go? She yes right next to me. I'll hand the phone to her. You can ask her yourself. Yes, please hurry. I urged impatiently. To my surprise, CC responded with a teasing tone. She yes back now. Why are you still so anxious? I was momentarily taken aback, unable to reply, as I realized that I had indeed let my anxiety get the better of me. Chapter 89. Liao has arrived in Suzhou. CC handed the phone to Mikai, and before she could speak, I reproached her, asking where she had been and why her phone was off. Mikai replied nonchalantly, explaining that she had been a bit fatigued and had taken a week-long vacation in South Korea, leaving her other phone behind. Her calm demeanor unexpectedly soothed me, making me realize that I had indeed been overly anxious. After a prolonged silence, I simply responded with an O. CC mentioned that I had been anxiously searching for her. Taken aback, I answered, really? I was merely concerned. It wasn't anxiety. Could it be that CC was fabricating this? Mikai's voice took on a teasing tone, as if she were about to unmask my facade. Frustrated, I retorted, I was anxious, so what? I was worried about you. What's wrong with that? My sudden outburst left Mikai speechless for a while before she finally said, Thank you for worrying about me. Don't mention it. I only felt sorry for you being alone. I replied in a huff, unable to articulate the source of my irritation. Perhaps it stemmed from her exposure of my feigned nonchalance, or perhaps it was her indifferent attitude while I had been tense all day. Mitsai's mood suddenly darkened, perhaps stung by my words about her being pitiful. After a long pause, she softly said, I don't need your pity. If you have nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait, don't hang up, I hastily said. What is it? After a moment of silence, I continued. I apologize, my tone was a bit harsh. I was afraid something might happen to you. What does my misfortune have to do with you? Mijai replied, her mood evidently sore. Please don't say that. I'm at a loss for words. Let's leave it at that. I'm hanging up. You need not worry about me. I can manage just fine on my own. After saying this, Mikai abruptly terminated the call, leaving me in a daze as I listened to the dial tone. Realizing what had happened, I attempted to call back, but this time, it was CC who answered. CC, likely unaware of my conversation with Mikai, asked with curiosity, Why did you call again? When you have time, please spend more time with Mikai. Yes. I hesitated, not wanting to utter the word pitiful. CC seemed to understand, saying, Don't worry. I'll develop a close friendship with her. I chuckled and asked, For my sake? Of course not. It's because she is a woman who captivates even other women. Just don't get any ideas about her. Think of Robin. I warned, but CC laughed heartily. You've reminded me. Robin has no feelings for me anyway. Wake up, you little scoundrel. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I'll invite her to the restaurant, or perhaps for a shopping trip. Yes. After she finishes her meal, please see her home. It's late, and I'm a bit worried about her being alone. CC interrupted. Xiaoyang, when did you become so nagging? I instinctively replied, Did I? Of course. I don't want to hear your nagging anymore. I'm hanging up. Go ahead and hang up. By the way, don't forget what I said. Here we go again. Listening to CC's exasperated complaints, I finally fell silent, and she hung up during my quietude. Suddenly, I felt a profound sense of loss, as if I had fallen into an abyss for no apparent reason. I still held the hastily packed luggage in my hand. But now I no longer needed to go to Suzhou. Mikai had merely gone on vacation, and my concerns seemed utterly needless. Peering into the darkness towards Suzhou, I let out a self-deprecating smile before heading back upstairs with my luggage. Before I knew it, Christmas had arrived. That afternoon, I found myself at the Christmas promotion event at Times Department Store, which had been entirely planned by our Alson advertising agency. As the initiator and head of the plan, it was only fitting for me to be present for the execution of the event. During this brief period, my work had been going exceptionally well. In just over a month, I had successfully completed multiple marketing strategies and had gradually established my footing at Alson advertising, earning the admiration of my superiors. Fully immersed in my work, I had begun to forget everything that had transpired in Suzhou. In fact, I had not been in touch with Fang Yuan and Yin Yin for nearly a month, nor had I contacted CC and Robin. As for Kai, she seemed to fade from my memory, only surfacing in my thoughts during the quiet of the night, along with Jian Wei, whom I would also occasionally recall during those still hours. Holding a walkie-talkie, I directed the staff on-site to execute the event segments. After a busy flurry, I finally found a moment to rest. Sitting on a wooden bench in the mall, I reached for a cigarette, only to realize I was in a non-smoking public area. I returned the cigarette to its case, absent-mindedly fiddling with the walkie-talkie in my hand. My fiancée, Li Xiaoyan, approached me, carrying a handbag and blending in with the crowd. With a smile, she handed me a can of Red Bull, saying, "Here, this will perk you up." I just warmed it at the service desk. Drink it while it's hot. I returned her smile, accepting the drink and taking a sip as she settled beside me. "You've worked hard lately. Once you finish your shift, I'll treat you to a grand meal, an indulgence. That's all I've been waiting for. Then I want to leave. I'll wait for you here." I nodded, but my phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, I saw it was Liao, someone I hadn't contacted in a while. I considered Liao a friend and didn't hesitate to answer the call in front of Li Xiaoyan, playfully asking, "Liao, is today Christmas? And did you call to wish me a Merry Christmas?" Liao's voice, however, was somber as she replied, "Xiaoyang, I'm in Suzhou now." "Where are you?" "What? You're in Suzhou? Why the sudden visit?" I asked, thoroughly astonished. "I need your help with something. It's hard to explain over the phone." "Where are you?" "I'll come find you." Liao's voice remained low. Her words tightened my chest, but I maintained a calm demeanor as I asked, "Where are you?" "I'll come to you." "At the train station." "All right, find somewhere to grab a bite. I'll be there shortly." Liao acknowledged, and we both hung up the call. I handed the walkie-talkie to Li Xiaoyan, apologizing. "Xiaoyan, a friend has come to Suzhou, and I need to go meet her. I'm afraid we want to be able to have dinner together tonight." "I'll come with you. We could take your friend along for dinner," she suggested. I shook my head, explaining, "The event still requires your oversight here. I'll return as soon as I can, and we can go out for dinner then." Li Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "All right, be careful on your way. It's rush hour, and there will be a lot of traffic." I nodded and then hurried out of the mall. Chapter 90. You must help me. I drove swiftly, my mind racing with speculations about Lu Yao's purpose for coming to Suzhou. From her tone, it was evident that her spirits were quite low. Approximately 15 minutes later, I arrived at the train station and promptly called Lu Yao. She informed me that she hadn't eaten and was waiting in front of the plaza at the station. I parked my car by the roadside and proceeded to the square, where amidst the bustling crowd, I finally spotted Lu Yao standing against the cold wind. Despite the dim evening light, I could discern the gravity etched on her face. As I approached her, she caught sight of me and walked toward me. I wished to lighten the heavy atmosphere of our meeting, so I jokingly asked, "Liao, why didn't you find a place to grab a bite first?" Her smile was evidently forced as she replied, "I was waiting for you to treat me." Her attempt to feign cheerfulness only deepened my concern, intensifying my desire to understand what had compelled her to seek my assistance in Suzhou. We found a relatively quiet restaurant near the train station, ordered some food, and while waiting I inquired, "So, what is it that you need my help with?" Lu Yao looked at me with a complex expression, remaining silent for a while before finally saying, "Xiaoyang, I have opened a music bar in Suzhou." Taken aback, I exclaimed, "You open a music bar? Didn't I tell you not to?" Her voice was subdued and filled with resignation as she explained, "I'm in the entertainment industry. It would be ideal to gain fame, but what if I can't? Have you considered how I am supposed to live? I lack any vocational skills. Without investment, what else can I do? How will I support myself?" I fell silent, reflecting on how the world often offers little security, with most people struggling to carve out a living. After a long pause, I asked, "Robin and CC must know about your investment in the music bar, right?" "Yes," she replied. "Then why have I never heard them mention it? Last time, you opposed my opening a bar, so I didn't let them tell you." In that moment, I found it difficult to blame Lu Yao for disregarding my warnings. I understood the reason for her visit. I steadied my emotions and asked, "How much did you invest in this music bar?" Her expression grew darker, and after a lengthy silence, she murmured, "Over $1 million." I thought I had misheard and asked again, "How much?" "Nearly $1.5 million. I was astounded. "What on earth? Are you out of your mind? $1.5 million? For a bar, You only need to invest a few $100,000 for fun. Investing this much is playing with fire. I nearly shouted at her. Lu Yao lowered her head in silence. I lit a cigarette, knowing that scolding her further would be futile. After taking a deep drag, I softened my tone and asked, "Tell me, where did you get this money to invest?" "I earned $500,000 from my last acting gig." "And then?" Lu Yao paused for a long time, summoning the courage to say, "I borrowed $1 million at high interest from a friend." I fell into silence, realizing the gravity of the situation. I had never imagined Lu Yao would dare to resort to such high-interest loans. Her investment was indeed reckless. After another deep drag on my cigarette, I asked, "What is the current state of the bar's operations?" "It's a loss. The business is terrible," Lu Yao replied, her voice choked with emotion. I once again fell silent, as the over $1 million in funds had far exceeded what I could address. "Xiaoyang, what should I do now? You must help me." Lu Yao looked at me with a face full of helplessness. My emotions were stifled, and I finished off the remainder of my cigarette, yet maintained my composure as I said, "The immediate priority is to repay the high-interest loan. The compounding interest is terrifying. We can discuss the bar's operations later." Lu Yao nodded, saying, "I will find a way to repay the loan." "How will you repay it? Where will you find the money?" After my questioning, Lu Yao looked utterly lost, and after a long pause, she resolutely said, "At worst, What are you talking about?" My voice was filled with anger. Lu Yao hesitantly responded, "They're wealthy businessmen." I immediately interrupted, "Lu Yao, I will not allow you to do that. You must live with dignity. Do you understand? But what other options are there?" I added firmly, "We can think of a solution together, but you must abandon that thought." Lu Yao finally raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "I'm sorry. Xiaoyang, I brought you trouble again." Though I felt troubled, I consoled her, "Don't say that. Your motivation for investing in the bar was not wrong. Life has forced you into this." Gaining my understanding, Lu Yao's tears flowed freely as she sobbed, "Xiaoyang, about the high-interest loan. I will find a way to resolve it myself. I came to Suzhou to find you, hoping you could help me manage the bar. I know you are clever. You will surely find a way to help the bar through this crisis. You must promise me, okay?" Her tearful plea tore at my heart. But at that moment, I could not promise her. If I returned to Suzhou to help her manage the bar, it would mean abandoning the stable life I had painstakingly built in Suzhou and even my relationship with Li Xiaoyan. After a prolonged silence, I quietly told Lu Yao, "I'm sorry, I have established a new life in Suzhou, and as for Suzhou, I really cannot go back." My response filled Lu Yao's face with anguish. "Xiaoyang, I beg you not to refuse me. I don't know who else I can rely on. I feel so lonely and helpless. I am on the brink of collapse." My heart ached, as if I were once again faced with a choice that pained me deeply. I understood that for a woman like Lu Yao, who appeared to have many friends, very few could genuinely assist her in times of hardship. Even those capable of helping her often coveted her beauty and body. Unless she relinquished her dignity as a woman, she would remain utterly helpless and alone. In a suffocating struggle, I finally told Lu Yao, "Let me think about it." Lu Yao's expression lightened slightly, and with tears in her eyes, she nodded. At that moment, our food was served by the waiter. I unwrapped my chopsticks and handed them to Lu Yao, then scooped a small bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup for her. Offering a comforting smile as I said, "Drink some hot soup first." Lu Yao nodded submissively, accepting the small bowl from my hands, while I found myself devoid of any appetite. I lit another cigarette, my heart heavy with the pain of choice. If I truly intended to give up my job here and return to Suzhou with Lu Yao, how would I face Li Xiaoyan? Amidst the swirling smoke, I felt as though I was once again witnessing a distorted life. Chapter 91. Fate torn asunder during the meal, Lu Yao's emotions remained rather unstable. I understood that until I provided her with a definitive answer, she would be enveloped in anxiety. After all, she was merely a woman, and unlike Jian Wei and Mi Kai, she was someone who heavily relied on others. Beneath her seemingly carefree exterior, she harbored a profound lack of security. The dinner concluded amidst the silence shared between us, and I proceeded to reserve a room for Lu Yao at a hotel near the train station. Just before departing, she grasped my arm and inquired, "Xiaoyang, when will you give me your answer?" "Soon," I replied succinctly, aware that I needed to make a decision swiftly, for Lu Yao could not afford to wait. She released my arm, nodded, and said, "Then I will await your decision in Suzhou. Rest well. If you need anything, just call me. I'll take my leave now." With that, I exited the hotel, leaving Lu Yao's hopeful gaze behind me. I sat on a bench by the roadside, a bottle of beer in hand, staring vacantly at the busy traffic illuminated by the city's glow. My bewilderment stemmed entirely from my indecision. If I were to abandon my job in pursuit of Lu Yao in Suzhou, how could I explain this to Li Xiaoyan? Or rather, would an explanation even hold any weight? Conversely, choosing not to go to Suzhou meant I would helplessly watch Lu Yao plunge into despair. I could not bear that, especially when I recalled the humiliation she endured from other actresses for my sake. My heart twisted painfully at the thought. The only way to escape this torment was to acquiesce to Lu Yao's request. Caught in the throes of indecision, I felt a profound sense of helplessness and confusion, until the ringing of my phone, accompanied by a cold gust of wind, jolted me from my reverie. Struggling, I fished my phone from my pocket and noticed it was Li Xiaoyan calling. It dawned on me that I had promised to join her for dinner. It was already 9:30. I answered the call with a mixture of emotions, remaining silent, waiting for Li Xiaoyan to speak first. "Xiaoyang, have you met with your friend?" she asked. With a hint of regret, I replied, "Yes, I just had dinner with her." Li Xiaoyun's tunadipat. "That is to be expected. Have you eaten?" "Not yet. I was waiting for you," she responded after a moment of silence. "Then I'll come find you now. I'll take you out to eat." "All right. You do enjoy Western cuisine, don't you? I'll treat you to grilled steak at Fiss." Li Xiaoyan finally smiled. "Since you've already eaten, there is no need for such extravagance. Anything casual will suffice. Let's go for rice noodles. It's been ages since I've had them." "Okay," I agreed, but the mention of rice noodles conjured fleeting images of eating them with Mikai and Suzhou, and a strange nostalgia washed over me, reminding me of CC, Robin, Fang Yuan, Yin Yin, and Mikai, all linked to Suzhou, representing a beauty I longed for. This nostalgia struck me unexpectedly, and I found myself reflecting on my life in Suzhou,